Chapter 1 The Xinyuan Continent. In Nazmal Mountainous Ethiopia, Linyu awoke Yatsik Sin Thimmerning as usual, hastily finished his breakfast, and prepared his tool bag. Riadito head to work. Linyu, an 18-year-old youth, had been abandoned by his parents at Tayun Gage, becoming an orphan. Fortunately, he was taken in by an RB orphanage. Growing up in the orphanage, Linyu learned independency and maturity from an early age. At the age of 16, he embarked on his vocational journey as an apprentice mechanic. Now, 2.5 years had passed, and he continued to strive for his dreams. Although Linyu was an orphan, he maintained a positive outlook in life. He was vivacious and brimming with living and compassion. Yet, the trajectory of a soft and convolute and elusive. Not long ago, his girlfriend, who had shared his orphanage days, was captivated by Althisa Ion during her commute at Tark. Consequently, she decisively cosido abandoned Linyu in pursuit of a luxurious life. Poor Linyu suffered the pangs of heartbreak. After a grilling day of labor, at that past ninth evening, Linyu trudged homeward, his sweary butt drawn along. On this tranquil path, he fell into contemplation, reflecting and recent events. Damn it, the old daydreamings trueth a filial sin struck by lightning, thul thierrithless, thethen ropesness at its weakest point, and misfortune seeks thretched. Here I am, Linyu, Aparaganov charming elegance, yet he have been forsake him me girlfriend. After toiling for 12 arduous hours, my wad shave been siphoned by this blood-sucking capitalist for half a month. When will ever enjoy a stroke of good fortune like the protagonist's synthosobe novels? As Linyu walked, Helmet. Oh heavens, when shall me luckturn? Hekri doubt Theski. At hat verimet, a shooting star streaked across he heavens, hurtling directly toward Linyu. Startled, Hestadagapine shock, exclaiming, "Oh me, God! Are you seeking Grevengen? Xinyuan Continent. The Great Chu Dynasty. The residence of General, the Ling family. Today, the Ling family was exceptionally busy. A throng of maids surrounded a pregnant woman. Young madam, push harder. The maids surged in unison, fervently cheering her in. At this moment, our protagonist Linyu was gradually awakening, gazing around in bewilderment. Everything before him was profoundly unfamiliar. He found himself in a confined space, surrounded by a soft and comfortable environment, akin to swim in gin water, which was exceedingly pleasant. Linyu stared in astonishment at his own body, realizing he had transformed into a small child waslim shadieto fula develope. His tiny hands and feet prompted him to ponder deply, leading him to believe he was merely dreaming. After a brief moment, he finally regained discomposure. What? Have a truly become infant? Linyu, bewildered, struggled to comprehend his current situation. He had indeed traversed dimensions, akin to a protagonist Sinweb novel shower. He had become a baby still nestled within Amether's womb. Very well, since he have reincarnated, seriality. I hope this time I am born into a good family, with a prosperous lineage. Linyu swiftly adjusted his mindset, accepting this new reality. After all, his previous life had been sufficient, arduous, leaving little worth lamenting. He think curiously examined this body, for he retained the memories of his past life, which undoubtedly provided him an advantage. He scrutinized the infant's body, attempting to understand and familiarize himself with each part. Meanwhile, outside the Wambaf Nangong Ro, Aiton's atmosphere enveloped the entire room. Nangong Rula Yonthabed, enduring the excruciating pains of labor, striving to bring her child in Toth world, yet the baby stubborn liar fused tomerch. A near elderly woman wastefully focused Adonis with the delivery, her brow glistening with sweat, her expression fraught urgency. This guiled was known ether than thief spring of great Chu dynasties, general, and theste keys involved the family Shanaranch tanding gonomus hap coods beldereconquences for entire clan. The elderly woman understood the gravity of their responsibility and dared not to be negligent. She attentively monitored Nangong Rao's progress, offering encouragement and advice at intervals. Despite the grueling Gerdelof childbirth, Nangong Ru persevered through Hegany, fully aware of the expectations resting upon her family, determined to saflid liver her child. Outside the room, what is themeter with his midwife? Isn't she the best in the entire imperial city? Why is it still not happening? A handsome monklet in golden armor, exuding an array of authority thought market him as an extraordinary warrior, scolded the servants beside him in agitation. The servants trembled in fear, too intimidated to respond. Calm down, honor. Donot fretrastashard, rueran the child will be fine. An elderly woman with silver hair soft like consoled the anxious general of Chu kingdom. This woman was his mother, and despite her advantage, she retained a vigorous spirit, her eyes shining with remarkable vitality, clearly a powerful individual in her own right. Mother, I am truly worried about Truer, the general of Chu kingdom lamented, his face is still etched with concern. Have faith, she'll be fine. Trust in Ruer, she's a resilient woman. This guile disquitimi schivis, causing his mother such distress. Ontegra sabatolder, wemesteducate him well, instilling in him the values of gratitude and appreciation. The elderly woman reassured Herson, gently shaking her head in exasperation at the child's antics. As Thea waited anxiously, suddenly, the sound of a baby scrippier said through heaton in the air. It's here. Ithis arrived, my lord. It's a little master. The midwife emerged holding the child, her face beaming with joy as hurried to Earthanas with general of Chu kingdom. Wonderful, wonderful, handsomely rewarded. Ling Tian, up in hearing Thanos, was overwhelmed with delight. He gazed at the child in the midwife's arms, his eyes sparkling with joy and anticipation. The birdhoff this guiled filled them with boundless happiness. The midwife gracious light hang keth general of Chu kingdom, her heart swelling with happiness for this family. Shek knew that the rival of this little master would bring endless glory and expectations to the clan. Ling Tian too nigh the child into his arms for a moment, then laughed heartily, saying, Indeed, Heismeisen, why the exquisite fetcheries and adorable charm? And, well, that perdisnet's mallier. Come, honor, let him hold him. I wish to see how mischievous is. The elderly woman approached with a smile, eager to catch child. Seeing Gizma thirstiger, Ling Tian gently placid the child into her embrace. She carefully examined her grandson, her face irradiating with blissful smiles. Mother, please look after the child for a moment to shall check and Ruer, Ling Tian said, concern evident in his face. Goon, you've worked hard for Ruer. The elderly woman nodded with a smile, understanding Herson's worry for his wife and wishing not to distract them, chilled. Understood. Ling Tian acknowledged, then strode steadily and totherem to Nangong Ro. He appeaned the Durand entered, finding Nangong really engine bed, looking faint and weak, wick tugga she heartstrings. He proched the bedside angent like caressed her cheek, his eyes filled with affection and tenderness. Ruer, you have endured so much, Ling Tian murmured softly, filled with gratitude for his wife's sacrifices. Tiangu, it's not a hard. We finally have this the happiest moment of my life. Nangong replied, her pale face irregating some color with her weak smile. Then, thinking of their child, she inquired, Tiangu, how is Thebaby? Have you met me yet? Ling Tian replied with a smile, Thechald is doing well. Her resembles very handsome. Wehavincho cinemite. How about Ling Zhan? Or Ling Xiao? Ling Tian pondered, hoping to Javethi chilled to name if they embodied both my tant the potential toe, following his military footsteps. Hearing her expand suggestions, Nangong Ro understood Duish for their Santan Harathiskariran faced the battlefield. She quickly interjected, Tiangu, I don't want Torsanto endurathetrial Safor. I hope he grosify althienda eats a simple lift. Nangong refelting size about the peril soft military life and wished to shield him from sahe fate. Alas, Baneborn in Tothling fam lamine scheist disteen for anything butin ordinary life. How about Winnemahim Ling you? The character you symbolizes thuniverse and embody self-reliancy and independence. Ling Tian suggested softly, attempting to choose a name if they encapsulated both full aspiration and the family's legacy. Listening to her husband's proposal, Nangongru hesitated for a moment before responding. All right, Tiangu. If that's your wish, then Washalamam Ling you. She the gent lily and against Ling Tian, savoring his love and warmth. Father will be overjoyed to learn he has a grandson. Ling Tian said with a smile, his joy palpable. Indeed, father has long wished for a grandson, and no we's wish has finally come true. Nangong replied, her face light with joy. However, up in mentioning her father, Nangong Rao's expression turned to enough concerned. But father has been in seclusion for 3 years now. I wonder if we'll succeed. Success is within our grasp. I have a faith in me, father. once heekst martial emperor realm, shall no longer have it o fear them. Ling Tian's gaze sharpened, brimming with confidence. Indeed, Nangongru pondered brief lib for respond in Ginalo voice, leaning against the husband sembracidorist. She trusted Hurus bandswords and understood Thuatoff their familiar responsibilities. In the blink of an our protagonist, Lin Yu, Hadel Rita spent 5 years in this world. This realm, known as Xuanyuan continent, isen where martial artists abound. Here, experts are through Heskies, capable of traversing mountain sand seas, with amiregis chariable to obliterate entire realm. The cultivation level in Xuanyuan continent are categorized in tiers: martial artist, martial scholar, martial master, martial general, martial sovereign, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, and martial monarch. Cultivators begin body refinement. Martial artists a first-year body refinement. Martial artist possesses approximately 50 pounds soft strength, increasing by 50 pounds with each brain eye through. Upon reaching thetan tier of body refinement, a martial artist would attain 500 pounds soft strength, allowing them to brain eye through to postnatal martial scholar realm, thus stepping into the domain of martial artists. The postnatal martial scholars refine their blood, gaining in 100 pounds soft strength with the acclarantilatant layer martial scholar possesses 1500 pounds soft strength, equating to ni and a half bull soft power, enabling a brain eye through to innate martial master realm. The innate martial masters then refine theirki, extending their lifespan to 300 years. Next comest bone refinement martial general realm, followed by the sky soaring martial sovereign, the undying martial king, the immortal martial emperor, the cave heaven martial saint, and ultimately, the Tao realizing martial monarch. Yet, if this being severe millennia since a martial monarch appeared in Xuanyuan continent till Astona vanished during the Incentra. Within a quaint courtyard, Ling Yua's wholehearted lie immersed in practicing the family's ancestral technique, the heavenly dragon secret art. The martial arts of Xuanyuan continent are classified in levels: yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, respect, king, emperor, saint, and monarch, white the level for their divide in top, middle, and lower tiers. The heavenly dragon secret art, albeit a fragmented text, comprise an lysive inlayer soft cultivation boot camps to lead to martial emperor realm. Currently, it stands atop tier emperor level technique, hinting at the heights it could reach if complete. Ling Yu's grandfather, Ling Jintian, had defied he odds utilizing this technique to confront a martial emperor of third heaven, there be becoming onofta topnik spurt soft great Chu dynasty, and notably, the only one among them who had not broken through to martial emperor realm. Consequently, Helid feeling family Bekami onoft he 5 prominent familia soft he capital, earning feditly off Zhenwang, one of the Phoeniblards, guarding the northern border soft great Chu. Humph, ha. Ling Yu Sai outh fool bought a diligent lie trained, throwing punch after punch. Thoth mirla 5 year sofage, his rigorous martial practice errandradim comparable lines tachere to an 8-year-old from his past life. Clad in a dark robe, his strength contained, heradiated vitality, possessing gan exquisite sage market biadatofsen abar on his brow a twaisaviden wood grow into outh capable of captivating countless maidens. Despite his tender features, his gaze bore tof maturity, setting him apart from his peers. At that moment, Ling Yu felt his surge of vitality coursing through him with a resounding boom. His energy erupted, marking assassination ta the realmo finate martial master, extending his lifespan to 300 years. Such a young innate martial master would indeed be considered a prodigy across the continent, let alone within the great Chu dynasty. Chapter 2: The Arrival of the System. At last, I've broken through to the innate martial master realm. It must be the ingest in a loaf great Chu. Among the 5 great prodigious of great Chu, the earliest to brain eye through to the innate martial master was the 6th prince, Chu Shao, wake hevid this feed at the fate. I surpassed him be 3 years truly. I am remarkabelent. Ling Yu beamed with delight. The Xuanyuan continent is Shama to Namurao Juni Kephaziques, categorized into Nidier's emperor, saint, king, sovereign, respect, heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow, each further divided in top, middle, and lower tiers. Ling Yu possesseth the top tier emperor level battle heaven physique, capable of amplifying his strength 5-fold, with a cultivation speeds of in time mest hadi of an ordinary person. Ling Yu began his training 3 years prior, coinciding with his second birthday when a Sergio Fimperial erupted from the Ling Familis inner sanctum. On that day, Ling Jinshan broke through to becoming a mortal martial artist, extending his lifespan to 5,000 years. At under 500 years so fage, Ling Gentian could still be considered a full martial artist. The entire Ling family was ablaze with excitement Theno weighed a true immortal martial emperor among them, significantly enhancing their family strength and alleviating their status among the five great families. Upon emerging from seclusion, Ling Gentian immediately sensed Ling Yu's presence and rushed to his side, showering him with affection. For the past 3 years, Ling Yu had received personal guidance and his cultivation from his grandfather. During Ling Yu's initial training session, Ling Gentian had discovered his emperor physique, nearly overwhelming him with joy. His grandson was an emperor physique, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to become another top-tier immortal martial emperor. These ways an unparalleled opportunity, prompting him to immediately bestow upon Ling Yu the family's treasured technique, the heavenly dragon's secret art, for him to cultivate. Finally, I've made a breakthrough. A must-tell grandfather he will sure be overjoyed, thuffa disapity there cannot know. Having been an orphan in his previous life, Ling Yu cherished familial bonds, depliant this life, receiving abundant love from all his relatives. When will father return? Those wretched foreign tribes. Due to the invasion of thy people from the northern borders, Ling Yu's father had been appointed as the general of northern expedition, tasked with waging war on the front lines. Ling Yu had harbored a disdain for foreign tribes since his previous life, such as the Yamato people of the Sun Kingdom, and this sentiment, well, is shaltest mistrength. Before me breakthrough, I'll read possess the power of Fin bulls. While ether sat the peak off bloodrofinment and lie attained 1,500 pounds, Mephisequian technique have allowed Matoriached and 1,000 pounds, which is equivalent to's strength often bulls. I wonder how much I can achieve in oath that I broke in through. Ling Yu approach at the strength testing apparatus, gathering guy's energy, and deliver at a powerful puncto the device. It's urge dramatically, reaching 20,000 pounds before finally stabilizing. 20,000 pounds, equivalent to 20 bulls. Typically, martial artists breaking through to martial master realm possess between 2 to 5 bull soft strength, increasing b5 to 10 bulls with each level. With my current strength of 20 bulls, combined with my physique, Ihaviak even in 100 bull soft power on 100 bull sequatito on etiger. Thismians iamniarly, unmadaming innate martial masters. Of course, Thizdo es no account for hosiother prodigious within physiques, Lingam said in astonishment. Beep, duet hathi host string 3 ching own tiger, thetan thou sandriums demon summoning, system has been activated. Beep, the 10,000 realms demon summoning system is no detecting. Beep, the 10,000 realms demon summoning system as successful abound. As Ling Yu reveled in his newfound strength, 3 system notification tonsakoden heezers. The demon summoning system? Goodness, a golden finger. I thought being born into a military family was the pinnacle of my journey now, a havia system. The zisthi making so finvincibility form. Thank you, heavens, for bringing me to is extraordinary realm truly, you are me derfether. Ling Yu joyfully leaped about. Heaven is the zero day of gratitude? You'll worry cursing before our transmigration. Your mood changes faster than. I wonder what functions this stem possesses? Ling Yu inquired eagerly. Beep, responding Tothis the system is the 10,000 realms demon summoning system, designed for the host Taunafi worlds and conquer the 10,000 realm. This stem will communicate with the host within their mental realm. As Ling Yu pondered in delighted curiosity, a mechanical voice sudden lyre sonated within his mind, addressing his queries. Conquering Thetan thou Sandrium, how exhilarating! And within the mental realm, splendid. This way, in need not fear exposure. Ling Yurjo acceded some more. He then asked, is the system present? Yes, this system is awasher, redito serveth the hostitana moment. This system is truly remarkable, whoever developed it deserves a 5-star review, unlike certain software riddled with flaws. Ling Yu jested, referencing a problematic program from his previous life. Of course, this system is the most exceptional Lamingal. System, please seal aboard in your functions, Ling Yu said, his excitement palpable as she inquired within his mental realm. This system comprises 2 primary functions, signin and summoning. Sign-in function. The host mezzaninon month lifor termwords malsignin, Wythiaxignin yielding random eretria surisandasmal chansio facwiringing complete a technique case and cultivation levels. Once yearly, the host may conduct a large assign-in, Witherwards including completa technique sandasmal chansio of sinning landra figures. Summoning function. This is the main feature, allowing the hosto summon deities and demons from the myriad realm, with summoned beings splajingabzolia the lil tatathi host. However, summoning require resummoning points. Signin and summoning, Ling Yuzi slid up. System, how can I obtain summoning points? Replying to the host summoning points are acquired through T establishment of your own faction defeating Anemius grants you malevolent points, while it hefe thoftos within your faction earns you righteous points. Dominancy points allow for the summoning of armies and civil and military officials the host must establish a dynasty. Malevolent points summon malevolent figures from the myriad realm, while a righteous points summon righteous figures. Malevolent points, righteous points, dominance points, Ling Yu mused aloud. Suddenly, an idea struck him. By the way, does the system offer a beginner's gift package? Of course, Ifo system shavite, how cold a possibly lack on. The system responded with a hint of pride. It truly adore you, system. Ling Yu exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Upon detecting that the host is using the system for the first time, the host is rewarded with onemith lesignin dinianu alsanin, one summon from the dark pit hand and from the righteous pithy, as well so powerful summon. Does the host twishto signino? The mechanical voice resonated. Sign in, Ling urged eagerly. Ding, month lisignin successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the exquisite artifact, the Chi Xiao sword, which contains the spirit of devouring spirit white serpent. The Chi Hazard was wielded by Liu Bang, defender of Han dynasty, and crafted by a swordsmith using meteorites from beyond thesters. It was literused by Emperor Liu Bangoff later Hantaslath white serpent of tribulation realm and capture right solto form for spirit. Ding, annual sign successful. Acquired the celestial level technique, the Chongqing Jing. The Chongqing Jing was created by the Emperor of Eternal Life from South Pole. Cultivating Jito perfection grants immortality. The Chongqing Jing is divided for volume S, the upper volume, the Pure Sutra, which, when cultivated toit speak, allows to primordial spirit to reach completion without any contamination. Middle volume, the Infu Sutra, Wiccanable Skintra lover being soft underworld dimbudalinth lower volume, the Dingguan Sutra, which, when cultivated toits at most, can achieve eternal life. To think it is Chi Xiaosur Danth Chongqing Jing, have heard oft he swept in sand technique has as a mythical talism in previous life, Ling Yu exclaimed with delight. Does the host wish Tassaman? The mechanical Vusicho Adonsmari. Summon, Ling Yu could hardly contain his excitement. Ding, summoned is the Dark Pathmaster, Blood Knife Ancestor, accompanied by subordinates. Blood Knife Ancestor information. Race human. Cultivation Martial King level 10. Great perfection, capable of battling 5 levels above. Technique Blood Transformation Sutra Imperial level technique. Subordinates Blood Oneto Blood 10, Martial Sovereign Realm. Hailing from Central Martial Alliance, Heist the 4th generation Li drove Te Blood Knife Sektovking Heist Black Cult, wielding a bludgered Burmsen knife, renowned for the formidable tight-leafed blood transformation divine knife, drinking Thebla Doft World Divin Immortal Swood Beslain Behem. His wordsman Shifis reach at the pinnacle, earning him the tight-leaf Te Greatest Dark Pathmaster in the martial world. Ding, summoned is the righteous Pathmasters, the 7 San Soft Engine information. Race human. Technique 7 Star Technique Dea level Imperial level. Figures Mayu Danyang Zi, Chochuji Chang Chun Zi, Tanchuanduan Changzhen Zi, Wang Chuyu Yang Zi, Haodatong Taigu Zi, Lu Chuxian Changxing Zi, and my wife, Sunbuer Qingjing Sanren. Cultivation Spirit Separation Realm, Thesavin Canarain Jethishang Gongbai Du Formation Tobadlaganst Integrated Realm Cultivators. Originating from Thintermediate Cultivation World Tianjin Cultivation World, Thewariansa Partovshin Sect. Ding, that powerful summon has been triggered, summoning in 1,000 way Uzoldiers, 1,000 Salmon Commander, and 1,000 Man Commanders. Race Human. Cultivation 1,000 Man Commander, Martial Sovereign Level 300 Man Commanders, Martial General Level 5 Soldiers, Innate Martial Master Realm. Origin from Thello Martial World Doft Spring and Dot Period and Warring States. The Sirith Elite Heavy and Fon Tri trained with Sage Off War. Wu Chi. Wu Khaled Thwei Wu Soldiers Immerse Campaigns. Achieving the remarkable feat of engaging Jin 7 Tight Wa Great Battles. Winning 64, with the remainder ending in Dross No Decisive Victory. Chapter 3. Cultivating the Longevity Scripture. To my astonishment, It is the notorious blood knife ancestor. As an ardent admirer of Jin Yong's novels, how could I not be familiar with such a ruthless character? Is it certain that the Xianjin Seven are not the Chuanjin Seven? Ling Yu pondered with a hint of doubt. Indeed, they are the Xianjin Seven. They hail from the otherworldly realm of Tianxian, a world of cultivation. Unlike the hero of the Condor world familiar to the host, a mechanical voice responded, "It matters not to Ling Yu. Whether they are Chuanjin or Xianjin, what matters is that they are formidable." Ling Yu continued to peruse the information, contemplating, Wei Wu Army. This is also a renowned military force from my past life, composed entirely of martial masters, just like my own realm. Only an empire could possibly have an entire army of martial masters. And that would have to be a small elite force. Does the host wish to summon individuals into the present world? The mechanical voice shattered Ling Yu's reverie. System, can the summoned individuals appear in the world at my discretion? Ling Yu inquired, wishing to avoid any unnecessary panic that might arise from their sudden appearance in his home, as well as the exposure of his own power. The host may direct summoned individuals to appear at any location of the host's choosing. Excellent. Let them manifest at the outskirts of the imperial city. Allow them to develop their own influence first, Ling Yu commanded. Understood. The summoned individuals will appear 1,000 miles from the imperial city. Outskirts of the empire on the periphery of Tian Sha Mountain. 11 men clad in blood-red garments materialized suddenly. The leader, resembling an otherworldly monk, possessed a round face with large ears, a straight nose, and a square jaw adorned with a bushy beard, standing tall at 8 feet with a waist measuring 10 spans. In this new world, the Master has revived us, granting us a second chance at life. I shall ensure that the Blood Knife sect reclaims its prominence on this continent, and the beings of this realm shall receive my baptism. The blood-clad monk cackled cruelly, turning to a blood-clad guard beside him. He ordered, Blood One, go and assess our current surroundings. I intend to establish the Blood Knife sect's new stronghold here and wage war for our master. To the north of the imperial outskirts. In a dilapidated Taoist temple, 7 figures clad in Taoist robes, 6 men and a woman, suddenly appeared. Brothers, we are reunited once more, Ma Yu exclaimed with a smile. Indeed, brother, Qiu Chuji responded. Thanks to our master, we have been revived. Hao Datong added. The others echoed their sentiments, bowing in the direction of the capital's Ling family in the southern outskirts of the empire. Suddenly, over 1,000 soldiers appeared on the earth, each imbued with an exceptionally potent aura and exuding a murderous intent. For our master, we shall fight, they shouted in unison, kneeling on one knee towards the direction of the Ling family. Excellent. With these summoned individuals, I now have my own foundation, Ling Yu thought, sensing their presence. Feeling immensely satisfied, if they were to unite, their power could rival that of the 5 great families. By the way, why do the Blood Knife ancestor and Wei Wu army display martial cultivation levels, while the Xianjin Seven are at the divine separation stage? Is this a realm of immortal cultivation? Ling Yu inquired, as he was no stranger to immortal cultivation, having frequently read fantasy novels in his past life. Responding to the host, the Xianjin Seven originate from a lower-tier cultivation world, practicing orthodox immortal cultivation techniques. The longevity scripture acquired by the host is also an immortal cultivation method, a top-tier technique that, when perfected, can lead one to the quasi-saint realm, the mechanical voice elucidated. Immortal cultivation. The longevity scripture can indeed lead to the quasi-saint realm, Ling Yu exclaimed in delight. The quasi-saint is the pinnacle of existence outside of saints in the primordial world. To think I have a chance to become such a being, it's exhilarating. System, what level does the divine separation stage correspond to in the Xian Yuan continent? Ling Yu inquired again, eager for knowledge. Answering the host, the cultivation levels in the cultivation world are divided into 9 stages. Opening light, Qi training, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divine separation, integration, tribulation crossing, and great ascension, which align with the 9 realms of the Xian Yuan continent. The divine separation stage is equivalent to the martial king realm in the Xian Yuan continent, the system explained. Which cultivation system is superior? Ling Yu asked, wishing to discern which path of cultivation was more formidable for future endeavors. Both martial and immortal paths possess their unique merits. The martial path cultivates the self without the need to consider one's spiritual roots, but progress is slow, often leading practitioners to pass away before reaching the pinnacle of their realm. Nonetheless, those who do reach the peak may shatter the void and ascend to the higher realms. The immortal path involves comprehending the heavenly principles and seeking longevity, yet it is a defiance of fate, necessitating the acceptance of heavenly tribulations. Moreover, practitioners must possess spiritual roots for optimal cultivation. Both methods of cultivation have their respective strengths. The myriad paths can lead to the attainment of longevity. There is no definitive hierarchy. Strength is inherently tied to the individual practitioner, the system meticulously explained to Lingyu. Indeed, the essence of cultivation ultimately hinges on the individual. Lingyu nodded in agreement with the system's insights. System, extract the longevity scripture. Lingyu was eager to commence his cultivation of this top-tier immortal technique. Longevity scripture extraction successful. Does the host wish to begin cultivation immediately? The system inquired. Commence cultivation. A surge of data flooded into Lingyu's mind. Upper volume. Clear and pure scripture. The mind is naturally clear, yet disturbed by desires. The heart is naturally tranquil, yet tempted by desires. One must often relinquish desires for the heart to find peace, and clear the heart for the spirit to attain purity. Upon introspection, the heart is devoid of heart. Upon external observation, the form is devoid of form. From afar, the object is devoid of object. When all three are comprehended, only emptiness remains. Observing emptiness as emptiness, for emptiness has no essence. What is empty is devoid of being, and void is also void. The void is eternally tranquil. Middle volume. In symbol scripture, life arises from objects. Death arises from objects. The mechanism lies within the eye. The living are the root of death, and the dead are the root of life. Kindness arises from harm, and harm arises from kindness. Lower volume. Determined observation scripture. What profound mysteries! Lingyu marveled, acknowledging the longevity scripture as a truly top-tier immortal cultivation method. Lingyu settled into a meditative posture and began to cultivate the longevity scripture. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly converged into his body, forming a massive vortex as vast amounts of spiritual energy surged into him. Opening light stage 1, opening light stage 2, opening light stage 3, opening light stage 4, Qi training stage 10. It was not until he reached the great perfection of Qi training stage 10 that he halted. Upon opening his eyes, Lingyu felt a tremendous surge of spiritual energy within him, his body brimming with formidable spiritual power. Under this immense spiritual power, Lingyu vaguely sensed a deeper understanding of the heavenly principles. His mind becoming notably more agile, his consciousness crystal cleared. Qi training stage 10. Lingyu's chest rose and fell gently, having achieved the Qi training stage 10 within merely 5 hours. Indeed, I feel invincible among those at the martial master level, and I could even contend with those at the martial general level. With such formidable strength, Lingyu's confidence soared. Young master, the madam has asked me to summon you for dinner. A melodious voice of a young girl broke through Lingyu's thoughts. He paused, noticing a girl entering the room. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, exuding a gentle demeanor and grace. With a playful smile, she twirled her finger on Lingyu's arm and teased. I knew young master would be hungry. The madam has specially prepared your favorite braised pork. Upon hearing braised pork, Lingyu's appetite was instantly piqued. He grinned and stood up, saying, What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to dinner. Very well, young master, by the way. You seem even more handsome today. Your aura has changed significantly, the girl observed, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Lingyu chuckled but chose not to respond, instead taking her hand and dashing out of the inner courtyard towards the front hall. Due to his cultivation of the longevity scripture, a wave of spiritual energy radiated from him, making him even more alluring. The girl, named Yi Shui, was a maid assigned to Lingyu by his mother, Nangong Ro, on his second birthday, along with 3 others. Each of them came from untainted backgrounds and had been trained by Nangong Ro since childhood to protect and care for her child, capable of attending to Lingyu's daily needs while also serving as his bodyguards. Each of the 4 had cultivated martial arts, achieving the innate martial master realm, with Yi Shui and Han Mei reaching the cusp of the half-step bone-refining martial general realm. Just a step away from breaking through. Such prowess distinguished them as exceptional talents among their peers. The four were Yi Shui, Yi Ning, Han Mei, and Zi Hui. Chapter 4. Fiancé Yi Chu Linger. As Ling Yu and Yi Shui entered the front hall, they beheld Nangong Ro and others gathered around the dining table, laden with an array of delectable dishes. "Yuer, come and eat." An elderly woman with white hair spotted Ling Yu entering and warmly called him over to join her for a meal. Ling Yu's grandmother, named Mu Rongying, had once been a remarkable figure before she even met Ling Yu's grandfather. According to her, she hailed from a powerful sect and is now a formidable warrior at the martial king level. "All right, Grandma." Ling Yu hurried over, knowing well that his grandmother adored him dearly. "Yes, my favorite braised pork. Let me have a taste first." He picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. "Only you would be so greedy. Your grandmother hasn't even touched her food yet." Nangong Ro scolded playfully. "No worries. No worries," Mu Rongying chuckled, seeing Ling Yu enjoy his meal without a hint of irritation. Nangong Ro could only shake her head in exasperation. "Yi Shui, come over and eat as well," Nangong Ro called to the maid by Ling Yu's side. The Ling family had few formalities, and Nangong Ro treated Ling Yu's four maids as if they were her own daughters, teaching them martial arts and other skills. Currently, only Yi Shui and her sister Yi Ning were present, while the other two maids were out on errands. Not having seen his grandfather, Ling Yu put down his chopsticks and inquired, "By the way, where is Grandpa?" "Your grandfather went to the palace. Just a moment ago, the emperor summoned him for a matter." "Let us eat first. There's no need to wait for him," Mu Rongying replied. Just as they were about to finish their meal, a series of footsteps approached from outside. An elderly man in a black long robe entered, his piercing black eyes glinting sharply, lips thin and slightly pursed. With a chiseled, angular face and a tall, slender build that resembled an eagle in the night, proud, solitary, and exuding an intimidating presence. "Grandpa, father." The others stood up to greet the elder. "My dear grandson, come here and let Grandpa give you a hug." Ling Jintian laughed as he approached Ling Yu, lifting him into his arms and ruffling his hair. Though Ling Yu felt somewhat resistant, after all, his soul was 18 years old, and he was now in his 20s. He didn't want to hurt his grandfather's feelings and could only manage a helpless smile. "You old man, returning and already stealing my grandson," Mu Rongying feigned annoyance. "What's wrong with hugging my own grandson? Isn't that right, dear grandson?" "Ha ha ha." Ling Jintian's laughter resonated throughout the hall. "Your fondness for this old man is truly remarkable. By the way, what did the emperor summon you for?" Mu Rongying inquired, shaking her head helplessly at Ling Jintian's display of affection for Ling Yu. Ling Jintian settled into the main seat, pulling Ling Yu onto his lap. "Can you guess why the emperor summoned me? It must be something good. Could it be that father has been promoted again?" Nangong Ro suggested. Ling Jintian shook his head. "Is it possible that another war is on the horizon, Grandpa?" Ling Yu furrowed his brows, knowing that his grandfather had a penchant for leading armies into battle. Perhaps war would be a good thing for him, he mused inwardly. Ling Jintian shook his head again. Mu Rongying, growing impatient, asked, "What is it then, you old man? You old woman, always so anxious. Let me tell you. The emperor mentioned that our Ling Yu is of a similar age to Princess Chu Ling heir and wishes for them to unite in marriage." Ling Jintian revealed with a hearty laugh. "What, father? He is only 5 years old." Nangong Ro found it hard to accept. "Are we really arranging a betrothal for him this early? To a member of the royal family?" She stood there, exasperatedly gazing at Ling Yu's grandfather, as she had no desire to entangle Ling Yu with the royal family. Ling Jintian explained with a light smile, "The emperor might be thinking of securing our support for his chosen prince to become the crown prince, especially since I have broken through to the martial emperor level." He then added, "Humph, my grandson is not a pawn for them to toy with. The choice of crown prince is still far off. I've had people inquire about this princess. She is no simple character, possessing the Zuan physique. Though it may not compare to our URS imperial physique, the Zuan body is most suitable for dual cultivation. When Ur grows up, we shall arrange their union, at that time." "Ha ha ha. I knew you had ulterior motives, old man. The royal family is about to lose both the maiden and the soldier." Mu Rongying teased with a laugh. Nangong Ro, hearing Ling Jintian's words, felt it prudent to remain silent, understanding that it was ultimately for Ling Yu's benefit. Ling Yu was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Reflecting on the twists of fate in the span of a single meal, he had gained an unexpected fiancée, and a princess at that. Memories of a past life, betrayal by a former girlfriend surged back, igniting a smoldering anger within him even after all this time. Moreover, he had no time for romance. After all, what was merely a royal physique? With the system in place, he could conquer it in no time. He was destined to battle across the realms. By the way, mother, I wish to go out for a stroll tomorrow. Ling Yu interrupted their conversation. Nangong pondered for a moment before agreeing. Very well. But be cautious. Let Yi Shui and Yi Ning accompany you. Great, Ling Yu responded with enthusiasm. Upon hearing Ling Yu's plan to go out, Ling Zhentian hastily interjected. Wait, Here, take this. Ling Zhentian produced a black token from his robe and placed it in Ling Yu's hand. Use this to mobilize 100 black flag soldiers. Thank you, Grandpa. Ling Yu eagerly accepted the token. The black flag soldiers were the Ling family's elite guards, numbering over 1,000, each reaching the warrior realm. With over 100 masters, dozens of generals, and 3 martial sovereigns among them. Ling Yu tucked the token into his robe and turned to Nangong with a mischievous grin. By the way, Mother, could you give me some gold coins? I need them. How much do you need? Nangong asked, somewhat speechless. Perhaps around 100 to 150,000, he suggested nonchalantly. How much? 100 to 150,000? Are you joking? Our household's annual expenses barely reach 500,000 gold coins. You're asking for a fortune? Nangong exclaimed in astonishment. Let us settle for 10,000 then, Ling Yu said cautiously. No way, there's not even 5,000 available, just 1,000, Nangong replied, a hint of irritation in her voice. It wasn't that she was unwilling to provide for him, but his demands were simply excessive. 1,000 gold coins could cover a large family's expenses for a month. Isn't that a bit low? Mother? Ling Yu pleaded. Fine, I'll give you 5,000, Mu Rongying, observing Ling Yu's pleading demeanor, felt a pang of reluctance. All right then, Mother. You spoil him too much, Nangong conceded to Mu Rongying with a sigh. The next day, dressed in a lavish black outfit, Ling Yu stepped out of the Ling family estate. To his left was Yi Shui, and to his right stood a girl of about 14 or 15, Yi Shui's younger sister, Yi Ning. She had a delicate nose, rosy lips, and a youthful charm that made her stand out, her vivacious personality contrasting with Yi Shui's demeanor. Upon hearing that they could go out, Yi Ning had been pestering Ling Yu all night. Finally, we can go out for a stroll, Ling Yu thought. As he was still unfamiliar with the imperial city, 85 years old, he had ventured out only a few times, spending most of his time training within the estate. Outside the Ling estate, a robust man clad in military attire stood with a squad of black flag soldiers, neatly lined up and waiting. Greetings, young master, the soldiers saluted in unison. The leading soldier, a burly man, approached Ling Yu and respectfully knelt. I am Xiao Zhan, at your service, young master. Rise, General Xiao, Ling Yu said, assisting Xiao Zhan to his feet. In the depths of his mind, Ling Yu communicated with the system, having gained a more comprehensive understanding of its capabilities the previous night. The system could also observe the personal information of others, including their loyalty levels, which for Xiao Zhan stood at an impressive 70. Indicating he was unlikely to betray Ling Yu.as, the system relayed Xiao Zhan's details. Ling Yu learned, Xiao Zhan race, human cultivation level, half-step martial sovereign age, 30 loyalty, 80 technique, royal grade technique, flame battle decision point 80 loyalty. Excellent, Ling Yu felt a surge of joy. Such high loyalty exceeded his expectations. General Xiao, where is the liveliest place in the imperial city? Ling Yu inquired curiously. Young master, the 3 most bustling locales in the imperial city are the commerce district, the arena, and the brothel, Xiao Zhan explained. The commerce district refers to the Tian Merchant Guild, the largest business hub in the entire empire, where anything you desire can be found, provided you possess sufficient wealth. The arena is the Great Chu Arena, established by the royal family, where all manner of people gather. Here, one can engage in duels, gamble, and even trade in slaves and other illicit activities. The brothel refers to the Wanxiang Tower, though I would advise against visiting it. Xiao Zhan detailed, pausing slightly when mentioning the brothel. "What's wrong with Wanxiang Tower?" Ling Yu asked, intrigued by Xiao Zhan's hesitation. At that moment, Yishui approached and whispered to Ling Yu, "Young master, Wanxiang Tower is the largest brothel in the Great Chu. If Madame finds out you visited, you'll certainly face her wrath upon your return." "Oh, so it's a brothel?" Ling Yu rubbed his nose. Contemplating, with a grin, he decided, "Let us head to the Great Chu Arena instead and see the excitement." "Indeed," young Master Xiao Zhan replied as the crowd made their way towards the Great Chu Colosseum. "These are the black flag soldiers of the Ling family," exclaimed a passerby. "Isn't that General Xiao Zhan? I heard he holds a significant position within the Ling army, having once led a small contingent to annihilate a bandit lair. The leader of that bandit stronghold was a formidable martial general at the peak of his prowess," another passerby elaborated, familiar with Xiao Zhan's past. "Look, everyone is gathered around that young boy. What is his background?" inquired a merchant. "How captivating. He is extraordinarily handsome," a young girl gushed, her eyes fixated on Ling Yu. As they walked down the street, the attire of their group was anything but inconspicuous, drawing attention from all around. "Sigh, no matter where I go, I am always the center of attention," Ling Yu remarked, playfully rubbing his brow. "Ha ha ha, indeed. The young master is the most handsome," Yi Ning chimed in with a light laugh, holding Ling Yu's hand. "Ling Yu, the young master of the Ling family, is quite remarkable. It appears he has embarked upon the path of martial arts," a young man in white attire observed from a nearby tavern. "Young master, should we test his abilities?" suggested a woman in a green palace outfit beside him. "No need. He is merely a child. Regardless of his potential, he remains just that, a child. I am only curious about the future husband of my 8th sister." The young man responded dismissively. "For now, he poses no threat to us." "Qingyu, how goes the task?" he asked the woman in green. "Young master, we have unified most of the mercenary groups in the Tiansha mountain range, leaving only 3 remaining: the Tianxiong mercenary group, the Yin Wolf mercenary group, and the Heijiao mercenary group. The vice leader of the Tianxiong group has already been bribed and now fully obeys our commands." She replied respectfully, "Excellent. I intend to seize the entire Tiansha mountain range within 10 years. The young man in white declared with pride and confidence. "Young master, there's another matter I wish to report." The woman said, "Speak. What is it?" "Yesterday, a group clad in blood-red garments appeared, led by a bald monk. They have eliminated many mercenary groups. According to reports from my subordinates, each of them is formidable, with some being martial sovereigns." "Martial sovereigns? This is indeed a complication. Qingyu, instruct your subordinates to extend some gifts to entice them. If they comply, offer them a position to serve me. If they refuse, then their existence is unnecessary," the young man said, his expression darkening with a hint of murderous intent. "Understood, young master," the woman replied, trembling slightly at the sight of his fierce demeanor. "Go forth and execute it beautifully." Yes. Chapter 5. The Great Chu Colosseum. As they approached the Great Chu Colosseum in the northern city of the Great Chu Imperial City, Ling Yu beheld a dazzling spectacle, illuminated and bustling with energy. A faint scent of blood wafted in the air from afar. "Let us enter," Ling Yu urged, leading the group inside. Within the arena, tens of thousands of spectators roared with fervor from the viewing platforms. While in the combat arena, 2 warriors fought desperately, blood spilling with each clash of their weapons. The sound of metal striking metal was accompanied by the splatter of blood, and every time a blade pierced flesh or tore through muscle, the crowd erupted into even louder cheers, their excitement spiraling into madness. High above in the Colosseum, the noble elite of the imperial city stood proudly, their gazes fixed upon the fierce struggle below. They leisurely swirled fine jade goblets filled with rich wine, cold smiles gracing their lips. They were the powerful of the realm, the scions of illustrious families, and the unseen puppeteers orchestrating everything within the imperial city. From their lofty perch, they savored this symphony of blood and flesh, devoid of any sympathy, only an endless indifference. How intriguing, Ling Yu mused as he observed the various duels and illicit contests taking place. He felt a thrill, having heard of the underground black market in his previous life, but it was often beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Arriving in this world, he found such activities had a designated venue. Truly, this realm revered strength above all else. With power, one could possess anything. Excitedly, Ling Yu addressed the group. Come, let us partake in the revelry. Xiao Zhan approached Ling Yu, suggesting, Young master, allow me to secure a private box for you. Go ahead, General shouted. I appreciate it, Ling Yu replied. Before long, Xiao Zhan returned, accompanied by a young woman. She had prominent eyebrows and bright eyes, with sharp features and an enchanting allure. Her attire was bold, and every gesture exuded charm. Her figure strikingly perfect. Young master, this is Miss Imola, a silver-ranked hostess here, Xiao Zhan introduced. An exotic beauty. This Colosseum truly has its unique charm, attracting people from all nations. She possesses a certain allure. Reminiscent of a star from my previous life, Ling Yu thought to himself, admiring her discreetly. He then summoned the system within his mind, which displayed Imola's profile. Imola race. Human age, 25 cultivation level. Martial general. 6th level physique. Enchanting body, earth grade, affinity level. 50. A series of mechanical sounds echoed in Ling Yu's mind. Ever since he discovered this function of the system, he would check profiles whenever encountering unfamiliar or uncertain factors to ensure his safety. An enchanting body. It truly captivates the soul, Ling Yu thought, suppressing his playful inclinations. You must be young Master Ling, such a handsome young gentleman. Come, let me serve you personally, she beckoned enticingly, her voice laced with an alluring foreign charm. As she reached for Ling Yu's hand, attempting to entice him, Yining stepped in front of her, her expression wary and slightly defiant. Young master will be fine with me looking after him. You may proceed with your introductions, she asserted. Seeing Ling Yu's intrigue toward the woman, Yining felt a twinge of displeasure, developing a resistance toward the flirtatious hostess. I am not any less attractive than her. I'm even prettier, just not as curvaceous, she thought indignantly. The woman chuckled. Why, little miss, how adorable. Come, let me touch your face. Yining's patience snapped, and she glared at her, retorting, Keep your distance. Yining, are you still worried about our young master? Yi Shui interjected, approaching and gently grasping Yining's hand. But Yining hesitated. All right, let us allow Miss Imo to lead the way and introduce us to the surroundings, Ling Yu interjected, halting their bickering, of course. My dear young Master Ling, allow me to give you a thorough introduction, Imola said, her tone shifting to a more respectful demeanor upon hearing Ling Yu speak. Ling Yu thought, why am I being referred to as young? I am quite formidable, even if my age is a bit tender. He listened intently, internally critiquing her words. Young Master Ling, our private boxes are categorized into 5 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, Yellow, and Human, with Heaven being the highest and Human the lowest. The differences in levels come with significant disparities in service quality. Each box is assigned a corresponding hostess, such as myself. Most patrons typically opt for the Mysterious or Yellow levels, as they offer a good balance between cost and location. However, this venue is not quite suitable for someone of your esteemed status, young master of the Ling family, Mola explained with a mysterious smile. Ling Yu, taken aback by the mention of his status, acknowledged that it was impossible to conceal his identity. In this imperial city, many posed threats to his power, but few dared to risk harming him. After all, his status as the young master of one of the 5 great families was significant, even surpassing that of certain princes and nobles. Noticing Ling Yu's lack of reaction, Imola continued, the heaven-level boxes are generally closed, only opening during the annual blood sports tournament held at the Great Chu Colosseum, which is still several months away. Therefore, General Xiao has arranged a box of the Earth level for you. Very well, let us proceed, Ling Yu replied nonchalantly. Soon, Ling Yu and his party of 4 followed Imola to their Earth level box. Upon entering the Colosseum, Ling Yu had instructed Xiao Zhan to have their black flag soldiers wait outside. As the door opened, Imola led Ling Yu into box number 7 on the 3rd floor, where a square table made of spirit wood awaited, adorned with various spirit fruits and culinary delights unique to the Great Chu. Ling Yu found the prime seat and settled in, picking up a red fruit. With a crisp bite, a wave of warmth coursed through him. Not bad. This is a Tier 3 spirit fruit, fire spirit fruit. This Colosseum is quite generous, he remarked, pleasantly surprised. A Tier 3 spirit fruit is worth 10 gold coins. and it offers substantial benefits to martial artists, enhancing their ability to refine fire element true chi, he noted with enthusiasm. Ha ha ha, young master jested. The cost of this box was 1,000 gold coins. Imola replied, her laughter bright and lively. Ah, this private room is indeed quite expensive. Ling Yu smirked and glanced at Xiao Zhan, contemplating mentioning it to his mother later to compensate Xiao Zhan. This 1,000 gold coins was indeed taken from Xiao Zhan's own pocket. When Ling Yu's private room illuminated, it sparked yet another wave of excitement. Another Earth-level private room lit up, marking the 7th one today. What a gathering of illustrious figures we have. Indeed, today is not the blood-red arena, and ordinary individuals cannot access Earth-level private rooms. Which prominent scion has returned this time? Could it be the holy sons and daughters of the 6 major sects? Or perhaps a prince or princess from the royal palace? Today is truly bustling, and one might just acquire substantial wealth from this. Ha! Shoo! Speak softly. These top-tier figures are not the sort we can speculate about. Quite right, quite right. In the number 1 Earth-level private room, 2 unparalleled beauties were seated. One appeared to be around 30 years of age, adorned in an exquisitely luxurious phoenix-patterned gown. Her willow-like brows were strikingly beautiful, exuding both valor and elegance. Her eyes, as serene as a tranquil lake, seemed unfazed by the myriad splendors of the world, as if nothing could capture her attention. Times. Her smile resembled the crescent moon, enchanting the dawn, and her demeanor was imbued with an effortless grace, truly a celestial being. The aura she radiated was immensely powerful, instilling a sense of awe that deterred direct gazes, surely marking her as a formidable presence. The other was a 10-year-old girl, clad in a pure white feathered attire, exuding an air of untainted sanctity. Her complexion shimmered like the rosy clouds at dusk, her figure delicate and graceful, radiating charm and beauty that was unparalleled, though still carrying a hint of youthful innocence. Yet, anyone who had laid eyes upon her would undoubtedly agree that once she matured, she would blossom into an extraordinary beauty capable of captivating nations. Master, the 7th Earth-level private room has received visitors as well. Who do you suppose they might be? The girl inquired with curiosity. Ha! The woman chuckled lightly, responding casually, this person is actually related to our little Linger. As Ling Yu and his companions entered, the woman had already employed her spiritual sense to observe them. At her level of cultivation, her spiritual sense could envelop the entire arena, although there were certain restricted areas she could not penetrate, not due to any inadequacy in her spiritual strength, but rather because she wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Related to me? How could that possibly be? The girl turned her sparkling, inquisitive eyes towards the woman, her face a canvas of confusion. Indeed, he is to be your future husband. The woman teased with a smile. Ling family, Ling Yu. Ah, it is actually him, the girl exclaimed in astonishment. Just yesterday, she learned that her father had arranged a marriage for her, the groom being none other than the young master of the Ling family, General Ling's household. She had never met Ling Yu in person, only hearing tales of a young master born into the Ling family many years ago. Uncertain of Ling Yu's character, she harbored concerns that he might be a frivolous playboy. She did not wish for her marriage to impede her cultivation and life aspirations, as she was determined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. If he were to turn out to be a debauched scion one day, that would indeed spell disaster. Thus, she vehemently opposed the union, believing her father, who was exceedingly fond of her, would acquiesce to her wishes and annul the engagement upon her declaration of descent. However, to her surprise, her father resolutely refused to cancel the marriage, citing his unwavering word as emperor, and even resorted to confinement as a means of coercion. With no other option, she sought out her beautiful master to persuade her father. Confident that her master, who had not only reached the martial king realm before the age of 50, but also attained the 9th level of that realm, would sway her father's decision. Yet, as fate would have it, upon her arrival in the imperial city, her master also learned of the arranged marriage and expressed staunch opposition, even accompanying her to confront the emperor and voice her stance. In an unexpected turn of events, their dialogue yielded an unforeseen outcome. Her enchanting master ultimately agreed to the marriage, leaving her heart heavy with resignation and disappointment, tears brimming in her eyes. Nonetheless, she silently accepted this reality, clinging to a sliver of hope for a change in the future. Chapter 6. Fox Mayor Missimo, could you enlighten us on the rules of the arena? Ling Yu inquired. Young master, the rules are quite simple. Missimo replied. Whenever a life-and-death battle concludes in the arena, the surviving victor will be publicly auctioned off to the highest bidder. Additionally, bets may be placed on the outcomes during the matches. The warriors competing are primarily divided into 3 categories: foreign captives, criminals from noble families, and those sold to the arena by outsiders. Some of these individuals are merely novices in martial arts, while others may have never practiced at all, relying solely on their combat skills and physical prowess to defeat their opponents. Of course, there are also formidable warriors among them, Ola meticulously explained to Ling Yu. Excellent, Ling Yu nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Let the competition commence. A provocatively clad, voluptuous woman stepped forward, taking center stage in the arena. Next up, gambler Zhang Xiao versus the Fox Clan's Fox Mayor. As the announcement resonated, the entire arena erupted with fervor. Below the stage, a throng of spectators surged forth, gathering to observe the duel, engaging in spirited discussions and debates. Zhang Xiao is stepping onto the stage? Isn't this the guy who fears death? A man familiar with Zhang Xiao exclaimed. Who knows? Perhaps he has no choice but to gamble to settle his debts. This guy is a slave to gambling. He is bound to meet a grim fate sooner or later. Indeed, just the other day, we were at the Tianyuan casino together. Damn it, this guy still owes me 500 silver coins. I hope he doesn't perish up there, or I'll have no recourse to reclaim my money. A scarred man interjected, I in the arena. The woman struck a copper gong, resounding heavily. The battle begins. Contestants, enter, boom. The massive gates on either side of the arena swung open with a thunderous crash. Thud, 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 thud. A series of heavy footsteps echoed ominously from the shadows, silencing the arena. A stout middle-aged man emerged, his physique resembling that of a mountain. His face glistened with oil, bushy brows framing a prominent nose. And in his hand, he wielded a large cleaver, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Zhang Xiao was a notorious gambler, perpetually embroiled in vice, frequently resorting to cheating. His deceitful actions had garnered him numerous enemies. And as the threats of retribution escalated, he grew increasingly agitated and violent. Recently, he had incurred a significant debt due to gambling, and in a desperate bid to repay, he had pledged himself to the arena, an unfortunate yet necessary choice. For those he had wronged demanded his life if he failed to settle his debts within 3 days. With no other options left, he had come here, bartering his life for funds to repay his debts. Though perilous, it was a better fate than death. Should he perform admirably, he might even catch the eye of a young master from a prominent family and become a personal guard. Despite being a skilled martial artist, a rogue cultivator had reached such a state without resources or cultivation techniques. Damn it, I'm all in. Zhang Xiao spat defiantly as he stepped onto the stage. Meanwhile, a young girl emerged. She donned tattered hemp clothing, appearing around 16 or 17 years of age, her bare feet revealing a few bloodstains, her hair matted with dirt and grime. Despite her appearance, she possessed an undeniable allure. Her face was heart-shaped, with long lashes framing large eyes. Her skin fair, and her features strikingly beautiful, her slender figure exuding an ethereal grace. What stood out even more was the snow-white tail swaying playfully behind her, its fluffy texture inviting the touch of onlookers. She brandished a short blade, her beautiful eyes reflecting a resolute spirit, hinting at a fierce ferocity akin to that of a wild beast. Heavens! It's a fox girl, such a rare existence. A well-dressed middle-aged man gasped in astonishment. The Fox clan is a royal lineage from the 10,000 Great Mountains, home to countless powerful beings. Who would have thought one would be here, competing as a gladiator? Another man marveled. Indeed, I wish to possess her. Acquiring her would be simply delightful. One man drooled, his expression lecherous. Absolutely stunning. Just imagine bringing a fox girl home. How delightful it would be. A sleazy man leered in the number 3 Earth-level private room. A middle-aged man, his face twisted in a lecherous grin, declared, I'll take this fox girl. Ha ha ha, as he embraced a beautiful woman clad in the arena's attire. The woman, though beautiful, bore a sultry demeanor, playfully pouting as she teased. "Oh dear brother, am I not enough to satisfy you? Must you still yearn for the fox girl? What a jest! You are indeed the apple of my eye. How could I ever be enamored with another? My interest in that fox maiden stems from her being an exquisite furnace for dual cultivation, and engaging in such practices with her may very well allow me to transcend to the mid-stage of the skyward martial sovereign. Ha ha ha, how could she possibly be compared to my enchanting sister?" The man chuckled wickedly, causing the already gaunt contours of his face to furrow even more. He had been acquainted with the woman in this earthly-level private box for quite some time, and their relationship was anything but ordinary. He then wrapped his arms around the woman's back, tenderly caressing her, while one hand gradually ventured toward her voluptuous posterior. How vexatious! The woman emitted a soft moan. In the arena, every smile and frown of the woman sent ripples of excitement through the gathered men. Unfazed by the searing gazes upon her, she alluringly declared, "The gambler Zhang Xiao, an unruly martial artist of the third rank. Though he is a rogue, he has slain no fewer than 10 martial artists of his level, renowned for his might and swordsmanship, with a blade technique that is nothing short of sublime. He is currently a mysterious level fighter in my arena, poised for promotion to an earthly level fighter upon achieving yet another victory." As her words fell, a wave of astonishment swept through the tens of thousands present. They were well aware that a mysterious level fighter must achieve 10 consecutive victories to earn such a title. The gambler Zhang Xiao, previously known solely for his insatiable gambling, was unexpectedly formidable. The fox maiden was indeed in peril. After introducing Zhang Xiao, the woman turned her gaze towards the fox maiden and spoke. "Fox Mayor, hailing from the Fox clan of the 10,000 Great Mountains. The Fox clan is one of the royal families of that region. Sold into the gladiatorial arena by a powerful figure since childhood, she is now 17 years old. Skilled in illusion techniques, she ensnares the hearts and minds of her opponents. She has already hunted countless martial artists in the arena. Her cultivation is at the initial stage of a 4th-tier demon general, bearing the title of Illusory Spirit Fox Maiden." A collective gasp resonated through the crowd. The Fox clan belonged to the Beastkin, with their cultivation realm ranging from 1st to 9th tier, corresponding with that of martial artists. The Fox clan possessed extraordinary innate talents, with their alluring forms making them ideal partners for dual cultivation. Many cultivators from the Great Chu had once sought to capture fox maidens, pushing the Fox clan to the brink of extinction. However, several centuries ago, an unparalleled powerhouse from the Fox clan emerged, achieving the pinnacle of the Demon King realm, decimating thousands of human cultivators, including many indomitable martial kings. The martial kings, with lifespans of 1,000 years. A family that produces even one such individual can instantly ascend to a first-rate family, ensuring its prosperity for a millennium. Such a formidable figure had indeed wreaked havoc upon the Great Chu, sending shockwaves throughout the realm. In a bid to quell the ensuing panic, the royal family dispatched a martial king at the pinnacle of the 10th tier, accompanied by 5 late-stage martial kings, leading an army to eradicate the Fox clan. Yet, unexpectedly, they failed. It is said that the extraordinary Fox clan member retreated into the 10,000 Great Mountains, aligning herself with the Tianlang clan, one of the 10 royal families of that region. Alas, the 10,000 Great Mountains are not confined solely to the borders of Chu. They span multiple dynasties, steeped in ancient lore that speaks of a demon emperor's remains buried within. The outer royal families alone number 10, each equivalent to a dynasty. The inner sanctum remains a forbidden zone for human cultivators, with no one daring to venture there for nearly a millennium. The Tianlang clan, ranked 3rd among the outer 10 royal families, rivals the strength of Great Chu, causing great trepidation within the realm, leading to a stalemate. Despite this, the Great Chu issued a manhunt for that Fox clan cultivator, making it exceedingly difficult for fox maidens to roam freely within its territory. Chapter 7. Fox Maiden vs. Gambler. Next, as per tradition, the minimum betting amount is 100 silver coins, with odds of 3 to 1. "I urge all to wager judiciously," proclaimed the woman at the center of the arena, gracefully striding away with her long legs. Meanwhile, the audience erupted into fervent discussion. "Brother, whom should we bet on to win?" A young woman inquired of the man beside her. "Without a doubt, the gambler Zhang Xiao," Just look at his physique. He resembles a mountain. His blade is also a fine, mysterious level weapon. In contrast, the Fox Maiden is slight and wields an unknown short blade. She cannot possibly compete with Zhang Xiao, the man patiently elucidated. That makes sense. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Following your lead is undoubtedly wise, the young woman praised, her admiration evident. Ha ha ha. The man beamed with pride, reveling in his sister's commendation. I wager on Zhang Xiao to win, staking 500 silver coins. The young woman promptly produced 500 silver coins and handed them to the middle-aged man collecting bets. I too wager 500 silver coins on Zhang Xiao's victory. The man followed suit, placing his stake. 1,000 silver coins on Zhang Xiao, the middle-aged man called out. The sound of his announcement drew the attention of the crowd. 100 silver coins on Zhang Xiao. 1,000 silver coins on Zhang Xiao. 1,000 silver coins on Zhang Xiao. 10 gold coins on Zhang Xiao. 500 silver coins on Zhang Xiao. 100 silver coins on the Fox Maiden. 1,000 silver coins on the Fox Maiden. The cacophony of betting voices filled the arena. As excitement surged among the spectators. In the 7th earthly level private box, Imola cast an intrigued glance at Ling Yu and asked, Young Master Ling, who do you believe will prevail in this contest? Indeed, young master, Yi Ning chimed in, playfully shaking Ling Yu's hand. Xiao Zhan and Yi Shui turned their attention to Ling Yu as well. General Xiao, who do you think has the greater chance of winning? In response to the young master, I believe that the gambler Zhang Xiao has a more significant advantage, Xiao Zhan replied earnestly. I have heard of this individual before. He possesses considerable strength. On one occasion, while on a mission, I encountered him. Although he is at the 3rd rank of martial artists, his heavy sword technique is exceptionally refined. I once sparred with one of my officers, and we were evenly matched. I estimate that his strength could rival that of a 5th-rank martial artist. In contrast, the Fox Maiden, while adept in illusion techniques, is at a lower realm than Zhang Xiao. Unless her short blade strikes a vital point, it is unlikely to inflict significant harm upon him. Hence, young master, I believe that unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the Fox Maiden is in grave danger today. Xiao Zhan spoke solemnly, carefully considering his words. Imola regarded Xiao Zhan with approval. Indeed, one of the 4 great generals of the Xiao family, his insight was commendable. However, he maintained an air of mystery. Yes, General Xiao raises some valid points, Ling Yu acknowledged with a nod. Young master, you should place your bet quickly. Time is of the essence, Yi Ning urged anxiously. Yi Shui playfully rapped Yi Ning on the head. You, child, always in a hurry. The young master has not yet made a decision. Sister, be gentle. If you keep that up, I shall become a fool. Yi Ning whimpered charmingly. Yi Shui shot her a sidelong glance. Choosing not to respond at that moment, Imola inquired, which contender do you intend to bet on, young master? I shall wager on the Fox Maiden, Fox Mayor, to triumph, staking 1,000 gold coins, Ling Yu declared with flair. What, young master? Yi Ning exclaimed in confusion. Very well, I shall abide by the young master's decision, Yi Shui interjected, cutting off Yi Ning's protest. Imola regarded Ling Yu with a knowing look. Just as Xiao Zhan finished speaking, Ling Yu had utilized the system to examine the profiles of both the Fox Maiden and the gambler. To his astonishment, the Fox Maiden was revealed to be a pseudo-3-tailed spirit fox. With her cultivation at the mid-stage of the 4th-tier demon general, entirely incomparable to the gambler Zhang Xiao. Determined, Ling Yu resolved to acquire the Fox Maiden once the contest concluded, not merely for her appearance and form, but also for her potential growth. With the system at his disposal, he could cultivate her, and once she matured, she could become a formidable fox demon like Deji. How did my thoughts stray again? She is a Fox clan powerhouse. But I am still merely a child. Ling Yu internally critiqued himself. An hour later, the betting period concluded, and the match officially commenced in the arena. Zhang Xiao, wielding a massive cleaver, licked his parched lips with a sadistic grin. Little Fox Maiden, ha ha ha, watch how I shall ravage you. His low, lewd laughter echoed throughout the gladiatorial arena. Humph! Seeking death. The Fox Maiden's eyes glinted with murderous intent. In an instant, she drew her short blade and launched the first attack. Kill! The Fox Maiden nimbly weaved about, transforming into a flurry of silhouettes rushing toward Zhang Xiao. Little insect, Come scratch Grandpa's itch. Zhang Xiao chuckled lightly. Then, bronze body drop. Zhang Xiao bellowed. He immediately activated the copper body drop technique, his entire form taking on a bronzed hue, amplifying his already formidable physique to resemble a small mountain. Clang, clang, boom. The sounds of metal clashing reverberated as Zhang Xiao remained unscathed under the Fox Maiden's relentless onslaught. Seeing this, the Fox Maiden quickly altered her trajectory, aiming for Zhang Xiao's right eye. However, upon noticing her intent, Zhang Xiao swiftly raised his colossal blade to block the impending strike. Clang. A crisp sound resonated as the short blade collided with the massive sword. Upon realizing her strike had failed, the Fox Maiden attempted to retreat and distance herself. However, Zhang Xiao would not squander such a golden opportunity. He immediately channeled all his strength into the sword, infusing it with an overwhelming force as the colossal blade surged forth, aiming to cleave the Fox Maiden in two. The Fox Maiden, sensing the imminent danger, hastily dodged, her form becoming a fleeting shadow, narrowly evading Zhang Xiao's lethal blow. Yet, the immense blade's energy still sent her flying. Coughing up blood, the Fox Maiden grimly acknowledged that against such raw power, everything was but a fleeting illusion. Indeed, was it not a matter of 1 to 3? Victory was within reach. Zhang Xiao was on the verge of triumph, ready to obliterate that little vixen. Ha ha ha! A man betting on Zhang Xiao bellowed in exhilaration. It's over. It's over. We're about to lose everything, lamented a young man with a woeful expression. He had believed that a 1 to 3 payout would allow him to recover his previous losses. Now, it seemed utterly absurd. Fox Maiden, you must hold on. All my worldly possessions are at stake. After several rounds of combat, many spectators had begun to lose faith in the Fox Maiden. Nevertheless, a handful of those who had wagered on her refused to concede, shouting encouragement for her to persevere. In the private box numbered 7, a young lady exclaimed, "Young master, it's over. The Fox Maiden is losing." Ening, anxiously observing the Fox Maiden's plight, declared, "Young master, you are about to lose that 1,000 gold," Mora teased, swaying her figure playfully. "Let us not jump to conclusions. The outcome is far from certain until the very end. Would you not agree, Missimo?" Lingyu replied with a smile. "Why do you always call me Missimo? It should be Sister Imo. How old are you to appear so mature?" She giggled. "From now on, I shall call you Ling, little brother." Lingyu rubbed his brow, slightly exasperated. "You should refrain from taking advantage of the young master." Ening had always harbored a dislike for Mora, whom she deemed overly rotund. "This fellow is too robust and has cultivated a physical enhancement technique. My attacks hardly inflict any damage," the Fox Maiden thought to herself. Wiping the blood from her mouth, "Hey, little vixen, how about you come kneel before me and plead for mercy? I might just let you off the hook." Zhang Xiao leered from a distance. The Fox Maiden's face darkened, her eyes flashing with murderous intent, but she quickly regained her composure. "I must change my approach. This brute may possess great strength, yet he is slow. I can first sap his stamina and then strike at his vulnerabilities." Yes, that's the plan. Chapter 8. Illusory execution. The Fox Maiden swiftly recalibrated her stance and launched another offensive against Zhang Xiao. She continuously shifted her position, harrying him with her agility. "Little bug, I shall rend you asunder with a single blow," Zhang Xiao roared, swinging his massive sword. Yet, every strike was deftly evaded by the Fox Maiden. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged blows over a dozen times. Zhang Xiao, now panting heavily, cursed, "Damn it, this little vixen is draining my stamina." The speed of his swordplay began to falter as his movements slowed. The Fox Maiden, secretly delighted, realized his actions are becoming sluggish, engaging in her ethereal dance. The Fox Maiden summoned her inner spirit, her form darting gracefully. "Fox step," she exclaimed, moving with an enigmatic grace, skillfully evading Zhang Zhao's attacks. She darted about, capitalizing on her speed, her short blade relentlessly stabbing at Zhang Xiao. While her strikes did not inflict lethal wounds, Zhang Xiao's dwindling stamina weakened his defense, resulting in numerous bloody gashes across his body. "Damn you, stop dodging!" Zhang Xiao roared in fury, swinging his sword with increasing desperation. his breath becoming erratic and his defenses exposed. An opportunity presents itself. Illusion. A cloud of pink mist enveloped the surroundings. What is this? Zhang Xiao warily scanned the area. Emerging from the haze was a young maiden. Her figure alluringly clad in sheer fabric that hinted at her alabaster skin and breathtaking form. Xiao Gu, come here. The maiden beckoned, swaying her long legs seductively toward Zhang Xiao. Entranced, Zhang Xiao slowly trudged forward, his steps heavy. The fox maiden, seizing this moment of vulnerability, lunged at Zhang Xiao's eyes. With a sharp gasp, Zhang Xiao awoke from his stupor, feeling the sting of the blade piercing his right eye. Blood gushing forth. "Ah, you vile witch, I will tear you limb from limb," he shrieked, clutching his wounded eye in anguish, a wave of murderous intent radiating from him. The fox maiden, having landed her strike, swiftly retreated. Poised to exploit another opening, "I won't let you escape. Die," he bellowed, raising his massive sword high, adopting a fierce stance as he prepared to unleash his signature move. The blood slashed. A cascade of energy erupted from him, creating a formidable field around him. "What? I cannot move. This is bad." The fox maiden gasped in shock. The audience below erupted in fervor, realizing Zhang Xiao had unleashed his true power. Zhang Xiao is serious now. He has employed his famed technique. One man exclaimed. Indeed, he has created a formidable field. Zhang Xiao's prowess is noteworthy, remarked a cloaked figure in box 5. Yes, this match is drawing to a close. Another cloaked figure rasped in response. Zhang Xiao possesses the merit to join our blood slaughter tower. Ensure he is acquired post-haste. A third cloaked figure added. Damn it, I can no longer conceal my strength. Bloodline ignited, true spirit of the fox. The fox maiden transformed, revealing her true form. A magnificent silver-white fox with 3 tails, the embodiment of the fox clan's royalty. By the heavens. Am I seeing things? It's truly a 3-tailed fox. A being destined for greatness, gasps rippled through the arena. Illusory execution. The 3-tailed fox split into 3 ethereal foxes, each a silver streak racing towards Zhang Xiao, their speed magnified tenfold. In an instant, they shattered Zhang Xiao's field. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of clashing blades resonated, sparks flying, boom. A massive shockwave erupted in the arena, smoke billowing outward. Suddenly, a colossal figure was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Moments later, the figure struggled to rise. It was Zhang Xiao. His sword lay in ruins, and he felt as if his ribcage had been shattered. A wave of powerful force coursed through him, and he coughed violently, blood spewing forth as his body swayed precariously. You are formidable. I never expected." Zhang Xiao attempted to rise, but could only prop himself up halfway before collapsing again, the world around him fading to black. Meanwhile, the fox maiden emerged, trembling, having reverted to her human form. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her clothing tattered, revealing glimpses of her delicate skin. The fox maiden, who Mayor, had emerged victorious. The gambler Zhang Xiao had fallen. Silence enveloped the arena. The audience was struck dumb by Zhang Xiao's demise. "No, Zhang Xiao, you cannot die. All my wealth is at stake," a middle-aged man cried, clutching his head in despair. "Ah, she won. The fox maiden won. 3,000 silver coins. Ha ha ha, I'm rich," a businessman exclaimed, elated. "Senior brother, this is half a year's salary for me." A woman lamented, gazing woefully at her senior. "I also did not foresee that Zhang Xiao would prove so inept." The man sighed dejectedly at that moment. Those who had wagered on the fox maiden were overjoyed, while those who had bet on the gambler Zhang Xiao were despondent, some even weeping bitterly. In box 7. Ening exclaimed, young master, look, the fox maiden has won. We were right. My young master is the best." "Ah, this girl." Ling Yu shook his head in exasperation. Yue and Xiao Zhan exchanged smiles, watching Ening and Ling Yu. "Ling, little brother, you've won. Congratulations. You've earned 3,000 gold coins, a significant sum," Morris said with a flirtatious smile, producing the coins from her storage pouch and handing them to Ling Yu. Upon receiving the coins, along with the 50,000 gold from his mother and the 10,000 secretly gifted by his grandmother, Ling Yu found himself with over 60,000 gold coins, a considerable fortune that surpassed even many martial masters. Ling, little brother, the main event is yet to come. Surely, you wish to court this fox maiden? Not only is she powerful, but she is also stunningly beautiful. What man wouldn't he desire her? Mora winked playfully at Ling Yu. Ling Yu found himself at a loss against Mora's antics. He was still but a child at heart. Beware, this fox maiden is extraordinary. I have heard the lady mention the three-tailed fox. This breed is exceedingly rare. Upon maturity, it can ascend to the realm of the Demon King, boasting formidable combat prowess. Iue interjected, Indeed, young master. The three-tailed fox is the ruler of the Fox clan. With a potent bloodline. It is said that a legendary warrior from the Fox clan in the Great Mountain Range was a three-tailed fox. Having vanquished numerous martial kings, in the realm of formidable beings, it is an invincible existence, a true demon king. If the young master acquires her and nurtures her well, another unmatched powerhouse will join your ranks. Xiao Zhan also analyzed for Ling Yu. All right, we shall capture her shortly. Upon realizing their thoughts aligned with his own, Ling Yu remarked, just then, tap, tap, tap. The woman returned to the arena, casting not a glance at Zhang Xiao, who lay lifeless in the Colosseum. She glanced at the fox lady and produced a pill, feeding it to her. The fox lady looked at the woman, swallowed the pill, and began to channel her energy to recuperate her injuries. In no time, her condition improved significantly. Seeing that the fox lady was no longer in critical condition, the woman turned and announced, Three-tailed spirit fox, mid-level fox charm among the 4th-tier demon generals. The starting bid is 500 gold coins. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 100 gold coins. The auction begins now. As soon as her words fell, a voice from a private box at the mysterious level made a bid. This was a future demon king. Securing her would surely elevate their family to the elite ranks. Without a moment's hesitation, they offered 600 gold coins. 700 gold coins. Another bid echoed. 1,000 gold coins, declared the leader of an underground faction in the Imperial City. I bid 1,500 gold coins. A voice resonated from the 4th-level private box. 2,000 gold coins. Another voice chimed in from a different box. 5,000 gold coins. A lively voice rang out, belonging to the young lady Chu Linger from the 1st-level box. Her master had just informed her that this fox lady could become her companion, enhancing her own strength. Thrilled, she aimed to acquire her. 6,000 gold coins. Came the voice of a middle-aged man with a lewd grin from the 3rd box. He was determined to claim the fox lady for himself. 7,000 gold coins. Chu Linger shouted again. 8,000 gold coins. The middle-aged man replied in a deep voice. 9,000 gold coins. Chu Linger raised her bid once more. 10,000 gold coins. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. 15,000 gold coins. A young man's voice emerged from the 2nd-level box. Chapter 9. Securing Fox Charm within the 2nd-level box. A young man clad in luxurious attire, around 20 years of age, possessed dragon-like brows and phoenix eyes, with red lips and white teeth, the corners of his mouth subtly curling into a charming smile, resembling a dashing scion of a noble family. Yet, a hint of wickedness occasionally flickered in his eyes. No wonder she is a three-tailed spirit fox. How could that useless Zhang Xiao ever compare? He thought to himself. Capturing her would grant my family the Shangguan clan, another unparalleled martial king. I could also cultivate with her to break through my own limits. Ha ha ha! Shangguan Guqin chuckled wickedly. He had not expected that in his idle time of cultivation, he would stumble upon such an opportunity at the Great Chu Colosseum. Shangguan Guqin hailed from one of the 5 prominent families of the Great Chu. The 5 great families of the Great Chu dynasty are the Xia, Shangguan, Chan, Ling, and Nangong clans. Among them, the Xia, Shangguan, and Chun families have the longest histories, spanning over a millennium. The Xia family, in particular, co-founded the Great Chu dynasty alongside the royal family. Many of the empresses of the Great Chu have originated from the Xia family, making them a significant royal kin. Their power has surged in the past 500 years, hinting at a trend of overshadowing the other 4 families. The Shangguan clan is a family of officials, producing many literati and maintaining the position of prime minister within the dynasty for many years. The Qian and Ling families, like the latter, are martial families, stationed at the southern borders of the dynasty. combating the Tian dynasty of the southern frontier. In comparison to the three aforementioned families, the Ling and Nangong clans are somewhat inferior in heritage, thus maintaining a cooperative relationship through intermarriage. The Ling family rose to prominence in the northern regions of the dynasty due to Ling Yu's grandfather, Ling Zhentian, who led the family against the incursions of nomadic tribes during a time of great internal turmoil within the Great Chu. Ling Zhentian, in a moment of crisis, formed the Ling army at the borders to combat the northern threat. In a fit of rage, he vanquished the ancestral leader of a royal-level nomadic tribe, quelling the invasions and causing a stir across the Great Chu, leading to his ennoblement as the king of Zhan by the previous emperor. Subsequently, Ling Zhentian brought the clan's elite to the imperial capital, establishing the Ling family as the fifth great family. Of course, the influence of the Ling family in the northern regions of the Great Chu persists, which is why the current emperor would appoint Ling Tian as the grand general for northern conquests in light of the renewed invasions. The Nangong clan, on the other hand, rose through commercial endeavors, boasting one of the most substantial fortunes in the Great Chu. Their business network spans the entirety of the dynasty, controlling half of its economic lifeblood. However, due to innate limitations, the Nangong clan lacks numerous powerful warriors, particularly immortal martial kings, which significantly contributes to their insufficient heritage. Nevertheless, one must not underestimate the Nangong clan, as one of their ancestors is a royal-level alchemist. One of the three royal-level alchemists in the entirety of the Great Chu. Despite his innate shortcomings preventing him from breaking into the realm of immortal martial kings, his influence is immense, capable of commanding immortal martial kings to serve him. Ling Yu's grandfather's breakthrough to the realm of immortal martial king was in no small part due to this royal alchemist's contributions. Ling Yu's mother hails from the Nangong clan, holding an exceptionally noble status as the younger sister of the current head of the Nangong family. She is also a king-level alchemist and has reached the threshold of half a martial king in her martial pursuits. 20,000 gold coins. Chu Linger raised her bid once more. This time, she had secured 30,000 gold coins from her father. 21,000 gold coins. The lewd middle-aged man added another 1,000. This was nearing his limit. Damn it, it seems the fox lady will most likely elude me, he grumbled, gripping the soft object in his hand with frustration. How infuriating! The woman smacked the lewd man lightly. 25,000 gold coins. Chu Linger declared haughtily. 30,000 gold coins. At this moment, the young Shangguan Guchun made another bid from the second-level box in the first-level box. Alas! He exclaimed, raising his bid by 5,000 gold coins in one go. Chu Linger felt a bit embarrassed and glanced at her master. Perhaps, master. She tugged at her beautiful master's sleeve, her sparkling eyes pleading. For you. Her beautiful master, somewhat helpless, looked at Chu Linger and handed her 10,000 gold coins. Thank you, master, I knew you favored me the most. Chu Linger cooed sweetly at her beautiful master. 40,000 gold coins, she proclaimed, placing all her coins on the table. In an instant, the entire Colosseum erupted in a clamor. 40,000 gold coins, converted to silver coins, amounts to 400 million silver coins. Although the imperial city is the heart of the Great Chu, people generally transact in silver coins daily. 10 silver coins suffice for a typical family of 4 in the imperial city for a day's expenses. 400 million silver coins equate to half a year's expenditure for a second-tier family. Upon hearing this price, even the woman in the arena cast a glance towards Chu Linger's box. 40,000 gold coins. Is there anyone else willing to bid? She inquired. In the second-level box. Young master, will you raise your bid? The young lady beside Shangguan Guchun asked cautiously. Damn it, I shall. Let's see who dares to compete with me. Shangguan Guchun's countenance turned grim. This had exceeded his budget significantly. 50,000 gold coins. This was all his savings. Another bid was placed, already surpassing the fox lady's inherent value. After all, she was merely a demon general. 50,000 gold coins could easily recruit a martial honor guard. A middle-aged man interjected. Indeed, these prominent figures are truly. A slight man muttered under his breath, though he dared not voice his thoughts aloud. How infuriating! How dare anyone compete with this princess? Chu Linger frowned, her beautiful eyes narrowing in anger. All right, Linger, no more bidding. This price has already exceeded her intrinsic value. Just now, I used my spiritual sense to closely observe that fox lady. She is merely a pseudo three-tailed spirit fox. She has recently activated her bloodline power, which has caused internal injuries and has damaged her foundation. Without a fortuitous encounter, she will likely never reach the level of a demon king. Thus, her future assistance to you may not hold much significance, her beautiful master explained meticulously to Chu Linger. Very well, master. Hearing her master's words, Chu Linger decided not to continue bidding, especially since she had no more money left. However, she was still curious to know who would ultimately secure the Fox Lady. 50,000 gold coins. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The woman inquired once more. Just as she was about to conclude, a youthful voice rang out, 60,000 gold coins. What? 60,000? Are you kidding me? The arena erupted again. Today was not a blood-soaked duel fest. After all, a demon general fox lady for 60,000 gold coins? Good heavens! Even the woman in the arena was taken aback. 60,000? Someone dares to bid higher? The woman overseeing the auction, who would earn a commission from each successful bid, was astonished. Had she struck gold today? Bang! Damn it! Who is it? Shangguan Guchun slammed his palm on the table, his blood surging in agitation. Old Wang, use your spiritual sense to find out who is contesting me. Shangguan Guchun's face darkened with murderous intent as he spoke to an elderly man in black beside him. Understood, young master. The elderly man summoned his energy, sending a wisp of his spirit toward Ling Yu's chamber. The martial sovereign's prowess in refining the spirit granted him the ability to soar through the skies. In the private room number 7, he scoffed, seeking death. Upon sensing the disturbance in the spirit, Xiao Zhan immediately retaliated, extinguishing the intruder's essence with a single strike. Although Xiao Zhan had yet to ascend to the realm of soaring martial sovereigns, his strength was comparable to that of a second or third-tier martial sovereign. His delay in reaching that pinnacle was not due to a lack of capability, but rather a steadfast dedication to solidifying his foundation and honing his spirit. The realm of martial sovereign marked a significant threshold in martial arts. The more perfected the spirit, the greater the strength upon breakthrough. General Xiao, what is the matter? Ling Yu inquired, noticing Xiao Zhan's unusual demeanor. Young master, someone attempted to pry into our affairs. I have obliterated that wisp of spirit, Xiao Zhan replied. General Xiao, did you discern the origin of this intruder? Ling Yu pressed. It bears a resemblance to the aura of the Shangguan family. Came the response. The Shangguan family, one of the 5 prominent clans of the empire. Hemph, very well. Ling Yu's eyes gleamed with determination. He silently resolved to seek retribution once his strength had sufficiently increased. Xiao Zhan, the conflict has been initiated, the black-clad elder murmured, swaying slightly as he struggled to maintain his composure. The obliteration of a part of his spirit had inflicted significant harm, the Ling family. A grudge has been formed, Shangguan Guchun declared vehemently. Young master, the Ling family's Zhenwang broke through to the immortal martial monarch realm a few years ago, becoming an extraordinary force. It would be prudent not to provoke them. The elder quivered at the mere mention of Ling Zhentian, a being capable of slaying martial monarchs. A mere sneeze could spell doom for him. Is he not just a martial monarch? The Shangguan family is not without its own. The grievance suffered this time will be repaid in due course, Shangguan Guchun retorted dismissively. The black-robed elder silently shook his head, choosing not to pursue the matter further. In the arena, the auctioneer called out, is there no one else willing to raise the bid? No more? Seeing no further offers, the woman announced, 60,000 gold coins. Once. 60,000 gold coins. Twice. 60,000 gold coins. Thrice, sold. The sound of her gavel echoed as she concluded the transaction. Congratulations to the distinguished guests in room 7 for acquiring the enchanting fox maiden, who mayor. The woman smiled toward the direction of the 7th private room. Chapter 10. Breaking through to the foundation establishment realm within room 7. Young master, young master. You made a purchase, Yining exclaimed with glee. Congratulations, Ling Di. You have acquired a beautiful fox maiden, Imola remarked flirtatiously. A series of knocks interrupted their celebration. Xiao Zhan opened the door to reveal a woman leading the fox maiden into the room. As the fox maiden entered, she surveyed the occupants with a wary expression, her body trembling slightly. Three-tailed spirit fox. Who mayor? Indeed. Ling Yu's gaze fell upon the slender figure of the young maiden, her beauty eliciting a gentle smile. Noticing Hu Meier's tattered clothing from her encounter with the gambler Ma Xiao, Yi Shui felt a pang of sympathy. She produced a blue garment from her spatial ring and draped it over the fox maiden. The fox maiden hesitated, her eyes betraying her caution. Put it on? It's all right. Yi Shui reassured her warmly. Thank you. Hu Meier stammered in gratitude. It's nothing. It is the young master's instruction, Yi Shui replied softly. Ling Yu, listening to Yi Shui's words, reflected on her capability. She was indeed a valuable asset. Hu Meier turned her gaze toward Ling Yu, warmth flickering in her eyes, no longer the icy demeanor she once harbored. Meier, come here. Ling Yu beckoned gently. Hearing his voice, Hu Meier hesitated, glancing at Yi Shui as uncertainty clouded her features. She seemed to weigh her decision but ultimately remained rooted in place. Go. The young master is kind, urged Yi Shui. Hu Meier pays her respects to the young master. The fox maiden acquiesced, approaching Ling Yu with respect. Excellent, from now on, you shall serve as my personal attendant, just like Yi Shui and the others. Ling Yu affirmed with ANOD. That moment, the agile Yi Ning leaped forward, grasping Hu Meier's hand. Sister Meier, don't worry. We're all very good here. From now on, we are family. Let us take care of the young master together. Yi Ning spoke earnestly. Family? The fox girl was momentarily taken aback, the concept of family feeling distant to her. In her memories, family was a warm sanctuary, a collective of those bound by deep blood ties. However, since departing from her kin and being sold into the arena by a nefarious individual, the warmth of familial bonds had gradually faded. About family, Ling Yu interjected, Thank you, young master. Hu Meier looked at Ling Yu, expressing her gratitude. Very well, let us depart. We are going home, Ling Yu announced to the group before turning to Imola, saying, Thank you for your care, Sister Imola, until we meet again. Imola approached Ling Yu, patting his shoulder with a smile. Safe travels, Ling Yu. I will miss you. I look forward to our next meeting. In room 1. I never expected that fellow Ling Yu would be the one to acquire the fox maiden. Chu Linger pouted, visibly displeased. Ha ha ha, little Linger, do not be upset. Once you break through to the martial general realm, I shall procure an even finer companion for you, the beautiful master consoled, patting Chu Linger's shoulder. At the Ling residence, what treasures did you bring back? Ling Yu's mother, Nangong Ro, inquired upon his return. I purchased a maid for 60,000 gold coins, Ling Yu replied with a mysterious smile. What? 60,000 gold coins for a maid? Ling Yu, you better not let me down, Nangong Ro exclaimed, rising in shock at the extravagant expenditure. Mother, please let me explain. This maid is no ordinary one. Her name is Hu Meier, a three-tailed spirit fox. Ling Yu clarified hastily. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ro's expression softened slightly. Oh, how intriguing. A three-tailed spirit fox. You must nurture her well. Do not squander her inherent talents. Rest assured, I will take good care of her. I possess a system. Nurturing a mere three-tailed spirit fox is a trivial matter, Ling Yu confidently assured. Nangong Ro nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Very well, since you are so confident, I shall trust your judgment. But remember, wealth is hard-earned. Cherish it well. Do not worry. Mother, I know how to handle it, Ling Yu replied with a grin. Subsequently, Ling Yu introduced Hu Meier to Nangong Ro. Pleased with Hu Meier's charming appearance and martial general cultivation, Nangong Ro expressed her satisfaction. Despite minor issues with her essence, it posed little challenge for a royal-grade alchemist like her. You shall reside with Yi Shui and Yi Ning from now on. Take good care of the young master, Nangong Ro instructed Hu Meier. Yes, madam, Hu Meier responded respectfully. On their journey, she had gleaned from Ling Yu and the others' conversation that they hailed from the Ling family, one of the 5 prominent clans of the imperial capital. This revelation shocked her. Despite her long tenure in the arena, she had heard of the Ling family, a lineage capable of annihilating immortal martial monarchs, far surpassing her own Fox clan in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Thus, as she entered the Ling family, she approached with utmost caution. Fortunately, the young boy she would accompany turned out to be the heir of the Ling family. A rather favorable outcome for her. Mother, I shall retire to my room to cultivate, Ling Yu declared. Go ahead. Nangong Ro felt a swell of pride at her son's dedication to his training. Upon returning to his chamber, Ling Yu began preparations to break through to the Foundation Establishment Realm. It was indeed time to advance. The Foundation Establishment Realm represented the first step into the path of cultivation. The sturdier and more flawless the foundation, the greater the strength one would attain in future endeavors. The system had previously indicated that the Foundation Establishment platform was categorized into levels: black, white, blue, orange, red, gold, and the highest tier, purple. I am cultivating the Supreme Celestial Scripture. The Longevity Sutra. I must strive for the strongest purple platform. Commence. Longevity Sutra. Ling Yu focused intently as he activated the sutra, surrounding himself with converging spiritual energy that coalesced into a formidable force. He felt the spiritual power coursing through his body, continuously fortifying his meridians, bones, and flesh. As Ling Yu delved deeper into his cultivation, the spiritual energy within him intensified, gradually manifesting a purple hue. This purple spiritual energy flowed within him, constantly reinforcing and enhancing his Foundation Establishment platform. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of powerful energy flooding into his platform, filled with vitality and vigor, instilling within him an unprecedented sense of strength. His platform grew rapidly under the nurturing of the purple spiritual energy. Nearing the precipice of breakthrough. At that moment, a purple Foundation Establishment platform began to take shape within Ling Yu. Through Ling Yu's relentless cultivation and refinement, his platform underwent a complete transformation, attaining the purple tier. The spiritual energy surrounding him swelled, and upon reaching the purple platform, his cultivation ascended a level, achieving the Foundation Establishment realm. Chapter 11. A decade in the blink of an eye at last. He had reached the Foundation Establishment stage. Lu Yu beheld the violet spiritual platform within him, waves of purple energy swirling around his body, filling his heart with elation. Within a mere 2 days, he had ascended to the foundational realm, and not just any foundation, but one marked by the hue of purple. Truly, the Longevity Sutra is worthy of its title as the Supreme Scripture. This breakthrough into the foundational stage has significantly accelerated Lu Yu's cultivation speed. He has come to realize his enhanced ability to absorb the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, rendering his spiritual power both purer and more formidable. All of this is attributed to the violet spiritual platform. His lifespan has also increased, by 500 years no less. Indeed, the path of cultivation grants a longer life than that of martial prowess. Coupled with his original 300 years, he now boasts an impressive total of 800 years, whereas a martial general typically has but 500. This signifies that he has already surpassed the level of martial generals in terms of life tier. Lu Yu marveled. He then addressed the system of his spiritual realm, commanding, "System, retrieve my personal data." A mechanical voice responded, "Host, Lu Yu race, human age, 5 years realm, innate martial master, foundation stage 1 technique, top tier immortal technique, longevity sutra, imperial level technique, heavenly dragon secret art, fragment, weapon, supreme Tao artifact, Qishao sword subordinates, bloodblade ancestor, martial king, level 10, great perfection, Xianzhun's 7 sons, divine sense, mid to late stage, 1000 way martial soldiers maids, fox maiden Hu mayor, mid-tier 4 stage demon general, Yi Shui, half-step martial general, Yi Ning, martial master, level 8, Han Mei, half-step martial general, Zi Hui, martial master, level 9. To think that the family heirloom, the heavenly dragon secret art, is indeed an imperial level technique. It is no surprise that even in its fragmented form, it can enable one to reach the martial emperor realm. If I were to obtain the complete version in the future and allow my grandfather and others to cultivate it, they would surely have the potential to break through to the emperor realm. Lu Yu felt a surge of joy. Next, he examined his own strength and that of his subordinates. "Not bad," Lu Yu exclaimed. Reflecting on his current prowess and the might of his followers, in the future, the Xian Yuan continent shall tremble beneath my feet. 10 hurried years passed. Within the inner courtyard of the Lu family estate, Lu Yu's personal quarters were nestled near the forbidden grounds, surrounded by verdant trees, creating a serene and elegant ambience. At this moment, the silvery moonlight filtered through the leaves, cascading gently into the courtyard. Illuminating it in a picturesque fashion, in the center of the courtyard lay a shimmering lake, the moonlight reflecting off its surface, creating ripples of glistening silver. Beside the lake, several osmanthus trees swayed in the breeze, their fragrance intoxicating and delightful. Lu Yu sat alone on a stone bench by the lake, his eyes gently closed, breathing steadily, as if he were one with the moonlight. Dressed in a flowing white robe, he appeared as if descended from the realms of the divine. 10 years had flown by like a fleeting shadow. The child Lu Yu had transformed into a graceful young man. Throughout this decade, he dedicated himself to rigorous training, striving to enhance his martial and immortal abilities. With the assistance of the system, his strength had been remarkably augmented. Though his features still bore a youthful innocence, his aura now exuded an ethereal elegance, with celestial energy enveloping him. Lu Yu slowly rose, his eyes snapping open, radiating brilliance. Martial path. Martial general, great perfection. Immortal path. Nascent soul, initial stage. Lu Yu silently pondered, feeling the surging power within him. Years of effort had finally borne fruit, granting him significant accomplishments in both martial and immortal paths. Now, he possessed a higher realm and greater strength. Suddenly, Lu Yu's expression grew serious as he swiftly formed hand seals. Moments later, a powerful aura surged from his body, akin to a sword slicing through the heavens. Out, with a low shout from Lu Yu, a small figure that mirrored his appearance emerged gracefully from within him. This figure radiated a luminous glow, reminiscent of a brilliant pearl. This was Lu Yu's nascent soul, symbolizing the beginning of his journey into the realm of immortality, in the nascent soul realm. The soul is birthed within the body, capable of briefly existing independently. At this stage, Lu Yu not only experienced a surge in strength, but could also wield various mystical techniques of the immortal path. Excellent. With my current power, I am indeed a formidable expert within the entire Dechu dynasty. The Longevity Sutra is truly a top-tier immortal technique. In just 10 years, I have reached the nascent soul realm, surpassing my martial cultivation. The nascent soul realm is equivalent to that of a martial venerable expert. Furthermore, I can now employ certain techniques of cultivators. System, check my status panel. Lu Yu commanded the system of his spiritual realm. Retrieving host panel, please wait, a mechanical voice replied. Host, Lu Yu age, 152,000 race, human cultivation, martial general, great perfection, nascent soul, initial stage techniques, top-tier immortal technique, Longevity Sutra, Imperial Level Technique, Heavenly Dragon Secret Art, Fragment, Top-Tier Immortal Body Refining Technique, Dragon Elephant Body Refining Art, not activated. Upper-Tier Immortal Technique, Lesser Yang Immortal Technique, not activated. Upper-Tier Immortal Technique, 10,000 Sword Technique, not activated. Upper-Tier Immortal Technique, Soul Tranquil Immortal Technique, not activated. Sacred Level Martial Technique, Harmony Technique, not activated. Royal Level Martial Technique, Flame Heaven Technique, not activated. King Level Martial Technique, Everlasting Technique, not activated. Mysterious Level Martial Technique, Azure Origin Technique, not activated. 1. 500 Years of Cultivation Weapons. Medium-Tier Immortal Artifact, 10,000 Demon Sail, not activated. Low-Tier Immortal Artifact, Soul Devouring Banner, not activated. Top-Tier Dao Artifact, Qishao Sword. Upper-Tier Dao Artifact, Reincarnation Realm, not activated. Medium-Tier Dao Artifact, Boundless Jade, not activated. Upper-Tier Royal Artifact, Heaven Killing Sword, not activated. Top-Tier King Artifact, Phoenix Lute, not activated. Low-Tier Heavenly Artifact, Spirit Cooking Stove, not activated. Modern Women's Stockings 3 Subordinates, Bloodblade Ancestor. Martial Emperor, Level 3. Xianzhen's 7 Sons, Divine Sense, Great Perfection. 1,000 Wei Martial Soldiers, 1 Martial King, Initial Stage. 5 Martial Venerables, Mid Stage. 100 Martial Generals, 900 Martial Masters, Great Perfection. Summon Points. Evil Points 1. 000,000. Righteous Points 100, 000. A series of mechanical sounds echoed, goodness. After 10 years of sign-ins, I have acquired so many immortal techniques and numerous magical weapons. This is simply exhilarating. But what is the deal with these women's stockings 3? Lu Yu's expression turned bewildered. The system truly left him speechless. By the way, system, what does this 1,500 years of cultivation entail? Lu Yu inquired, noticing the panel still displayed the 1,500 years of cultivation. Answering the host, this 1,500 years of cultivation is accrued through sign-ins and can be used to enhance techniques or elevate cultivation, the system explained. Alright. Do I activate the items within the sign-in system? The system queried. Activate all of them, Lu Yu commanded. Ding. Top-tier immortal body refining technique, dragon elephant body refining art, activation successful. Ding. Upper-tier immortal technique, lesser yang immortal technique, activation successful. Ding. Sacred level martial technique, harmony technique, activation successful. Ding. 1. 500 years of cultivation, activation successful. Ding. Medium-tier immortal artifact, 10,000 demon sale, activation successful. Ding. Women's stockings 3, activation successful. As the system's notifications chimed, all of Lu Yu's items were successfully activated, and he received the following. Chapter 12. Cultivating the 3 Great Immortal Techniques. Dragon Elephant Body Refining Art, Lesser Yang Immortal Technique, 10,000 Sword Technique, Soul Tranquil Immortal Technique. Which techniques should I cultivate? Lu Yu pondered as he gazed at the techniques within the system space. Having acquired the top-tier immortal technique, Longevity Sutra, he no longer required other immortal techniques for cultivation. Thus, the lesser yang immortal technique was of no use to him and could be given to those around him for their cultivation. However, he lacked a formidable offensive immortal technique, and the 10,000 sword technique was just the solution. As for martial techniques, the Heavenly Dragon Secret Art, being an imperial-level technique, sufficed. He could cultivate both Dragon Elephant Body Refining Art and Soul Tranquil Immortal Technique. One for the body, the other for the soul. Yes, that shall be my plan. To first cultivate the 10,000 Sword Technique, Dragon Elephant Body Refining Art, and Soul Tranquil Immortal Technique. Lu Yu instructed the system. The system responded. Host, I have extracted the 10,000 Sword Technique, Dragon Elephant Body Refining Art, and Soul Tranquil Immortal Technique for you. You may now begin cultivating these 3 techniques. Below are brief descriptions and cultivation methods for each. 10,000 Sword Technique. This is a powerful offensive immortal technique, created by the King of 10,000 Immortals. It has been known to obliterate dozens of immortal kings with a single strike. This sword technique is divided into 5 levels. First level, 1 sword. Second level, 10 swords. Third level, 100 swords. Fourth level, 1,000 swords. Fifth level, 10,000 swords. The grade of the weapon used by the cultivator directly influences the technique's power. Dragon Elephant Body Refining Art, an unparalleled technique for refining the physical body. It is divided into Giant Elephant Power, Demon Elephant Power, Divine Elephant Power, and finally, Dragon Elephant Power. The Dragon Elephant Body Refining Art cultivates the cellular particles of the body to enhance physical strength and capability. The Giant Elephant Power level primarily focuses on developing physical strength and endurance, establishing a solid foundation for the body through robust muscle power and resilient bones. 1 Giant Elephant Power is approximately equivalent to 10,000 pounds of strength. Upon reaching 100 Colossal Elephant Strength, one can transcend into the realm of Demon Elephant Strength. This level emphasizes the enhancement of speed and agility, wherein practitioners learn to harness their vital energy and blood, thereby improving their body's flexibility and reaction speed. 1 unit of Demon Elephant Strength is equivalent to 100 Colossal Elephant Strength, and 100 units of Demon Elephant Strength can break through to Divine Elephant Strength. The Divine Elephant Strength focuses on the coordination of the physical body and the cultivation of inner power. Practitioners will delve deeply into their training to enhance the coordination of their bodily parts and the growth of their inner strength. 1 unit of Divine Elephant Strength equates to 100 units of Demon Elephant Strength, and 100 units of Divine Elephant Strength can transcend to Dragon Elephant Strength. The final realm of Dragon Elephant Strength combines the powers of the previous 3 levels, resulting in an extraordinary physical prowess that surpasses that of ordinary beings. At this stage, practitioners will possess astonishing strength, speed, endurance, and coordination, becoming true masters of the physical form. 1 unit of Dragon Elephant Strength is equivalent to 100 units of Divine Elephant Strength. To attain perfection in the Dragon Elephant Dominance technique, one requires 100,000 units of Dragon Elephant Strength. The training demands relentless perseverance and abundant resources, with each step necessitating the overcoming of various obstacles and challenges. However, the practitioner's physical power becomes exceptionally formidable, and upon reaching the pinnacle, they can attain a state of sanctity within their flesh. The Soul Suppression Immortal Technique. This is a mystical method for cultivating mental strength. Established by the Soul Suppression Immortal King. It aims to assist practitioners in enhancing their willpower, fortifying their mental faculties, and augmenting their soul power. The technique is divided into three aspects: soul refinement, soul control, and soul suppression. Soul refinement. This involves condensing and refining one's own soul to enhance its power. It begins with the soul transforming into a seed, then blossoming into a flower, and ultimately bearing fruit. These are three crucial stages in the soul refinement process, categorized as the soul seed realm, soul flower realm, and the final soul fruit realm. Soul control. This entails using one's powerful soul to dominate adversaries. During the soul refinement phase, once the practitioner's soul reaches a significant level, they can invade the souls of others to exert control, determining their life and death. Initially, one can control beings of the same level, then those of a higher realm, and ultimately, beings 2 major levels above oneself. Soul suppression. This is the most critical aspect, where practitioners cultivate soul weapons to protect themselves. Upon achieving mastery, they can even manifest their soul into a form to attack enemies. Commence training. The potency of these three techniques is indeed extraordinary. The system extracts 1,500 years of cultivation, with 500 years dedicated to the 10,000 swords technique, 500 years to the dragon elephant dominance technique, and 500 years to the soul suppression true technique. Ling Yu conversed with the system within the spiritual realm. Ding. Extraction successful, training in progress. Suddenly, Ling Yu felt a surge of vitality coursing through his body, and his soul rapidly expanded. His understanding of swordsmanship also continuously improved. How exhilarating! Ling Yu sensed his strength escalating at an astonishing rate. Just as his soul continued to rise, a thunderous sound erupted, causing his soul to surge dramatically. Ling Yu's martial realm ascended to the Ling Kong Supreme Realm. Martial warriors refine their souls, and the soul suppression true technique is a method for enhancing the soul. As the training in the soul suppression true technique progressed, it was entirely normal for Ling Yu's soul to break through after reaching a certain level. Consequently, Ling Yu's martial realm followed suit and also broke through. Ling Kong Martial Supreme. Now he stood on par with the cultivation of the immortals. Ling Yu felt a rush of excitement. Ding, training complete. The host's Dragon Elephant Dominance technique reached 9 units of Demon Elephant strength. The 10,000 swords technique reached the mid-second layer, allowing control over 49 flying swords, and the soul suppression immortal technique reached the initial stage of the soul seed realm, equivalent to the martial king's soul. As the system's voice faded, Ling Yu instantly felt transformations within his body. The enhancement of the Dragon Elephant Dominance technique fortified his physical strength, rendering him as heavy as a mountain. Now, he possessed 9 units of Demon Elephant strength, a formidable force that could contend even against martial kings of the initial realm, whose extraordinary strength typically ranged between 1 to 9 million pounds. Simultaneously, the 10,000 swords technique reached the mid-second layer, allowing control over 49 flying swords. This signified that he could unleash more flying swords in battle, exerting tremendous pressure on his foes. Furthermore, each flying sword harbored a fierce sword aura. Should it strike an enemy, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. Currently, Ling Yu wielded only one top-tier Dao tool, the Qishao sword, which he could not yet fully manipulate. If he possessed 49 royal-level flying swords, he felt he could stand invincible against martial kings. The most gratifying aspect for Ling Yu was the enhancement of the soul suppression immortal technique. His soul had now reached the initial stage of the soul seed realm, equating to the martial king's realm. This indicated that his prowess in the realm of the soul had become sufficiently robust, enabling him to adeptly wield various soul attacks and discern enemies' weaknesses in battle, thus securing victory. Most importantly, he could now exert control over adversaries. Ling Yu felt his overall strength was comparable to that of a legendary martial king in the mid to late stages, placing him among the elite within the vast Chu dynasty. As long as he did not provoke the top-tier forces within the Chu dynasty, no one could threaten him, A wave of joy washed over Ling Yu as he sensed his strength surging. Just as he reveled in his exhilaration, the system's voice resonated once more. "Host, would you like to use summoning points?" "Not yet." Ling Yu decisively declined. With his strength significantly enhanced and still being within the Ling family, he did not require excess subordinates at this moment. It would be better to summon them later when he ventured forth to establish his own power. Chapter 13. The Strong Woman, Nangong Ro. It is time to venture out for training. Remaining at home to cultivate is not a viable approach. Ling Yu tidied his attire and stepped out of the courtyard, embarking on a brand new journey. He understood that only through continuous training and real combat could he elevate his strength. Moreover, his system was the 10,000 Realms Demon summoning system. How could he develop while cooped up at home? "Young master, you've emerged from your seclusion." A graceful girl in her 20s, with captivating features, bright eyes like stars, and a gentle smile, gazed at Ling Yu, her eyes shimmering with concern and surprise. Ling Yu felt a warm sensation in his heart as he beheld the girl before him. This was his devoted maid, Hui. Before Ling Yu entered seclusion, she had completed her tasks and had been taking care of his daily needs ever since. The Yi Shui and Yi Ning sisters had already gone out to train and break through their realms, and he estimated they would return in due time. He smiled in response. "Zihui, I have concluded my seclusion. During this time, I felt my strength has surged tremendously, and there's no need for further seclusion." Zihui gazed at the significantly transformed Ling Yu, her heart filled with astonishment. Before his seclusion, she could sense that his martial realm was not high, yet now, she could detect no fluctuations of energy emanating from him at all. It appeared that his strength had far surpassed hers. Yet, she was currently a martial commander at the 4th level, regarded as a formidable figure among the younger generation within the family. The young master is indeed a prodigy. Zihui's heart was shaken, and she found herself momentarily dazed. 4th level of martial commander, impressive. "Zihui?" Ling Yu cast a glance at Zihui's cultivation, praising her. "Thank you for your kind words, young master, but I still fall short compared to you." Hearing the compliment, a smile of satisfaction bloomed on her face, filling her with encouragement. She understood that this was the young master's acknowledgement and motivation for her. Resolutely, she vowed to continue striving to elevate her strength and not disappoint his expectations. "By the way, young master, what is your current cultivation level? I sense your strength is formidable, reminiscent of facing the patriarch." Zihui inquired curiously. "Me? Let's keep it a secret for now. You will know in due time." "Just consider me an invincible powerhouse," Ling Yu replied playfully, teasing her. His words brimmed with confidence, as if he could effortlessly confront any challenge that arose. Soon, Ling Yu entered the main hall, where a woman in her 30s stood. She possessed exquisite features, fair skin, and a youthful elasticity. The passage of 10 years had left no marks upon her countenance. This was none other than Ling Yu's mother, Nangong Ro. Over the decade, Ling Yu's mother had also made significant advancements in her cultivation. Now having entered the realm of the indestructible martial king, and she had traversed part of the path of the martial kings. Her alchemical skills had progressed the most, and she had now become a top-tier royal-level alchemist. "My dear son, you've emerged from your seclusion. I've missed you dearly." With that, she embraced Ling Yu, her hands examining him, her eyes filled with concern, fearful that something might have gone awry during his prolonged seclusion. Ling Yu felt the warmth of his mother's love, and he smiled reassuringly. "Mother, everything is fine. It was just a period of seclusion, nothing to worry about. Besides, I have now broken through to the Ling Kong Martial Supreme Realm." "What? The Ling Kong Martial Supreme Realm?" Nangong Ro exclaimed in shock, her eyes wide open in disbelief. A 15-year-old Ling Kong Martial Supreme was unprecedented in the history of the vast Chu dynasty. "What kind of prodigy have I given birth to?" she marveled, unable to contain her astonishment. Afterward, Nangong Ro meticulously examined Ling Yu with her divine sense. She found herself unable to see through him. This young man seemed to harbor some secrets. Despite being in the realm of the indestructible martial king, she could not penetrate the veil surrounding her son. He must possess considerable opportunities. However, she was unconcerned with the specifics. As long as it was beneficial to her son, she would not oppose it. Her sole concern was for Ling Yu's health and growth. She gently patted Ling Yu's shoulder and smiled as she said, "You are, regardless of the secrets you may hold, your mother only wishes for you to grow up healthy and happy. Remember, alongside your formidable strength, you must also cultivate your character. Only with a mature heart can you traverse the path of martial arts further. And no matter what happens, your mother and father will always stand behind you, offering unwavering support." "Thank you, Mother." Ling Yu felt warmth enveloping his heart. In his previous life, he had not experienced the love of a father or mother, and in this life, he cherished it all the more. He vowed silently, determined to pursue the eternal path alongside his parents and loved ones. "What thanks? I am your mother. Is it necessary to say thank you?" Nan Gongro raised her hand, feigning a strike to Ling Yu's head. He, understood, Mother." Ling Yu scratched his head, smiling innocently. "However, you must also consider the feelings of your father and your doting grandparents. Do not isolate yourself in seclusion too often. While cultivation is indeed important, one should not overlook the joys of life. Do you hear me?" Nan Gongro admonished playfully. "Yes, I understand. Mother, by the way, why haven't I seen grandfather and grandmother?" Ling Yu responded. "Your grandmother is at a critical juncture in her breakthrough, about to step into the martial emperor realm. Your grandfather is preparing the necessary resources for her breakthrough. They went out together to seek opportunities and may not return for a while." Nan Gongro patiently explained. At this point, Nan Gongro displayed a helpless expression, feeling troubled. Ling Yu's grandparents were striving for their breakthroughs, while her husband was still in the Northern Territory resisting the invasion of the D people. The entire operation of the Ling family relied solely on her. Yet, the thought of her husband fighting alone in the Northern Territory filled her with deep concern, and she silently prayed for his safe return. Over the years, Nan Gongro managed the vast Ling family alone. During this time, she diligently learned to master the family business and led the family members to confront various challenges together. She continuously enhanced her own strength while also nurturing the capabilities of family members. She understood that only by elevating the family's overall strength could she ensure the future development of the Ling family. She encouraged her family members to face challenges bravely and taught them to shoulder familial responsibilities. Under Nan Gongro's management, the Ling family's strength steadily improved. 3 extraordinary warriors at the Undying Martial King realm had emerged, and over 10 experts at the Martial Venerable realm had also joined their ranks. The number of bone-refining martial generals had nearly reached 100. It is noteworthy that previously, the Ling family only had 8 elders at the Undying Martial King realm. With issues arising in the Northern Territory, Ling Tian became the great general for the North to address the situation. When he left, he took 5 elders at the Undying Martial King realm with him, leaving only 3 to guard the family. Now, 3 new martial kings had arisen, significantly compensating for the Ling family's strength in the royal city. This tremendous enhancement was largely attributed to the efforts of Nan Gongro, a high-ranking royal alchemist. Today, in the entire Ling family, no one dared to show her disrespect as the lady of the house. Her abilities and wisdom commanded the heartfelt obedience of family members. Upon hearing this news, Ling Yu felt a tinge of disappointment, but he quickly rallied. He knew that ever since his grandfather Ling Zhentian had broken through to the martial emperor realm, his grandmother Mu Rongying had been diligently training, hoping to break through to the martial emperor realm herself to remain by his grandfather's side for longer. However, her constitution was inherently weaker than his grandfather's, and her talent was somewhat inferior to Ling Zhentian's, causing her to struggle with her breakthrough. This time of fluctuation in her realm gave him hope that his grandparents would seize the opportunity. Breaking through to the martial emperor realm had long been his grandmother's wish. Although they could not accompany him at the moment, he firmly believed that they would strive for the family and their future. And he was confident that his grandmother would succeed in her breakthrough. Chapter 14. The Great Chu Imperial Palace. By the way, before leaving, your grandfather instructed me to tell you that once you finish your seclusion, you should visit the palace to meet with His Majesty, as he has matters to discuss with you, Nan Gongro said solemnly. The palace? Meet the emperor? Ling Yu was puzzled, as he did not hold much reverence for this emperor. It was only 10 years ago that his grandfather and he had issued a decree for Ling Yu to marry the 8th princess. Indeed, Ling Yu fell into silence for a moment, recognizing that this was his grandfather's arrangement before leaving, surely with profound implications. Now, With the royal family in a state of instability, the current emperor was preparing to designate a crown prince among the numerous princes. The political turmoil in the court was mounting, and as one of the 5 major families of the Great Chu, the Ling family could not escape being embroiled in the storm. Each competition for the throne would trigger significant upheaval, and a slight misstep could lead to a fall into the abyss. Nan Gongro lamented. Then, with confidence and authority, she asserted, "Son, do not worry. No matter who becomes emperor, it will not affect you. You are my precious son. Whoever dares to lay a hand on you, regardless of who they are, I will ensure they suffer the consequences." Humph. Understood. Mother, I will also strive to cultivate and enhance my strength to protect the family. Ling Yu replied gratefully, gazing at his mother with determination. Nan Gongro gazed affectionately at her son, filled with pride. She knew that Ling Yu had grown up, harboring his own ideals and pursuits. By the way, Yuer, after you return from the palace, do visit your maternal grandfather. He has been missing you dearly, Nan Gongro said with a smile. All right, I shall prepare to head to the palace now. Ling Yu nodded affirmatively. Before leaving, he added, Mother, remember to prepare me 49 flying swords. All of royal grade will suffice. No need for anything higher. With that, Ling Yu dashed out of the main hall, ready to make his way to the palace. What? 49 royal grade flying swords? Nan Gongro's expression turned blank. This boy was becoming increasingly outrageous, demanding 49 at once. Nevertheless, she shook her head and began to prepare the required flying swords for her son. Nan Gongro swiftly contacted the family's weapon craftsman, conveying Ling Yu's request. The craftsman promptly sprang into action, sorting through the family's precious materials to begin forging the flying swords for Ling Yu. Several hours later, Ling Yu set forth on his journey to the imperial palace. This marked his first visit to the palace. As Ling Yu gazed at the majestic palace before him, curiosity welled within him. He understood that within this palace resided the supreme ruler of the nation, along with numerous powerful cultivators. Upon arriving at the palace gate, he encountered a row of warriors clad in silver armor. Each of them had reached at least the martial general realm, with the leader attaining the pinnacle of the martial venerable realm. The captain of the guards noticed a youth clad in white, exuding an air of freshness and transcendence, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old, brimming with youthful vigor. His bright demeanor and piercing eyes seemed capable of discerning the hearts of others. With grace and lightness in his steps, he resembled a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Recognizing that this young man was no ordinary individual, the captain hurried forward, respectfully inquiring, "May I ask which young master has come to the imperial palace and for what purpose? This area is of great importance, and if there is no business, please refrain from approaching." With a composed demeanor, Ling Yu smiled as he replied, "Captain, I am Ling Yu, the son of the great general's residence. Here to pay my respects to His Majesty. Please inform him of my arrival." Upon hearing that Ling Yu hailed from the general's residence, the captain displayed even greater respect, revealing a hint of servility as he bowed again, stating, "So it is the esteemed young master Ling Yu from the general's residence. My apologies. I shall have someone notify His Majesty at once. Please wait here for a moment." "Go ahead," Ling Yu nodded with a smile. After a brief interval, an elderly eunuch approached. The old man walked with a shuffling gait, clad in deep blue royal attire that trailed the ground, adorned with golden thread embroidery that exuded nobility and elegance. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, his eyes profound, embodying both wisdom and experience. With a whisk in hand, he gently waved it, seemingly sensing the surrounding aura. This old eunuch possesses formidable strength, Ling Yu thought. Observing the old man with a glimmer of surprise and keen interest in his abilities, the system examined the old eunuch's profile. Ling Yu inquired within his mental realm. The system promptly responded to Ling Yu's request, displaying the old eunuch's information: name, Chan Xian race, human age, 668 years strength, half-step martial emperor realm position, personal eunuch to the current emperor of Great Chu favorability, 30. Chen Xian, half-step martial emperor realm. His strength is indeed impressive. A personal eunuch has reached the half-step martial emperor realm. The palace is truly profound, Ling Yu mused, reflecting on the information displayed. Soon, the old eunuch arrived before Ling Yu. Casting a glance at him, and was equally astonished. He could not fathom Ling Yu's cultivation level, which left him quite surprised. Due to the system's influence, as long as Ling Yu did not disclose his cultivation, outsiders could not perceive it at all. The old eunuch's heart grew wary. The Ling family was a lineage of generals, with the first family head, Jinwang Ling Jintian, once capable of contending against even a martial emperor of the third layer at the half-step martial emperor realm. Having recently transcended to the realm of martial emperor, his power is indeed unfathomable. His son, General Ling Tian of the Northern Expedition, is rumored to have reached the pinnacle of martial king and is on the verge of stepping into the semi-imperial realm. Furthermore, his grandson, Ling Yu, is equally extraordinary. It appears that there is no ordinary figure within the Ling family. With a gentle cough, he addressed Ling Yu. I have long heard of your exceptional talent. Young Master Ling. It is truly a pleasure to witness it firsthand today. Ling Yu turned to the elder, smiling as he replied, Your words are overly kind. My lord, I am still young, and the accolades from the outside world are merely empty praises. Not to be taken seriously. Ha ha ha, you are too modest, my young lord. The elder, sensing Ling Yu's humility and composure, grew even more cautious. Young Master Ling, please, the emperor has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. He respectfully urged. Ling Yu nodded and followed the elder closely. Throughout their journey, the elder maintained an air of humility and respect. They traversed grand palaces until they arrived at a serene garden, filled with exotic flowers and towering ancient trees, exuding a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. The elder paused and turned to Ling Yu, saying, Young Master Ling, this is the emperor's favorite garden, seldom disturbed by outsiders. His Majesty awaits you inside. Please follow me. As they entered the garden, Ling Yu beheld a dignified middle-aged man seated upon a dragon throne. He was handsome and exuded an air of nobility. Although he appeared affable, his presence commanded respect. His gaze was resolute and courageous, exuding the aura of a mature emperor. This man was none other than the current emperor of the Great Chu. Chu Yun. Chapter 15. The emperor of Great Chu. Ling Yu gazed at the supreme ruler of the Great Chu dynasty, while a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Great Chu Emperor data panel loaded successfully. Character: Chu Yun, current emperor of the Great Chu dynasty race. Human cultivation: pinnacle of martial king age, 96 years favorability. 50. The mechanical voice resonated in Ling Yu's mind. The pinnacle of martial king is quite impressive. Though his age is comparable to that of my father, it seems his talent is formidable as well, though certainly not on par with my own. Ling Yu then approached the emperor, bowing in greeting. However, he did not kneel, merely inclining his body slightly. In the Great Chu, those who have attained the rank of martial king are permitted to meet the emperor without bowing. The direct descendants of the 5 prominent families also enjoy such privileges. The emperor smiled and gestured for them to rise. Nephew, you have arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Why, apologies for keeping your majesty waiting. I have been in seclusion for cultivation. I hope for your understanding, Ling Yu replied, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. Quite all right, the Great Chu Emperor, Chu Yun, responded with a hearty laugh. He then turned to the elder and commanded, provide seats. The elder swiftly arranged the chairs, and Ling Yu sat across from the emperor. Please, take a seat. I wish to have a chat with my young nephew, Chu Yun said to the elder. Yes, your majesty. I shall take my leave. The elder bowed and exited. Why, dear nephew, you are now 15 years old. How time flies. It seems like just yesterday you were a child in my arms, Chu Yun remarked nostalgically. Indeed, your majesty, Ling Yu responded. Now that we are among friends, you need not call me your majesty. Just refer to me as Uncle Chu, the emperor continued, sharing stories of his youth with Ling Yu's father. In those days, I was not yet the emperor of Great Chu. Your father and I were very close friends, known as the twin prodigies of Great Chu, dominating the younger generation. We were a force to be reckoned with, and no young cultivator dared to challenge us, Chu Yun reminisced, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Those were days when we ruled the cultivation world of the Great Chu dynasty, becoming the idols of countless heroes. Alas, time has passed swiftly, and now your father serves as a great general while I bear the responsibility of protecting Great Chu, reigning as emperor. Enough of that. Dear nephew, now that you have emerged from seclusion, What are your plans? Chu Yun inquired. Uncle Chu, I have yet to decide. I was contemplating a journey to hone my skills, though I have not settled on a destination. As I cannot remain idle at home, Ling Yu replied. Perhaps you should visit the Xiannu sect and seek out Ling Er. You two have been engaged for 10 years and have yet to meet. My daughter is quite eager to see her fiancé, Chu Yun suggested, half-jokingly. Well, Ling Yu chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. To be honest, he had not yet considered how to face his fiancée, whom he had never met. Moreover, he was not inclined to dwell on romantic matters at the moment. His priority was to establish his own power. Seeing Ling Yu's discomfort, Chu Yun laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, leave those matters to you young people. Nurture your own feelings, but do ensure that my daughter does not suffer any grievances. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. By the way, dear nephew, do you know why your grandfather instructed you to meet me upon concluding your seclusion? Chu Yun asked, his gaze holding a deeper meaning. I am unaware of the reason. Does Uncle Chu have something in mind? Ling Yu queried, puzzled. Chu Yun did not answer directly but posed another question. Dear nephew, are you aware of the vastness of the Xianyuan continent? How are the forces divided? Uncle Chu, to be honest, I am not familiar with that at all. I know that our great Chu dynasty is divided into 4 major realms, 9 provinces, and 36 counties. Ling Yu admitted sheepishly. It was not surprising for Ling Yu to have limited knowledge. After all, he had only been in this world for 15 years and had never ventured beyond the great Chu imperial city. Very well, then let me introduce you to the Xianyuan continent today. Our continent is divided into 5 major regions: Eastern Continent, Western Territory, Northern Wastes, Southern Continent, and Central Land. Among them, the Central Land's cultivation realm is the holy land of cultivation on the Xianyuan continent, where martial kings abound and martial emperors are as common as dogs. It boasts a complete lineage of cultivation, incomparable to the other 4 regions. As Chu Yun spoke, a flicker of regret crossed his face. The disparity among the other 4 regions is not significant. The Eastern Continent is largely dominated by the Yun dynasty. The Western Territory is controlled by a powerful faction. The Northern Wastes are home to barbarian and demon tribes. And the Southern Continent is filled with sect forces. Our great Chu dynasty occupies the northeastern edge of the Eastern Continent, independently governing a realm, though the Eastern Continent encompasses nearly 10,000 realms. With a sigh, Chu Yun continued, What? Hearing this, Ling Yu was also taken aback. The Xianyuan continent is simply immense. The territory of Great Chu is comparable in size to that of Huaxia in my previous life. And this is merely one realm of the Eastern Continent. One can only imagine the vastness of the Xianyuan continent. Ding. The host should not be overly astonished. The Xianyuan continent is merely a small thousand world. To the host, it can only be regarded as a beginner's village. Do not forget, you have me, the system. The system voice echoed in Ling Yu's mind. Indeed, I am a man with a golden finger. I shall set a modest goal, to dominate the Xianyuan continent. Ling Yu silently resolved, inspired by the system's voice. Seeing Ling Yu's astonishment quickly subside, Chu Yun revealed a satisfied smile. He too had been momentarily shocked by this revelation, nearly destabilizing his own resolve. This young man's composure and determination truly commendable. Chu Yun continued, of course, within the Eastern Continent, our great Chu dynasty is not weak. In fact, it can be considered a mid-tier force. Among the hundreds of realms, the Chu realm can be classified as a major domain. The nearly 10,000 realms are further divided into minor realms, mid-realms, ordinary major realms, top-tier major realms, and finally, the supreme major realms. Only within major realms where the laws are well established can one break through to the martial emperor realm. Typically, a major realm consists of several dynasties. However, there are powerful dynasties that control multiple major realms. Our great Chu dynasty does not merely govern a single major realm. We also possess several mid-realms and dozens of minor realms as subordinate forces, Chu Yun elaborated. And how is the power structure divided within the Eastern Continent? Ling Yu inquired, eager to absorb this newfound knowledge, which would be invaluable in establishing his own forces in the future. You are quite the eager learner with a keen curiosity. Very well, dear nephew. I shall give you a thorough lesson today. Chu Yun, pleased with Ling Yu's interest, continued, in the Eastern Continent, the forces can be divided into 5 tiers. The fifth tier consists of inconsequential forces, typically possessing a single martial general-level expert. The fourth tier forces require a Ling Kong martial sovereign. These are generally noble families. If they have several martial sovereigns in their own territory, they can establish a sect or a marquisate. The third tier forces must have an undying martial king. Such forces often control a realm and establish dynasties or sects, and some may even become first-rate families within a dynasty, like the first-rate families in our Great Chu dynasty. The second-tier forces require a powerful existence at the undying martial emperor level. Our Great Chu dynasty falls into this category, and you must know that your Ling family, along with the other 4 families and the 6 major sects within the Great Chu, also qualify as second-tier forces. This means that our Great Chu dynasty ranks among the top-tier forces within the second tier, and we are classified as a superior dynasty. As for the first-tier forces, they must have a master at the Cave Heaven martial saint level. Such forces are primarily distributed within the exalted domains, and throughout the eastern state, there exist merely 7 first-tier powers, namely the 3 great sacred grounds and the 4 major holy dynasties. Chapter 16. Becoming the Inspector General. Chu Yun meticulously provided Ling Yu with a wealth of information regarding the various factions in the eastern state, which undoubtedly constituted a treasure trove of knowledge for Ling Yu. Understanding the distribution and development of these powers afforded him a clearer vision for his future endeavors. Do you have any further questions, my dear nephew? After detailing the divisions and distributions of the eastern states' factions, Chu Yun inquired once more. Uncle Chu, the insights you shared regarding the eastern states' factions have been immensely beneficial to me. At present, I have no additional queries. Ling Yu sincerely expressed his gratitude. By the way, my grandfather summoned me to seek you out for a specific matter. What is it? Ling Yu asked, perplexed, as Chu Yun had yet to disclose the purpose of his grandfather's summons. With a gentle smile, Chu Yun elucidated, in truth, your grandfather wished for you to find me regarding an important matter. He hopes I can arrange for you an opportunity for practical training to hone your perseverance and abilities, thereby enriching your experience and knowledge for your future cultivation. I see. So, Uncle Chu, what kind of task do you intend to assign me? Ling Yu, having grasped his grandfather's intentions, inquired with curiosity about the nature of the task Chu Yun had in mind. I just mentioned that our Great Chu has several central and minor domains, correct? This upcoming task is related to that point. One of the 4 states in the eastern region of our Great Chu dynasty, Yangzhou, is currently witnessing 3 minor domain forces vying to merge, seeking to consolidate their power into a central domain and establish a dynasty. Ordinarily, this would be regarded as a trivial matter for our dynasty, one that should not necessitate our intervention. Moreover, their elevation to a dynasty would be advantageous for us. However, one of the minor forces under the command of a marquis has given rise to a faction known as the Sun Cult, rumored to harbor suspected martial kings among its ranks. Furthermore, their adherents have audaciously ventured into our Great Chu to propagate their teachings. Thus, I wish to dispatch you to investigate and resolve this situation. What do you say? Are you brave enough to accept? Chu Yun regarded Ling Yu, awaiting his response. Uncle Chu, this task poses no difficulty. Leave it to me. Ling Yu declared confidently. This spirited young lad truly embodies the essence of Ling Tian. Chu Yun laughed heartily. Here, I shall issue a decree to appoint you as the Inspector General of the 3 domains. He handed Ling Yu a purple golden token. Ling Yu accepted the token with gratitude, saying, Thank you, Uncle Chu. I shall not let you down. Go forth, exercise caution, and do not push yourself too hard. Chu Yun patted Ling Yu's shoulder, speaking as if to encourage both him and himself. Very well. Uncle Chu, I shall take my leave now. With that, Ling Yu turned to exit. Wait a moment, young Ling Yu, did I entrust you with Ling Er's well-being? You must assist her in whatever she requires in the future. Chu Yun called out, after a moment of contemplation. Rest assured, Uncle Chu, Ling Yu replied, albeit with a hint of confusion, yet he acquiesced. The overall impression that Emperor Chu Yun left on Ling Yu was quite favorable. He seemed to care for him. Moreover, Chu Ling Er was his fiancée, and given their commitment, none should dare to harm her. After Ling Yu departed, the elder in dark robes emerged from the shadows. With a long beard cascading to his chest, his countenance was shrouded in darkness, his frame gaunt, and he wielded a whisk. Your Majesty, this Ling Yu possesses a concealed inner energy, yet is surrounded by a vibrant aura. His constitution may transcend that of a mere top-tier royal body, and I find myself unable to discern the depths of his cultivation. An air of mystery and nobility envelopes him, the elder remarked, his tone laden with gravity. What? You were unable to gauge his current cultivation? And it is possible he sensed you. Truly, this young man embodies what the master foretold. The matter concerning Ling Er may truly rest upon his shoulders. Chu Yun murmured, disbelief etched across his features. If he can indeed assist Ling Er, then what harm would it be to bestow upon him the title of an honorary prince of the Ling family? Chu Yun declared with an air of authority. The implications of his words would surely astonish those who overheard, for it underscored the unparalleled significance Chu Ling Er held in Chu Yun's heart. It is essential to note that within the Great Chu dynasty, every honorary prince was conferred such a title only after achieving monumental feats. Throughout the extensive history of the Great Chu, there had only been 5 honorary princes. The title not only signified immense status and power, but it was also hereditary and irreplaceable. Should the Ling family obtain an honorary princely title, the elevation would undoubtedly be monumental. Alas, your majesty, must it come to this? The elder in dark robes sighed. Chu Yun scoffed, gritting his teeth in fury. Those wretches truly deserve their fate. Not only did they abduct Maya Er, but they also scheme against Ling Er. They are all worthy of damnation. With that, he struck a powerful blow upon the adjacent table, shattering it instantaneously, his anguish manifesting in a twisted visage as he lamented, Maya Er. His face contorted in pain. As if enduring unfathomable torment, he continued to roar in frustration, it is I, who am powerless. Witnessing this, the elder in dark robes sighed once more before vanishing into thin air, silently praying that the tragic events of 50 years prior would not repeat themselves. On his journey home, Ling Yu, having cultivated the soul stabilization true technique, became acutely aware of spiritual fluctuations. System, I felt as though someone was spying on me within the palace. Is there truly someone watching? Affirmative, there is an elder observing you, the system replied. Why did you not inform me? Ling Yu retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. You did not inquire, the system replied matter-of-factly. Well then, in the future, please inform me directly if such situations arise. All right, my dear system, Ling Yu conceded with a touch of exasperation. Understood, host, the system responded. By the way, can you access the elder's profile data? Of course, the system replied with a hint of pride. The system displayed the profile of the elder, character, Chu Kuang race, human cultivation, undying martial emperor, 5th layer, injured, true power at half-step martial emperor age, 2068 years affinity, 50 position, national master of the Great Chu dynasty. To think he is the national master of the Great Chu dynasty, a powerful being at the 5th layer of martial emperor, albeit injured. The imperial family of the Great Chu is indeed formidable. I must continue to develop my strength discreetly. This journey to the 3 domains is an opportune moment to expand my influence and enhance my capabilities. Ling Yu contemplated the system's display. For this expedition to the 3 domains, let the 7 Xianjian and 1,000 Wei Wu soldiers accompany me. Considering the need for a substantial force in the 3 domains, the 7 Xianjian and the Wei Wu soldiers would serve excellently. Meanwhile, the Blood Knife sect has been thriving in the Tian Sha mountain range. They should continue their development to earn me summoning points. Thus their presence is unnecessary for this venture. The headquarters of the Blood Knife sect within the Tian Sha mountain range. A bald monk sat upright in the center of the main hall. His expression was solemn, his gaze piercing, exuding a chilling aura that permeated the entire hall. The garb of the Blood Knife sect's leader adorned him, signifying his esteemed status. On either side of the hall, 5 chairs were arranged, with 7 robust men clad in crimson seated upon them. Kneeling in the center of the hall were 2 individuals, poorly clad, one missing an arm, and the other with a blind eye, trembling in fear as they regarded those present. These 2 were Yin Lang, the leader of the Silver Wolf Mercenary Corps, and He Jiao, the leader of the Black Flood Mercenary Corps. They never anticipated that their once secure positions at the periphery of the Tian Sha mountain range, where they had cultivated their powers to the late martial sovereign stage and commanded numerous subordinates, would be so precarious. In fact, They had been akin to local tyrants in that region, and they held significant influence within the court. Yet, they were caught unawares when calamity struck. Just days prior, 2 mercenary corps had each dispatched 3 men clad in blood-red garments, demanding their fealty without hesitation. This was a profound insult to both leaders. They unleashed their powers to attack the 3, but before their strikes could land, they were swiftly suppressed in an instant. Yin Lang had his arms severed, while He Jiao suffered the loss of vision in one eye. Following their subjugation, the majority of their subordinates fell victim to the onslaught of these 6 individuals, akin to lambs to the slaughter. Utterly defenseless. Chapter 17. Blood rising in Tiansha. Yin Lang surveyed the room, realizing that he could not discern the realms of any of the 7 individuals present, 3 of whom had been responsible for the massacre of his Silver Wolf mercenary corps. All 7 were beyond the Martial King level. It was only the Martial King that eluded his perception. The bald monk seated at the center of the hall exuded a powerful presence, instilling a profound sense of oppression with every breath. Could it be an undying expert? Yin Lang's thoughts raced, and his body trembled even more. In desperation, he hastily knelt and pleaded, "My lords, please spare my life. I was blind to my own ignorance and have offended all of you. I am willing to serve you in any capacity. Just grant me a chance to live." The Silver Wolf pleaded pitifully. "You worthless fool, killing is merely a trivial matter. What a spineless wretch you are. I am ashamed to be associated with you." The Black Blade scornfully rebuked the Silver Wolf, then turned his gaze toward the bald monk and exclaimed, "Who are you people? Why have you brought me here and slaughtered my Black Serpent mercenaries? Do you not comprehend the power I have backing me? Release me at once, or my allies will ensure that you suffer dire consequences." The Silver Wolf cast a sidelong glance at the Black Serpent, inwardly mocking, "Is this guy even capable of rational thought? The least of those present are martial kings. Do you truly believe your allies would dare to come to your aid? Moreover, you are currently at their mercy. If you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you." "Ha ha ha. Young man, the dead have no need to know so much. I despise those without strength who still pretend to be formidable. Your allies are nothing but insignificant beings. Should they dare to show themselves, I shall introduce them to my blood-drenched blade." The Blood Blade ancestor laughed cruelly. Send him to meet his subordinates. A group must be perfectly aligned," he commanded, addressing who sat to his right. "Yes, ancestor," replied, rising to approach the Black Serpent. The latter, upon hearing this, felt a surge of panic. He realized that he might not escape this predicament. Yet, he still clung to a shred of hope, wishing that his powerful allies would come to his rescue. "Do you truly dare to harm me? Are you not afraid of incurring the wrath of my backing?" he threatened, his voice fierce. Black Serpent. "Do you genuinely believe we care about your backing?" replied with a dismissive smile, then struck down the Black Serpent, his head splintering under the force of the blow. Blood sprayed across the Silver Wolf's face. "Ancestor, spare me. I beg you for mercy. I am willing to become your loyal hound." Witnessing the gruesome death of the Black Serpent, the Silver Wolf's fear intensified, prompting him to hastily kneel before the Blood Blade ancestor. The Blood Blade ancestor regarded the quaking Silver Wolf and thought, "Having such a subordinate could be advantageous. I require someone knowledgeable about the Tiansha mountain range, and this Silver Wolf seems to fit the bill." Possessing both insight and decent strength, he then coldly fixed his gaze upon the Silver Wolf, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Since you wish to become my faithful hound, you must adhere to my rules from now on. You shall address me as master and obey my commands unconditionally. Should you harbor even a hint of treachery, your fate will mirror that of this Black Serpent." The Silver Wolf, his face a mask of terror, nodded fervently. "Yes, master. I vow to abide by the rules and remain utterly loyal to you." The Blood Blade ancestor nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, I have a task for you. I want you to consolidate your remnants along with those of the Black Serpent and serve my Blood Blade sect." The Silver Wolf eagerly replied, "Yes, master. I shall attend to it immediately. Wait. Allow Isan to accompany you." The Blood Blade ancestor instructed, halting the Silver Wolf and issuing a command to Isan, who stood nearby. The Silver Wolf's spirits soared at this. Isan was an unparalleled master at the martial king level. Just as the silver wolf prepared to depart, three figures clad in crimson garments entered. The silver wolf halted, turning to face the trio. One of the men held a circular object. Upon entering the hall, the three knelt partially before the blood blade ancestor. Ancestor, we have fulfilled our duty. The Tianxiong mercenary group has been entirely annihilated. Here is the head of their commander, the man with the circular object reported. A satisfied smile spread across the blood blade ancestor's face as he nodded. Excellent work, you three. Upon hearing that it was the head of Tianxiong, the silver wolf felt a surge of dread, grateful that he had chosen to surrender. Otherwise, he too would have met a grim fate. He resolved to pledge his genuine loyalty to the blood blade ancestor. Master, we shall take our leave, the silver wolf declared. Not daring to linger, go ahead, the blood blade ancestor nodded. After the silver wolf departed, the blood blade ancestor rose. Now that the three major mercenary groups have been dealt with, we must swiftly seize control of the entire Tian Sha mountain range's periphery. I intend for the blood blade sect to dominate this territory, he declared, stroking his bald head with a fierce expression. You shall set out once more to eradicate any forces unwilling to submit to the rule of my blood blade sect. He ordered the 9 men in attendance, his voice dripping with cruelty. We shall comply, ancestor. They replied in unison. Rising to heed his command, in the imperial city, within a tavern, a man sat fuming, his expression twisted with rage. Damn it! What is the origin of this blood blade sect? The young man, named Chu Jian, was unable to accept the reality before him. Having invested years in cultivating various forces, he was on the cusp of reaping rewards when the blood blade sect obliterated all his efforts in the Tian Sha mountain range's periphery. 5 years prior, he had attempted to recruit them, but his envoy had never returned. In frustration, he dispatched 5 martial sovereigns to annihilate the blood blade sect, yet they too vanished without a trace. Fortunately, one subordinate had managed to relay a message before dying, revealing that the blood blade sect possessed an indomitable martial king. This revelation complicated matters, as none of his subordinates currently held that level of power. Thus, he could only covertly assist the Tianxiong mercenary group in its development, which granted him some control over the forces in the Tian Sha mountain range. However, the audacity of the Bloodblade sect had escalated, as they had swiftly eradicated 3 major mercenary groups. Chu Jian, the 3rd prince of the Dechu dynasty, possessed considerable talent, bearing the heavenly sword body and having reached the martial sovereign realm, making him a candidate for the crown prince. Initially, he had envisioned unifying the periphery of the Tian Sha mountain range to bolster his power, for the inner region held abundant resources capable of nurturing a royal-level force and several sovereign-level factions. However, the emergence of the Bloodblade sect shattered his ambitions, rendering his years of effort in the periphery futile. Did they not fear inciting public outrage and facing the collective onslaught of the forces supporting the Tian Sha mountain range? Chu Jian pondered, clenching his fists as a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. You may possess martial kings among your ranks, and I cannot contend with you now, but that matters not. You are unaware that the Black Serpent mercenary group is supported by the Shangguan family. Qinger discreetly informed the Shangguan family of the Bloodblade sect's activities in the Tian Sha mountain range. Urge them to take action against this Bloodblade sect. Chu Jian instructed the woman in the azure attire beside him. Yes, my lord, she replied before departing. Chu Jian understood that the Bloodblade sect was formidable, one he could not confront at present. However, compared to the colossal Shangguan family, one of the 5 great families of the Dechu dynasty, he felt his power paled in comparison. Of course, he was unaware of the Bloodblade sect's true strength. Had he known, his perspective would have been entirely different. Upon learning of the situation, the Shangguan family indeed commenced actions against the Bloodblade sect, swiftly consolidating their subordinate forces and dispatching 2 indomitable martial kings to lead their troops into the periphery of the Tian Sha mountain range. Chapter 18. Preparations to depart. At this moment, Ling Yu had just exited the Nangong residence, accompanied by 5 black-clad cultivators. These 5 individuals had all reached the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm and were the Nangong family's death warriors. After leaving the imperial palace, Ling Yu visited his maternal grandfather's home, the Nangong family, one of the 5 great families. The Nangong family boasted immense strength and was filled with skilled practitioners. Ling Yu's maternal grandfather, Nangong Hong, had also reached the threshold of martial emperor. His uncle served as the head of the Nangong family. Upon learning of his extraordinary talent, he provided Ling Yu with 5 martial sovereigns to protect him. Moreover, the Nangong family was renowned as the wealthiest family in the dynasty. When Nangong Hong saw Ling Yu, he joyfully presented him with 500,000 gold coins as a greeting gift. During this visit, Ling Yu not only acquired 5 death warriors, but also received a generous sum of gold, leaving him with a sense of fulfillment. Just as Ling Yu was joyfully making his way toward Ling Manor, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. Your subordinates have unified a territory for the first time, granting you 1 opportunity for dark summoning and 1 for righteous summoning. What? 2 additional summoning opportunities? Ling Yu exclaimed in surprise. What is going on, system? He questioned, puzzled. Host, your subordinate, the Bloodblade ancestor, has valiantly battled and taken control of the entire Tian Sha mountain range. As a reward, the system grants you 2 summoning opportunities, the system explained. The Bloodblade ancestor truly lives up to the reputation of a legendary dark power. He gets things done efficiently and has delivered such a delightful surprise. Ling Yu expressed his elation. Host, do you wish to proceed with the summoning? The system inquired. Not at the moment, by the way. How many evil points and righteous points do I currently possess? Host, you now have 2.5 million evil points and 600,000 righteous points. Good. Let them accumulate for now, in a short span of time. Ling Yu arrived at the Ling residence. He briefly informed Nangong Ro about his impending journey to the Imperial Palace and the matters concerning the Nangong family, placing particular emphasis on their destination, the 3 domains. Initially, upon hearing this news, Nangong Ro's face was etched with worry and reluctance, for she was well aware that the 3 domains were fraught with uncertainties and peril. However, this decision had been jointly made by Ling Yu's grandfather and the reigning emperor. She had no power to alter it and could only acquiesce in a bid to ensure Ling Yu's safety. Nangong Ro actively prepared the necessary equipment and companions for his voyage to the 3 domains. She hoped to exert every effort to guarantee Ling Yu's security and the smoothness of his expedition. Upon returning to his chamber, Ling Yu began to gather the items required for his journey to the 3 domains. He checked his personal panel. Responding to the host panel is as follows. Host, Ling Yu age, 152. 000 race, human cultivation. Initial stage of martial sovereign, initial stage of nascent soul techniques. Supreme celestial technique, longevity scripture, volume 1, minor accomplishment, sufficient for the host to break through to the great ascension stage. Imperial level martial technique, heavenly dragon art, 5th layer. Supreme Celestial Body Refinement Technique, Dragon Elephant Tyrant Body Technique, 9 Demon Elephant Powers, Upper Grade Celestial Technique, Lesser Yang True Technique, Uncultivated, Upper Grade Celestial Art, 10,000 Sword Technique, 49 Swords. Upper Grade Celestial Technique, Soul Suppression Celestial Technique, Soul Seed Realm, Saint Level Martial Technique, Harmonious Union Technique, Uncultivated, Imperial Level Martial Technique, Heavenly Flame Technique, Uncultivated, King Level Martial Technique, Eternal Spring Technique, Uncultivated, Profound Level Martial Technique, Azure Origin Technique, Uncultivated, Weapons. Medium Grade Celestial Artifact, 10,000 Demon Sail. Low Grade Celestial Artifact, Soul Devouring Bell, Supreme Tao Artifact, Crimson Sky Sword. Upper Grade Tao Artifact, Reincarnation Mirror. Medium Grade Tao Artifact, Limitless Jade. Upper Grade Imperial Artifact, Heavenly Slaughter Sword, Supreme King Artifact, Phoenix Arrival Chin. Low-grade Heavenly Artifact, Spirit Cooking Stove. Modern Women's Stockings 3 Subordinates, Blood Knife Ancestor, Martial Emperor Level 3. Attached Blood Guards, 10 Martial Kings Initial Stage, Xianzhan's 7 Sons, Full Divine Separation. 1,000 Wei Martial Soldiers, 1 Martial King Initial Stage. 5 Martial Sovereign Intermediate Stage, 100 Martial Generals, 900 Martial Masters Great Perfection, 5 Assassins of the Nangong Family, Full Martial Sovereign Realm, Maidservants, Fox Girl, Fox Mayor, Martial Sovereign Initial Stage, 26 years old, Zi Hui, Martial General Level 4, 28 years old, Yi Ning, Martial General Level 3, 25 years old, Yi Shui, Martial General Level 9, 28 years old. Han Mei, Martial General Great Perfection, 29 years old. Summoning points. Evil Chi points, 2. 5 million. Righteous Chi points. 600,000. 1 opportunity for Evil Path Summoning. 1 opportunity for Righteous Path Summoning. Excellent. My 5 maidservants are also on the panel, as well as those 5 martial sovereign assassins. They shall accompany me on this journey to the 3 domains. It is fortuitous that they have returned from their training. By the way, I can bestow the Heavenly Flame technique upon those 5 assassins, but I shall observe their performance first. Ling Yu contemplated internally. The system, sensing Ling Yu's plans, teased lightly, the host may grant the saint-level martial technique, harmonious union technique to the 5 maidservants. Though it is merely a saint-level technique, it offers significant benefits in dual cultivation. The host can have them practice it and in time, dual cultivate together. All shall gain immense advantages. What nonsense is this system speaking? How could I possibly engage in such activities? I am a paragon of virtue. Ling Yu maintained a serious demeanor, though his heart was filled with thoughts contrary to his words. The system, displaying a hint of personality, chuckled softly. Ling Yu chose to disregard the system's musings and continued with his preparations. With a smile, he summoned the 5 assassins into his presence. The 5 soon appeared before Ling Yu, standing in a respectful row. "Master, how may we serve you?" One of the men inquired respectfully. "You 5 are all cultivating king-level techniques?" "Correct?" Ling Yu addressed them calmly. "Yes, mastered. We all practice the medium-grade king-level technique, fire departure technique." They replied. "Do you possess any special constitutions?" Ling Yu probed further. "Master, we are all of the heavenly grade fire spirit body." They responded. Ling Yu was taken aback momentarily. Where did Uncle find so many with special constitutions? However, recalling the immense wealth of their family, he soon understood. As the ancient said, wealth can make even devils move. With the Nangong family's vast riches, acquiring individuals with special constitutions should not be a challenge. Ling Yu shook his head, reflecting, being wealthy is indeed advantageous. He then regarded the 5 and spoke. "Well, I recognize your loyalty to me, which stems in part from your connection to my uncle and in part from your principles as assassins. However, I present you with 2 choices today. You may choose freedom, or you may continue to pledge your loyalty to me. Should you opt for freedom, I shall release you. I do not lack for skilled individuals by my side. Conversely, if you choose to remain loyal to me, you must commit solely to my service, obey my commands, and forget all that came before. You may take your time to consider." Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, the 5 were engulfed in myriad thoughts, glancing at one another. After a long deliberation, they seemed to reach a consensus and simultaneously knelt before Ling Yu. "We pledge our lives and loyalty, master," they declared in unison, their eyes brimming with determination and fidelity. Ling Yu was taken aback by their decisive response, feeling a surge of gratification. He understood this signified their complete acceptance of him as their leader. Throughout this exchange, Ling Yu kept a close eye on the systems panel. Noting that their loyalty had surged to 70. Satisfied, he nodded and smiled, saying, "In the future, you shall be grateful for the choice you make today. Since you have chosen to follow me, I shall not let you down. Today, I offer you an opportunity for your strength to soar." With that, Ling Yu paused, fixing a serious gaze upon them, and continued. "I possess a supreme imperial-level martial technique, Heavenly Flame technique, which aligns perfectly with your constitutions and can significantly enhance your strength." Upon concluding, Ling Yu presented the Heavenly Flame technique to them. "Take this and cultivate diligently, however, do not share it with outsiders without my permission." The 5 stared in disbelief at the imperial-level technique in their hands. An imperial-level technique? They could scarcely believe their fortune. Such a technique had been beyond their wildest dreams until now. Overwhelmed with excitement, they felt immense gratitude for having chosen to remain loyal to Ling Yu. They understood that receiving this imperial-level technique was a testament to Ling Yu's trust and expectations of them. They promptly vowed to remain loyally devoted to Ling Yu and to strive diligently in their cultivation. Determined not to disappoint his nurturing and to become formidable tools in his hands, Ling Yu smiled slightly, noticing that their loyalty had reached an astonishing 99. This was true allegiance. Chapter 19. setting off to the 3 domains as Ling Yu imparted the techniques to the 5. Emperor Chu Yun of the Great Chu issued a decree, appointing Ling Yu as the inspector of the 3 domains, which swiftly reverberated throughout the Great Chu court. Instantly, a stir ensued among the officials, many of whom were astonished by this decision. After all, Ling Yu had no prior notable achievements, and his sudden elevation to the position of inspector of the 3 domains was hard for them to accept. Although the position of inspector was merely a third-rank office, its authority was immense. This role essentially bestowed upon Ling Yu the highest power in the 3 domains, commanding the allegiance of all the vassal states therein. In light of this development, officials in the court began to align themselves into factions, some supporting Ling Yu while others opposed him. The supporters were primarily those allied with the Ling family, whereas the opposition came from factions harboring grievances against them. Despite the discord, the emperor's decree had been issued, leaving the officials no choice but to prepare their subordinates for this upheaval. Within the Ling family, Ling Yu's mother sat at the head of the grand hall, flanked by various elders of the Ling clan. Elders, my son is soon to embark on his journey to the 3 domains. To ensure his safety, I wish to dispatch 2 of you to accompany him. Nangong Ro addressed the assembly earnestly. The elders exchanged glances before nodding in agreement, fully aware that Ling Yu was the future of the Ling family and that sending 2 elders along was the most prudent choice to guarantee his safety. Seeing their consensus, Nangong Ro nodded slightly and continued, in that case, I appoint elders Ling Mu and Ling Liang as Yu's personal guards for this expedition to the 3 domains. Both of you have attained the initial stage of the undying martial king realm, making you nearly invincible in that domain. To facilitate your operations there, you shall select 10 martial generals and 40 martial masters from the family to accompany you. You must ensure Yu's safety without the slightest oversight. Understood, madam. We vow to protect the young master with our lives, elders Ling Mu and Ling Liang declared, rising to bow solemnly. Nangong Ro nodded in satisfaction and then addressed the other elders. Additionally, I command you to prepare all necessary supplies for Yu's journey to the 3 domains. It is crucial that everything proceeds smoothly, as this expedition pertains to the future of our Ling family, and there must be no mishaps. Yes, madam, the elders responded in unison. Now, you may take your leave and commence preparations. Nangong Ro nodded slightly. The entire Ling family busied themselves due to Ling Yu's journey to the 3 domains. Meanwhile, within Ling Yu's courtyard, he reclined blissfully in a chair, reveling in the melodies and dances surrounding him. A beautiful woman rested gently against his left shoulder, while a young girl at the table diligently arranged the tea set, preparing delightful refreshments for those present. Across from them, 3 women showcased their talents. One played the flute, her melodious notes wafting through the air. Another strummed the guqin, her music enchanting and poignant, and the woman in the middle danced gracefully, adorned in exotic attire, her snow-white tail swaying elegantly with her movements. Adding a distinctive charm to the scene in such an environment, Ling Yu wholeheartedly savored the beauty of life. Good lad. While your mother toils outside to prepare this and that, you sit here enjoying yourself. A voice of playful reproach shattered the idyllic atmosphere. Madam. The 5 stunning women paused their activities, bowing in unison to Nangong Ro. Nangong Ro acknowledged with a sound, then approached Ling Yu, seizing his ear and giving it a firm twist. Ouch, mother! It hurts! It hurts! Ling Yu grimaced in pain, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Nangong Ro shot him a disapproving glance, playfully chiding, You ungrateful child. While I work hard to prepare everything for you, you lounge here instead of helping out. Ling Yu covered his ear, a sheepish smile spread across his face as he replied, Mother, I was wronged. I merely took a moment to rest, not realizing it would disturb you. Ninger, quickly pour a cup of tea for mother. He hurriedly urged Yining to serve Nangong Ro. Yes, young master. Yining chuckled at Ling Yu's predicament, then gracefully handed the prepared tea to Nangong Ro. Here you go, madam. Nangong Ro accepted the tea, her expression softening slightly. Upon witnessing this, Ling Yu let out a long sigh of relief. Ha ha! The 5 exquisite maidens burst into laughter at Ling Yu's expression. They could only witness this side of him when he was with Nangong Ro. Are you all still laughing? Ling Yu muttered helplessly. Nangong Ro took a sip of tea, her demeanor becoming more relaxed as she addressed Ling Yu. Do you understand why your mother is angry? Ling Yu shook his head, sincerely responding, "Mother, I recognize my mistake. I should not have been leisurely enjoying myself on such a day, causing you worry." Nangong Ro gently patted Ling Yu's hand, saying, "It is not your enjoyment that angers me, but my concern for your safety on your journey to the three domains. You are still young, inexperienced in the ways of the world, and unaware of its dangers. My busyness today is to ensure your journey is safer. Do you understand? This trip to the three domains is not merely about dealing with the noble houses there. You must also be wary of the powerful families from Yangzhou, for they are intertwined with the three major principalities." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Ling Yu's eyes. He grasped Nangong Ro's hand, saying, "Mother, thank you for everything you have done for me. I will be doubly cautious. Besides, your son is not as fragile as you think. I am quite strong." The 5 captivating maidens, witnessing this moment, composed themselves and declared, "We will always stand by the young master's side, ensuring his safety. Rest assured, madam." Nangong Ro smiled, her heart brimming with warmth as she gazed at the children beside her. She recalled her own youth, always following her husband Ling Tian like a neighboring little sister. It was through their shared experiences that they grew together, achieving their current status and abilities. 3 days swiftly passed. Outside the Ling residence, a contingent of individuals readied themselves for departure. Ling Yu donned an exquisite black robe, exuding an air of elegance and confidence. Beside him stood 5 captivating maidens, whom Mayor, Yi Shui, Yi Ning, Zi Hui, and Han Mei, each possessing unique charms and talents, accompanying Ling Yu to the three domains. Behind Ling Yu, over 100 silver-armored warriors stood, clad in uniform battle attire, their expressions grave, weapons polished to a gleam, showcasing their formidable combat prowess. They were the elite cultivated by the Ling family, accompanying Ling Yu to safeguard his safety while also serving as a display of the Ling family's strength. "Two elders, I entrust him to you," Nangong Ro said earnestly. "Rest assured, madam. Even if we do not return, we will ensure the young master returns safely." The 2 elders assured steadfastly. "Come here." Nangong Ro called out to Ling Yu. Ling Yu hurried over. "Mother." Nangong Ro gently caressed Ling Yu's cheek, her eyes shimmering with tears. Though she harbored worries, she maintained a brave smile as she said, You must be cautious on this journey. And heed the elders' advice, do not overexert yourself, and return promptly if danger arises." Ling Yu smiled, assuring her, "I will take good care of myself and strive to return soon. Oh, not worry. Mother, by the way, here is a storage ring for you, containing 29 royal-grade flying swords and the funds necessary for your journey to the three domains. The 49 royal-grade flying swords you requested were not completed in time by the family's smiths. I found 20 exquisite-grade flying swords from our treasury for you to use in the meantime. Once the smiths finish, I will send them to you." Nangong Ro handed the storage ring to Ling Yu. "Thank you, mother. I also have a gift for you, but do not open it yet. When I leave, father will return. You can cultivate together, and your strength will surely increase significantly." Ling Yu also presented Nangong Ro with a storage bag. Bowing respectfully to Nangong Ro, he turned and stepped onto the carriage, leading the entourage away. Nangong Ro watched her son depart until his figure faded from view. The convoy gradually disappeared into the distance. Yet she remained rooted in place, gazing longingly at the direction in which they had vanished. "Sigh, let's head back," Nangong Ro lamented. "What kind of gift has this boy given me?" She opened the storage bag to inspect its contents. "This rascal!" Nangong Ro's face flushed with surprise. "Wait, this is actually a top-tier sacred-level cultivation method. How could he possess such advanced teachings? My son is becoming increasingly mysterious." Chapter 20. Gathering forces, Ling Yu and his companions moved swiftly, soon exiting the imperial city and arriving at Jingzhou, 1,000 miles away. After several more days, they reached the boundary between Jingzhou and Yangzhou, the Wan Beast Mountain Range. To travel from Jingzhou to Yangzhou, they must first traverse this mountain range. Ling Yu's group approached the mountains steadily. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of hoofbeats and the sound of soldiers marching resonated from afar, disrupting the tranquility of the mountains. At the forefront of Ling Yu's entourage, the 2 martial king elders immediately became alert. Suddenly, a massive troop came into view. Clad in iron armor and wielding weapons, The army displayed clear insignia and was well trained. The ranks included numerous warhorses and infantry, their formation orderly and imposing. What a powerful military presence! How could such a formidable army be here? Ling Mu exclaimed in astonishment. Every soldier's cultivation is at the pinnacle of martial master. The leader is a martial king. Ling Liang, witnessing this powerful army, shared his shock. What should we do? Quickly informed the young master. Yes, keep observing the movements of this army. Inside Ling Yu's opulent carriage, pulled by 4 demon general-level black blood spirit horses. The interior was furnished with every amenity imaginable, spacious and lavishly decorated. Essentially a mobile palace. Ling Yu sat within, eyes closed, practicing his cultivation. The 5 maidens busily attended to his needs. In the midst of this tranquility, Ling Yu suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint igniting within them. They're here, he murmured with a slight smile. Young master, what is it? Yi Ning was the first to notice Ling Yu's unusual demeanor. The other 4 maidens quickly set aside their tasks and gathered around him. Let us go outside. Without answering, Ling Yu rose and opened the carriage door, stepping outside. Upon exiting, they found that the number of guards had increased several-fold. 5 loyal assassins stood vigil by Ling Yu's carriage, poised and alert, surveying their surroundings. At that moment, Elder Ling Mu rushed over. Seeing Ling Yu emerge from the carriage, he quickly approached, saying, Young master, why are you out here? Quickly return to the carriage. There are some issues ahead, and it is unsafe outside. Ling Yu smiled gently, responding calmly, It's nothing serious, Elder Mu. I wish to take a look. Before Ling Mu could reply, Ling Yu soared into the air, flying upwards with steady strides. He has reached the skywalking martial sovereign realm at just 15 years of age. My goodness! Ling Mu marveled inwardly, pondering what kind of extraordinary being Ling Yu had become. After a moment of astonishment, Ling Mu noticed Ling Yu was about to disappear from sight. Not good. There's a threat ahead. Protect the young master. He immediately regained his composure, swiftly taking flight once more in pursuit of Ling Yu. Ling Yu's speed was astonishing, and he reached the forefront of the group in an instant. Young master, what brings you here? Ling Liang inquired anxiously upon seeing him. Wait, Ling Yu replied with a mysterious smile. Just as they engaged in conversation, enemy soldiers had already closed into within 100 meters. Young master, flee quickly. Allow me to deal with them, Ling Liang urged, channeling his energy. Haha, Elder Liang, do not rush. Ling Yu gently patted Ling Liang's shoulder and then bypassed him, standing directly before the enemy soldiers. The leader of the enemy, a martial king, slowly approached Ling Yu. Witnessing this, the guards behind Ling Yu immediately activated their powers. Weapons at the ready, prepared to strike. Yet, the martial king surprisingly showed no intent to attack. Instead, he knelt on one knee before Ling Yu. Wei Wuju's left general, Wei Yun, pays his respects to the young master. Following suit, the 1,000 soldiers behind him knelt, collectively exclaiming, We pay our respects to the young master. Ling Yu gently helped Wei Yun to his feet, saying, Gentlemen, please rise. He then turned to address the soldiers. Not long after, Ling Mu also soared over, witnessing the troops bowing to Ling Yu. He hurriedly asked Ling Liang, Elder Liang, what has transpired? I am not entirely certain. All I know is that these individuals appear to be subordinates of the young master, Ling Liang replied. Equally bewildered, it was truly astonishing. The strength of such a force could easily annihilate a martial king's family. How could the young master possess such formidable subordinates? While both men remained in a state of confusion, Ling Yu suddenly called out, Elders, come here for a moment. Upon hearing Ling Yu's voice, they snapped back to attention and promptly stepped forward, respectfully responding, Yes, young master. They held the enigmatic young master in great esteem. Ling Yu instructed the two to inform Wei Yun of the travel route to the 3 domains. He then requested that the 2 elders of the Ling family collaborate with Wei Yun to discuss how to merge the Ling family's guards with the Wei Wuju's forces. Just as they were deliberating on the merger, 7 Taoist priests clad in robes suddenly appeared in the sky, capturing everyone's attention. These 7 Taoists flew to the forefront of the crowd, the leader among them exuding an ethereal presence. It was Ma Yu. He respectfully bowed to Ling Yu, and the 6 Taoists behind him mirrored the gesture. This humble one, Ma Yu, along with my 6 brothers, pays homage to the young master. We are willing to serve you. Thank you, Taoist Ma, for your efforts. You 7 shall follow closely behind me to ensure my safety, Ling Yu replied with a smile, his gaze filled with satisfaction as he looked at the group. This was a conclusion he had pondered carefully. Each of these 7 men had attained the pinnacle of spiritual transformation. Individually, they could withstand a martial emperor in his early stages without faltering. And if they formed a formation together, they had a reasonable chance of overcoming a martial emperor in his later stages. Such experts were undoubtedly essential for safeguarding him. Yes, young master, we shall heed your command. Ma Yu said respectfully, these 7 are indeed extraordinary. I cannot fathom their cultivation levels. Their techniques are far too profound, Ling Liang conveyed telepathically to Ling Mu. Indeed, I too cannot discern their depths. Nevertheless, as long as the young master is safe. That is what matters, Ling Mu replied with a resigned shrug. He then added, the current young master is no longer someone we can speculate about. Now, we must remain loyal to him and obey his orders. Reflecting on the past, they recalled how they had been the most powerful presence by Ling Yu's side during their travels. However, in just a few days, stronger figures had emerged one after another, causing their status in Ling Yu's eyes to gradually diminish. This left them with a sense of helplessness, yet they also felt a swell of pride in Ling Yu's growth. Ling Yu transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring toward the carriage, his speed akin to an arrow piercing the clouds. The 7 of Xianjin immediately followed suit, each employing their techniques to become streaks of light in pursuit of Ling Yu. At the front of the carriage, Ling Yu's 5 maidens anxiously awaited his return. Yes, young master. The young master has returned. Yi Ning was the first to spot Ling Yu, shouting excitedly. The other 4 maidens quickly lifted their heads, their gazes fixed on the distance. When they saw Ling Yu's figure emerging from the horizon, joy illuminated their faces. Young master, you have returned. We were so worried. The 5 maidens rushed forward to welcome him. Ling Yu smiled gently at the 5 maidens, saying, there is no need for concern. Did I not return safely? Your young master possesses great abilities. Now, let us head back to the carriage. Yes, young master, the 5 maidens replied obediently, nodding in agreement as they followed Ling Yu back to the carriage. Their worries dissipated with his return, replaced by expressions of joy. The loyal guards, witnessing Ling Yu's safe arrival, resumed their duties. The 7 of Xianjin also took their positions beside Ling Yu's carriage. Providing protection, the group continued onward, traversing through forests and mountains, heading toward the heart of the Wan Beast Mountain Range. To travel from Jingzhou to Yangzhou, they needed to pass through the Wan Beast Mountain Range. This range stretched for thousands of miles and was divided into inner and outer areas. Typically, convoys would take the outer path to ensure safety, though this would significantly prolong their journey. With a cadre of experts, Ling Yu's group had no need for such detours. Chapter 21. Summoning Again. The Wan Beast Mountain Range, resplendent with lush peaks, exhibited formidable and extraordinary terrain. Its complex geography and dense forests made it a mid-sized mountain range, predominantly populated by mid to low-level demon beasts. Countless creatures thrived in this region, cohabiting, living, and cultivating in a distinctive environment. Various demon beasts, including flying creatures and aquatic demon fish, inhabited this mountain range, reproducing and forming a unique cultivation milieu. Due to the generally low levels of the demon beasts here, many noble families and sect disciples came to train. Additionally, numerous bounty hunters arrived to hunt for resources and exchange them for wealth. Inside Ling Yu's carriage, he sat with his eyes closed. In the realm of his consciousness, Ling Yu had already attained the nascent soul stage and successfully cultivated his nascent soul, which now circled within his spiritual world. System, please explain the use of evil points and righteous points to me. Ling Yu's nascent soul inquired within the spiritual realm. Returning to the host, evil points and righteous points can be used to summon powerful beings from various worlds. However, due to the host's current strength, summoning can only occur within the minor thousand worlds. 10,000 summoning points can summon once from a low-level minor thousand world, 100,000 from a medium-level minor thousand world, and 10 million from a high-level minor thousand world. The summoning frequency assigned by the system is random, largely dependent on the host's luck. You may summon low-level minions from lower worlds or even beings that surpass higher worlds. However, The summoned individual's cultivation cannot exceed the host's by 3 major realms. The nascent soul nodded in understanding. What do you mean by high, medium, and low minor thousand worlds? You previously mentioned that the Xin Yuan continent is also a minor thousand world. Returning to the host, this universe is divided into 3,000 major worlds and countless minor worlds. Minor thousand worlds belong to the category of countless minor worlds. These minor worlds are classified based on their laws, spiritual energy, and spatial stability into high, medium, and low levels. The minor thousand world you inhabit is the pinnacle of the medium minor thousand worlds. It was once part of a high-level minor thousand world but was shattered into 5 parts during a certain historical period, subsequently falling to the status of a medium minor thousand world. So that is how it is. Thus, the 5 parts of the Xin Yuan continent are remnants of the shattered world. And this Xin Yuan continent was once a high-level minor thousand world. So there must still be hidden experts within it in the future. I must proceed with caution and act only when I possess sufficient strength. Does the host wish to utilize summoning points and those 2 random summoning opportunities? Yes, I will use 2 medium minor thousand world evil summons and 5 low-level minor thousand world evil summons, followed by 5 low-level minor thousand world righteous summons, Ling Yu declared, expending all his summoning points in one breath. He needed to strengthen his forces for the development of his power in the 3 domains and could not afford to be short-handed. He had already envisioned seizing the 3 domains and establishing his own influence there. He was poised to build his own dynasty while leveraging the 10,000 Realms demon summoning system and the domineering points that needed to be utilized. The governance of the Dechu was relatively lenient and open. Otherwise, there would not be so many royal-level forces within its territory. Among the numerous affiliated forces of Dechu, many were established as marquisates and sects supported or controlled by noble families and sects within the Dechu. However, all affiliated forces must submit and pay tribute to the Dechu dynasty. In times of war, they were also required to provide troops and resources. Ding, system summoning in progress, please wait, host. Ding, summoning successful. Summoned an evil path expert. Xiongba's profile, race, human, physique, overlord body, cultivation, martial emperor level 7, truly invincible among martial emperors, technique. 3 parts return to origin technique, imperial level technique, originates from the top-tier medium martial arts minor thousand world. The wind and cloud world. He is the leader of the heavenly society, trained under the martial saint. The 3 absolute old man Xiongba seeks dominance over the martial world through the power of the heavenly society, having taken Qin Shuang, Bu Jingyun, and Nie Feng as his disciples. After being defeated by the tempestuous winds and clouds, enduring a series of calamities, with his cultivation rendered null and his beloved daughter slain, he ultimately succumbed to despair and took his own life. He summoned the malevolent expert, Dongfang Bubi. Dongfang Bubi's profile, race, human cultivation, semi-saint, able to briefly contend with saints, recklessly capable of slaying saints. Undoubtedly, beneath the martial saints, I am invincible. Against martial saints, it is a 1-for-1 exchange. Physique, celestial body techniques, sunflower scripture, top-tier imperial technique, half-step immortal art, celestial transformation, growth of all things. Hailing from the top-tier intermediate martial world of Zyroway. He is the leader of the Sun and Moon Divine sect. To master the imperial technique, the sunflower scripture, he did not hesitate to sever himself and cultivate unparalleled martial prowess, rendering him invincible in the contemporary world. Known as Dongfang Bubi, he is renowned for being the greatest martial artist, having comprehended the half-step immortal art of celestial transformation and the profound principle of the growth of all things. He summoned 5 malevolent experts, the celestial 5 killers, Tian Sha, Di Sha, Ren Sha, Gue Sha, and Xie Sha. Profile of the 5 killers. Race, human cultivation, early-stage martial king techniques, shadow assassination technique, imperial grade technique, originating from a lower-tier martial world of assassins. These 5 are inseparable in life and death. With their unparalleled assassination techniques, they dominate the entire assassin realm. He also summoned 5 righteous experts, the Ling Yun 5, Ling Guozi, Ling Danzi, Ling Qizi, Ling Jianzi, and Ling Jianzi. Race, human cultivation, mid to late-stage spirit division techniques, Linghua technique, Lingdan technique, Lingqi technique, Lingjian technique, Lingyun technique, spiritual grade imperial techniques. They are from a lower tier cultivation world, the spirit communication world, where they cultivate, train, and grow together. Each excels in a particular skill. One in fire control, another in swordsmanship, one in alchemy, another in artifact refining, and the last in management. Thus, they united to establish the Ling sect, resonating throughout the spirit communication world. Alas, what a remarkable gathering! The presence of Xiongba and the leader Dongfang is astonishing. Lingyu's nascent soul was overwhelmed with joy, especially at the sight of the invincible Dongfang, who has comprehended the half-step immortal A-R-T-Y goodness. Truly, this is the legendary leader of the Jianghu, Lingyu's nascent soul exclaimed in excitement. These 5 malevolent martial kings and 5 spirit division cultivators are quite impressive. They perfectly supplement my forces. Incredible. Now I am truly invincible in this trifling realm. Who could withstand my might? I care not for your backgrounds. All shall submit to me. Ha ha ha. Ding. Would the host like to utilize random summoning? The system's voice resonated once more. Yes, yes. Today is a lucky day. I shall use it all. Let's begin with a random summoning from the malevolent realm. Lingyu's nascent soul laughed heartily in the mental realm. Ding. The system has drawn the immortal sword world. The Fire Demon King system intermittently sounded. Lingyu exclaimed, What? The Fire Demon King is an immortal realm expert. He recalled the alluring woman clad in red, adorned with a crimson crown, exuding an intoxicating aura. However, before Lingyu could revel in joy, a peculiar ghost, the Heartless Ghost, appeared as a subordinate. The system's voice echoed again. What? The Heartless Ghost? Damn it. Where's my Fire Demon King? You must explain. Lingyu's nascent soul was enraged, boiling with fury. Tio transition from a celestial beauty to a mere card was unacceptable. Response. The host experienced a system glitch, resulting in a temporary delay in communication. The initial random summoning was indeed for the Heartless Ghost, a subordinate of the Fire Demon King. Impossible. This system must be deceiving me. I refuse to believe it. You? Return my Fire Demon King. Lingyu vehemently rebuked the system. This system has always adhered to fairness and does not deceive anyone. The system replied firmly. Then you must compensate me, Lingyu protested, feeling aggrieved. This system has not developed that function yet. Thus, the host's proposal is void. Considering our long-standing relationship, surely some compensation is warranted. Apologies. This system strictly follows its principles. Damn it. This system is truly heartless. It infuriates me. Lingyu's nascent soul was in a frenzy. Host, you need not be excessively angry. Why should I not be angry? My Fire Demon King. Lingyu's nascent soul wore a pitiful expression. Please allow me to finish. Although the Heartless Ghost is considered a minor card in the immortal sword world, its strength is not to be underestimated in your Xinyuan continent. The system explained, Is that so? Upon hearing the system's clarification, Lingyu's nascent soul's expression softened considerably. Of course. The system affirmed. Very well, display the Heartless Ghost's profile. Lingyu reluctantly commanded. Chapter 22. Heartless Ghost Race. Ghost Physique. Innate Ghost Body Cultivation. Early Stage Tribulation. Sealed. Techniques. Heartless Technique. Low-grade Immortal Technique. Hailing from the Immortal Sword World. A creature of the Ghost Realm. It serves under the Fire Demon King as one of the 4 great generals. It frequently operates in Fengdu City, adept at manipulating the hearts and minds of others. Early Stage Tribulation, so formidable, yet sealed. This fellow is merely a minor card by the Fire Demon King's side. If the Fire Demon King is that powerful, wouldn't he be invincible? Lingyu mused, recalling the Fire Demon King. Did you just lose the Fire Demon King? The system quipped, followed by sarcasm directed at Lingyu. Even if you summoned the Fire Demon King, you wouldn't restore her full power. Just look at your own realm. I am strong. All right? Lingyu stammered, his confidence wavering. While his strength was considerable within the Dazhu Empire, in the immortal sword world, even a minor character could easily subdue him. Fine, fine. The Heartless Ghost shall suffice. What can I do with such a system? Lingyu resigned. The system's inner thoughts were filled with expletives. Host, would you like to use the opportunity for a random righteous summoning? Use it. Heavenly spirits and earthly spirits, ancestral grandpas, quickly manifest. Ling Yu's nascent soul recited a chant he had learned from unscrupulous Taoists back on Blue Star. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning the goddess Xiao from the immortal sword world. Xiao's profile. Race. Divine physique. Divine tree body techniques. Source of life. Mid-grade immortal technique. Cultivation. Early stage tribulation. Sealed. Weapon. Mid-grade immortal artifact. Wind spirit pearl originating from the divine realm among the 6 realms of the sword immortal world. She is the goddess responsible for nurturing the celestial tree in the heavenly realm. Stationed at the tree's apex, she regulates the growth of the tree based on the vitality of the 6 realms, ensuring its flourishing state, tirelessly working without respite. Xiao? Alas, she is also a pitiful being. Ling Yu lamented. Cut it out, the system scoffed at Ling Yu's expression. But she is indeed a formidable ally. Ha ha ha. Now I possess 3 individuals equivalent to martial saints. I am invincible. Ling Yu's nascent soul erupted into another fit of ecstatic laughter. Speechless. Is this how humans behave, alternating between laughter and sorrow? The system pondered. Let these experts approach me in batches. Do not let them all come at once to avoid panic, Ling Yu instructed solemnly. Understood, the system responded. Ling Yu opened his eyes to see his attendant, Yining, diligently preparing tea, having developed a fascination for the art of tea. Where are we now? Yining paused her task upon seeing Ling Yu awake and replied. Young master, we are about to enter the inner regions of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Ling Yu nodded, and at that moment, Zihui entered the carriage. Upon seeing Ling Yu conversing with Yining, he said, Young master, 5 oddly dressed elders have arrived outside, claiming to be your subordinates. Oh, they must be the Ling Sect's 5. Let us go and take a look. Yes, young master. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On the night of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the moon shone exceptionally bright. Ling Yu's army was encamped in a valley, resting. Groups of soldiers set up hundreds of tents and lit thousands of campfires. Recuperating, old, it seems we are of little use now. Ling Liang sighed to his friend, Elder Ling Mu, across the campfire. Who says otherwise? So many experts have arrived these days. I truly wonder how the young master managed to attract these powerful beings. Elder Ling Mu replied with a bitter smile, internally lamenting. Who could have imagined that a single glance from a captivating woman could render us both immobile? What a terrifying force! This is undoubtedly the most formidable being I have ever encountered. Even the supreme existence of our Ling family, the young master's grandfather, likely pales in comparison to her strength. Yet, this enchanting woman is a subordinate of the young master, known as Dongfang Bubi. Given her prowess, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her Dongzhou Bubi. Oh heavens! Is there no respite for us? Have you seen that man named Xiongba today? Ling Liang inquired. No. Could it be another newcomer pledging allegiance to the young master? Elder Ling Mu replied. Ling Liang nodded and continued. In the face of such a powerful figure, I felt much like I did when I faced the former patriarch during my time as a martial general. He must be an immortal martial king, and not just any martial king. Now, Ling Mu has become numb. Around Ling Yu, anyone is an indomitable martial king, and any slightly stronger expert is an immortal martial emperor. Yet another immortal martial emperor appears. Could it be that our young master is the reincarnation of some unparalleled powerhouse? Otherwise, how could there be so many invincible strong warriors pledging their loyalty? Ling Mu boldly speculated, it is possible, highly plausible. Ling Liang excitedly slapped his thigh in agreement and added, regardless of which supreme being our young master may be, the fact that he remains with our Ling family indicates he still cares for us. I firmly believe that as long as young master Ling Yu is here, our Ling family shall undoubtedly grow ever stronger. If we remain steadfast and loyal, following our young master, there may come a day when we too can step into the realm of the immortal martial emperor. Indeed, at the peak of the valley, Ling Yu stood upon the cliff, accompanied by 5 black-clad assassins. These 5 individuals bore similar physiques and exhibited an extraordinary level of synergy. They vigilantly surrounded Ling Yu, perpetually safeguarding him. Come forth, Wuxin Gue, Ling Yu called into the shadows. At that moment, a young man shrouded in ghostly energy slowly emerged from the darkness. This youth was tall and slender, his complexion pale as a ghost. and his eyes exuded a profound darkness, as if capable of seeing into the very souls of others. The ghostly aura emanating from him sent shivers down the spines of those daring enough to approach. Your subordinate, Wuxin Gue, pays his respects to the master. Wuxin Gue slightly bowed, his tone imbued with reverence. He regarded the young man before him with deep admiration, for it was this very youth who had resurrected him. Although his powers were currently sealed, he was at least alive. He had never heard of any celestial technique capable of reviving the dead, and he firmly believed that this young master would lead him to unprecedented heights. Wuxin Gue, you shall lead these 5 individuals behind me to establish an underground dark force in Dongzhou, preparing for my future campaign across the entire eastern continent. With your current strength and that of these 5, I am confident that you will soon build a formidable force. Ling Yu said gravely, looking at Wuxin Gue. Yes, master. With that, Wuxin Gue turned to the 5 assassins. Since the master has permitted you to accompany me, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity. Wuxin Gue raised his hand, channeling his energy, and a powerful wave of black, ghostly power surged forth from his palm, transforming into 5 beams of light that descended upon the 5 assassins. This is... The 5 cried out in agony as the ghostly energy surged within them, spreading throughout their meridians and inflicting immense pain. Ling Yu observed the 5, his heart twitching in sympathy. The sight of their suffering was almost unbearable. Before long, their cries diminished significantly as the ghostly energy continuously flowed into their bodies. Upon reaching a peak, they suddenly felt their meridians open up, and the previously obstructed energy surged forth, experiencing a tremendous enhancement in their cultivation levels. Martial King Initial Stage, Martial King Intermediate Stage, Martial King Advanced Stage, Martial King Full Circle. Boom. All 5 reached the half-step Martial Emperor realm in an instant. Excitement glimmered in the eyes of the heavenly killers as they felt the generous gift from Wuxin Gue. Their admiration for him growing immensely. Thank you, my lord, for the bestowed opportunity. The 5 knelt on one knee before Wuxin Gue, showing utmost respect. Wuxin Gue smiled gently and waved his hand, signaling them to rise. There is no need for excessive gratitude. You must remember that this power is not eternal. Only through your own efforts, remaining loyal to the master, and achieving great deeds, can you continue to elevate yourselves. For now, you should apply this power in practical combat to prove your worth and fight for the master. Upon hearing Wuxin Gue's words, the 5 respectfully bowed to Ling Yu, their faces reflecting a fervent oath of loyalty. Ling Yu felt quite pleased with Wuxin Gue's approach. He was indeed competent in his endeavors. Master, we shall set off now. Go. The 6 transformed into 6 streaks of black light, vanishing into the distance. Chapter 23. The enchantingly beautiful Xia. After Wuxin Gue and the others departed, Ling Yu remained at the cliff's peak, lingering as if awaiting someone. It should be here soon, Ling Yu murmured to himself. At that moment, a figure clad in white slowly descended from the sky, gracefully floating before Ling Yu as if she were a celestial being. Her skin glimmered like snow under the moonlight, radiating a soft luminescence, captivating all who beheld her. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, resembling a tranquil pool of azure water, drawing others into their depths. Her slender waist swayed like a delicate willow in the breeze, showcasing her exquisite grace. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, dancing in the wind as if performing a beautiful melody. The white-clad maiden appeared ethereal, evoking a deep sense of reverence. Ling Yu gazed at the enchanting figure before him, momentarily spellbound. Although he had encountered many beauties before, including his 5 maidens, who were all stunning in their own right, they lacked the otherworldly aura that this woman possessed. Before this white-clad maiden, Ling Yu felt as though he had glimpsed a celestial being from another realm. Her beauty transcended all earthly standards, rendering him utterly captivated. Cough, cough, cough. The system's voice resonated within Ling Yu's mind. Startled by the system's voice, Ling Yu regained his composure, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Quickly adjusting his demeanor, he spoke gently to the white-clad maiden. Sister Xia, you have arrived. Subordinate, Xia, greetings, master. Xia bowed slightly to Ling Yu. Ling Yu nodded lightly, gently assisting Xia to her feet, and then spoke warmly. Sister Xia, there is no need for such formalities. You may simply call me young master from now on. The system within Ling Yu's mind scoffed, truly unable to move past the sight of a beautiful woman, and thought, young master, why not have Wuxing Gue call you that as well? Then thank you, young master. Xia spoke softly, her expression remaining unchanged, as if nothing could perturb her. Sister Xia, I will rely on you for my safety in the future. Ling Yu's eyes revealed sincerity. Master, please rest assured. Xia nodded in response, her voice gentle. Ling Yu smiled, expressing his thoughts, with your protection, I feel that even in the face of the greatest dangers, I can rest easy. Let us depart, Sister Xia. Back to the camp. The silvery moonlight bathed the camp, enveloping it in tranquility and peace. Ling Yu and Xia moved gracefully through the sky, resembling a pair of celestial beings. Drawing the attention of all as they descended, they arrived at the entrance of the camp, where the soldiers had already retired for the night, a faint glow emanating from within the tents, creating a serene atmosphere. Meanwhile, Dongfang Bubi, who was cultivating within the camp, sensed the fluctuations in the aura outside and suddenly opened his eyes. What a powerful aura! Dongfang Bubi immediately opened a spatial passage and stepped through. To any observer, the sight of this spatial passage would be utterly startling, for only a martial saint could create such a phenomenon, traversing through space. Who goes there? CS sensed someone emerging through the spatial passage. Approaching them, as the passage stabilized, a figure gradually materialized. She wore a stunning red garment that exuded a captivating allure. Master, Ling Yu recognized the person as Dongfang Bubi and spoke. This young lady is? Dongfang Bubi regarded Xia, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. He sensed the immense aura emanating from her. This woman was extraordinarily beautiful and possessed a unique celestial aura. Her energy was remarkably strong, likely having crossed into a new realm. This is Sister Xia, currently my personal bodyguard. Ling Yu smiled at Dongfang Bubi, explaining. Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, Dongfang Bubi nodded, silently impressed. Master is becoming increasingly formidable. It is no wonder he can resurrect us. He has even attracted such a powerful individual as a bodyguard. His methods are truly enigmatic. His respect for Ling Yu deepened considerably. Ling Yu turned to Xia and said, Sister Xia, this is my subordinate, Dongfang Bubi, who is also quite powerful. Xia studied Dongfang Bubi, sensing the strength of her aura, which was indeed formidable. Though she had yet to break through to the tribulation, martial saint, realm, her strength likely rivaled that of typical tribulation experts. She couldn't help but exclaim, I never expected to encounter such a young powerhouse in this world. Hearing Xia's praise, Dongfang Bubi smiled and replied, Sister Xia, you flatter me. Your strength is truly formidable. You must have crossed into a new realm? I presume. Xia gently responded, Sister Dongfang, you need not be overly modest. You will likely cross into that realm soon. I still have some distance to go. It is rather difficult to comprehend. I hope Sister Xia will guide me. Dongfang Bubi felt delighted when Xia referred to her as Sister Dongfang. Ling Yu, hearing Xia address Dongfang Bubi as Sister Dongfang, felt an indescribable sensation within. Then let us return. Ling Yu wished to hasten their departure, not wanting their conversation to linger further. The young lady appeared both tall and short, which was peculiar. The three swiftly returned to the camp, where Ling Yu ushered Shi Yao into the carriage, introducing her to the 5 maidens. Upon beholding Shi Yao's beauty, the maidens gasped in awe. She was stunning, akin to a celestial fairy. They were filled with envy and joy for Ling Yu. Observing the maidens' reaction, Ling Yu felt a sense of secret delight. He then addressed the 5 maidens. You must take good care of Shi Yao. She is now a member of our family. From now on, we shall live together, strive together, and face all challenges as one eye in unison. The 5 maidens replied, We shall dutifully follow your orders, young master, and we will wholeheartedly look after Sister Shi Yao. The 5 soon established a profound friendship with Shi Yao, eagerly learning from her regarding cultivation, to which she patiently responded. Under Shi Yao's guidance, they made significant progress in their training. Ling Yu watched them interact harmoniously, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, several dozen young men and women clad in sect robes, accompanied by 2 middle-aged individuals, were engaged in a fierce battle against hundreds of demonic beasts several dozen miles from Ling Yu's camp. However, they gradually began to falter, facing the risk of being encircled by the beasts. Amidst the relentless attacks and bites of the beasts, Several youths were injured, collapsing in pools of blood at that moment. One of the middle-aged men leaped into the air, channeling his internal energy to unleash a powerful sword strike that cleaved through the sky, striking down a massive beast among the horde. The beast fell with a thud, taking several others down with it. This display of strength left the onlookers in shock, for the man's prowess was undeniable. "It's our master uncle. He has made his move." The crowd erupted in excitement at the sight of the colossal beast being felled, but their joy was short-lived as the beasts began to regroup. Seeing this, tension rose among them, with some maidens even bursting into tears, fully aware that this wave of demonic beasts would be even fiercer, and their chances of escape dwindled. The middle-aged man, with piercing eyes, shouted to the woman beside him, "Junior sister, I will lead some disciples to hold off this group of beasts. You must guide everyone to safety." The woman, reluctant, replied softly with tears in her eyes, "Senior brother, I will not abandon you. We shall face this together. Even if we die, we shall die side by side." With that, she drew her sword, standing shoulder to shoulder with the middle-aged man. "Junior sister, you are being foolish. Do not forget the task entrusted to us by the sect leader. You must lead them away. Otherwise, it will be too late," he urged once more, preparing to charge forward to fend off the beast's renewed assault. "But, senior brother," she hesitated, "unwilling to part, we must go. Do you wish for us to sacrifice ourselves in vain? Senior brother," she cried, her voice choked with emotion, "promise me you will look after hunger." He glanced at the young man beside him. The man's words devastated the woman, who bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. She realized this might be their final farewell, yet she could not persuade him to stay. He cast her one last heartfelt look before resolutely turning away. Leading the group toward the horde of beasts, their silhouettes appeared valiant and unwavering, brimming with conviction and determination. "Master!" Li Hong cried out in sorrow as he witnessed his master charging forward. "Go!" Watching the middle-aged man lead a dozen disciples into battle. The middle-aged woman, Chen Xian, fought back her own grief, resolutely pulling the young man and a female disciple with her, turning to the remaining disciples and commanding, "We must move." Chapter 24. Qing Xian sect. After the middle-aged man watched the woman and the others leave, a faint smile appeared on his lips as he turned to his disciples. "Let us give our all for them. As you command, elder," the disciples replied, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination. The middle-aged man soared into the air once more, charging toward the horde of beasts, with over a dozen disciples following closely behind, weapons in hand, making their final charge. They swung their weapons vigorously, slaying the nearby demonic wolves, each one falling before their resolute onslaught. However, they paid a heavy price, with some sustaining injuries and even sacrificing their lives. Yet they did not waver in their resolve to eradicate the wolves. Suddenly, a disciple was crushed by a demonic wolf, blood splattering everywhere. "Kill! Avenge our junior brother!" The disciples, witnessing their comrade's demise, became even more relentless in their attacks. Nevertheless, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, far beyond what their group could withstand. Under the continuous assault of the beasts, disciples fell one after another into pools of blood. Soon, only the middle-aged man and two disciples remained. The middle-aged man, covered in blood and panting heavily, appeared utterly exhausted, while the two disciples were similarly battered and bruised. At that moment, a path opened among the beasts, and a massive silver wolf emerged. Its gaze was like lightning, its presence imposing, radiating an aura of dread as it advanced toward the middle-aged man and the two disciples. Seemingly poised to deliver their demise, "It's the Wolf King," the man thought, his heart sinking. He turned to his disciples with an apologetic expression. "Master Uncle, we understand. Even if we die, we will take a piece of it with us." The two disciples declared resolutely. The middle-aged man gazed at them, tears glistening in his eyes, exclaiming, "You are truly worthy disciples of Qing Xian sect. The sect is proud of you. Wolf King, I will fight you," he shouted, channeling all his strength to unleash a colossal azure sword aura toward the Wolf King. The Wolf King roared, its eyes glinting with ferocity, eager to annihilate the humans who dared to invade its territory and steal its spiritual fruits. It opened its gaping maw, emitting a deafening howl as it lunged toward the middle-aged man and his two disciples. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. The woman heard the thunderous noise behind her and turned to see a flash of azure light. She understood that her master had fallen. Master! The middle-aged woman gasped, her face paling as tears streamed down her cheeks. Li Hong, standing beside her, filled with sorrow, looked at her and asked, Master, what happened to him? The middle-aged woman sighed, gazing at Li Hong, and, regaining her composure, replied solemnly, Li Hong, your master has passed away. Master! Li Hong cried out in anguish, Brother Li, please accept my condolences. From now on, my junior sister and I will take care of you. You must train diligently to avenge your master. A 17 or 18-year-old girl comforted him by patting his shoulder. Li Hong looked at the girl, his grief momentarily overshadowed, and nodded vigorously, saying, Thank you, Zhao Shimi. I will strive to cultivate and avenge my master, ensuring he is not disappointed in the afterlife. The middle-aged woman, Chen Qian, added, Li Hong, you must hasten your training to seek vengeance for your master. Chen Qian was one of the 10 elders of the inner sect of Qing Xian sect, with a cultivation level of martial sovereign, 5th layer. Li Heng's master, Mu Su, was also among the 10 elders. Having reached the 8th layer of martial sovereign, howls pierced the air, disrupting their sorrowful moment. What? Qin Qian exclaimed. This is bad. The demonic beasts are coming after us. What should we do, master? I don't want to die. A girl sobbed. Curse it, these beasts are relentless. Most of the survivors were young women, with only a few young men present, and upon hearing Chen Qian's words, panic ensued among them. Chen Qian took a deep breath, steadying herself, and addressed them, Everyone, remain calm. We must unite and keep our composure. But master, with Mu Shirba gone, do we still have a chance? A female disciple wept. Yes, yes, master. The other female disciples echoed in despair, sighing deeply. Chen Qian lamented, feeling her own confidence wavering. Just then, a young woman in her 20s rushed toward them, breathless. Master, master, thank goodness. I found a valley ahead. There's a troop stationed inside, she eagerly reported. This woman, Fang Yun, had been sent by Chen Qian to scout the area. Is that so? What is their level of cultivation? Chen Qian inquired, her heart racing with excitement. I didn't dare venture too far, but I sense their cultivation is extremely formidable. Fang Yun replied. Excellent. Take a moment to rest. We shall prepare and head to that valley, Chen Qian said, patting Fang Yun's shoulder. Yes, master, she replied. Master, if we go there rashly, won't we lead the beasts to them? Is this plan wise? Zhao Yaoer expressed her concerns. Junior sister Zhao, once we reach that valley, the troop will undoubtedly hold off the beasts. If they sustain losses, once we return safely to the sect, we will ensure they receive compensation, Li Hong asserted. Indeed, what Li Shiji says is correct, Chen Qian concurred. Very well, master, Zhao Yaoer relented, seeing the consensus among them. Not good, master. The beasts are approaching. A disciple urgently shouted, Let us hasten towards the valley. Chen Qian swiftly informed the others. Ling Yu's encampment lies ahead, at the forefront. Ling Lei was patrolling the perimeter of the camp with 10 companions, diligently executing their vigilance duties. Ling Lei, the grandson of the 10th elder of the Ling family, had reached the late stage of the martial general realm. He was assigned to protect Ling Yu, and in recent days, Ling Yu had decided to integrate the Ling family's guards, accompanying him with the Wei Wu troops under his command. Most of these guards were family elites with commendable cultivation talent. By incorporating them into the Wei Wu troops, not only could the strength of the Wei Wu troops be enhanced, but it would also serve as valuable training for the Ling family's members. Achieving a dual benefit. When Ling Lei joined the Wei Wu troops, his outstanding strength earned him the position of a squad leader. Though merely a squad leader, this role was still significant compared to the other guards of the Ling family, most of whom had become ordinary soldiers. It is noteworthy that the ordinary soldiers of the Wei Wu troops had all reached the pinnacle of the martial master realm. Now, as a squad leader, he commanded 10 subordinates who were all at the pinnacle of the martial master realm. As they continued their patrol, a group of over 10 individuals clad in sect garments approached at a run. Who goes there? Ling Lei barked at the newcomers. Witnessing Ling Lei, who appeared to be in his 20s, though he was actually in his 30s, appearing youthful due to his cultivation. Chen Xian stepped forward and said, "Young friend, we hail from the Qingxian sect of Yangzhou. We have encountered some trouble and have come seeking assistance upon seeing your camp." "Qingxian sect of Yangzhou? I have not heard of it," Ling Lei replied, as this was his first time in Yangzhou, having trained under Ling Yu's father in the northern territories. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for him to be unfamiliar with the Qingxian sect, especially since they were all from the Ling family, and aside from the 5 great families and 6 major sects, few forces warranted their attention. Be on your way. There are significant figures in the forward camp who do not appreciate disturbances, Ling Lei stated, unwilling to let them disrupt Ling Yu's affairs. "What? You have not heard of the Qingxian sect?" Chen Qian was somewhat taken aback. Given that the Wanshou mountain range was located on the border of Yangzhou, most who ventured there were generally aware of its forces. Is it not unusual? "Is the Qingxian sect that renowned?" Ling Lei inquired, perplexed. Before Chen Qian could respond, Li Hong stepped forward, brimming with confidence. "Of course, our Qingxian sect is a premier force within Yangzhou, boasting countless powerful individuals and even a martial king ancestor. If you assist us, we shall ensure you receive compensation upon our return to the sect. You may even gain the friendship of the Qingxian sect." Chapter 25. The unfortunate Wolf King's senior brother Li. Zhao Yaoyao frowned at Li Heng's haughty remarks, tugging at him to indicate his attitude. "Oh, a premier force with a martial king ancestor? How impressive!" Ling Lei mockingly retorted. "Since your sect is so filled with experts, how is it that you find yourselves in such dire straits?" One of the Ling family members who had joined the Wei Wu troops scoffed at Li Hong and his companions. "You, do not go too far." Li Hong pointed an accusatory finger at the Ling family member who had mocked him, anger flaring in his eyes. "Enough, Hunger," Chen Qian interjected, not wishing for Li Hong to provoke a conflict. For they needed the Ling family's assistance shortly. "Young friend, I believe it would be best for you to cooperate with us," Chen Qian stated solemnly. As she belonged to a first-rate sect in Yangzhou, she was quite renowned in the entire cultivation world there. Being mocked by these armored youths was somewhat embarrassing for her. "Oh? On what grounds?" Ling Lei's grip tightened around the hilt of his sword. Just as Chen Qian was about to speak, a multitude of giant wolves began to emerge from the direction they had come, numbering in the thousands. At the rear, a colossal silver wolf towering dozens of feet high followed suit. "They have come! The demon wolves are upon us!" The disciples behind Chen Qian trembled in fear, some of the female disciples even beginning to weep. You have attracted the wolf pack. This is utterly reprehensible." Ling Lei's face darkened with murderous intent as he scolded them. Ling Lei recognized their true intentions. They sought to have him and his comrades fend off the approaching wolves on their behalf. Chen Qian and her group, realizing their culpability, exchanged guilty glances with Zhao Yaoyao but refrained from justifying themselves. "This is my Qingxian sect leader's daughter. If you ensure our safe passage to the sect, we will reward you handsomely," she said in a tone of desperation. "Master, what are you doing?" Zhao Yaoyao glared angrily at Chen Qian. She did not wish to reveal her identity, as many in Yangzhou coveted her. Being a Xianin body, although she cultivated rapidly, she was also considered an ideal vessel for cultivators. Within the Qingxian sect, she trained in secrecy. She had not wished to come to the Wanshou mountain range. But her father had insisted that there was an opportunity for her there, leaving her with no choice but to comply. "I am sorry, Yao Yao. Given the circumstances, we have no alternative," Chen Qian said apologetically. Glancing at Zhao Yaoyao, "So, she is the leader's daughter. No wonder Elder Chen and Elder Mu have been so attentive to her." The disciples surrounding Chen Qian murmured among themselves. At that moment, a flicker of undisguised ambition crossed Li Heng's eyes. He had heard his master speak of the leader's daughter possessing a Xianin body. Initially, his master had urged him to befriend Zhao Yaoyao, and at that time, he had not fully understood the reason. However, seeing that Zhao Yaoyao was petite and clever, he quickly developed an affection for her. Now that he learned of her noble status, he was even more determined not to let her slip away. Hearing Chen Qian's words, Ling Lei coldly remarked, "Humph. We will settle this later. Ling Hui, go notify the general. The rest prepare for battle." "Yes." The Wei Wu troops swiftly drew their swords, readying themselves for combat, their spirits igniting with fervor. "Impressive!" Chen Qian exclaimed, her heart filled with confusion. Where do these individuals come from? Even an ordinary soldier has reached the pinnacle of the martial master realm. Such power is rare even throughout Yangzhou, and scarcely found even in the eastern regions of Dechu. Roar, roar, roar. A pack of silver-gray giant wolves charged forward. Kill, kill, kill. Ling Lei led his subordinates into the fray. In an instant, blood and flesh flew. Countless demon wolves lay slain upon the ground, in the skies above. This kid Ling Lei is quite remarkable. He is likely on the verge of breaking through to the martial general pinnacle. Indeed, old Mu, this rascal Yun has truly surpassed expectations. Ha ha ha. Let us go and see that false wolf king. We cannot allow this beast to disturb the young master's rest. Right with that, the two transformed into streaks of light, rushing toward the massive silver wolf. These two were the Ling family's elders, Ling Mu and Ling Liang. They had sensed the arrival of the wolf pack and were aware of the sect's presence, even having noticed the earlier arrival of Feng Yun. However, those individuals were not worthy of drawing their attention. This wolf king, however, was different. It was a false wolf king on the brink of breaking through to the demon king realm. If left unchecked, it would undoubtedly disrupt Ling Yu's rest, a situation they could not permit. Soon, the two arrived before the giant wolf. The other silver wolves surrounding the wolf king were immediately subdued by the overwhelming aura of the two elders. Unable to rise, only capable of howling in submission. Meanwhile, the enormous silver wolf king glared at the two with its eyes radiating murderous intent. Little white wolf, you have truly drawn the short straw by encountering us. Ling Mu laughed heartily. The silver wolf king slowly began to retreat, realizing that the two before it had reached the martial king realm, a level far beyond its capability to contend with. Ha ha ha! There is no escape for you today, heavenly palm. Ling Liang summoned his power, his aura soaring to its zenith as he raised his right hand, transforming it into a colossal palm. With a thunderous shout, the giant palm surged toward the wolf king, its might seemingly capable of shaking the heavens and earth, threatening to rend mountains asunder. Seeing no avenue of escape, the silver wolf king had no choice but to fight back. Roar, roar, roar. The silver wolf king's form expanded 4 to 5 times larger as it leaped toward Ling Liang's enormous palm, attempting to bite it. Yet, the might of the palm was beyond its capacity to withstand. The dozens of feet tall wolf king appeared diminutive before the giant palm. It attempted to gnash its teeth against the palm, but it could not breach its defenses. Nevertheless, it refused to concede, struggling valiantly to free itself from the palm's grasp. Noticing the wolf king's indomitable spirit, Ling Liang could not help but admire its courage. However, he understood that sympathy could not lead to lax vigilance. Thus, he exerted even greater force, intensifying the palm's might. Under the immense pressure, the wolf king's body began to distort, blood spilling forth, yet it remained unyielding, exerting every ounce of strength to retaliate. Finally, after a fierce struggle, the wolf king's strength waned and it emitted a mournful howl, its form shrinking rapidly until it became a silver-white pup, collapsing onto the ground. Old Liang, your heavenly palm grows increasingly formidable. It must be nearing perfection. Ling Mu praised Ling Liang. Ha ha ha, not yet. Ling Liang laughed heartily, addressing the old man Mu. What do you propose we do with this little wolf? Shall we kill it? Or? Ling Liang gazed at the silver-white wolf lying on the ground. Inquiring of Ling Mu, how about we tame it and present it to the young master? A half-step demon king level wolf isn't too shabby. It could serve as a plaything for the young master. The wolf king, sprawled on the ground, had just begun to regain its breath. However, upon hearing it might become a mere plaything, it nearly choked in indignation. After all, it was also a being of half-step demon king caliber. Heavens! What manner of world is this? Today was indeed unfortunate. It had been peacefully cultivating in its territory when an overwhelming urge drove it to seek the affection of its devoted mother wolf. Upon returning, it discovered its home had been invaded, and the spirit fruit it had guarded for 50 years had been stolen. That spirit fruit was the soon-to-ripen 6th-level silver moon fruit. It had been eagerly anticipating its maturity to consume it and thus break through to the demon king realm. But now, with the fruit gone, Its aspirations of advancement seemed painfully distant. In a fit of rage, it summoned its pack to search for the thieves, who had not managed to escape the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Soon enough, its subordinates located them and began a relentless pursuit. Fortunately, they caught up swiftly and eliminated the strongest among the humans. Yet, the thief who had taken the spirit fruit managed to flee, leaving the Wolf King with no choice but to continue the chase with its followers. During yet another encounter, they managed to surround the humans, thinking this time there would be no escape. But, unexpectedly, they attracted the attention of two unparalleled warriors of the Martial King realm. Without a word, they suppressed the Wolf King and intended to make it a mere plaything for the young master. "Oh, woe is me! What a tragic life I lead!" The Silver Wolf King lamented, tears streaming down its face as it reflected on the day's events. "Look, old Mu, that little Wolf King is crying," Ling Liang exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the weeping Silver Wolf King. "Indeed, it seems it has learned of our intention to make it the young master's plaything, and thus it sheds tears of joy." Ling Liang nodded in agreement with Ling Mu's observation. Chapter 26. The Mysterious Body Zhao Yaoer Little Silver Wolf. "Get up quickly. I know you aren't dead," Ling Mu chided playfully. The Silver Wolf, however, did not rise, opting instead to feign death in a bid to deceive the two. Seeing the Wolf King persist in its charade, Ling Liang raised his hand threateningly. "I swear," still pretending to be dead, "if you don't get up this instant, I shall strike you, ensuring you truly meet the King of Hell." Upon seeing Ling Liang's raised hand, the Silver Wolf immediately sprang up, its wary eyes scanning the two, particularly fixating on the threatening hand of Ling Liang, which caused it to tremble involuntarily. Ling Mu then spoke, "Little Silver Wolf, you now have two choices. First, pledge your loyalty to us and become a pet of our young master. Second, meet the same fate as that one." With that, he effortlessly extinguished the life of a wolf demon with a mere gesture. Casting a menacing glare at the Silver Wolf King, Ling Mu remained unperturbed, as the two choices he presented were crystal clear. If the little Wolf King wished to survive, it knew which option to choose. As expected, after a series of expressive changes, the little Silver Wolf cast a deep glance at the hundreds of wolf demons behind it and finally howled twice at Ling Mu and his companion, conveying telepathically, "I can agree to serve you, but you must allow my kin to leave unscathed." "Not a problem," Ling Mu replied without hesitation, for the young wolves held no value to him and his companion. "Come over and swallow these 2 pills," Ling Liang said casually, producing a white demon-controlling pill and a healing pill. The little Silver Wolf approached Ling Liang and consumed the 2 pills. As they took effect, warmth flooded its body, rapidly restoring much of its strength. Yet, it felt no joy, for it understood that with the consumption of the demon-controlling pill, there was no escape from servitude. Noticing the little Silver Wolf's significant recovery, Ling Mu instructed, "Excellent, now, command your pack to retreat." The Silver Wolf nodded in compliance, letting out 3 powerful howls that reverberated through the air, prompting the wolf pack to hastily withdraw from the battlefield, retreating into the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Watching his pack depart, the White Wolf King's eyes betrayed a sense of reluctance. "The pack has retreated, and I have yet to satiate my thirst for vengeance," Ling Lei complained, driving his blood-stained sword into the ground. "These wolf demons are far too weak," his subordinates boasted loudly, while Chen Qian observed their banter, internally scoffing at their navet. "How could they be weak? If they were, how could my group of dozens have reached this point? This pack is led by a pseudo-wolf king." Just as Ling Lei and his companions continued their idle chatter, a massive wolf king approached them with deliberate strides. "By heavens, it's a half-step demon king level wolf. Prepare for battle. No, prepare to retreat." Ling Lei barked orders to his subordinates as he recognized that the silver-white massive demon king was beyond their capability to confront. Panic ensued among Chen Qian and the others upon sighting the formidable beast. "Ling Kid, why are you panicking? Just moments ago, I was praising you to your grandfather." A rough voice boomed from atop the giant wolf. Hearing that familiar voice calmed Ling Lei's nerves. He turned to see 2 figures leaping down from the back of the silver-white giant wolf. The silver wolf transformed back into its small canine form. "Grandfather Mu, Grandfather Liang, Ling Lei greeted them with utmost respect. "Ha, well done, Ling kid. Your strength is impressive." Ling Mu patted Ling Lei on the shoulder, clearly pleased. "Hee hee." Ling Lei bashfully scratched his head, a smile gracing his features. "Grandfather, you have tamed that Wolf King." He pointed towards the silver-white Wolf King, "Of course, with me, your grandfather Liang in action. How could this little silver wolf possibly escape?" Ling Liang declared with pride. Chen Xian trembled internally at the imposing presence of the two elderly figures. Sensing an aura reminiscent of the martial kings she had encountered only within her sect, there was no doubt they were martial king powerhouses. Ling Lei drew his bloodied sword from the ground, his expression turning fierce as he approached Chen Xian and her companions, stating, "Grandfather Mu, Grandfather Liang, how should we deal with this group of sect members? Shall we eliminate them all?" He harbored no goodwill towards these sect members who had attempted to use them against the wolf pack. "You dare!" Li Heng began, but was swiftly interrupted by Chen Xian, who urgently cautioned, "Hold your tongue, Hunger." She was exasperated by her disciples' inability to discern the gravity of the situation. These individuals were not ones they could provoke. "Humph!" Ling Mu snorted, unleashing a martial king aura that bore down upon Li Heng. "Ugh!" Li Heng, overwhelmed by the oppressive force, coughed up blood and fell to one knee. Ah! The bones within Li Heng's body began to shatter, eliciting cries of agony. Seeing this, Chen Xian quickly pleaded for mercy. "Please, esteemed elders, forgive my ignorant disciple." Ling Mu coldly huffed and ceased the pressure of his martial king aura. He did not press the issue further. To him, Li Heng was no more significant than an ant, easily extinguishable. Li Heng felt the oppressive weight lift. He scrambled to his feet, gasping for air. The defiance that had once marked his demeanor was now replaced by sheer terror. Ling Liang regarded Chen Xian and the others, his voice steady. "Where do you hail from? Who among you possesses the Silver Wolf's spirit fruit?" During the time Ling Liang and Ling Mu had subdued the Silver Wolf King, it had disclosed the reasons for pursuing this sect. Chen Xian, feeling the weight of Ling Liang's gaze, hesitated before responding. "We come from the esteemed Qing Xin sect in Yangzhou, and the Silver Wolf's spirit fruit is in my possession." She extended her right hand, revealing a glowing fruit. "Oh, indeed. It is the 6th-level Silver Moon fruit," Ling Liang remarked, his mood visibly lifted. Chen Xian bit her lip, offering the Silver Moon fruit towards Ling Liang with utmost respect. "Esteemed elder, we harbor no intentions of enmity towards you. We only seek a path of survival. Please accept this Silver Moon fruit as a token of our respect." Ling Liang accepted the fruit, casting a sweeping gaze over the onlookers before settling on Chen Xian, a smile gracing his features. "Given your sincerity, I shall grant you a chance. However, this opportunity is not mine to bestow. It lies with our young master. You must await his decision." With no other recourse, Chen Xian and her companions could only nod in resignation, recognizing the strength before them. Ling Mu's attention then shifted to the gathered crowd, and upon spotting Zhao Yaoer, his eyes gleamed with interest. This girl possesses potential. She has reached the half-step martial general realm. Impressive. He scrutinized her further with his spiritual sense, astonished to discover a unique constitution, likely the mysterious Yin body. He then beckoned to Zhao Yaoer. "My dear, please come forward." Upon hearing Ling Mu call her name, Zhao Yaoer felt a jolt of alarm in her heart. Could she have been discovered? She fervently prayed within herself. "Please, do not let me be found out." She was acutely aware of the immense allure her unique constitution held for those ancient beings. If they were to uncover her presence, she feared her fate would be dire. Trembling, she approached Ling Mu and nervously inquired, "Senior, what commands do you have for me?" Ling Mu regarded Zhao Yaoer with a slight smile and remarked, "You possess a special constitution. Could it be the Xianin body?" At his words, Zhao Yaoer felt her heart plummet, standing there in stunned silence. Chen Xian, upon hearing Ling Mu's assertion that Zhao Yaoer was the Xianin body, inwardly cursed and hurried to Zhao Yaoer's side to clarify. "Senior, you jest. How could our young master be the Xianin body? Ah? Are you saying I have misjudged? Do you believe my discernment inferior to yours?" Ling Mu's cold gaze fixed on Chen Xian, the formidable aura of a martial king evident. Under his scrutinizing stare, Chen Xian felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, and no, That was not my intention, she stammered in explanation. I must see. Ling Mu declared, stepping forward to examine Zhao Yaoer. He gently placed his hand upon her head, channeling his energy to assess her constitution. That moment, Zhao Yaoer's delicate complexion turned ashen, quaking as she stood. After a while, Ling Mu's expression transformed into one of excitement. He withdrew his hand. Looking at Zhao Yaoer, he proclaimed, "Indeed, this girl's constitution is remarkably unique. She possesses the Xianin body, and it is of the royal grade. This is a significant discovery." Chapter 27. Howling Moon's celestial wolf. To his astonishment, the girl was of the superior royal grade Xianin body. Ling Mu reigned in his excitement and smiled at Zhao Yaoer, saying, "Alas, senior, you have uncovered my secret. Perhaps it is fate." At that moment, Zhao Yaoer no longer concealed her feelings. Her demeanor had calmed considerably. "I am willing to accompany you, esteemed sir, if only you would spare my elders and fellow disciples." Ling Mu listened to Zhao Yaoer's resigned tone, a ripple of empathy stirring within him. Yet, he shook his head resolutely, stating, "My dear girl, I cannot act unilaterally. This matter must be reported to our young master for a final decision. As for the fate of your companions, it too awaits the young master's judgment. However, I assure you, our young master is a man of reason. He will render a fair verdict on this matter." "Very well, I shall abide by your arrangements," Zhao Yaoer replied, her tone softening as she relinquished her insistence. She cast a glance at her companions behind her, a flicker of concern crossing her eyes, before quietly moving to Ling Mu's side. "Lei, you are to escort these individuals to the camp and keep a vigilant watch over them. I, along with Elder Liang, shall take this young lady to pay our respects to the young master." Ling Mu instructed, his gaze resolute as it fell upon Ling Lei. Ling Lei nodded, his expression serious as he responded, "Rest assured, Elder Mu, I will handle this matter with utmost care." He then turned to Qin Xian and her group, coldly stating, "Come with me. Let us proceed, young lady." Ling Mu spoke earnestly, his gaze unwavering as it met Zhao Yaoer's. She nodded slightly, determination gleaming in her eyes, signaling her readiness to confront whatever lay ahead. "Little silver wolf, let us go." Elder Liang chuckled, patting the head of the small silver wolf. With a howl, the silver wolf transformed into a towering silver wolf king. Standing majestically, Ling Mu, with Zhao Yaoer and Elder Liang, ascended onto the wolf king's back. "Senior, might we bring my master uncle along?" Zhao Yaoer implored, her eyes pleading. Ling Mu furrowed his brow. Sensing his hesitance, Elder Liang pondered briefly before suggesting, "Let him come, after all. He is her elder and likely possesses considerable knowledge of Yangzhou. Perhaps the young master may find him useful." Ling Mu nodded and coldly addressed Qin Xian, "You shall accompany us as well." "Yes, yes, esteemed sir," she replied promptly. Subsequently, Ling Mu assisted Zhao Yaoer's master uncle onto the back of the Silver Wolf King. Despite the Wolf King's immense size, its back was remarkably flat, akin to a small mountain, ample enough to accommodate everyone. Qin Xian felt the overwhelming power of the Silver Wolf King and marveled inwardly. Just moments ago, they had faced the threat of being hunted by this very Wolf King. Now, they found themselves riding upon its back. Turning to Zhao Yaoer, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Yaoer, how unpredictable the world can be." "Indeed." Zhao Yaoer sighed, her heart restless. She understood that this encounter with the young master would be a crucial trial for both her and her master uncle. Before long, the colossal Silver Wolf King soared into the heart of the camp, where hundreds of tents were meticulously arranged amidst the mountains. Each tent housed one or more formidable warriors, their deep auras indicating they were all seasoned practitioners. Most individuals within the camp were clad as soldiers, donned in uniform battle attire, exuding a resolute demeanor, their presence steady. Each soldier had reached the pinnacle of the martial master realm, with numerous warriors at the level of martial general. "Master Uncle, whence do these formidable individuals hail? They are astonishingly powerful," Zhao Yaoer inquired incredulously, glancing at Qin Xian. Qin Xian shook her head in resignation, indicating her ignorance, while her mind echoed with the thought, "Indeed. Who are these individuals?" As Zhao Yaoer and Qin Xian pondered, suddenly, an array of powerful spiritual presences descended from the sky, enveloping them in an overwhelming aura. These spirits clearly surpassed their own strength, instilling a profound sense of pressure upon Zhao Yaoer and Chen Qian. Simultaneously, they noticed a dozen or so individuals whose powers were on par with the two elders ahead of them, with a few even exhibiting greater strength. Their deep auras loomed like insurmountable mountains, evoking trepidation. At that moment, a burly man, towering at 9 feet with a muscular physique, approached them, his voice both rugged and authoritative. "Elders, what brings you and these outsiders into the heart of the camp? Reporting to you, Lord Xiongba." Ling Mu stepped forward to elaborate on their arrival. Upon hearing Ling Mu's account, Xiongba nodded, gesturing for them to enter. "Very well, proceed." At the far end of the camp stood an eye-catching carriage of palace-like proportions, crafted from opulent materials and adorned with exquisite engravings, resembling a work of art. Flanking the carriage were 5 large tents, each exuding a powerful aura that discouraged any closer approach. These 5 tents served as residences for Dongfang Bubi, the Xianjin 7, the Ling Yun 5, Xiongba, and the 2 elders of the Ling family. The 4 came to a halt before the carriage, pausing to gather themselves. Ling Mu respectfully called out, "Young master, your subordinate Ling Mu has matters to report." With a creak, the carriage door slowly opened, revealing a handsome young man who emerged gracefully, flanked by 2 striking maidens. Zhao Yaoer's eyes widened, her gaze fixated on the youth as if fearing to miss any detail. This young man possessed striking features and an imposing presence, his bright eyes seeming to penetrate the very essence of existence. Clad in snow-white garments, he appeared as though he had stepped forth from a celestial painting. His confidence and composure were captivating. The 2 maidens behind him were equally striking, one in flowing green attire, her features delicate and gentle as spring water, the other in fiery red, her bright eyes and radiant smile reminiscent of summer blooms. Their keen gazes and profound auras indicated they were formidable practitioners in their own right. "Young master," Ling Mu greeted, bowing respectfully upon witnessing Ling Yu's appearance. Ling Yu's eyes fell upon the Silver Wolf King beside Ling Mu, curiosity sparking within him, followed by a hint of delight. With a smile, he addressed the 2 elders of the Ling family. "Elder Mu, well done. You've brought me a howling moon celestial wolf. Thank you for your efforts." He then raised his right hand, summoning the Silver Wolf King with an immense gravitational pull, effortlessly drawing the majestic creature to his side. Much like an eagle snatching up a chick, Ling Yu had just utilized his system to assess the Silver Wolf King. Though its cultivation merely reached the threshold of a half-demon king, it possessed the bloodline of the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf. According to the system, the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf was a celestial beast, capable of devouring true immortals at its peak. This revelation thrilled him. Although the Wolf King's bloodline was not pure, he could cultivate it gradually. At that moment, the Silver Wolf King trembled in fear upon seeing Ling Yu, its heart gripped by terror. Possessing the bloodline of the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf, it instinctively sensed the formidable and noble aura radiating from Ling Yu, instilling a deep respect within it. Such terror. This young man is utterly terrifying, far more so than the 2 martial kings who previously confronted me. How could such a formidable youth exist in this world? Woe is me! I yearn to return home. Little White Wolf, you shall remain by my side as my pet from now on." Ling Yu gently patted the little white wolf's head, speaking softly. The longevity-imbued celestial energy within him flowed into the little white wolf, instantly healing all its injuries. Furthermore, that ethereal aura continued to enhance the constitution of the white wolf. Its coat gleamed with an even more silvery sheen, and the power of its bloodline grew significantly stronger. Strangely, the ability to control demons within it seemed to vanish entirely, yet a force emerged from the depths of its soul, binding it with a power that rendered it incapable of any resistance. The Wolf King felt the changes within itself, a tempest of emotions swirling in its heart. It was uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. On one hand, it had become Ling Yu's pet, losing its once cherished freedom, which tormented its spirit. On the other hand, Ling Yu's formidable strength and high status, coupled with his ability to purify its bloodline, suggested that following him might provide access to greater resources and enhance its own power. "What a charming little silver wolf! Young master, do give it a name." exclaimed the red-clad maiden behind Ling Yu, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the silver-white wolf in his hands. Ling Yu casually remarked, "How about we call it Xiaoyin? What do you think, Ning Er?" Upon hearing the name Xiaoyin, the Wolf King felt a pang of discomfort, thinking, "Isn't that rather peculiar?" "It sounds odd, young master," responded the red-clad maiden. Ning, with a hint of hesitation. The Wolf King shot her a grateful glance. "Young master, why not call it Xiaobai instead?" suggested the blue-clad Zihui, noticing the silver wolf's shimmering fur. Ling Yu chuckled, contemplating for a moment before addressing Zihui. "Very well, we shall name it Xiaobai. This name indeed suits it better." When the Wolf King heard them refer to it as Xiaobai, it found the name far more pleasing than Xiaoyin. It bestowed a look of gratitude upon the suggestion, particularly towards the blue-clad Zihui. Zihui, sensing the Wolf King's gaze, felt a rush of warmth in her heart. She smiled at the wolf, asking, "Xiaobai, how do you find this name? Do you like it?" Xiaobai nodded slightly, though a twinge of inner conflict lingered within. Chapter 28. I want not only you but your entire Qingxian sect. After resolving the matter of Xiaobai, Ling Yu turned his attention to Zhao Yao Er and Chen Xian. A wave of tension washed over the two, as if they were standing before an omnipotent being capable of discerning their innermost thoughts. Zhao Yao Er and Chen Xian felt the weight of Ling Yu's profound gaze, leaving them feeling exposed, as if their secrets were laid bare before him. They couldn't help but reflect that in the presence of this piercing-eyed youth, they felt utterly vulnerable. Zhao Yao Er, the young master of the Qingxian sect, possessed a top-tier royal-level Shinin body at the tender age of 19, and held the cultivation of half a martial general. Your cultivation is commendable, and your talent is decent. Within the Dechu Empire, you could be considered a prodigy. However, this top-tier royal-level Shinin body presents a challenge for you, remarked Ling Yu, scrutinizing Zhao Yao Er. In an instant, the system displayed Zhao Yao Er's personal information panel, and he spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. Zhao Yao Er was astounded as he recited her details verbatim. With wide eyes and a face full of bewilderment, she stammered, "How do you know this information about me? Who are you? How do you understand me so well?" Zhao Yao Er felt an overwhelming sense of chaos within her. An invisible pressure loomed over her, causing her to anxiously bite her lip as she awaited Ling Yu's response. The youth before her exuded an aura of mystery that filled her with trepidation. Meanwhile, Chen Xian stood beside her, equally apprehensive, gazing at Ling Yu with uncertainty. This boy was terrifyingly powerful, able to effortlessly acquire Zhao Yao Er's personal information. She couldn't help but wonder what ulterior motive such a mysterious figure might harbor. Ling Yu, his expression calm, regarded Zhao Yao Er and Chen Xian with a frigid tone, stating, "Who I am is of no consequence. You trespassed into my camp and led demonic beasts into our valley. These two transgressions carry significant repercussions, and you, along with your entire Qingxian sect, shall pay a heavy price for them." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yao Er's pupils constricted, and her complexion turned ashen. She hadn't anticipated Ling Yu's severity and felt a deep sense of regret. "My lord, we did not intend to lead those beasts into your camp. Our intrusion was born of necessity, my lord. The Qingxian sect is willing to compensate for any losses incurred." Seeing Zhao Yao Er at a loss for words, Chen Xian quickly interjected, bowing respectfully as she expressed their apologies. "Oh? My losses are considerable. Are you certain you can make amends?" Ling Yu's tone remained indifferent. "What does my lord require us to offer?" Zhao Yao Er inhaled deeply, steadying her composure before inquiring. Ling Yu's sharp gaze bore into her as he replied sternly, "I demand your unwavering loyalty, along with that of your entire Qingxian sect." "What?" Zhao Yao Er was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom such a demand. "My lord." Chen Qian began to speak, but was interrupted by Ling Yu. "Do you have any objections?" "Humph." A surge of soul power accompanied Ling Yu's cold snort, crashing into Chen Qian's consciousness. Chen Qian was struck by this soul force, instantly overwhelmed by a severe headache, as if countless needles were piercing her skull. Writhing on the ground in agony, she could not help but spit blood. "Master!" Zhao Yaoer exclaimed in alarm, rushing to help Chen Qian and channeling her vital energy into her. Yet it proved futile as tears streamed down her face, through the haze of pain. Chen Qian managed to lift her head, her eyes filled with fear and reverence as she gazed at Ling Yu. Understanding the gravity of her earlier mistake, she trembled as she pleaded, I realize my error. Please forgive me, my lord. Seeing her plead for mercy, Ling Yu withdrew the soul force, for had he not done so, Chen Qian's consciousness would have surely shattered. Thank you, my lord, thank you. Chen Qian felt the oppressive soul force dissipate and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Zhao Yao heir, have you made your decision? Ling Yu ignored Chen Qian and turned his steady gaze upon Zhao Yao heir. I cannot assume the role of sect leader, Zhao Yao stammered, her voice thick with emotion. This was not a mere pretense to obstruct Ling Yu. The Qing Xian sect had a complex internal structure, with checks and balances between the sect leader and the Elder Council. Years ago, the martial king supporting the sect leader had sustained serious injuries and remained in seclusion, while the martial king aligned with the Elder Council had remained unscathed, allowing the Elder Council to flourish and seize roughly 70% of the sect's influence. Their expedition to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was ostensibly to seek a precious 6th-level spirit fruit to heal the sect leader's lineage. Chen Qian and the late Elder Mu were secretly cultivated insiders in the Elder Council, unbeknownst to its members. Thus, their journey, framed as a training expedition, was actually a mission to procure spirit fruits. You needn't worry about that. Simply pledge your loyalty to me, Ling Yu replied nonchalantly. Master, Zhao Yao heir, torn between choices, revealed a look of desperation in her eyes. After all, she was merely a fledgling girl. Yao heir, this may be your opportunity, as well as that of our sect. This youth's identity is undoubtedly extraordinary. He is surrounded by numerous powerful allies, including martial kings, of which we have encountered several. Moreover, this young man's strength is not inferior to that of an ordinary martial king, particularly in terms of his soul techniques. Even now, I shudder at the thought. Aligning with him is not a loss for us, Chen Qian whispered, attempting to sway Zhao Yao heir, who appeared conflicted. Zhao Yao heir listened closely to Chen Qian's words. Contemplating for a while, steeling herself, she sighed deeply and finally declared, I am willing to heed your commands and pledge my loyalty to you. However, the internal dynamics of the Qing Xian sect are intricate. While I can inform my father of the situation, we alone cannot compel the entire sect to submit to you. Ling Yu, unperturbed by Zhao Yao heir's words, replied calmly, No matter. My subordinates will assist you in this matter. Come here and extend your consciousness. Reluctantly complying with Ling Yu's instructions, Zhao Yao heir allowed him to impose a restriction upon her consciousness. Ling Yu mused internally, if only I could cultivate the second layer of the soul binding technique. I could directly control others without such complications. Indeed, if he could master the second layer of the soul binding technique, he would be able to exert direct control over others, eliminating the need to rely on insiders like Chen Qian and Elder Mu. Yet, the harsh reality was that he was not yet at a stage where he could cultivate the second layer. According to the requirements of the soul binding technique, he would need to break through to the merging stage before he could advance to the second layer of soul control. Currently, he remained in the nascent soul stage, with a long journey ahead before reaching the merging stage. Very well, you may both take your leave for now. Have Elder Mu arrange your positions in the main camp. Once we depart from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, you shall return to the sect. Ling Yu waved his hand dismissively at Zhao Yao heir and Chen Qian. Yes, my lord. The two nodded respectfully. Young master, this silver moon fruit is for you. Ling Liang, upon seeing Ling Yu turning to return to the carriage, hurriedly took out a silver moon fruit from his storage pouch, intending to hand it to Ling Yu. Elder Liang, you should keep it for yourself. Ling Yu declared, I do not lack for spiritual fruits. I shall bestow some spiritual fruits and herbs upon you and Elder Mu. Ling Yu did not accept the silver moon fruit. Instead, he produced a storage pouch from his ring and tossed it to Ling Liang. Upon receiving the pouch, Ling Liang felt the rich spiritual energy within and was instantly overjoyed. He understood that these spiritual fruits and herbs represented a tremendous opportunity for both him and Elder Mu. Ling Liang promptly pulled Ling Mu aside, expressing utmost respect as he bowed deeply to Ling Yu, exclaiming, Thank you, young master, for your generous gift. We both vow to serve you loyally unto death. Ling Yu nodded in satisfaction before turning to enter the carriage. Over the past decade of monthly assessments, Ling Yu had acquired an abundance of spiritual fruits and herbs of all levels, including several 8th-grade holy grade herbs, while the quantity of 5th and 6th grade spiritual fruits was particularly substantial. Although these fruits provided some assistance in his cultivation of the dragon-elephant dominance technique, their effects were minimal in other aspects. This was primarily because most of his training involved celestial-level techniques, rendering these spiritual fruits rather ineffective. Thus, he regarded them as mere ordinary fruits. Of course, since embarking on the journey to the 3 domains, the 5 maidens accompanying him had also consumed a considerable amount of spiritual fruits. These fruits greatly benefited them, as they did not practice celestial-grade techniques like Lingyu. Consequently, their realms saw significant improvements in a short time, which allowed them to dedicate most of their time within the carriage to cultivation, striving to enhance their abilities. Among them, the one experiencing the greatest advancement was the 3-tailed spirit fox, Wu Mei Er. After being nourished by the spiritual fruits, her bloodline continuously evolved, and with the aid of Ling Yu's longevity celestial energy, she unexpectedly broke through to the 4-tailed spirit fox realm, consequently advancing to the late stage of martial sovereign. Naturally, the other 4 were also on the verge of reaching the martial sovereign realm. Chapter 29. Arrival at Yangzhou. Yangzhou, located in the eastern border of the Great Chu dynasty, is one of the 4 states in the eastern region. Its geographical position is advantageous, close to the sea, and it boasts an abundance of cultivation resources. This makes Yangzhou a land of fortune for cultivators, attracting many seeking opportunities. Yangzhou is also home to numerous prominent families and sects, which possess rich experience and heritage in the realm of cultivation. These influential families and sects wield considerable power in the Yangzhou region, controlling the development of the cultivation community. At this moment, outside the city of Yangzhou, hundreds of officials were gathered. Leading them was a middle-aged man in official attire, exuding an air of authority. He was the governor of Yangzhou. Standing at the forefront of the group, the governor wore a serious expression, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the front. Just then, a troop clad in black armor marched in, exuding an imposing presence. At the forefront of the army, a black flag waved prominently in the sunlight, emblazoned with a golden character for Ling, signifying the valor and solemnity of the troop. Following behind the army was a luxurious carriage, ornately decorated and exuding nobility. The arrival of this military force immediately captured the attention of the officials and citizens outside the city of Yangzhou. The governor swiftly approached to personally greet this mysterious army. Boom! The army halted 1,000 meters in front of the officials. They then split to the sides, creating a path down the center for the opulent carriage to glide through, coming to a stop before the gathered officials. Ling Yu and his companions had journeyed for half a month, finally arriving at the most prosperous place within Yangzhou, the city of Yangzhou itself. But that is the young master of the Ling family? I am Lin Hai, the governor of Yangzhou. I have been waiting here for you, Lin Hai announced respectfully, addressing Ling Yu by his title as the young master of the Ling family rather than as the inspector of the 3 domains. If the dynasty had dispatched an ordinary official for the position of inspector, there would have been no need for him to come personally. After all, the position of inspector of the 3 domains held little significance in his eyes, even less than his own status. However, Ling Yu's identity was extraordinary. He was the young master of the Ling family. Lin Hai understood that his position as governor of Yangzhou was not easily attained, relying heavily on the staunch support of the Ling family to hold it. The title of governor of Yangzhou is not fixed. Every decade, one of the 6 great families takes turns serving in this role. These families compete for the position through challenges, and behind the scenes, each family has its supporters. The Lin family secured Lin Hai's position in the last competition with the backing of the Ling family. As the carriage doors slowly opened, Ling Yu elegantly descended, offering a warm smile to the officials. Approaching Lin Hai, he beamed, Lord Lin, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I have heard of your remarkable reputation in the capital. Within my family, the elders often speak of your outstanding governance in Yangzhou, ensuring the prosperity of the people. You are undoubtedly a pillar of our Great Chu. On the journey, Ling Yu had already received a detailed account of Governor Lin Hai's background and accomplishments from elders Ling Mu and Ling Liang. Upon hearing these praises, Lin Hai felt a swell of satisfaction and quickly returned the gesture of respect, saying, Young master, you are too kind. All of this is thanks to the support of the Ling family. Without their backing, how could I, Lin Hai, have attained my current position? Young master, please accompany me. I have arranged a welcoming banquet at the most prosperous tavern in Yangzhou to express my esteem for you. Then I shall trouble you, Lord Lin, Ling Yu responded with a smile. Subsequently, Ling Yu instructed his subordinates to set up camp outside the city, taking only the Fox Maiden and the Yi Shui sisters to enter Yangzhou with Lin Hai. He had initially planned to use his divine sense to inform Xiao to join him for a leisurely stroll around Yangzhou, treating it as a moment of relaxation. However, Xiao seemed rather uninterested in such matters. While Zi Hui and Han Mei were on the cusp of breaking through to the martial sovereign realm, thus not accompanying him. His subordinates, led by Dongfang Bubi, had been guided by Xiao on the secrets of breaking through to the martial saint level. Xiong Ba took the Xianjin 7 sons, whom Ling Yu had dispatched, to Qing Xian Gate, preparing to take it down. Throughout the journey, Lin Hai closely observed Ling Yu, filled with astonishment. He perceived Ling Yu as an unfathomable abyss, difficult to grasp. His demeanor, cultivation, and insights exemplified an extraordinary realm. Particularly, the mysterious and elusive strength he exuded radiated a fearsome aura. Upon learning that Ling Yu was merely 15 years old yet possessed such cultivation, Lin Hai found it utterly terrifying. Even the 3 maidens accompanying Ling Yu left him in awe. One donned in white, exuding a faint enchanting aura, was captivatingly beautiful and had reached the late stage of martial sovereign. Another, clad in fiery red, was spirited and astute. The third, dressed in elegant blue, possessed a graceful demeanor, exuding an ethereal charm. The latter two had also approached the realm of Ling Kong martial sovereign. Indeed, they hailed from one of the 5 great families of the Great Chu. As they arrived at the tavern, they found the entrance adorned with a welcoming proclamation, flanked by 2 rows of neatly attired attendants, creating a solemn yet festive atmosphere. They were led to a private room, where a lavish spread of delicacies and fine wines awaited. Ling Yu, gazing at the sumptuous feast, couldn't help but exclaim, "Lord Lin, you are exceedingly gracious." "Ha ha ha," young master jested. "Without your esteemed family, how could I be where I am today? In Yangzhou, please feel free to speak your mind. Within my capabilities, I assure you, I will see to your satisfaction," Lin Hai responded earnestly. "Ha ha ha, then I shall trouble you, Lord Lin," Ling Yu replied with a gentle smile. Curiosity piqued, Ling Yu inquired about the 3 domains, knowing that Lin Hai, being well known in Yangzhou, would possess considerable knowledge about it. Lin Hai pondered for a moment before slowly articulating, "Young master, the 3 domains consist of 3 substantial islands located adjacent to my Yangzhou's Chen County. Together, these islands encompass approximately 1.5 counties in size. The 3 islands are Tianyang Island, Heiyun Island, and Mingyue Island, each controlled by a respective marquisate. Each marquisate governs 1 island. Is that so? Then which marquisates govern these 3 islands, and what are their relationships like?" Ling Yu asked curiously. Lin Hai took a sip of wine and replied, "The marquisates are Tianyang Marquisate on Tianyang Island, Heiyun Marquisate on Heiyun Island, and Mingyue Marquisate on Mingyue Island. Their relationships are rather intricate." Ling Yu maintained a calm expression while inwardly scoffing, realizing that the 3 marquisates were indeed named after their respective islands. "How mysterious," he thought. "Could you not have stated it plainly?" Noticing Ling Yu's somewhat awkward expression, Lin Hai continued, "The strengths of these 3 nations are quite comparable. If one must differentiate, Tianyang Marquisate is slightly more powerful. In the past, these 3 nations have engaged in numerous conflicts over control of the maritime territories of the 3 domains. However, these conflicts have not escalated excessively, as they must unite to fend off the incursions of sea demon races." Chapter 30. The Origins of the 3 Domains Marine Territory, Sea Demons? As Ling Yu encountered these 2 terms for the first time on the mysterious Yuan continent, a look of curiosity illuminated his face. Observing Ling Yu's perplexed expression, Lin Hai further elucidated, "Young master, surrounding our great Chu dynasty are several formidable sovereign powers. Among them, the eastern region's Yangzhou is adjacent to one such imperial force. At this juncture." Lin Hai paused for emphasis before continuing, "This sovereign power is none other than the Sea Demon clan. They too are a dominant force within their territory." Ling Yu nodded slightly, refraining from interrupting Lin Hai, and attentively absorbed his explanation. "Centuries ago, the Sea Demon clan engaged in relentless conflict with our great Chu dynasty, resulting in significant losses for both sides. Eventually, the prominent figures of our dynasty reached a consensus with the rulers of the Sea Demon clan, deciding to make mutual concessions by designating a portion of territory as a buffer zone, forbidding the direct stationing of troops. This buffer zone encompasses 3 major islands and dozens of smaller ones. These are concessions made by the Great Chu dynasty. The Sea Demon clan retreated several hundred nautical miles, relinquishing this maritime expanse. Over the course of these centuries, the indigenous inhabitants and outsiders gradually formed their own factions. On our side of the Great Chu dynasty, centered around the 3 major islands, 3 principal dukedoms were established. Conversely, on the side of the Sea Demon clan, numerous esteemed Sea Demon factions emerged. Lin Hai meticulously recounted the origins of this tri-regional territory, granting Ling Yu a deeper understanding. So this tri-regional expanse came to be in such a manner, Ling Yu remarked, a hint of astonishment gracing his countenance. Young master, as you prepare to assume the role of inspector in the tri-regional territory, it is imperative that you exercise utmost caution. This position has never before existed since the inception of the tri-regions. Lin Hai expressed his concerns anxiously. I asked that so? It seems my esteemed royal uncle has presented me with quite the conundrum. Ling Yu replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he confidently declared, nonetheless, it matters not that it is merely the tri-regions. They shall not pose a challenge to me. Lin Hai nodded in agreement, yet inwardly harbored concerns for Ling Yu's safety. He understood well the complexities of the tri-regions and the weighty responsibilities that accompanied the role of inspector. Ha ha ha, Lord Lin, let us commence our feast, Ling Yu exclaimed. Certainly. The delicacies of today will surely leave young master yearning for more, Lin Hai responded enthusiastically. Meanwhile, at the Li family residence in Yangzhou, as Ling Yu and Li Hai savored the exquisite dishes, the remaining 5 prominent families of Yangzhou were thrown into disarray by Ling Yu's arrival. Damn it! Why has the Ling family come again? One exclaimed. Indeed, this tri-regional territory has long been subtly governed by our 5 families. Another added. Enough! There is no point in lamenting now, a third interjected. Let us discuss how we should address this young master of the Ling family. How indeed shall we respond? That is indeed a quandary. Another pondered that we absolutely cannot easily relinquish the tri-regions, one declared. Exactly. We cannot simply hand it over to him. It is you, Wang family, that insists on supporting that Black Cloud dukedom. Would it not have been better to have him submit to our Tianyang dukedom earlier? You, Liu, are speaking nonsense. You conspired with that Sunbird sect. I have yet to settle accounts for the injuries inflicted upon my family's disciple last time. Speak again, and I shall break your legs. Come now. Do you think I fear you? Within the inner hall, a gathering of distinguished individuals from Yangzhou engaged in fervent argument, the atmosphere thick with tension. Suddenly, a resounding crash shattered the standoff. Enough. Cease this at once. A middle-aged man bellowed, slamming his palm upon the table beside him as he rose from the head seat, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the assembly. His authoritative tone caused all present to momentarily freeze. I summoned you here not for quarrels. Elders Liu and Wang, please resolve your grievances privately after this meeting concludes. Humph, Liu, I shall let you off this time out of respect for the Li family head. An elderly man with a pale visage and weathered countenance retorted, glaring at an elder from the Liu family. Humph, Wang, do not assume I am intimidated by you. The small, fierce-looking elder from the Liu family shot back defiantly. Everyone, you are well aware of the purpose of my invitation today. The emperor has issued a decree appointing the young master of the Ling family, Ling Yu, as inspector of the tri-regions, which undoubtedly poses a direct threat to our interests. Li Meng spoke gravely. Indeed, Li family head. The tri-regions have been under our family's dominion for a century. The sudden emergence of an inspector will surely disrupt our plans. An elder from the Zhong family concurred. I propose we merge the 3 dukedoms into one kingdom. In such a case, even if Ling Yu arrives, it will be of no consequence, the diminutive elder Lu Neng suggested. Elder Lu Neng's proposal is indeed a prudent approach. The emperor's intent with the decree is to achieve unity within the tri-regions. Once they are merged, even if Ling Yu arrives, he will be rendered powerless, perhaps even departing out of boredom. A middle-aged woman voiced her agreement. Precisely. Sister Zhong Min speaks wisely, Lu Neng remarked with a lecherous grin. However, what if that young master Ling Yu seeks to control the newly formed kingdom once it is unified? Moreover, merging these three dukedoms is no simple task. A young woman seated at the back voiced her concerns. Humph, little girl from the Lan family, what do you know? Elders are speaking. Do not interrupt. The lecherous elder Lu Neng mocked her. No, I happen to believe that Miss Chu Chu's point is valid. The elder Wang defended the young woman. Wang Tao, do you wish to oppose me? Lu Neng retorted viciously. That is not the case. I merely enjoy witnessing your vexation. Your discomfort brings me joy, Wang Tao boasted with a smug grin. Li Meng glanced at the assembly, frowning with mild exasperation, inwardly lamenting. They do not comprehend the severity of this situation. Not one among these families is earnestly contemplating the matter, each preoccupied with their own interests. Yet he could not afford to be so cavalier. He had just heard from his subordinates that the young master of the Ling family, Ling Yu, arrived with an entourage of over 1,000 soldiers. Accompanied by 2 martial kings as attendants, it was highly likely that the Lin family would also support Ling Yu, if they did not unite. The power they had cultivated in the Tri-regions for over a century would surely crumble. The 6 prominent families of Yangzhou, namely Li, Lin, Lu, Wang, Zhong, and Lan, were all martial aristocracies, each possessing an ancestral martial king. The Li family was the most powerful, followed by the Wang, Lu, Lin, Zhong, and finally the Lan family. While Elder Lu Neng's suggestion was feasible in the past, the current circumstances no longer allow for such a strategy. Li Meng stated solemnly, I have just learned that young Master Ling Yu commands 2 unparalleled martial kings. If we factor in the Lin family's ancestor, that gives us 3 such martial kings. If we do not form an alliance now, we stand no chance against them. What? 3 unparalleled martial kings? Elder Lu Neng's pupils constricted in disbelief. The expressions of the others also shifted dramatically. Each family possessed but 1 martial king ancestor. Li Meng observed their reactions, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. Do any of you have any plans to propose? Speak them aloud for all to hear. The individuals exchanged glances but ultimately fell silent. Since that is the case, allow me, as the family head, to suggest that we 5 families collaborate to set a trap within the Tri-regions. Once they enter, we can annihilate them in one fell swoop, Li Meng declared with fierce determination. What? Family Headley, are you jesting? My Wang family cannot partake in such a scheme, Wang Tao exclaimed in shock, shaking his head vehemently. At this moment, even the lecherous elder Lu Neng refrained from ridiculing Wang Tao. The middle-aged woman Zhong Min and the young woman Lan Chu Chu exchanged incredulous glances at Li Meng. Are you joking? Annihilate Ling Yu? That is akin to a mouse taunting a cat. A reckless endeavor. What power does your Li family possess to dare eliminate the young master of one of the 5 great families of the Great Chu dynasty? If you were to succeed, who could protect your family? You would be exterminated like ants. None of us are fools. Are you a fool? I am not. You are? I certainly am not, they retorted. The head of the Li family might be. Exactly. It is impossible for a sensible person to utter such outlandish notions. At that moment, the individuals from the other 4 families internally mocked the head of the Li family, recognizing that the decline of the Li family had its reasons. Seeing the assembly shake their heads in disapproval of his proposal, Li Meng awkwardly laughed, attempting to mask his disappointment. Yet inwardly, he cursed them for their timidity. As they heard Li Meng's words, the assembly finally exhaled in relief. The head of the Li family was indeed quite alarming, Li Meng continued. Although we cannot confront the young master of the Ling family directly, we can use force to drive them away. As long as we do not harm Ling Yu. After all, he is merely a 15-year-old child. Should he fail here, he may never return. This way, we can maintain control over the Tri-regions. Upon hearing this, the assembly nodded in tacit approval, expressing their support for Li Meng's plan. They believe that although this plan carries risks, there is currently no better alternative. In this context, they are willing to take a gamble for the benefit of their family. However, the presence of Lan Chu Chu appears to be somewhat restless. Her gaze flits about, as if she is contemplating something. Li Meng observes the reactions of those present and continues. Once they depart, the dynasty will undoubtedly send someone to take control of the 3 domains again. I trust you all have connections in the capital, right? At that time, we can exchange information and ensure they select a candidate for the position of inspector of the 3 domains who will be advantageous to our 5 families. This proposal garnered unanimous agreement as they all recognized its practicality. The 6 major families have their own networks in the capital, which they can leverage to safeguard their interests. Furthermore, during this process, we must eliminate that Lin family ancestor. Then we can also assimilate the Lin family. As he spoke, Li Meng's expression turned menacing. Let it be decided. I've long found the Lin family displeasing. The scheming elder Lu Neng vehemently concurred. Agreed. I support the head of the Li family's plan. Wang Tao nodded in assent. This is indeed the best course of action at present. I also concur, Zhong Min stated earnestly. With the 3 families in unison supporting Li Meng's approach, only the Lan family remained silent. The assembly turned their attention to the young woman, Lan Chuchu, awaiting her response. Taking a deep breath, she finally found the courage to say, I also agree. Yet, her true thoughts remained shrouded in secrecy. Witnessing the consensus among the others, Li Meng felt a surge of delight and promptly declared, Then it is settled. In 3 days, please invite the ancestors of each family to my Li family to discuss this matter. Chapter 31. Accepting the Qing Xian sect. Establishing the Xianjin Hall in the southern region of Yangzhou, the Qing Xian sect, Elder Mu has actually fallen. Alas, but that false demon king has also vanished. Yaoer, where have you gone? Zhao Wu squinted, shaking his head in despair. Ever since he learned of Elder Mu's death token shattering, he had embarked on a journey to the Wanshou mountain range. Yet, upon his arrival, he encountered only a few wolf demons, all at the level of demon generals. Although he successfully dealt with these wolf demons, he could not locate his daughter, Zhao Yaoer, which filled him with anxiety. In his youth, he had obtained a mysterious technique known as the Heavenly Calculation Sacred Art, a sacred-level skill that allowed him to deduce the fates of others, albeit only up to the 5th level. Nonetheless, it provided him with immense assistance. He had permitted Zhao Yaoer to accompany him, having foreseen that she might encounter great opportunities in the Wanshou mountain range, opportunities that could alter her destiny. However, there had been no news of his daughter, Zhao Yaoer, thus far. Recently, he attempted to deduce her location, but each time, he was met with a shroud of fog that obscured his vision. Such a phenomenon had never occurred before, leaving him with an unsettling sense of foreboding as his heart grew heavier. A martial elder from the Qing Xian sect suddenly entered the grand hall. Sect Master, the young lady has conveyed a message through secret arts, stating she is safe and currently on her way back to the sect. This martial elder was one of Zhao Wu's trusted confidants. Oh, she is already on her way back? Zhao Wu's face lit up with joy, his worries gradually dissipating. Sect Master, there is more. Just moments ago, the young lady sent another message, causing our martial elder to show signs of hesitation. What did Yaoer say? Speak freely, Zhao Wu inquired calmly. The young lady instructed us to prepare to submit to a certain force. The martial elder said anxiously, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. What? Zhao Wu's expression turned grave, a hint of anger bubbling to the surface. Clarify this for me, Sect Master. The young lady mentioned that she encountered a mysterious young man in the Wanshou mountain range. This young man possesses extraordinary strength and commands several formidable subordinates. According to the young lady's description, there are no fewer than a handful of martial kings among those subordinates. The martial elder was taken aback upon hearing this news. So many exceptional martial kings. Zhao Wu pondered for a moment, ultimately affirming that his deduction technique had not failed him. The origins of these individuals were evidently of great strength, given the presence of so many martial kings. This force must be at least of royal caliber. Weighing this in his mind, Zhao Wu concluded that pledging allegiance to a royal power was not out of the question. Thus, he instructed the martial elder. Inform all members of our lineage to gather here as soon as possible. I have important matters to announce. Yes, Sect Master. The martial elder complied and departed to summon everyone. Outside the gates of the Qing Xian sect, Zhao Yaoer respectfully announced to the 6 individuals behind her, esteemed seniors, we have arrived at the location of our Qing Xian sect. These 6 individuals were Xiong Ba and the 7 True Ones, who had come at Ling Yu's behest to assist Zhao Yaoer in taking control of the entire Qing Xian sect. In truth, it was unnecessary to mobilize such a force to merely control the Qing Xian sect. Any one of the 7 true ones could easily suppress it, considering that the 2 strongest ancestors of the Qing Xian sect were merely at the early martial king level. However, Ling Yu dispatched them for a more critical task, to cultivate the Qing Xian sect in secrecy, enabling it to develop into a sect capable of dominating the entire eastern region, thereby laying the groundwork for Ling Yu's further ambitions of unifying the entire eastern region. Ling Yu sought not just the 3 domains but the entirety of the eastern region, even the Great Chu dynasty. Although the Emperor of Great Chu treated him well, what he truly possessed was the system for summoning beings from the myriad realms. In the future, he was destined to establish a dynasty. And as for the Chu royal family, he would merely treat them kindly in due course. Very well. Go inform your father and the others, Xiongba instructed in a calm tone. Yes, esteemed senior. Consequently, Zhao Yaoer and Chen Qing soared into the sect's interior. Master uncle, do you think my father will agree? Zhao Yaoer asked Chen Qing. The sect master will undoubtedly perceive the situation, Chen Qing replied earnestly. Before long, Zhao Yaoer led her father and his subordinates out. She herself had not anticipated her father's swift agreement, which relieved a great weight from her heart. This is, Zhao Wu's footsteps faltered as he gazed at the 7 figures ahead, his expression shifting. As a formidable half-step martial king and a master of deduction, his senses were exceptionally sharp. All 7 individuals were above the martial king level and could not be compared to his own ancestors. Especially the middle-aged man leading them, who exuded an aura of terror that might even be that of an immortal martial emperor. You are the Qing Xian sect's sect master, Xiongba spoke with an unflinching tone. However, the imposing presence of the martial emperor placed immense pressure on Zhao Wu. Greetings, esteemed senior. I am Zhao Wu, the sect master of the Qing Xian sect. Zhao Wu respectfully addressed Xiongba. Indeed. Do you understand our intentions? I understand. The younger Zhao Wu, am aware, Zhao Wu replied humbly, concern etched upon his face. Very well, you 7 true ones, proceed. Anyone who resists shall be met with annihilation, Xiongba commanded the 7 true ones beside him. Understood, Ma Yu responded, leading the charge. He then turned to the other 6, saying, Brothers, prepare the formation. Yes, senior brother. They all replied in unison. With that, the 7 transformed into 7 rays of colored light, soaring above the entire Qing Xian sect. 7-star Great Formation. Instantly, the 7 positioned themselves at 7 cardinal points, their swords growing to colossal proportions, piercing the sky. The 7 massive swords circled around them as if each occupied a star. Enveloping the entire Qing Xian sect, as this formation emerged, it filled the air with boundless pressure, surging towards the Qing Xian sect. The disciples within the Qing Xian sect, already bewildered and shocked by the sudden appearance of the 7 colossal swords, found their pupils constricting as the overwhelming pressure approached. No. Under the weight of this formidable pressure, all cultivators below the martial sovereign level within the Qing Xian sect fell to their knees, trembling, their blood surging, with some weaker individuals even losing consciousness. What is happening? How can such a powerful enemy descend upon our Qing Xian sect? The elders in the Elder Hall felt the change within the Qing Xian sect. Gazing at the 7 swords in the sky with trepidation, the terrifying pressure forcing them to kneel, at that moment, 2 martial kings surged out from the forbidden area of the Qing Xian sect, battling against the pressure with all their might as they ascended into the sky. The middle-aged martial king, who had initially been injured, now bled from the corners of his mouth, flying considerably slower than his middle-aged counterpart. Fellow Taoists, why have you suddenly attacked our Qing Xian sect? The middle-aged martial king, having reached the front of the 7 true ones, inquired. No other reason. Surrender or die. Qiu Chujin coldly replied. What? Do not overstep your bounds. We of the Qing Xian sect are. If that is the case, then you shall perish. Wang Chu readily unleashed a sword strike toward the middle-aged martial king. Xianjin sword art, oblique strike of the wild goose. What? The essence of swordsmanship. Upon witnessing the scene, the middle-aged martial king was instantly thrown into a state of panic, hastily attempting to evade the impending danger. However, no matter how he maneuvered, he could not escape the lethal web of swords spun by Wang Chuyi. Left with no alternative, he steeled himself for battle, drawing forth a defensive weapon in a desperate attempt to withstand the fatal blow. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the defensive weapon in the middle-aged martial king's grasp shattered into pieces. Hiss! The sword light cleaved the middle-aged martial king in twain, and his severed halves plummeted from the sky, landing squarely in the center of the Kingshuamen Plaza. Trash! Wang Chui scoffed coldly, demonstrating his formidable strength, instilling a profound reverence in all those present. Ah, the ancestor! The ancestor has perished. What shall we do? Numerous disciples of Kingshuamen gasped in horror upon witnessing the demise of their middle-aged ancestor. Their faces turned ashen, devoid of any glimmer of hope. What? The injured old martial king bore witness to the slaying of his longtime comrade, his expression tinged with sorrow, quickly supplanted by terror. What will it be? Surrender or death? Hao Datong, one of the 7 disciples of Xianzhan, stated matter-of-factly, surrender. All of us from Kingshuamen yield. The old martial king responded without hesitation, not wishing to face death. Despite his current injuries, he still had a century of life left. Better to live, even in misery, as he had grown increasingly fearful of death with age. Very well. Consume this pill, Lu Chuxian remarked indifferently, producing a white pill in his hand. Yes, my lord. The old martial king promptly consumed the pill without a moment's hesitation. Observing his compliance, the 7 disciples of Xianzhan retracted the 7-star formation. Instantly, those within Kingshuamen felt as if they had been reborn. Outside Kingshuamen, Xiongba addressed Zhao Wu and the others, stating, "It's settled. From this moment forth, your Kingshuamen shall be renamed Xianzhan Hall, a branch of the Lingxiao Dao sect. You shall serve as the hall master, while the 7 disciples of Xianzhan will be the supreme elders. All significant matters within the hall must heed the guidance of the 7 supreme elders." "Yes, my lord," Zhao Wu replied respectfully, having witnessed the terrifying prowess of the 7 disciples of Xianzhan. It was fortunate that it was not their own ancestor who had fallen. With that, Xiongba leapt into the air, vanishing into the horizon. He sought to establish his own hall, as he deemed Kingshuamen too weak for his aspirations. The Lingxiao Dao sect was founded by Ling Yu.as. More powerful individuals were summoned by Ling Yu. Management issues became increasingly prominent. With so many experts, they could not remain idle at his side, leading Ling Yu to conceive a plan to establish a sect to nurture more experts for himself. Once he established his own dynasty, the 2 forces could develop in tandem. Thus, the Lingxiao Dao sect emerged. Under the Dao sect, halls could be established. Thus far, Xianzhan Hall, Ryu Hall, Tianxian Hall, Bloodblade Hall, and Tiangui Hall had been created. However, only Bloodblade Hall and Xianzhan Hall could be considered genuinely established, while the other 3 remained mere shells, yet to formally develop. Nonetheless, Ling Yu believed that with the passage of time, these halls would gradually flourish, becoming powerful pillars for his future unification of Xianyuan. Chapter 32. The emergence of the semi-imperial being in the VIP room of Huayu Restaurant. Ling Yu savored a sumptuous feast in appreciation. Lin Hai had arranged for him to rest in the luxurious VIP suite. The ambience of the suite was elegant, its facilities complete, adorned with the unique furnishings of Yangzhou. Ling Yu sat upon the bed, enveloped in a rich aura of immortality. The life-giving essence within him surged toward the nascent soul in his dantian, visibly expanding and growing stronger under its nurturing. As the life-giving essence nourished him, the meridians and acupoints within the nascent soul gradually opened, their connections becoming increasingly intimate. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within the nascent soul experienced a significant elevation, propelling Ling Yu's cultivation to new heights as he broke through his limits. Ling Yu's realm continuously ascended, advancing through the mid-stage of the nascent soul, and soon after, he reached the late stage. He halted only upon attaining the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage. Ceasing further progression, gently, Ling Yu opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliant light, exuding an exceptional vitality. He could feel the surging power within him, a formidable cultivation bestowed by the life-giving essence. Late nascent soul. It took me 20 years of cultivation to reach the late nascent soul realm. Truly, breakthroughs become increasingly arduous as one progresses. Ling Yu mused inwardly. 20 years to break through 2 realms, and yet? It feels insufficient. Host, your insatiable greed knows no bounds. The system's voice echoed in Ling Yu's mind, filled with exasperation and sarcasm. Upon hearing the system's voice, Ling Yu reflected for a moment and acknowledged that he might have been a bit too indulgent. Soon, he dismissed his concerns and turned his attention to the devouring entity within the system's space, contemplating. Should I merge now, or wait until I break through to the spirit's severing realm? Today marked the day of Ling Yu's monthly signing. After relishing the lavish feast prepared by Lin Hai, he returned to his room, brimming with anticipation, to begin his signing. Unexpectedly, his luck was extraordinarily favorable, as he simultaneously obtained 20 years' worth of cultivation in the unique physique of the devouring sacred body. After careful consideration, Ling Yu ultimately decided to wait until he broke through to the spirit's severing realm before merging with the devouring body. He believed that after achieving this breakthrough, he would be better equipped to harness the formidable power of this physique, resulting in a more significant enhancement of his strength. Having made his decision, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation, striving to reach the spirit's severing realm. In a carriage outside Yangzhou City, Xiao sensed the gradual weakening of the seal within her, her cultivation having ascended to the late stage of the tribulation crossing. She gazed toward Ling Yu's direction, a long-lost smile returning to her face. Sister Hame, look, Sister Xiao is smiling. She looks truly beautiful when she smiles, Zihui exclaimed, nudging Han Mei beside her upon seeing Xiao's radiant expression. Han Mei turned to glance at Xiao, momentarily taken aback. In the supreme domain of the eastern states, an intense confrontation was unfolding. A middle-aged man clad in a golden robe pointed an accusatory finger at his opponent, demanding, "Who are you? Why do you persist in slaughtering the disciples of our Tianqiong sacred land? Brother, do not inquire further. No matter what, he cannot escape death. He has slain so many of our disciples. Even if the heavenly king himself were here today, he could not save him." A burly man bellowed. "Indeed, brother. We must capture him today at all costs. How dare a mere early martial saint wreak havoc in our Tianqiong sacred land? He is doomed," an elderly woman with white hair declared angrily, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Ha ha ha! You three pathetic creatures think you can stop me?" A young man enveloped in ghostly energy sneered cruelly. Upon hearing the young man's derisive laughter, the trio's anger surged. "Enough talk. Let us slay him." As soon as the words left his mouth, the wild man launched an attack, moving like a white streak of lightning, wielding a massive blade that bore a chilling radiance, charging toward the ghostly young man. Solar blade technique, slanting sun's descent. In an instant, a gigantic fiery red sun appeared in the sky, blotting out the sun, radiating boundless fiery energy, akin to the wrathful descent of a fire deity, aimed at the ghostly young man. Humph! Netherworld Ghost Hand. The ghostly young man soared into the air, raising his hand, transforming his left hand into an endless stream of ghostly energy that clawed at the ground. The earth shattered, transforming hundreds of miles into a purgatory, drawing forth countless malevolent spirits from the depths, manifesting as a pitch-black ghostly hand. This massive hand measured nearly 10,000 meters, with malevolent spirits converging within, emitting wretched wails as if summoned from the depths of hell. In comparison, the sunlight appeared utterly dim. The ghostly hand grasped the blazing sun effortlessly. With a gentle squeeze, the sun shattered into fragments. What once illuminated the earth now seemed so dim, as if it had lost all its former brilliance. This scene was eerily surreal, sending chills down the spine. The wild man, witnessing this, felt his pupils contract and cold sweat trickle down. His body trembled involuntarily, filled with terror. The proximity to the ghostly hand made him acutely aware of its chilling presence. Stammering, he uttered, "Why, you are not an early martial saint. Who said I was merely at the early stage?" The master of the ghostly hand, Wuxin Gue, cackled in response. "I have already stepped into the late stage of the tribulation crossing. Today, you three shall not escape. You will all become my ghostly servants." With that, Wuxin Gue's visage was shrouded in ghostly energy, as countless ghostly figures surged around him, flickering erratically, emitting mournful wails, heralding the approach of death. Wuxin Gue's heart raced with exhilaration, having just ascended from the early stage to the late stage of the tribulation crossing in the blink of an eye. undoubtedly the work of his mysterious master. In his early stage, despite his formidable strength, he felt immense pressure facing the three martial saints, especially with two at the mid-stage and one at the late stage. As cultivation levels rose, the disparity in strength only widened. But now, having reached the late stage of the tribulation crossing, the three martial saints before him were destined to meet their demise. Junior brother, come back. That young man is enigmatic. He is not someone you can contend with alone. Clad in a golden robe, the middle-aged man hurriedly cautioned the wild barbarian. Upon hearing his senior brother's words, the barbarian swiftly retreated, attempting to flee. But how could that be possible? The unfeeling ghost once again summoned its spectral hand, lunging ferociously towards the barbarian. "You shan't escape," cried the golden-robed man. Golden light technique, golden radiance illuminates. Instantly, he unleashed his spell, and golden light enveloped hundreds of miles, transforming the battlefield into a scene as bright as day. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze, and the spectral hand's speed slowed by a fraction. It was this very fraction that allowed the wild barbarian to evade. Suddenly, the golden-robed man coughed up blood. His heart filled with dread. Cursed be it. Why is this youth so powerful? What could possibly be his origin? At that moment, an elderly woman nearby rushed to support the golden-robed man, retrieving a golden pill from her bosom and delicately placing it in his mouth. As the pill entered, the man's complexion immediately improved, and his pain began to subside. "Brother, are you all right?" the elderly woman inquired, her eyes filled with concern. The golden-robed man nodded slightly, gazing at her gratefully. "Thank you, junior sister, for your concern. I am well. However, I did not anticipate this youth's astonishing strength. We must proceed with caution." Seizing the opportunity, the wild barbarian swiftly reunited with the other two, forming a standoff against the unfeeling ghost high in the skies. The unfeeling ghost's eyes glimmered with cunning, and it mockingly declared, "How intriguing! I never expected such talent to arise in this small world. The power of time is no trivial matter, though merely superficial. It is indeed astonishing. Today, you shall not escape. Junior brothers, we must join forces to combat this foid. It has been millennia since we last employed this formation." The golden-robed man's expression turned grave as he turned his gaze toward the other two. "Brother, let us act. We must vanquish this evil today." The elderly woman responded with indignation. The wild barbarian likewise nodded gravely, asserting, "Indeed, we must exert ourselves to the fullest, defeat this malevolent spirit, and uphold the dignity of our heavenly dome's sacred land." Blood source triad formation. With the golden-robed man's low shout, the three sprang into action, positioning themselves accordingly. Their hands formed intricate seals, exuding a powerful aura. United in purpose, they activated the blood source triad formation, encircling the unfeeling ghost at its center. Quite interesting indeed. You dare to expend your very lifeblood to amplify your strength. Each of you has augmented your power several-fold. Ordinary perfected cultivators would stand no chance against you. Alas, you have encountered me, and today, your downfall is assured. The unfeeling ghost, realizing it was ensnared in the heart of the formation, exhibited no signs of panic. "Allow me to demonstrate my true might," it proclaimed. Netherworld Ghost Palm. The spectral hand expanded several times, countless lesser spirits howling upon it, imbued with a potent malevolence, lunging ferociously at the golden-robed man, the elderly woman, and the wild barbarian. The force of this strike was enough to shake the heavens. Seemingly intent on tearing the entire blood source triad formation asunder, the expressions of the golden-robed man and his companions turned serious as they sensed the tremendous might behind the unfeeling ghost's blow, causing them to tremble. Yet, they did not yield to fear, for they understood that only through unity could they hope to overcome their formidable adversary. Brothers, maintain your focus. Let us channel our energies into the formation and amplify our strength. The golden-robed man bellowed. In an instant, the three harmoniously coordinated their blood essence and true chi, activating the blood source triad formation in an attempt to withstand the unfeeling ghost's assault. Boom! The unfeeling ghost's netherworld ghost palm struck the blood source triad formation with ferocious force, unleashing a wave of power that ravaged the formation. The golden-robed man and his companions felt an unprecedented pressure, yet they did not falter. They gritted their teeth and strained with all their might to maintain the formation. The wild barbarian groaned as fissures appeared across his body, threatening to shatter him at any moment. The elderly woman's face turned pale, yet she steadfastly remained, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the unfeeling ghost. Seeing this scene, the unfeeling ghost smirked coldly. Even if you expend all your life force, you are but a mantis trying to stop a chariot. With its derisive taunt, the unfeeling ghost surged with renewed power. Seeking to annihilate the three. Faced with such a formidable foe, the trio had already exhausted their energy, barely clinging to the remnants of their blood essence to sustain the blood source triad formation. However, the disparity in strength between them and the unfeeling ghost was insurmountable. Under the relentless assault of the unfeeling ghost, they gradually felt themselves succumbing. Boom! With a resounding crash, the three were sent hurtling away. Bang, bang, bang! The trio plummeted from the sky to the ground, causing the earth to crack open as the wild barbarian, the golden-robed man, and the elderly woman sank into the ground. They lay gasping, utterly spent, devoid of the strength to continue fighting, even too weak to utter a word. Upon witnessing this, the unfeeling ghost's laughter echoed throughout the heavens. Ha ha! 3 mere ants dare to flaunt their skills before me. Enough! I tire of this game. Prepare to meet your end. With murderous intent, the unfeeling ghost prepared to strike down the three, who were pallid with fear, closing their eyes in acceptance of their fate. However, just as the unfeeling ghost was about to deliver the fatal blow, an overwhelming aura that transcended the very laws of the universe surged from afar, instantly instilling a sense of immense pressure upon the unfeeling ghost, compelling it to halt its advance, its expression turning grave as it gazed toward the source of the aura. Moments later, a mysterious figure gradually materialized before the trio. This figure exuded an enigmatic presence, evoking an impression of unfathomable depth. Standing there, it seemed to meld with the very fabric of the cosmos, a powerful aura radiating from it. The mysterious figure casually infused a tremendous force into the three, who felt the potent energy circulating within them, gradually restoring their blood essence and strength, their complexions improving. Chapter 33. Unfeeling Ghost versus Approaching Emperor's Heavenly Wing. The three regained considerable vitality and, upon seeing the newcomer, hastily rose to pay their respects. Disciple Jian Shang pays homage to the ancestor. Disciple Ba Shan pays homage to the ancestor. Disciple Han Min pays homage to the ancestor. Very well. The mysterious figure nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for them to rise. Then, it turned to regard the unfeeling ghost with a calm demeanor. Young one, your time has come. As soon as the words left its lips, the mysterious figure waved its hand, and boundless cosmic power surged toward the unfeeling ghost, as if intent on reducing it to mere fragments. Hemph! Observing this, the unfeeling ghost snorted disdainfully, unleashing a torrent of ghostly energy that shattered the cosmic force. Its face bore no trace of fear. Rather, it was filled with a defiant challenge, merely a false semblance of the cosmos. The mysterious figure's gaze sharpened, a hint of surprise flickering across its features as it regarded the unfeeling ghost before it snickered. What an ignorant youth! Do not presume that withstanding even a fraction of my imperial might grants you cause for pride. With that, the mysterious figure rapidly formed seals with its hands, intensifying the cosmic force, which descended upon the unfeeling ghost like a tempest. The unfeeling ghost harnessed its surrounding ghostly energy, coalescing it into a shield to withstand the overwhelming cosmic force. Seeing this, the mysterious figure smirked. You possess some skill. It seems it appears that if I do not employ my true abilities today, I may indeed struggle to subdue you. Oh? You, who has just barely stepped into that realm, dare to claim imperial status? How utterly laughable! The unfeeling ghost mocked, its derisive laughter echoing. Foolish child! You court death. Watch as I obliterate your very soul to avenge your insolence. The mysterious figure retorted angrily, its aura surging dramatically. The cosmic force escalated exponentially, as if seeking to engulf the unfeeling ghost entirely. Heavenly Dome Prison. Instantly, the cosmic force coalesced into a prison, ensnaring the unfeeling ghost within. Even in this heavenly dome prison, the unfeeling ghost displayed an unprecedented seriousness, promptly channeling its ghostly energy. Ghost Yuan break. The ghostly energy in the unfeeling ghost's hands formed into a massive black orb, emanating a dense malevolence. This black orb expanded and swelled in its grasp, then suddenly hurled itself at the heavenly dome prison, seemingly intent on devouring the entire structure. Break. The black orb shattered instantly, releasing a torrent of ghostly energy that surged like bolts of black lightning, violently assaulting the heavenly dome prison. With a resounding boom, the prison shattered, allowing the unfeeling ghost to break free from its confinement. What? How could this be? Not even a martial saint at the pinnacle could escape my prison. The mysterious figure expressed surprise, unable to fathom how the unfeeling ghost had managed to unravel its confines. Yet, its astonishment did not linger long, as anger and murderous intent swiftly supplanted its shock. It appears that you cannot be allowed to live today. The mysterious figure's killing intent surged. It would not permit such a threat to persist. Oh, then let us see if you possess the strength to match that claim. It is the perfect opportunity for me to gauge my current prowess. Today, I shall use you to validate my might. The unfeeling ghost laughed recklessly. You truly deserve to die. The mysterious figure was consumed by an overwhelming rage. He had never anticipated that this young man could be so audacious as to challenge his authority. The aura emanating from the mysterious figure surged once more, the forces of heaven and earth intensifying violently, resembling a torrential flood that relentlessly battered the heartless ghost. The heartless ghost, however, was not one to back down. As a formidable ghostly energy surged forth, engaging the mysterious figure in a fierce confrontation. As the two clashed, the heavens darkened, and the winds roared, as if the entire world trembled in response to their battle. Jin Shang, Ba Shan, and Han Mei observed the scene with astonishment etched on their faces. They had never fathomed that such a formidable existence could inhabit this realm. Their hearts swelled with relief, silently contemplating that had the heartless ghost unleashed its full power from the outset, they might have long since faced their demise. As the battle progressed, the strengths of both the heartless ghost and the mysterious figure gradually unfolded. Their figures moved like shadows, swiftly darting through the air, their techniques sparking like flint, akin to two bolts of lightning racing across the night sky. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Yet neither side could claim a decisive victory. With a resounding impact, both combatants unleashed their might in a clash of fists, sending them staggering back hundreds of meters before they regained their footing. In that moment, they both sensed the formidable strength of the other, their hearts growing increasingly cautious. Damn it! Who exactly is this young man? How can he contend with me at the peak of a martial saint? The mysterious figure pondered, his gaze towards the heartless ghost filled with confusion and astonishment. Though his cultivation was slightly lacking, it mattered little. The heartless ghost's eyes shone with determination, confidence radiating from his countenance. A subtle smile graced his lips, as if he held all the cards in this unfolding game. Even in the face of such a potent adversary as the mysterious figure, he would not concede easily. After all, he had once been a ghostly immortal. The techniques he wielded were beyond the comprehension of mere mortals in this world. Once more, the ghostly energy within the heartless ghost surged forth, elevating his aura significantly, and in a brief span of time, his power multiplied several-fold. This revelation deepened the mysterious figure's grim demeanor. He had not anticipated that the heartless ghost possessed such hidden reserves. Very well, I shall no longer hold back. The mysterious figure's tone turned frigid as he swiftly formed hand seals, his internal energy surging wildly, as if countless forces of heaven and earth converged within his grasp. His gaze hardened, and a powerful aura emanated from him, instilling a sense of dread. The celestial spear of the heavens, a blood-red spear manifested in the mysterious figure's hand. This spear exuded an inexhaustible aura of slaughter and malice. Its shaft adorned with intricate runes gleaming with enigmatic light, the aura of the emperor soaring to the skies. Boom! Suddenly, the heavens resonated with a grand imperial sound, a cacophony of thunderous roars, causing the vast expanse to tremble incessantly, affecting the entirety of the boundless supreme domain. Heavens, the celestial spear of the heavens. It is the imperial artifact of our sacred land. The three were taken aback, unable to fathom that their ancestor had unveiled the hidden power of their sacred realm. Interesting. A truly unique artifact. The heartless ghost's gaze sharpened as he regarded the celestial spear in the mysterious figure's possession, deep in thought. With the awakening of the imperial artifact, the entire eastern province stirred. As numerous ancient beings emerged from various dominions, the imperial artifact has awakened. It is the celestial sacred land. Let us go and witness. At that moment, the mysterious figure gripped the spear tightly, his furious gaze seemingly aimed at the heartless ghost, as if he wished to pierce him through the spear's tip. Just then, the sky darkened, thick clouds rolling in, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. The aura surrounding the mysterious figure grew increasingly frenzied, causing the air around him to quiver. Roar! The mysterious figure unleashed a thunderous roar, reverberating like a clap of thunder, shaking the ground and shattering mountains. He swung the celestial spear of the heavens with all his might, thrusting it toward the heartless ghost. A lion does not hold back when seizing a rabbit. This time, the mysterious figure was not merely testing the heartless ghost. He intended to deliver a fatal blow to eliminate any future threat. As the spear tip tore through the air, the space shattered, unleashing a tempestuous force. The mysterious figure's wrath transformed into a torrential wave, ravaging everything in its path. Mountains and rivers alike were obliterated by the fury of his power. Faced with the furious assault of the mysterious figure, the heartless ghost summoned all his ghostly energy. Heavenly Ghost Dharma Embodiment. A formidable ghostly visage materialized behind the heartless ghost, slowly rising into view. This visage was tangible, exuding a terrifying aura that sent chills down the spine. Harnessing the surging ghostly energy, the heartless ghost's strength surged, transforming him into a powerful specter in an instant. In response to this sudden transformation, the mysterious figure remained unflinching. The celestial spear of the heavens in his grasp surged forth, morphing into a colossal beam of light, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, laden with an inexhaustible aura of slaughter. Aimed directly at the heartless ghost. With the celestial spear in hand, the mysterious figure launched into another fierce engagement with the heartless ghost. The collision of spear light and ghostly energy produced earth-shattering explosions. Their combat energy and wielded power annihilating all that surrounded them. Cursed be this wretch. He possesses nearly the strength of a second-tier quasi-emperor. The mysterious figure marveled inwardly at the heartless ghost, who stood as his equal in power, and no matter the cost, he vowed to extinguish this threat today. With renewed vigor, he swung the celestial spear of the heavens with all his might. Step by step, he pressed forward, the spear moving like a vibrant rainbow through the air. His spear techniques surged like a tidal wave, each thrust accompanied by the tremors of the void. Under the relentless barrage of the mysterious figure, the ghostly visage behind the heartless ghost gradually faded. Witnessing this, the mysterious figure felt a surge of triumph. He realized that the heartless ghost was likely reaching the limits of his strength. Seizing the opportunity, he intensified his assault, the celestial spear of the heavens crashing down with overwhelming force upon the heartless ghost. The heaven spear, shattering the stars. The celestial spear of the heavens, akin to a meteor piercing the night sky, enveloped the heartless ghost in its radiant glow. In response, the heartless ghost shifted the massive ghostly visage before him, forming an insurmountable barrier. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The mysterious figure wielded the celestial spear, successfully shattering the heartless ghost's spectral visage, the spear tip bearing down upon the heartless ghost's form. Yet, in the midst of the mysterious figure's elation, the heartless ghost met his gaze with a cold smile. This laughter was as chilling as an ice cellar, sending an icy shiver down his spine and instilling a primal fear within him. A sudden alarm surged within the mysterious figure, prompting him to remain vigilant. "No heart!" The heartless ghost called out with a commanding voice. In an instant, the heartless ghost's smile vanished, replaced by a chilling aura. The ghostly visage, once on the verge of collapse, began to coalesce anew. Though diminished in size, its solidity increased. The ghostly face within the visage now glared at the mysterious figure, then transformed into an endless stream of ghostly energy, surging into the mysterious figure's body. This is not good. The mysterious figure sensed the impending danger and hastily summoned his energy to resist. However, it was already too late. The relentless tide of ghostly energy surged within him, assaulting his very soul. Tianyi, why would you push me to this point? An elderly figure with white hair appeared within Tianyi's consciousness. Master. No, something is amiss. You are not my master. Tianyi's soul was in turmoil. Why would you treat me this way? A half-naked woman in red, blood trickling from her lips, emerged in his mind. Qirong. No, it isn't her. What on earth is happening? Tianyi's soul screamed in frustration. Tianyi, ancestor. My demise was so tragic. A middle-aged man lunged at Tianyi's soul. Master ancestor, why would you treat me like this? I am your beloved lure. A woman, bound by chains, cried out in despair. Lure. Tianyi gazed at the spectral figure of the woman, his heart trembling. No, these are all illusions. You are all mere projections of my memories. Just as Tianyi's soul teetered on the brink of despair, a golden orb within his consciousness radiated a blinding light, snapping him back to awareness. Damn it! I nearly fell for your tricks. In an instant, Tianyi's soul comprehended that the sudden appearances of these figures were the machinations of that ghostly young man, who sought to invade his consciousness and disrupt his mental state. However, unbeknownst to that ghostly youth, he possessed a protective treasure for his soul, which shielded him in this dire moment. Realizing the peril, Tianyi hastily mounted a counteroffensive. You are merely projections of my memories. To sway my spirit, you are sorely lacking. Tianyi's soul bellowed, striving to dispel the phantoms. Yet, the illusions grew increasingly lifelike, as Tianyi seemingly beheld the figures of his former master and Qirong, their visages flickering within his consciousness. As if attempting to ensnare him within a whirlpool of memories, disciple, I have already forgiven you. Come to me. The master's voice resonated with profound sorrow, as if genuinely pleading for his defense. You promised to accompany me for eternity. The half-clad woman spoke softly. Ancestor, save me. Tianyi, return my life. The figures continued to encroach upon Tianyi's soul, and under their relentless assault, the golden orb's light began to wane. This won't do. This is not the way forward. Damn it! Tianyi recognized that should the golden orb cease to function, his life would be in grave danger. You have forced my hand. Second soul fusion. A resolute glimmer sparked in Tianyi's eyes. Immediately thereafter, within his being, another soul emerged from the sea of consciousness, this being his imperial soul, albeit evidently still incomplete. To ascend to the imperial realm, 3 steps must be taken. The first step involves comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, gaining their acknowledgement, and thus being able to wield a portion of their power. The second step requires the evolution of the split soul, which must be continuously cultivated and perfected until it merges with one's divine soul, thereby becoming the imperial soul. The third step entails extracting a unique personal rule from the laws of heaven and earth, further cultivating it to establish the imperial path rule. Finally, one must endure the heavenly tribulation to attain the status of great emperor. At this point, Tianyi had reached the threshold of the second step, having prematurely fused his split soul, which signified that he would never again have the opportunity to enter the realm of the great emperor in this life. After the fusion of the second divine soul, Tianyi felt a surge of immense power erupting from within, the power of his soul soaring to its zenith. Seizing this momentum, Tianyi immediately grasped the golden pearl, continuously infusing it with the vigorous energy of his soul. As the soul power flowed into the pearl, it radiated a dazzling golden light, resplendent and captivating. Upon absorbing Tianyi's soul power, the mysterious force within the pearl was also activated. Go! The golden pearl transformed into a beam of light, charging towards the figures conjured by the heartless ghost within Tianyi. This beam of light struck them down like a sharp sword, shattering them one by one. Chapter 34. Arrival at the 3 domains in the outside world. After Tianyi eradicated the invading souls within his sea of consciousness, he finally opened his eyes slowly. The heartless ghost opposite him also gradually returned, his complexion somewhat pale, a vivid trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. The heartless ghost scoffed. I never expected you to be so resolute. merging your soul. Unfortunately, you will never advance further in this lifetime. A mocking smile played upon his pale visage. You truly deserve to die. You have obstructed my path to enlightenment. We shall not rest until one of us is dead today. Tiany's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. The surrounding aura of killing rage swirling like a boiling river, surging towards the heavens. Then, he wielded the celestial dome emperor's spear once more, charging at the heartless ghost. The heartless ghost, brimming with self-satisfaction, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Let us leave it at that for today. My objectives have been fulfilled. I shall take my leave. We shall settle this next time. With that, his figure vanished in an instant, dispersing into a cloud of black smoke. He was acutely aware that Tiany's strength had grown formidable, and further entanglement would yield him no advantage. Moreover, having achieved his predetermined goal, he urgently needed a place to recuperate. Damn it. Ah. Upon witnessing the heartless ghost's disappearance, Tiany was consumed by rage. He let out a furious roar, gripping his spear tightly and swinging it forcefully, his overwhelming aura venting his inner fury. His eyes widened, blazing with intensity as if they would consume everything. A potent aura of killing intent suffusing the AI in the apex domain. Within the Dark Knight dynasty, there lay a valley shrouded in ghostly energy, each breath of air thick with a sinister atmosphere. Deep within the valley stood a black palace, a terrifying edifice that seemed to have descended from the shadows, towering amidst the ghostly mists. The palace walls were formed from condensed dark energy, exuding a suffocating evil aura. Sinister patterns twisted across its surface, as if remnants of malevolent forces had been etched into it, instilling a chill in the bones. Within the depths of the palace, dark energies coalesced into a formidable power, oppressive and suffocating. It seemed to be the very source of evil, emanating a terrifying presence. At this moment, the heartless ghost sat upon the throne in the main hall, the black seat harmonizing with his ominous aura. Yet, the heartless ghost's face appeared somewhat pale, his vitality waning. 5 elders occupied the seats below, their expressions varied but all betraying a profound respect for the heartless ghost. My lord, you are injured, Tiansha remarked anxiously upon noticing the heartless ghost's pallid complexion. Indeed. For the time being, we shall close the gates of the ghostly hall and focus on cultivating our powers. The heartless ghost replied wearily, dismissing them with a wave of his hand. The 5 elders, recognizing the heartless ghost's current state was less than optimal, understood the need for him to enter seclusion and heal. They cast him a worried glance before gradually exiting the grand hall to engage in their own cultivation. They were acutely aware of the pressing situation and knew they needed to bolster their strength to assist the heartless ghost in the forthcoming battles. Once the 5 departed, the heartless ghost mused inwardly, I have pushed myself too hard. My current realm still cannot fully control the heartless. That Tiany is no ordinary FOMY strength now lies between the first and second steps of the quasi-emperor realm. I shall enter seclusion to recuperate. With that, he closed his eyes, delving into the world of cultivation. The black palace in the valley continued to loom amidst the aura of malevolence, waiting for its master to rise anew. On the seas of the 3 domains, 9 colossal ships appeared on the horizon, arrayed in a magnificent line, exuding an imposing presence akin to an indomitable fleet. The banners upon the ships fluttered in the wind, vibrant and colorful, proclaiming the might of the fleet. The forefront of the armada, the flagship stood magnificently, resembling a castle afloat upon the waves. Under the sunlight, the flagship's grand form shimmered, both solemn and formidable. Atop the mast, a resplendent character of Ling hung high, symbolizing the vessel's power and status, demanding respect. These 9 grand ships comprised Lingyu's fleet. A.S. Lingyu prepared to depart from Yangzhou City, the governor of Yangzhou. Lin Hai learned of this news. He understood the significance of Lingyu's expedition, thus hastily mobilizing the 9 finest vessels from his family to present to Lingyu, thereby bolstering his might. Lin Hai was worthy of being supported by the Ling family as the governor. He was perceptive and astute. He recognized Lingyu's position within the Ling family, understanding that by winning over this pivotal figure, he could influence the family's decisions to a certain extent. Therefore, he consistently monitored Lingyu's movements, Seeking opportunities to deepen their relationship, Tio fostered a closer bond with Lingyu. During the days of Lingyu's stay in Yangzhou City, Lin Hai frequently presented precious gifts, such as superior medicinal herbs and rare treasures, to express his concern and support for Lingyu. He also diligently gathered information regarding the affairs of the three domains, taking personal initiative in any matter concerning Lingyu, which greatly pleased Lingyu. Lingyu secretly resolved to have Lin Hai accompany him in the future, as he lacked such individuals by his side. On the main deck of the ship, laughter and cheer filled the air, creating a light-hearted and joyous atmosphere. Lingyu reclined comfortably in a plush chair, his gaze leisurely, exuding an air of contentment. Beside him, a beautiful woman gently massaged his shoulders, bringing him ease and pleasure. Another lady held a translucent grape, cautiously preparing to feed it to him. Opposite them, a woman focused intently on manipulating various tea utensils, brewing fragrant tea for everyone present. Her skilled hands revealed a profound mastery of the tea arts. Additionally, two other women engaged in playful banter, their laughter infusing the entire fleet with boundless joy. At the very forefront of the ship's deck stood an ethereal maiden clad in flowing white garments. She resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, her eyes bright and her beauty unparalleled, with long hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. Clad in garments whiter than snow, her attire billowed, as if she could soar with the winds at any moment. In her hand, she held a jade flute, occasionally playing a soft melody, at times pausing to listen. The enchanting notes were like poetry and painting, seemingly narrating the legends of the sea, reverberating through the air and captivating all who heard them, as if they were transported to a realm of immortals. After a moment, the flute fell silent. The maiden turned her head to gaze at Lingyu and gently spoke, "Young master, I am curious how you intend to deal with the affairs of the three domains." The maiden in white was none other than the goddess Xiao, whom Lingyu had summoned. In the days that followed, Lingyu's interactions with Xiao gradually melted her previous aloofness and nobility. Through Lingyu's relentless efforts and the attentive care of his five maidens, Xiao began to liberate herself from past memories, becoming increasingly amiable and vibrant. She gradually embraced Lingyu and the five maidens, even offering to assist them in their cultivation. During this period, the five maidens achieved significant advancements in their abilities, each reaching the realm of Lingkong Wuzuan. Lingyu smiled and replied, "Sister Xiao, what do you think? How should I confront the affairs of the three domains?" Xiao shook her head, chuckling lightly. "What do you all think we should do?" Lingyu rose and, glancing at the Wu Wei maiden beside him, softly said, "What do you think?" The five exchanged knowing smiles before speaking in unison. "All depends on the young master's command." "Ha ha ha." Lingyu strolled toward the bow of the ship, standing shoulder to shoulder with Xiao, his gaze fierce as it swept over the tumultuous sea before them. His tone resolute, he declared, "We shall push through, annihilating all who stand in my way to unify the three domains. I shall ensure that only one voice remains in the three domains, and that is the voice of Lingyu." Lingyu stood at the bow, filled with ambition, his eyes gleaming with vitality. Surrounding him was a rich aura of immortality, golden light coursing over him, as if his essence harmonized with the very heavens. The overwhelming aura emanating from him stirred the surrounding waters into a tumult. The five maidens, witnessing Lingyu's divine presence, felt as though they were witnessing the imminent birth of a supreme monarch. They gazed at him with reverence, for in their hearts, he had ascended to the status of a deity. Even Xiao regarded Lingyu with a satisfied smile, fully aware that this young gentleman was destined to tread the path of eternity. 3 days later, three colossal islands emerged on the horizon, just several thousand meters away from Lingyu's fleet. These islands, towering and magnificent, resembled masterpieces meticulously crafted by nature itself. Lush trees enveloped the islands, casting a verdant canopy that shielded the sun, while the air was filled with the melodious songs of birds and the fragrant bloom of flowers, creating a scene brimming with vitality. A broad strait connected the islands, flanked by craggy rocks, with crystal-clear waters reflecting the azure sky and white clouds, a sight to behold. Chapter 35. The three great principalities. Each of these three grand islands was home to millions of humans. The inhabitants, having long engaged in battles against external sea demons to seize resources for survival, held martial prowess in high esteem. Generations of residents had preserved a rich tradition of martial arts. Youngsters trained diligently from a tender age, honing their bodies and mastering the art of hunting sea demons. In this land, martial cultivation had become a noble creed, with the hope of safeguarding their homeland and vanquishing the sea monsters. As time passed, external influences began to shape the islands, gradually giving rise to three formidable factions that sought to consolidate power within their territories. On Kayong Island, a family bearing the surname Gong led the charge, establishing a power centered around Kayong Island itself, swiftly annexing several smaller islands and founding the Kayong Principality. Meanwhile, on Haeun Island, a tribe reliant on fishing and hunting began to rise in prominence. Renowned for their exceptional skills in hunting sea demons and their fierce combat abilities, they constructed a robust organizational framework on the island. Leveraging the abundant natural resources, they evolved into the dominant force on Haeun Island. Founding the Haeun Principality, lastly, on Mingyue Island, a commercial faction gradually emerged, specializing in trade. They excelled in maritime commerce and maintained close ties with Yangzhou. Within the island, they established a thriving commercial city, attracting numerous merchants to engage in trade. As time elapsed, they grew increasingly affluent, eventually forming the Mingyue Principality, characterized by a commercial alliance. The three principalities engaged in incessant conflicts, yet none succeeded in wholly annexing another. Instead, a dynamic equilibrium emerged among them. This balance persisted until the arrival of a mysterious force known as the Sun Cult within the Kayong Principality, disrupting the status quo. The Sun Cult, enigmatic in nature, swiftly ascended to prominence within the Kayong Principality, establishing itself as the state religion. With rapid expansion, it garnered a significant following, with approximately one-third of the population adhering to its tenets. Even in the other two principalities, many followers emerged. The unwavering support of the Sun Cult bolstered the strength of the Kayong Principality, prompting it to launch aggressive campaigns against the other two principalities to expand its territory. In the face of Kayong's relentless onslaught, Haeun and Mingyue principalities decisively allied to resist the encroaching forces. However, contrary to their expectations, the coalition faced overwhelming pressure from Kayong's formidable military, suffering successive defeats and teetering on the brink of collapse. Particularly alarming was the Kayong soldiers' seemingly insensate demeanor, their expressions devoid of emotion. Resembling relentless killing machines, wielding their blades with chilling efficiency. Before such a terrifying legion, the Allied forces disintegrated. Fortunately, at this critical juncture of life and death, they received support from their backers, allowing them to temporarily retain their territorial integrity. In the grand hall of the Kayong Principality's palace, a heavy atmosphere lingered. The ministers, their faces etched with concern, fervently debated the recent upheavals. The sovereign sat upon the throne, his countenance grave as he listened to the deliberations of his courtiers. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke thoughtfully. Esteemed ministers, our Kayong Principality faces an unprecedented bottleneck in its development. The Great Chu dynasty has dispatched the 3 domain inspectors to oversee our territories, severely hindering our plans to subdue the 2 principalities and unify the 3 domains, elevating our status to that of a dynasty. After a brief pause, the sovereign continued, "Do any of you have viable strategies to counter the 3 domain inspectors?" The ministers exchanged glances, and a military official stepped forward, proposing, "Your Majesty, our strength is formidable, and with the Sun Cult as our state religion, why not directly abolish the 3 domain inspectors to demonstrate our resolve and might?" Another scholar shook his head in dissent. "Your Majesty, while abolishing the inspectors would indeed showcase our strength, it could also provoke conflict with the Great Chu dynasty. Despite our significant advancements, we still lag behind them. Should war break out, even with the Sun Cult's support, it would inevitably delay our grand ambition of unifying the 3 domains." Listening to their exchanges, an official from the inland regions of the Great Chu gazed at the 2 speakers as though they were fools. Frogs at the bottom of a well. No, no, no. It is sheer arrogance, a mere principality daring to oppose the Great Chu dynasty. Such delusions are laughable. Although the Sun Cult is enigmatic, I do not believe this nascent religion can rival the Great Chu dynasty. I must devise a plan to escape this place post-haste. Staying here any longer, I might not know how I met my demise. The official lamented inwardly, urgently contemplating how to extricate himself from the Kaiyang Principality. Meanwhile, the ministers continued to voice their opinions, each articulating their thoughts. The king listened intently, reflecting seriously before turning to a man clad in golden solar robes, respectfully inquiring, "National Master, what is your perspective?" He was acutely aware of the strength of the man beside him, likely at the level of an indomitable martial king, and a high-ranking official within the Sun cult. Despite appearing to occupy the pinnacle of power, the king knew that true authority did not rest with him. The national master smiled, his gaze imbued with profound wisdom. Gently brushing dust from his sleeve, he spoke with clarity. "Your Majesty, we need not worry about the three-domain inspector from the Sun cult. It is imperative that you unify the three domains swiftly, allowing the radiance of the Sun God to illuminate the land, liberating its denizens from suffering and guiding them into the embrace of the Sun God." Upon hearing the national master's words, the sovereign's eyes brightened, and he smiled, saying, "Your insights are most astute. Unifying the three domains is indeed our current priority. Since the Sun cult is willing to assist, our efforts will surely yield fruitful outcomes. National Master, I entrust you with overseeing this endeavor, ensuring that we achieve unification swiftly, so that the Sun God's light may shine upon the entirety of the three domains." Indeed, the national master, Songmu, nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty, an elder from the Lu family, one of the 6 great families of Yangzhou, Lunang, seeks an audience," a guard announced hastily, approaching the throne with respect. The sovereign furrowed his brow at this news and turned to National Master Songmu. Seeking his counsel, the Lu family had once been a powerful backing for the Kaiyang Principality. However, as the Sun cult spread within the Kaiyang realm, it began to encroach upon the Lu family's interests, leading to intense conflict between the two factions. Ultimately, the Sun cult emerged victorious, seizing control of the principality, while the Lu family was forced into the shadows, tempering its ambitions. Yet, the Sun cult did not cease its endeavors, dispatching a golden-robed high priest to the Lu family. The specifics of this occurrence remained unknown to him. Now, with the Lu family returning, it surely signified something of great consequence. How to proceed was beyond his authority. As he understood the subservient position he occupied as king, sighing, National Master Songmu observed the Kaiyang Principality's sovereign, pleased with the latter's awareness of his own station. He remarked, "Elder Lunang has now become a silver priest within our Sun cult. His visit to the Kaiyang Principality must bear significant matters to report. Your Majesty, please grant him entry." Upon hearing the national master's words, the sovereign felt a surge of astonishment. He was well aware of the Lu family's power, with an ancestor of indomitable martial prowess. The fact that such a formidable family had likely joined the Sun cult only deepened his apprehension regarding the latter. Consequently, his demeanor shifted to one of heightened respect. Wary of any semblance of negligence, the sovereign nodded at the national master, then turned to the guard, issuing a firm command. "In accordance with the national master's directive, allow Elder Lu Nang to enter." "Yes, Your Majesty," the guard swiftly complied, departing to summon Elder Lu Nang. Chapter 36. A complete capture. The ministers of the Kaiyang Principality buzzed with discussion, astonished that Elder Lu Nang had joined the Sun cult and risen to the rank of Silver Priest, which only augmented their reverence for the national master's status. Before long, Lu Ning entered the palace, bowing with respect to the sovereign. Elder Lu Nang of the Lu family, paying respects to the sovereign of the Tianyang Principality. He then turned to National Master Songmu, greeting him with deference. Priest Lu Nang, paying respects to the Golden High Priest. National Master Songmu nodded lightly, his gaze shifting to the sovereign, indicating he should respond. With a warm smile, the sovereign addressed Elder Lu Nang. "Elder Lu, there is no need for such formalities. Please, take a seat so we may converse." As his words concluded, guards promptly arranged a seat for Lu Nang. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lu Nang expressed his gratitude before gradually taking a seat. Upon witnessing Lu Nang's action, Gong Tsong inquired with a hint of bewilderment, "Elder Lu Nang, what pressing matter brings you here today?" Lu Nang did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings with a cautious demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he softly spoke, Your Majesty, I have indeed come with an urgent matter concerning the safety of the Tianyang-ho kingdom that requires your counsel. However, given the gravity of this issue, I kindly request that your Majesty dismiss the attendants, leaving only the esteemed Archbishop and myself to deliberate. Gong Tsong, the ruler of the Tianyang-ho kingdom, smiled faintly. Comprehending Lu Neng's intentions, he then commanded the attendants and ministers to exit the palace, retaining only himself and Master Tsongmu. Once the others had departed, Lu Neng proceeded to unveil his purpose for visiting. Your Majesty. Archbishop, the individual appointed as the inspector for the 3 domains, is none other than the young master of the Ling family, one of the 5 prominent clans of the Great Chu dynasty. The Ling family? The lineage of the martial emperor, Master Tsongmu remarked gravely. With the outsiders now gone, he felt no need to conceal his own stature any longer. Indeed, esteemed Archbishop, the patriarch of the Ling family, King Zhen, achieved a remarkable feat by challenging a martial emperor before he himself ascended to that rank. Now that he has broken through to martial emperor, none can ascertain the extent of his power. The inspector sent to the 3 domains is his grandson, Ling Yu, who is accompanied by 2 extraordinary martial kings and an invincible army, Lu Neng elaborated. What? 2 unparalleled martial kings? Gong Tsong exclaimed, astonishment evident on his face. He suddenly realized how superficial the discussions had been in the grand hall moments ago. The Ling family had effortlessly dispatched 2 extraordinary martial kings, and King Zhen possessed the strength to obliterate martial emperors. If one family from the 5 could wield such power, what might be said of the others? The foundation of the Great Chu dynasty was likely beyond imagination. In contrast, their previous concerns seemed laughably naive. Akin to that of a frog in a well. 2 martial kings of such caliber indeed pose a dilemma. Yet, I wonder what their levels of strength might be, Master Tsongmu said with a weighty tone. Seeing the serious expressions on Gong Tsong and Master Tsongmu's faces, Lu Neng reassured them, esteemed Archbishop, there is no need for excessive worry. My visit serves not only to inform you of this matter, but also to share additional intentions. Just a couple of days ago, the Li, Wang, Zhong, and Lan families from Yangzhou, along with our Lu family, devised a strategy to contend with Ling Yu and the Yangzhou governor, Lin Dado. What course of action do you propose? Pray, enlighten us, Master Tsongmu replied, his spirits lifted by Lu Neng's words. At present, within the 3 domains, the Sun God sect could only dispatch 2 golden archbishops, as the region had yet to garner significant attention from the sect. Lu Neng then discreetly shared the consensus reached by the 5 families. Upon hearing Lu Neng's plan, both the ruler of the Tianyang-ho kingdom and the Master Tsongmu exhibited expressions of delight. Excellent, let it be so. The 5 families equate to 5 extraordinary martial kings, and with our 2 golden archbishops from the sect included, we shall have 7 unmatched martial kings. Defeating the 3 martial kings surrounding Ling Yu shall pose no challenge. Master Tsongmu boomed with laughter. You speak wisely, yet what shall we do once we have driven Ling Yu away? What future awaits the 3 domains? Gong Tsong began by respectfully praising Master Tsongmu before inquiring about the future trajectory of the region. Naturally, it is the unification of the 3 domains under our Tianyang-ho kingdom, transforming this land into a bastion of our sect's faith, Master Tsongmu proclaimed with fervor. However, what of the other 4 families? Lu Neng interjected, voicing a concern. The remaining 4 cannot be allowed to reap all the benefits while our Sun God sect does all the work. Is it conceivable that they would accept such an arrangement? Absolutely not. Humph. Once we have expelled the Ling family, I shall dispatch a message to the sect headquarters, requesting the arrival of some formidable individuals. If these 4 families are as astute as your Lu family, they may continue to exist. Otherwise, Master Tsongmu's eyes glinted with menace as he continued, they shall have no reason to remain. Similar events transpired in the Heiyun and Mingyue kingdoms. The Heiyun kingdom was backed by the Wang family, while the Mingyue kingdom received support from the Li, Zhong, and Lan families. Both of these kingdoms were informed of the strategies to contend with Ling Yu, and they were somewhat taken aback, yet they adhered to the agreement among the 4 families. Sending envoys to unite with the opposing Tianyang-ho kingdom as time passed, the 3 major kingdoms mobilized, swiftly assembling an army of 100,000 warriors. What? The 3 major kingdoms have formed an alliance to declare war against the outsiders in the 3 domains. Who are these outsiders that three beleaguered kingdoms would unite against them? Who knows? It seems war is imminent. Numerous families within the three domains, some of considerable standing, had already recognized the severity of this impending conflict. After all, these families held significant influence within the courts of the three major kingdoms. Faced with the specter of war, they understood that the outcome would not only determine the fate of the three major kingdoms, but also impact their own status and power within the realm. Consequently, these families began to take action, preparing for the forthcoming struggle. Even the more than 10 esteemed sea powers situated within the three domains convened urgently, discreetly notifying the sea monsters of the maritime realms. How intriguing! These three kingdoms have banded together, intent on confronting me. And those four families are truly courting death. Ling Yu lounged languidly in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Faced with the coalition of the three major kingdoms and the backing of the four families, he exhibited a calm demeanor. I am curious as to why your Lan family, one of the 6 prominent clans, would choose to report this matter to me while secretly betraying the other 4 families. Ling Yu inquired, casting a curious glance at the respectful head of the Lan family, Lan Yu. Your Excellency, my Lan family is supported by the Nangguang family, which is the maternal clan of the esteemed lady. Lan Yu responded respectfully. Upon hearing Lan Yu's explanation, Ling Yu nodded in comprehension. Ah, that clarifies why you chose to side with me against the 4 families. The Nangguang family, one of the 6 major clans, held a prestigious position and considerable influence. As supporters of the Nangguang family, the Lan family naturally possessed formidable strength. By choosing to betray the 4 families and align with Ling Yu, they aimed to repay the Nangguang family's favor while seeking better prospects for their own clan's development. I understand your stance. In that case, the Lan family shall accompany me. Once we seize control of the 3 domains, your Lan family may continue to conduct business here, Ling Yu declared. Lan Yu felt a surge of relief. Convinced he had made the right choice, he firmly believed that under Ling Yu's leadership, the Lan family would undoubtedly reap greater rewards and elevate their standing even further. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your generosity. My Lan family shall exert every effort in your service in this war. We are resolute in our commitment to triumph over our enemies, Lan Yu proclaimed with enthusiasm. Then, with a hint of gravity, he inquired of Ling Yu, Your Excellency, how shall we confront the united forces of the 3 major kingdoms and the formidable members of the 4 families? Ha ha ha. We shall take the initiative and crush them with a single strike. Ling Yu laughed heartily, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. An alliance. Just as I desire, we shall ensnare them all at once. We shall eradicate these top-tier forces within the 3 domains and see who dares to obstruct my dominion over all. Ling Yu spoke with unwavering confidence, radiating an overwhelming aura that instilled fear in those around him. At that moment, his presence loomed like an insurmountable mountain, leaving Lan Yu unable to lift his gaze. Further solidifying his relief in his choice. Chapter 37. The Martial Saint, Dongfang Invincible, the Pseudo-Immortal Art of Transformation. The growth of all things. 2 days later, outside the 3 major islands, an army of over 100,000 stood ready. With hundreds of experts at the forefront, an elite force from the 3 major kingdoms and 4 prominent families. The atmosphere was thick with tension and solemnity. At the very front of the formation stood 7 unparalleled martial kings. Soaring above, emanating a formidable aura. These 7 included the ancestors of the Liu, Wang, Zhong, and Li families, alongside Master Cangmu. The other 2 were extraordinary martial kings summoned by the ancestor of the Li family. Damn that Lan family! They have betrayed our 4 families, the ancestor of the Wang family bellowed in fury. Humph! This time, we shall eliminate the Lan family as well. The future of Yangzhou belongs to our 4 families. The ancestor of the Li family remarked coldly. Agreed, as you say, Brother Li, the elder of the Zhong family, an elderly matron, nodded at the Li family ancestor, her words laden with significance. The Li and Zhong families had always maintained an alliance. And the elder of the Zhong family had harbored feelings for the Li family ancestor since her youth, thus often deferring to them as the lead. The ancestor of the Li family, filled with confidence, proclaimed, even though the Lan family has strayed from our 4 families, they can muster at most 4 martial kings, while we possess 7. Defeating them shall be as easy as pie. Moreover, I have recently advanced to the mid-stage of martial king. With that, the ancestor of the Li family concentrated his inner power, causing a mighty aura to envelop the surroundings. The atmosphere was akin to a raging tempest, instilling a palpable sense of pressure upon all those present. Upon beholding the venerable ancestor of the Li family, the crowd was overtaken by a profound reverence for his formidable presence. It is known that for a martial king to ascend through each realm requires decades of unwavering dedication. And the transition from the initial phase to the mid-stage is a feat most cultivators can scarcely hope to achieve. Yet, the Li family's ancestor has managed to surpass the other four prominent families of Yangzhou, being the first to break through to the mid-stage of martial kings, undoubtedly showcasing his exceptional talent and prowess. In light of the Li ancestors' resplendent accomplishments, the elders of the other families could not help but express their admiration. They understood that achieving such a realm in a short span of time necessitated not only diligent training but also extraordinary insight and fortuitous circumstances. The Li ancestor continued, with this breakthrough to the mid-stage of martial kings, my strength has significantly amplified. Even should the four martial kings exert their utmost, they would find it arduous to withstand my onslaught. The other family elders nodded in agreement, affirming their confidence in the Li ancestor. They were acutely aware of the sheer might that the mid-stage of martial kings embodied, a force nearly invincible throughout Yangzhou, capable of contending against 5 or 6 initial-stage martial king experts. Across the sea from the island, Ling Yu stood at the forefront of the main ship's deck, clad in a resplendent golden robe that billowed elegantly, exuding an air of nobility and mystery. His hair, dark as ink, was neatly fashioned into a simple yet refined bun, adorned with a golden crown that accentuated his imposing presence. In his grasp was the Dao artifact, the Qishao sword, its blade a vivid crimson, emanating an overwhelming aura. This sword seemed an extension of Ling Yu's very essence, its tip quivering as if ready to unleash boundless celestial energy at any moment. Behind Ling Yu stood 5 exquisite maidens, their opulent attire and graceful forms reminiscent of 5 radiant blossoms, each embodying a distinct charm. They were Hu Meier, Yi Ning, Yi Shui, Zi Hui, and Han Mei, 5 unparalleled beauties. In their wake, the 5 sons of Lingzong stood in respectful formation, each bearing attire that, while varied, revealed their profound cultivation. Their eyes sparkled with an intensity that suggested they could perceive the truths of the world, their bodies brimming with potent spiritual energy, poised to unleash earth-shattering power upon Ling Yu's command. In the sky at the rear of the assembly stood 2 breathtakingly beautiful women. One donned a flowing white gown, her ethereal beauty akin to a celestial being descended to earth. The other was clad in flamboyant attire, exuding an irresistible allure with every movement, her visage capable of bewitching hearts and minds. Both radiated an indomitable aura, rendering them objects of awe and reverence. Indeed, you have swiftly ascended to the realm of martial saints, Shi Yao remarked, casting a glance at the ever-imposing Dongfang Bubi beside her. Dongfang Bubi offered a slight smile, responding with nonchalance, "This is largely due to your assistance, my lady. Without it, I would not have reached this realm so swiftly. Moreover, I have but just entered this domain, and am still far from your level." Under Shi Yao's guidance, Dongfang Bubi diligently sought to comprehend the intricacies of breaking through to martial saint. He knew well that to truly ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts, relentless effort and exploration were essential. After much contemplation, he successfully broke through to the martial saint realm. What brought him the greatest joy was his own comprehension of the semi-immortal technique of Tiren Huashang, which promotes the flourishing of all living things. Following this breakthrough into the martial saint realm, he had transcended it to the level of a pseudo-immortal technique. The most formidable aspect of this pseudo-immortal technique lay in its ability to harness the power of heaven and earth, nurturing all things with vitality and the essence of life. Under the nurturing of such celestial arts, he gained formidable restorative capabilities and underwent a true transformation into a woman of unparalleled beauty. Upon initially acquiring the imperial-level technique Kite Flower Codex, her heart brimmed with joy and anticipation. She understood that practicing such an imperial-level technique was an extraordinary opportunity for her. However, due to the unique circumstances surrounding its creator, The kite flower codex could only be cultivated through self-castration. Initially, she resisted vehemently, yet ultimately chose to proceed with the cultivation for the sake of empowerment. From that moment onward, she became an existence that transcended the binary of male and female. The kite flower codex subtly influenced her psyche, leading her towards an increasingly feminine disposition. Each breakthrough intensified this transformation, until upon ascending to the martial emperor realm, her soul was entirely that of a woman. Despite her exterior being dazzlingly enchanting, her body remained as it originally was, creating a mental barrier within her. Consequently, she relentlessly sought to break through to the secrets of Ti Ren Hua Sheng. Now, she had succeeded, not only elevating her cultivation to the martial saint realm but also advancing Ti Ren Hua Sheng to the pseudo-immortal level, fully embracing her identity as a woman. Xiao replied with a radiant smile. It is your own profound accumulation of strength that has enabled you to breach the martial saint realm. It merely required the right opportunity. Now that you have ascended to this level, with your innate talents, I believe you will soon achieve even greater advancements. She continued softly, at that time, with your and my support, you shall surely soar to new heights. With your mysterious powers, I am confident that as long as we follow you, we will have the chance to explore the realm of celestial beings. Indeed, Miss Xiao, your words resonate deeply. We need only to remain loyal to our master. Dongfang Bubi wholeheartedly concurred, expressing his agreement with Xiao's sentiments. Chapter 38. The Battle of the Three Domains. Ling Yu's fleet rapidly approached the forces of the Three Domains, the distance between the two armies dwindling to less than a kilometer. At this moment, both armies were in a state of battle readiness, with a palpable tension saturating the air. Ling Yu stood at the forefront of the fleet, then took to the skies, hovering above as he surveyed the four great families and the three major principalities of the three domains below. His gaze, sharp and penetrating, radiated an aura of undeniable authority, the martial respect of the sky. This young master of the Ling family is truly an unparalleled prodigy. The Li family's ancestor, upon witnessing Ling Yu suspended in the air, was struck with awe and astonishment. Having held a significant position in Yangzhou and encountered countless talented youths, he was nonetheless deeply shaken by Ling Yu's display. He learned that Ling Yu was merely in his teens, yet had already attained the realm of martial respect of the sky. Such talent was terrifying. It was only natural to predict that he would inevitably become a formidable martial emperor in the future. Regret surged within him, realizing that it was unwise to oppose such a prodigy for the sake of the three domains. Yet, the die had been cast, and there was no turning back. Simultaneously, the leaders of the other three great families were also filled with shock. They gazed upon Ling Yu's godlike figure, their hearts swelling with awe. Where is the lord of the principality of the three domains? Come forth to pay your respects. Ling Yu's voice boomed across the skies, resonating with a thunderous authority. Clad in golden armor, he exuded an aura of intimidation that was impossible to ignore. Humph! The Li family's ancestor scoffed dismissively, then turned to address the martial king ancestors and the leaders of the three principalities beside him. His tone icy as he said, "Esteemed guests, let us convene with this talented martial respect." The assembly nodded in unison, promptly following the Li ancestor as they took to the skies, heading towards Ling Yu's location. In the fleet behind Ling Yu, the 5 sons of Lingzong and the 2 martial king elders of the Ling family hastened to follow the Li ancestor and the others, making their way towards Ling Yu. As the Li ancestor and his entourage confronted Ling Yu in midair, a tense standoff ensued. "Oh? The 4 great families are present as well. Do you intend to prostrate yourselves before me, like the 3 principalities?" Ling Yu gazed at the Li ancestor and the others, a mocking tone lacing his words. The Li ancestor's expression darkened as he solemnly replied, "While we of the 4 great families await your arrival, we are not here to bow before you." Ling Yu's eyes turned cold as he pressed, "Then what purpose do you 4 families serve here? Do you intend to oppose me?" The Li ancestor regarded Ling Yu with a serious demeanor, stating, "We have come to ensure the peace of this realm. We hope that you will refrain from interfering in the internal affairs of the 3 domains. Should you be here merely for leisure, we shall extend our hospitality. However, if your intention is to exert control over the 3 domains, we 4 families cannot stand idly by." Ling Yu chuckled darkly. I am the imperial envoy appointed by the dynasty to oversee the 3 domains. You 4 families ought to remain in Yangzhou, yet you dare to run amok here, truly seeking your own demise. His tone was laden with menace. The elders of the 4 families furrowed their brows at Ling Yu's words. You insolent brat, how dare you? The elder matriarch of the Zhong family was the first to erupt in fury, unleashing her martial king aura towards Ling Yu. Unfazed, Ling Yu felt the life-giving energy of the immortal essence flowing within him, dissipating the matriarch's martial king pressure before it could reach him. Who do you think you are to issue me commands? With that, Ling Yu's eyes seemed to hold galaxies within them, as he activated the soul-subduing immortal technique, conjuring a somber force that surged like a tidal wave towards the elder matriarch. Unprepared for such an assault, the matriarch let out a blood-curdling scream, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, her agonized cries echoing through the air. Brotherly, save me! Her words faltered in desperation as she turned to the Li ancestor for help, but her plea was drowned out by pain and terror, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of despair. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was left in a state of shock. The 4 elders, initially harboring discontent towards Ling Yu, now wore serious expressions as they fixed their gazes upon him. They were taken aback by Ling Yu's audacity to strike decisively, particularly against a martial king. Even without preparation, it would be challenging for a martial venerable to inflict harm. Observing the old matron's condition, the elder of the Li family, visibly tense, swiftly approached her side and inquired with concern. Sister Zhong, how are you faring? Elder Zhong of the Zhong family uttered with great difficulty. Brotherly, it is Ling Yu. He employed a soul attack, infiltrating my consciousness with his spiritual power. My head is splitting with unbearable pain. I am in agony. Upon hearing this, the Li elder's countenance darkened instantly as he glared at Ling Yu, exclaiming furiously, Ling Yu, why have you targeted Elder Zhong? Ling Yu's demeanor remained impassive as he replied nonchalantly, I despise being interrupted while speaking, and this old crone dared to wag her finger at me. This is merely a small lesson for her. Do you have any objections? Damned, you are being excessively arrogant. The Li elder pointed an accusing finger at Ling Yu, his hand trembling with uncontrollable fury. At that moment, Master Tsangmu approached the Li elder, patting him on the shoulder, before producing a medicinal pill from his spatial ring intended to heal soul injuries, which he administered to Elder Zhong. All right, brotherly, it's time to act. This Ling Yu cannot be allowed to escape unscathed today. Indeed, brotherly, we must not let him off the hook. Elder Zhong, having regained some composure thanks to the healing pill, wholeheartedly supported Master Tsangmu's proposal, her hatred for Ling Yu overshadowing all else. Her singular focus now lay on avenging the humiliation she had just endured. The expression of the Li elder appeared conflicted. He was reluctant to take action against Ling Yu. Both Ling Yu's astonishing talent and his shocking background filled him with trepidation, particularly regarding the latter. Just as the Li elder hesitated, 2 martial kings stealthily approached from behind him, their icy presence sending a shiver down his spine. Master, give the order to eliminate Ling Yu. Create chaos within the Li family. The voices of the 2 martial kings pierced through the air like ice, their gazes unwavering and resolute. What? The Li elder trembled at their words. Noticing the turmoil on his face, the 2 intensified their telepathic communication, their tones growing colder as they stated, Our master has decreed that you need only to eliminate Ling Yu without concern for retaliation from the Li family. The remaining martial kings will undoubtedly provide support. As for the Li family Zhenwang, you need not worry. He is in no position to defend himself, and his survival remains uncertain. The Li elder felt a jolt of realization as these words struck him. He comprehended the gravity of the situation. The Great Chu dynasty was on the brink of upheaval, and he urgently required a reliable backing. This enigmatic master might just be what he needed. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, but he quickly nodded in determination, his face hardening with a murderous resolve. This young man from the Li family has been excessively arrogant. The 3 domains are territories belonging to our 4 great families and the 3 marquisates. We cannot tolerate the encroachment of outsiders. His voice resonated with rage and determination. Upon hearing the Li elder's decision, the others glared at Ling Yu with indignation, their eyes brimming with hatred, as if they wished to consume him whole. Witnessing the fury of the crowd, the Li elder felt a surge of elation and promptly declared, "Now, the 3 marquee leaders will lead their troops to besiege those warships, while the 6 martial kings will accompany me to capture Lingyu." Everyone nodded in agreement, raising their weapons, ready to plunge into battle. The 6 martial kings adjusted their auras, joining forces with the Li elder, their confrontation with Lingyu resembling an impending tempest. Chapter 39. A battle of 7 kings. Lingyu hovered in midair, radiating an impressive aura that sent waves crashing through the sea. He resembled a war deity, exuding an air of invincibility. His gaze was profound, as if it could draw one into an abyss of infinite thoughts. Rendering his true intentions inscrutable, Lingyu stated calmly, "Now this is interesting. Let me test what makes these martial kings extraordinary. Hemph. Watch as I capture this junior." The elder of the Wang family scoffed. His face a mask of fury, he ceased to conceal his strength, unleashing a formidable presence as he charged at Lingyu. This overwhelming force felt akin to a beast breaking free from its cage. Suffocating in its intensity. Presumptuous. A mere martial king dares to be so audacious against our master. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed across the battlefield, shocking all. A mysterious figure clad in black descended from the sky, his gaze fierce and brimming with killing intent. Behind him, several powerful martial kings emerged, forming a protective barrier around Ling Yui. In his hand, a radiant flying sword glimmered as if imbued with life. Soaring toward the elder of the Wang family. Not good. The Wang elder sensed a perilous threat and swiftly summoned his true energy to defend himself. Bang! A deafening explosion resonated as the flying sword collided with the protective barrier of true energy surrounding the Wang elder. The tremendous force sent him reeling backward, his complexion paling. He had not anticipated the black-clad man's sword to possess such overwhelming power, instilling a flicker of fear within him. Seeing this, the Li elder and the other 6 rushed to the Wang elder's side, their expressions heavy as they regarded the formidable figure beside Lingyu. "All of you hold the line for me. Today, I shall annihilate 7 martial kings in one fell swoop." "Ha ha ha," Lingyu chuckled lightly, addressing those around him. With that, he wielded the Qishao sword, charging towards the Li elder and his 6 companions. The Qishao sword in Lingyu's grasp seemed to have been reborn, emanating a mesmerizing and terrifying aura. Lingyu's gaze was resolute, his steps firm as he approached the Li elder and his companions. The 7, realizing the seriousness of the situation, no longer underestimated Lingyu. They coordinated seamlessly, each unleashing their signature techniques as they launched an assault on him. 7 figures transformed into streaks of light, propelled by overwhelming momentum, akin to brilliant stars streaking across the night sky. Faced with the combined assault of the 7 martial kings, Lingyu felt no fear. An ethereal energy enveloped him, as though he resided in a celestial realm. The Qishao sword in his hand seemed to transcend its limits, its sword energy intertwining effortlessly with the attacks of the 7 martial kings. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering explosions reverberated ceaselessly, as the battlefield was illuminated by flashing sword lights and surging true energy. Lingyu stood as a radiant star amidst the onslaught of 7 martial kings. His brilliance undiminished. On the flagship, Lingyu's 5 maidens, clad in silver armor, appeared as if war deities had descended. The silver armor glistened with a chilling radiance, shimmering as though it had captured the essence of moonlight and starlight. The form-fitting armor clung to their skin, accentuating their voluptuous figures and slender waists, perfectly embodying the grace and strength of female warriors. General Wei, the young master has already engaged those formidable opponents. Now, let us deal with the enemy forces across the way. Please issue the order for our soldiers to fight with all their might. Yishui declared resolutely, addressing General Wei Yun, who stood clad in black armor beside her. While Lingyu was away, these 5 maidens had rallied around Yishui as their leader, exhibiting exceptional management skills in handling all matters pertaining to Lingyu. General Wei Yun's gaze was sharp, keenly observing the movements of the enemy forces across the battlefield. He nodded in response to Yishui, stating, "Miss Yishui, rest assured, I shall take charge of the armies from the 3 domains." With that, General Wei Yun turned, brandishing his long sword as he shouted, "Warriors of the Wei Wu Battalion, Follow my lead. Charge forth and annihilate all enemies from the 3 domains. Kill. The black-armored warriors rallied in response, their morale soaring. General Wei Yun led the charge, plunging into the fray, followed closely by the black-armored soldiers, forming a formidable tide of assault. Simultaneously, Yi Shui and her 5 companions surged into the battlefield alongside the members of the Lan family. Amidst the chaos of battle, the air was filled with the clash of swords and the resounding cries of combat. The Wei Wu battalion, under General Wei Yun's command, charged like ferocious tigers among sheep. Leaving a trail of fallen foes in their wake, Yi Shui and her companions fought valiantly, showcasing their exceptional skills to assist General Wei Yun. The 3 leaders of the 3 marquisates soon joined the fray, banding together against Wei Yun, while the martial venerables clashed with the 500 captains of the Wei Wu battalion. The 5 maidens engaged in combat with a dozen martial venerable elders from the 4 great families. Although they were outnumbered, their superior weaponry and exemplary martial techniques allowed them to gain the upper hand. They moved like streaks of lightning across the battlefield, their weapons creating dazzling arcs of light. The martial venerable elders from the 4 great families watched in astonishment, their hearts heavy with disbelief. They had not anticipated the formidable prowess of these 5 maidens, whose teamwork seemed so seamless that it felt as though they were one entity, significantly increasing the pressure on their opponents and making it difficult to breach their defenses. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Ling Yu and the 7 martial kings engaged in fierce combat, exchanging hundreds of blows in mere moments. With his exceptional swordsmanship and formidable physique, Ling Yu gradually gained the upper hand. Under the relentless assault from Ling Yu, 2 of the 7 found themselves gravely injured, feeling the weight of overwhelming pressure. In the heavens, Ling Yu's sword energy surged like a rainbow, his figure undulating like a dragon as he repeatedly forced his adversaries back. The 7 martial kings, refusing to yield, joined forces to unleash a powerful martial technique, striving to turn the tide in their favor. However, Ling Yu's sword was so exceedingly sharp that they had no choice but to temporarily evade its brilliance. Damn it! How formidable Ling Yu's strength is! Is he truly only 15 years old? No, this cannot continue. Is he even human? Does his true chi have no limits? His physical body is also extraordinarily powerful. The 7 individuals engaged in fervent discussion, anxiety and resentment etched upon their faces. They exchanged several glances, understanding that none among them could hope to defeat Ling Yu alone. Suddenly, one spoke up. If we cannot overcome a single Ling Yu, let us not forget that there are several formidable experts around us. This remark jolted the other 6 into awareness. They all knew that continuing in this manner would only exacerbate their disadvantage. Let us not hold back any longer. Unleash your trump cards, the elder of the Li family gravely declared. Ling Yu's strength exceeded his imagination. He could hardly fathom the heights to which Ling Yu would ascend if he were to survive today. Good. Upon hearing the elder's words, the 6 nodded in agreement, signifying their consent. 10,000 poisons devour the soul. The elder of the Lu family was the first to summon his true chi, unleashing a cloud of black poisonous mist. This mist, like tentacles, sought to engulf Ling Yu. It contained countless toxins, formidable even to those of the martial king level. Heavenly Wolf Fist. The elder of the Wang family extended his right hand, transforming it into a fist that shimmered with astonishing radiance. He lunged forward with the ferocity of a beast, aiming at Ling Yu. The Heavenly Wolf Fist was the Wang family's ultimate technique. It was said that when perfected, it could transform one into a wolf, possessing terrifying attack power and speed. Wooden vines entwine. The elder of the Zhong family brought his hands together, instantly releasing a surge of potent wood element true chi. This true chi morphed into countless vines, swiftly extending like serpents, attempting to ensnare Ling Yu. The wooden vines entwine was the signature skill of the Zhong family. Once ensnared, even a martial king-level expert would struggle to break free. Blazing inferno from heaven. The elder of the Li family bellowed, instantly unleashing a fierce fire element true chi. These true chi manifested as fireballs, continuously coalescing in the air before forming a colossal fire pillar that soared into the sky. The blazing inferno from heaven was the Li family's signature technique, boasting tremendous power. Should one be struck by the fire pillar, even a Martial King-level expert would suffer severe injuries. Serpent swallows the world. The royal advisor of Tsangmu whispered, swiftly forming hand seals. Instantly, a powerful water element true chi surged from him, materializing into a gigantic black serpent. This serpent coiled in the air, emitting a terrifying roar, as if it sought to devour all. The serpent swallows the world was the royal advisor's masterstroke. Once unleashed, it was enough to instill fear in Martial King-level experts, capable of even devouring them whole, gold and silver twin swords. Two mysterious Martial Kings unveiled their combined ultimate technique. Gold and silver twin swords, as the name implies, were a pair of enigmatic swords imbued with the powers of gold and silver. This pair of swords seemed to possess infinite strength. Evoking reverence, the two mysterious Martial Kings coordinated seamlessly, their gold and silver sword lights intertwining in the air, forming a resplendent curtain of light. They launched their assault on Lingyu with lightning speed. These two had previously utilized this combined technique to slay a Martial King-level expert of the third tier, and now both had reached the third tier themselves, on the verge of advancing to the mid-tier of Martial Kings, which significantly enhanced the technique's power. Chapter 40. Annihilation of the Seven Kings. In this tense moment, the five sons of the Spirit Sect and the two elders beside Lingyu felt an immediate surge of pressure. Anxiously activating their inner spiritual power, preparing to rush forward and defend Lingyu against the combined might of the seven Martial Kings. They could not allow Lingyu to face this alliance alone any longer. Although Lingyu had previously managed to contend with the seven Martial Kings single-handedly, the situation had now changed. The opposing Martial Kings had evidently unleashed their most formidable techniques, launching a relentless tide of attacks toward Lingyu. This scene compelled the five sons of the Spirit Sect and the two elders to rise in defense. However, at that moment, a powerful force suddenly descended, immobilizing them as if they had been frozen in place. The seven were filled with anxiety, yet they could not break free from this binding force. Xiao's voice gently resonated. You seven need only to hold the line here. The safety of our young master is under our watch. He shall come to no harm. Upon hearing Xiao's words, the seven felt an immense weight lift from their hearts. They were well aware of Xiao's profound strength. With her presence, Lingyu's safety was assured. Yes, Lady Xiao. The seven responded in unison, their voices imbued with respect. Faced with the full force assault of the seven, Lingyu not only stood his ground but also ignited an intense fighting spirit within. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities, confident that beneath the martial emperor rank, few could rival him. Though not forget, my current cultivation is already at the late stage of the immortal path's nascent soul, and my martial prowess has reached the realm of the sky-soaring martial sovereign, truly a prodigious talent. He laughed heartily, the celestial energy surrounding him growing ever more intense. 10,000 swords technique. Lingyu summoned forth 49 flying swords from his storage ring. Encircling him to form a net of blades, he commanded the flying swords to dance in the air, as if they were alive, his gaze sharp and a formidable aura erupting from him. Lingyu's laughter echoed like thunder, instilling dread in the hearts of all. The surrounding celestial energy became even denser, as if he had merged with the very fabric of the world, resonating with the cosmos. He directed the flying swords, akin to harnessing wind and thunder, charging toward the seven foes. 7 Supreme, flying swords surged toward the elder of the Liu family, transforming into a dazzling light that effortlessly pierced through the elder's black poisonous mist. Clearing a path through the surrounding toxins, the elder of the Liu family sensed an unprecedented threat. He roared in fury, attempting to cast a spell in resistance. However, against the flying swords controlled by Lingyu, all his efforts seemed futile. The black poisonous mist was swiftly obliterated, vanishing without a trace. The elder's figure was laid bare, his face contorted in terror as he beheld the flying swords advancing toward him. With a sharp sound, the flying sword instantaneously pierced through his body. The elder of the Liu family widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to accept that he had been defeated by a mere 15-year-old boy. He felt his life force dissipating under the impact of the flying sword, his body growing increasingly feeble. 7 More supreme, flying swords then charged toward the elder matriarch of the Zhong family, their sword light resembling dragons as they struck fiercely against the encroaching vines. The clash of sword light and vines produced a crisp sound. To the astonishment of all, Ling Yu's sword light effortlessly dissolved the Zhong family's wooden vines. Seeing this unfold, the elder of the Zhong family was internally alarmed, never expecting Ling Yu's power to reach such heights. The elder matriarch hastily attempted to evade, but her speed was no match for Ling Yu's flying swords. In an instant, her body was struck by the sword light, bringing forth excruciating pain. Li Ji, save me. I do not wish to die, she howled in anguish, her heart filled with reluctance. Gradually, she felt her sensations fade, darkness enveloping her as she plummeted from the sky. What, Zhong Mei? Damn it, Ling Yu, I will kill you. The elder of the Li family, upon witnessing the fall of the elder of the Zhong family, immediately erupted in fury. His aura raging uncontrollably, heavenly flames descend. The fire pillar that the elder of the Li family had just gathered transformed into a colossal sword of flames, its blade ablaze, seemingly capable of incinerating the very heavens. The elder glared at Ling Yu, his eyes glinting with intense murderous intent. He had not anticipated that Ling Yu could annihilate both the elder of the Lu family and the elder of the Zhong family in such a brief time. Particularly the elder of the Zhong family, who had been his lover for many years. He swung the burning sword, madly charging toward Ling Yu, resolved to exert all his strength to make Ling Yu pay a painful price. In the face of the elder of the Li family's frenzied assault, Ling Yu calmly maneuvered 7 supreme flying swords against him. Boom! The 7 supreme flying swords collided with the blazing fire sword, creating a series of thunderous explosions. Flames erupted and heat waves surged, as though the entire battlefield had been ignited, transforming into a sea of fire. The 7 supreme flying swords, under Ling Yu's command, clung tightly to the elder's fiery sword, preventing its escape. Yet, the elder of the Li family was no easy opponent. With his formidable strength, he managed to hold his ground against Ling Yu momentarily. His blazing sword danced ever faster, its sword energy soaring, as if it sought to devour everything. However, amidst this fierce battle, Ling Yu ultimately gained the upper hand. Gradually, the elder of the Li family revealed a flaw, and Ling Yu immediately redirected the 7 supreme flying swords he had just used to slay the elder of the Zhong family toward him. The elder of the Li family was taken aback at the sight of 7 more flying swords. Seizing the moment of his surprise, Ling Yu unleashed a powerful sword strike aimed directly at the elder's vital points. Reacting swiftly to Ling Yu's fierce assault, the elder of the Li family raised his long sword, attempting to execute the Flame Dragon Breaks the Void technique to neutralize Ling Yu's attack. Yet, alas, against Ling Yu's 18 flying swords, all his resistance proved futile. Boom! With a deafening crash, the elder of the Li family was sent flying, his right hand severed and rendered incapable of combat. Groaning in agony, he gazed at Ling Yu, his eyes filled with boundless fear and regret. He was acutely aware that his defeat was inevitable, and there was no escape from the clutches of death. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yu pierced him with a single stroke of his sword. The remaining 4, witnessing Ling Yu's instantaneous annihilation of 3 formidable martial kings, were suddenly gripped by fear. Their once fervent battle spirit crumbled in an instant. They realized that against such a powerful Ling Yu, their chances of victory were almost non-existent. The 4 hastily prepared to flee. Want to escape? Dream on, Ling Yu remarked with a slight smile, once again manipulating 49 flying swords to encircle the 4 of them completely. Damn it! How could Ling Yu be so strong? What should we do? The 4 exhibited visible dread, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, the national master, Song Mu, spoke up. We must unite and cooperate. Otherwise, we shall all perish here today. The remaining 3 nodded in agreement, understanding that only by closely banding together could they find a way to overcome Ling Yu. Song Mu gazed at them and slowly said, Next, I will use my magic to merge the 4 of us into one entity, allowing us to function as a whole. Only then can we unleash our maximum combat potential. Upon hearing this, the 3 felt a surge of doubt. They were aware of Song Mu's formidable spells. Yet the idea of merging into one body seemed utterly implausible. However, they recognized that the stakes were life and death, leaving no room for error. They nodded in unison. expressing their willingness to follow Tsangmu's command. "All right, I shall cast the spell now. You three stand in a line and await my command," Tsangmu instructed solemnly. The three nodded nervously and positioned themselves as directed, fully aware that the forthcoming incantation was crucial to their ability to defeat the mighty Lingyu. "Excellent," Tsangmu noted with satisfaction, a cruel smile creeping onto his face as he faced the trio. With swift gestures, he formed intricate seals with his hands and chanted incantations. "Transform into the serpent." Instantly, Tsangmu morphed into a colossal black serpent, sinuous and exuding a terrifying aura. This serpent spanned several dozen meters, its body covered in hard scales that glinted like metal. Its eyes shone like two dazzling jewels, radiating an enthralling light. "What?" The three gasped in astonishment, momentarily stunned. How could a perfectly normal person transform into a gigantic serpent? Just as their shock set in, the black serpent opened its massive jaws and lunged toward the trio. "Tsangmu, you? No? Ah?" The black serpent engulfed the three in one swift motion. Following the consumption of the trio, Tsangmu grew even larger, the terrifying aura of the black serpent now hinting at late-stage martial king power. He sneered at Lingyu, with a cruel glint in his eyes. Lingyu, facing the massive serpent, displayed no hint of fear. In fact, he had ample opportunity to thwart Tsangmu's spell earlier, yet he refrained from doing so. Eager to discover what special methods Tsangmu possessed, "Interesting, the serpent transformation. Those three fools have ultimately contributed to your power," Lingyu remarked nonchalantly. "Come, let me witness your current strength." This time, Lingyu chose not to employ his flying swords, but instead leapt into the fray, intending to match the black serpent with his own physical prowess. Tsangmu, taken aback by Lingyu's decision to confront his serpent form with mere flesh, let out a derisive laugh. "Ha!" he coldly scoffed. Commanding the black serpent to lunge toward Lingyu with haste, he was convinced that this time, Lingyu would surely meet his demise. The black serpent charged at Lingyu, its massive jaws agape, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole. However, at this critical juncture, Lingyu revealed his astonishing strength. Every inch of his skin radiated with formidable power. His fists clenched tightly, he struck the black serpent with immense force. Each blow inflicted unprecedented agony upon the serpent. Lingyu's physique, enhanced through the cultivation of the dragon-elephant dominance technique, had reached a level comparable to a kingly weapon in the midst of his battle with the serpent. His own strength continued to surge. Boom! Upon reaching a critical threshold, Lingyu's cultivation of the dragon-elephant dominance technique ascended to the power of the 10 demon elephants. This signified a significant enhancement in both his strength and defense. Through his combat experience with the black serpent, Lingyu honed his will and combat skills. Now, his dragon-elephant dominance technique had taken shape, rendering the black serpent less of a threat. Channeling the 10 demon elephants' power into his fists, he unleashed a devastating strike upon the serpent. The black serpent, sensing the terrifying force emanating from Lingyu's fist, was instantly thrown into a state of panic, attempting to evade. Yet, Lingyu's attack speed was so swift that the black serpent had no hope of escaping. The fist, imbued with the power of the 10 demon elephants, struck the black serpent with a resounding crash. The serpent howled in anguish, its body propelled backward, countless scales shattering, blood gushing forth. Roar! Despite enduring Lingyu's relentless assault, the black serpent, though in excruciating pain, did not truly submit. It issued a furious roar, harnessing all its power to unleash a formidable divine ability. Serpent swallows heaven and earth. The black serpent summoned the surrounding elemental energies, coalescing them around its body to form a colossal black hole. This black hole voraciously consumed everything in its vicinity, including air, seawater, and even light. The surroundings quickly blurred, leaving only the black serpent and Lingyu's figures visible. Just as the black hole was about to engulf Lingyu, a resolute gleam flashed in his eyes. Soul Suppression Immortal Technique. Without hesitation, Lingyu activated the Soul Suppression Immortal Technique. Instantly, a powerful soul force surged from within him, manifesting as a small black-gold sword that shot toward the black serpent's attack. The golden sword pierced through the massive devouring black hole, aiming straight for the serpent's soul. The black serpent, sensing the overwhelming soul force, was filled with terror. It desperately attempted to resist, but the might of the soul suppression technique was too potent, rendering it incapable of withstanding the onslaught. The black gold sword swiftly approached the black serpent's soul, delivering a crippling blow. The black serpent roared in agony, its movements becoming erratic. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yu immediately unleashed a flurry of tempestuous strikes, channeling the power of the 10 demon elephants through the dragon elephant dominance technique. His fists moved with the swiftness of a raging tempest, each strike suffused with immense force, crashing violently against the black serpent. Under the relentless barrage of Ling Yu's attacks, the black serpent writhed in suffering. Ling Yu clenched his fists, gathering all his strength, and delivered a monumental blow to the black serpent. In that instant, time seemed to slow. The figures of man and serpent converged in the air, producing a deafening roar. Following this, a chilling shriek echoed, and the black serpent shattered into dust. Thus, all 7 kings were annihilated. Ling Yu stood aloft, his expression resolute and impassive, his eyes resembling unfathomable abysses. Clad in a resplendent golden armor that clung closely to him, he exuded an aura of unmatched majesty. The power of the dragon elephant dominance technique enveloped him in a golden radiance, rendering him akin to a divine war god. The aura he emanated compelled all to bow in submission. He appeared as the sovereign of this realm, with any adversary before him destined to kneel at his feet. Following this battle, Ling Yu's martial prowess surged, akin to a flame igniting within him, urging him to continuously transcend his limits. His meridians gradually expanded, bones grew sturdier, and his physical strength soared, as if he had forged an indestructible body of adamantine. Boom! Ling Yu's martial cultivation escalated, reaching the 2nd layer of martial sovereign, then the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and finally the 9th layer. His cultivation halted at the peak of late-stage martial sovereign, just a step away from reaching the ultimate realm. Late-stage immortal Dao nascent soul, late-stage martial sovereign and transcending the heavens. Excellent! Ling Yu, surveying his cultivation level, felt elated. He had reaped bountiful rewards from this battle, breaking through to the late-stage martial sovereign, marking a qualitative leap in his martial prowess. This advancement enabled him to wield martial power with greater finesse, achieving a new mastery over his body and surroundings. Furthermore, the dragon elephant dominance technique had reached the power of the 10 demon elephants, rendering Ling Yu's physique even more formidable. His strength, speed, and endurance had undergone tremendous enhancement, resembling an unmovable mountain. This granted him a substantial advantage in close combat, nearly rendering him invincible among the martial kings. The significant improvements in both the Sword Dao and Soul Dao allowed Ling Yu to face formidable foes with greater composure. His proficiency in the 10,000 swords technique had increased, amplifying his attack potency. Additionally, the continual application of the soul suppression immortal technique had greatly elevated his soul, bringing him close to the mid-stage of the soul species. Chapter 41. The Talented Maid. The young master is simply defying the heavens, to annihilate 7 martial kings in an instant. My heavens! Ling Mu exclaimed, astounded at how Ling Yu had dispatched 7 martial kings in such a brief span. Ling Liang, having witnessed the entire spectacle, mechanically nodded, his eyes shimmering with astonishment. The harrowing scene replayed in his mind, leaving him unable to fathom how Ling Yu had accomplished such a feat. The 5 sons of the Ling clan were equally dumbfounded. Overwhelmed by shock, they watched as Ling Yu stood alone, having remarkably defeated 7 formidable martial kings in such a brief span of time. Such prowess truly befits their supreme sovereign. Amidst the vast expanse of the sea, over 1,000 Wei martial soldiers engaged in a fierce battle against more than 100,000 enemies. These Wei soldiers had attained the pinnacle of martial mastery, each soldier possessing the extraordinary strength to contend against 100 foes. On the battlefield, the Wei soldiers displayed unparalleled bravery and fought valiantly, their exceptional martial skills unleashing breathtaking combat against the enemy forces. In the midst of flashing blades and dancing swords, the Wei soldiers surged forward like tigers among sheep, leaving a trail of fallen foes in their wake. Within mere hours, tens of thousands of soldiers from the 3 domains lay slaughtered. The battlefield was drenched in blood, remnants of limbs scattered about. a sight that struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. At the heart of the battlefield, Wei Yun stood resolutely, facing 3 sovereigns of the great marquis states without the slightest hint of faltering, even threatening their demise. These 3 sovereigns had all reached the threshold of martial kings, their combined might fearsome indeed. Yet, before Wei Yun's overwhelming strength, they found themselves utterly helpless. With an air of composure, Wei Yun utilized his exquisite martial techniques and profound understanding of martial arts to counter the assaults of the 3 sovereigns. His figure moved like a shadow, weaving effortlessly across the battlefield, a seemingly insurmountable barrier, and no matter how the 3 sovereigns attempted to alter their tactics, they could not breach Wei Yun's defenses. Indeed, a martial king, exclaimed the sovereign of the Kaiyang Marquis state in astonishment. Faced with Wei Yun's formidable prowess, a sense of dread enveloped the 3 sovereigns. They recognized that this man was far beyond their capacity to contend with. Hastily, they prepared to flee the battlefield. Scattering in different directions, observing their retreat, Wei Yun let out a cold laugh. Brandishing his black spear with resolve, he declared, thinking to escape. What a joke! The spear reigned supreme. No sooner had he spoken than Wei Yun transformed into a bolt of black lightning, his spear slicing through the air like a blade of destiny. The black spear radiated a menacing aura under the sun, directly targeting the 3 sovereigns, in the face of Wei Yun's relentless assault. Panic surged through the 3 sovereigns, their courage faltering. They felt the chilling presence emanating from the black spear, reminiscent of the grim reaper's scythe, mercilessly reaping their lives. Under such pressure, they instantly lost their will to fight. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented terror, suddenly, the battlefield reverberated with 3 piercing shrieks, like thunderclaps cleaving the sky. Amidst the cacophony, Wei Yun's black spear, like a streak of lightning piercing the darkness, swiftly breached the defenses of the 3 sovereigns. Their eyes widened in horror and disbelief as they appeared as helpless as infants before Wei Yun's lethal spear light. Unable to withstand its onslaught, as Wei Yun's spear light blazed forth, the 3 sovereigns fell, defeated and lifeless. Their bodies lay upon the battlefield, pale and powerless. Simultaneously, Lingyu's 5 maidens approached the climax of their battle. Through their seamless coordination, the martial lords from the 3 domains and the 4 great families found themselves in retreat. Suffering heavy losses, the 5 maidens, exhibiting unparalleled martial prowess and harmonious teamwork, blossomed like radiant flowers of combat across the battlefield. Clad in matching silver armor, their long hair billowed, and their gazes were sharp and piercing. Each maiden showcased her unique talents. Some excelled in ranged attacks, others in close-quarters combat, some adeptly manipulated the flow of battle, while others skillfully sowed discord among their foes, and yet others possessed the keen insight to exploit the enemy's weaknesses. Their cooperation was so seamless that they seemed as one, toying with their adversaries at will. Through their concerted efforts, the opposing martial lords writhed in agony. The enemy martial lords, each bearing numerous wounds and utterly exhausted, groaned in despair. At that moment, Humayr transformed into a colossal 4-tailed spirit fox, captivating all with her presence. The 4-tailed spirit fox radiated an aura of mystique, her enchanting gaze and noble demeanor leaving onlookers spellbound. The transformation of Humayr rendered the gathered crowd dumbfounded, for the bloodline of the 4-tailed spirit fox surpassed even that of the royal lineage within the Fox clan. The opposing martial lords, upon witnessing this, were gripped by terror. They sensed the immense pressure emanating from the 4-tailed spirit fox, fully aware that this battle was irretrievably lost. Yet, rather than surrender, they resolved to fight to the bitter end, determined to salvage their final shred of dignity. Under the oppressive presence of the 4-tailed spirit fox, the enemy martial lords mounted a desperate counterattack, unleashing their most formidable martial techniques. Foxbind, Humayr's 4 massive tails intertwined, forming a colossal vortex of energy that ensnared the opposing martial lords, rendering them immobile. The other 4 maidens, witnessing this, swiftly invoked their powers, each unleashing formidable auras. They represented the elemental forces of wind, water, fire, and ice. Wind blades. Zihue brandished her whip, instantly unleashing countless blades of wind. The blades sliced through the air like bolts of lightning, striking true against the enemy martial lords, as they felt the searing force of the cuts. Several lords were dismembered on the spot. Crimson Flame slash. Ening wielded her curved blade, unleashing a torrent of blazing fire. The flames surged forth like a red-hot blade, hurtling toward the enemy martial lords. Several lords were engulfed in the flames, instantly reduced to ashes. 3,000 weak waters. Ishua gently waved her sword, summoning a mist of 3,000 weak waters that enveloped her. These droplets, seemingly delicate, concealed boundless strength. The martial lords appeared exceedingly fragile before Ishua's waters, each droplet striking them like needles. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As Ishua danced with her sword, 3,000 weak waters morphed into razor-sharp water blades, slicing through their bodies. Meanwhile, Hanmei graced the battlefield with elegance, wielding an ice sword that emanated an aura of frost. Her chilling gaze instilled fear in all. With a swift motion, she unleashed her potent ice-infused power. "Ice shatter!" she called, and in an instant, countless ice spikes shot forth like arrows, cleaving through the air towards the remaining martial lords. They were pierced and transformed into ice sculptures, shattering one by one. At this moment, Hanmei stood as the strongest among the 5 maidens, second only to Humayr, her cultivation having reached the mid-stage of martial lords and possessing the rare heavenly-grade ice spirit body. Her combat prowess rivaled that of perfected martial lords. Of course, the other 3 maidens also possessed unique constitutions. Zihui had the heavenly-grade wind spirit body, Ening the heavenly-grade fire spirit body, and Ishua the heavenly-grade water spirit body. It was precisely due to their exceptional physiques and outstanding cultivation talents that they were nurtured by Nangong Ro to serve as Lingyu's maidens. Chapter 42. Unifying the 3 domains after a day of intense combat. The coalition of the 3 great marquis states was thoroughly defeated by the 1,000-way martial soldiers along the coastlines of 3 islands. In this battle, the coalition suffered catastrophic losses, nearly annihilating their entire force. At this moment, Lingyu had returned to the flagship, standing upon the vessel, his gaze coldly fixated on the corpses floating on the sea, his face devoid of any emotional fluctuation. His objective was clear: to ensure that no one in the 3 domains dared to resist again. Go, General Wei. Have the Wei soldiers swiftly tidy the battlefield. Then, disembark and eradicate all opposing forces in the 3 domains. Lingyu coldly turned to issue orders to General Wei Yun, who stood beside him. Upon hearing Lingyu's command, Wei Yun promptly replied, "Yes, my lord. We shall exert every effort to land in the 3 domains and eliminate all resisting foes." "Very well, proceed," Lingyu nodded calmly. After a period of cleanup, the Wei soldiers successfully cleared the battlefield. They divided into 3 battalions. The Central Battalion, led by Wei Yun, comprised about 500 men, advancing towards the Kaiyang Marquis state. The Left Battalion, commanded by the elder of the Ling family, Ling Mu, consisted of approximately 300 men, attacking the Heiyun Marquis state. The Right Battalion, under the joint leadership of Ling He and Lan Liang, the head of the Lan family, also numbered around 300, moving against the Mingyue Marquis state. Following the fall of numerous high-ranking figures within the Heiyun Marquis state, the morale of the troops plummeted, and the internal stability of the nation was significantly compromised. Various clans and sects swiftly turned their allegiances, some even venturing 30 miles outside the city to welcome Ling Mu's arrival. Having stabilized the situation in the Heiyun Marquis state, Ling Mu quickly commanded his subordinates to seize control of the cities and local powers. He understood that the paramount task was to secure the entire nation and prevent any resurgence of rebellion. However, Ling Mu was not content with mere stabilization. He recognized that to truly subjugate the Heiyun Marquis state, it was essential to eliminate the influence of its royal family. Thus, he personally flew to the capital of the Marquis state, single-handedly exterminating the entire royal lineage. This was a silent butchery. Utilizing his own martial prowess and cunning, Ling Mu efficiently eradicated the royal family of the Heiyun Marquis state. This massacre left the people of the Heiyun Marquis state acutely aware of the Ling family's authority, compelling them to lower their heads and submit to Ling's rule. As for the Mingyue Marquis state, it was even easier to conquer, given the Lan family's deep-rooted commercial foundation within it. Moreover, the Mingyue Marquis state was fundamentally a coalition of several prominent families. Additionally, the The major families within the Mingyue Marquis state had already suffered significant losses during the naval engagements. The once dominant family in charge of the state affairs has either fallen into decline or found themselves incapable of resistance. Consequently, when confronted with formidable figures such as Ling Liang and the Lan family, they chose to surrender without putting up a fight, willingly opening the gates of their city. Following the takeover of the city by Ling Liang and his associates, they swiftly stabilized the situation by leveraging the influence of the Lan family in the area. However, the Kaiyang Marquisate proved to be a more challenging adversary. Before Wei Yun's arrival, the Kaiyang Marquisate had appointed a new ruler reinstated by the Sun sect. One of the golden archbishops within the Sun sect did not participate in the grand naval battle, opting instead to remain and guard the Kaiyang Marquisate. Although this golden archbishop was slightly inferior in strength to Master Tongmu, he was still a master at the level of a martial king. The Sun sect's power within the Kaiyang Marquisate continued to grow, with its doctrines widely disseminated, leading one-third of the populace to embrace their faith. These devotees were even willing to sacrifice their lives for the Sun sect. The Golden Archbishop united these followers, reconstituting an army of approximately 100,000 commoners, brainwashed by the teachings of the Sun sect. They exhibited a fearless disregard for death, even resorting to self-detonation to resist Wei Yun's Wei Wu troops. This presented a significant obstacle for the Wei Wu soldiers, and the Golden Archbishop's combat prowess was formidable, rendering Wei Yun unable to subdue him for the time being. Faced with the might of the Golden Archbishop and the seemingly puppet-like army of commoners, the Wei Wu troops found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle on the battlefield. Damn it! Wei Yun seethed with anger, his spear swinging incessantly. His eyes radiated unwavering resolve, vowing to vanquish his foes. After several rounds of combat, neither side could gain the upper hand. Suddenly, the Golden Archbishop erupted in a fit of maniacal laughter, exultantly proclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Allow me to demonstrate the supreme techniques of the Sun God sect, the divine power of faith." With that, he began to chant incantations, raising his hands to harness the faith energy emanating from the 100,000 commoners. In an instant, his own strength surged. Martial King level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6, level 7, and finally, level 8 of the Martial King realm, at which point he ceased his ascent. In contrast, the devoted followers were instantly drained of their life force, their complexions turning pale as they hovered on the brink of death. Wei Yun's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the Golden Archbishop's transformation. He had not anticipated that the Sun sect possessed such a peculiar technique. "Ha ha ha! Behold the might of this Archbishop! Sun Goddess Spear!" The Golden Archbishop cackled with glee, preparing to unleash one of the Sun sect's most powerful attacks, the Sun Goddess Spear. This was a legendary martial skill, capable of obliterating any adversary. As he completed his incantation, the sun in the sky seemed to blaze even brighter, a fierce beam of sunlight converging into a sharp lance, hurtling towards Wei Yun. Confronted with this formidable assault, Wei Yun's expression turned grave. He understood that if struck, not only would his own life be forfeit, but the surrounding Wei Wu soldiers would also be caught in the fallout. Just as the Sun Goddess Spear was about to strike Wei Yun, he suddenly steadied his breath and concentrated, emanating a remarkable aura. Spear transforms into Silver Dragon. With a resounding shout, his spear became akin to a soaring silver dragon, instantly darting towards the approaching Sun Goddess Spear. The clash of the intense sunlight and the spear produced a thunderous roar. Poof! Wei Yun spat blood, nearly losing his grip on the spear. Clearly, that last attack had inflicted severe internal injuries upon him. The Golden Archbishop, too, was not unscathed. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Wiping the blood away, he realized that the armored general opposite him was far more grievously injured. It was the perfect moment to launch a fierce counteroffensive. Thus, he summoned the energy within him again, preparing to unleash a more powerful strike. Seeing this, Wei Yun resolved to make a desperate attack. Intending to perish alongside the Golden Archbishop, Wei Yun's determination solidified. His spear resonated with a deep, somber sound, as if sensing its master's resolve. Just as the two were about to collide, 5 figures streaked through the sky at great speed. Each donned distinctive attire, one in white, wielding a long sword, exuding an ethereal grace. Another in Taoist robes, brandishing a whisk, embodying an otherworldly presence. A third in a fiery red robe, brandishing a broadsword, radiating fierce energy. A fourth in a regal purple robe, exuding nobility. And the last in black, carrying a small cauldron. "General Wei, we have come at the behest of our lord to provide assistance," announced the figure in Taoist robes. Ling Yunzi, as he stepped forward, Wei Yun sighed. "I have disappointed our lord." Ling Yunzi quickly reassured him, "General Wei, do not be so hard on yourself. The Sun sect is indeed treacherous. I observe that the Golden Archbishop has already attained late-stage martial king prowess. You must rest for now. My 5 brothers and I shall handle this adversary. Then I shall be in your debt." Wei Yun nodded, recognizing that his current injuries rendered him incapable of significantly harming the Golden Archbishop. The 5 sons of the Ling sect swiftly arranged the 5 elements formation, encircling the Golden Archbishop. Trapped within the formation, the Golden Archbishop felt the overwhelming presence of enemies closing in from all directions. The pressure mounting to an unbearable level, preventing him from breaking free. In a frenzy, he retrieved a scepter from his spatial ring, brandishing it in an attempt to shatter the formation. However, the 5 sons of the Ling sect had anticipated his every move. "Damn it!" the Golden Archbishop roared in fury. "Sun Goddess Staff." The scepter transformed into a dazzling sphere of light, radiating boundless energy. The Golden Archbishop gripped the staff tightly, concentrating this energy into a single point, preparing to unleash his most potent strike. Just as he was about to attack, the 5 sons of the Ling sect intensified the energy flowing through their formation. 5 element suppression. The powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth erupted in an instant, converging into a formidable force aimed at subduing the Golden Archbishop. Facing this 5 element suppression, the scepter shone even more brilliantly as he exerted all his strength to resist. Yet, the pressure from the 5 elements was unlike anything he had ever faced, instilling a sense of unprecedented peril within him. He strained to break free from the formation's confines, but the 5 sons of the Ling sect worked in perfect harmony, tightening the formation's grip. In the chaos of battle, shockwaves from the energy collisions ravaged the surroundings, altering the very fabric of the sky and summoning fierce winds and torrential rains. Bang! With a resounding crash, the Golden Archbishop's scepter was sent flying from his grasp. The immense force threw him off balance, causing him to stumble backward. Seizing the opportunity, the 5 sons of the Ling sect augmented the power of their formation. Pressing down on the Golden Archbishop, no. The Golden Archbishop let out a piercing scream, instantly consumed by the formation. His figure transformed into a burst of golden light, gradually dissipating into the air. The once mighty aura vanished, leaving only a palpable tension lingering on the battlefield. Chapter 43. The unification of 3 islands. Kill, kill, kill. At the moment the Golden Archbishop was vanquished, the morale of the Wei Wu soldiers surged, prompting them to launch another ferocious offensive. They vented their pent-up frustrations, driving the flames of battle to a fever pitch. Confronted with the frenzied counterattack from the Wei Wu soldiers, the already depleted commoner army suffered a catastrophic blow. Exhausted, they found themselves unable to withstand the relentless onslaught. Many fell in battle, unable to rise again. With the demise of the Golden Archbishop, most of the commoners regained their senses, and upon encountering the fierce Wei Wu soldiers, they fled the battlefield in terror, desperate to escape the impending cataclysm. The 5 sons of the Ling sect, seeing the tide of battle had turned, resolutely ascended once more, aiming directly for the capital of the Kaiyang Marquisate. Determined to obliterate the Sun sect entirely, the 5 soared through the skies, their figures streaking across like brilliant meteors. Within the capital of the Kaiyang Marquisate, the Sun sect's followers were engulfed in panic. With their Golden Archbishop dead, the remaining Silver Archbishops hurriedly summoned the remaining strong figures, striving to organize a defense to protect their sect. However, this time, the 5 sons of the Ling sect afforded the Sun sect no respite. Utilizing the power of the 5 elements formation, they swept through the capital, leaving devastation in their wake. Under the suppression of the 5 elements, the Sun sect's followers crumbled like ants, swiftly annihilated. Subsequently, the 5 also exterminated the royal family of the Kaiyang Marquisate. 3 days later, the 3 major marquisates were entirely subdued. Beyond the three islands, aboard the flagship, Ling Yu stood at the prow, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the trio of islands. Behind him stood numerous subordinates. System, I wish to merge all the islands within these three domains into one grand island. Dio, you have a method? Ling Yu inquired of the system within his mental realm. Ling Yu contemplated a grand plan to amalgamate the three domains into a single vast island, enabling him to establish and expand his influence there. The system responded promptly, replying to the host, you can utilize the mid-grade Dao artifact, the Wujiyu, as a foundation to fuse all islands in the three domains together, creating a growth-capable island. Such an island can expand in size as the host devours other territories. Upon hearing this suggestion, Ling Yu's eyes lit up. The Wujiyu possesses such remarkable capabilities. Indeed, the Wujiyu is a spatial treasure, encompassing a vast space filled with rich spiritual energy, a coveted possession for cultivators. The system explained, if I had known the Wujiyu held such extraordinary power, I should have utilized it for my cultivation sooner. Ling Yu felt a deep sense of regret within himself. He remained somewhat perplexed about these Dao instruments and thus inquired, System, what level of Dao instrument is this precisely? As the name implies, Dao instruments encapsulate the principles of the Dao, and in the realm of cultivation, they are exceedingly precious. Typically, only those at the great ascension stage can possess them, for such cultivators have already grasped profound Dao principles, enabling them to resonate with the Dao instruments and unleash their true power. The rank of a Dao instrument is closely tied to the number of Dao principles it contains. Possessing one principle classifies it as a low-grade Dao instrument, possessing 9 classifies it as a mid-grade Dao instrument, while possessing 49 elevates it to a high-grade Dao instrument, and possessing 99 designates it as a top-tier Dao instrument. In the martial world, imperial artifacts hold a status equivalent to that of Dao instruments. However, due to the incomplete cultivation rules in this realm, these imperial artifacts are inferior to Dao instruments. The system elaborated meticulously. Ling Yu listened intently, his heart brimming with excitement, a smile blossoming on his face. After all, he held multiple Dao instruments in his possession. Observing Ling Yu's elation, the system coldly remarked, Host, to wield the power of a Dao instrument, you must possess at least the cultivation level of the tribulation stage. Furthermore, even then, you can only harness a fraction of its power. Otherwise, it will merely function like an ordinary spiritual artifact, albeit of significantly sturdier material. Ling Yu pondered for a moment and realized that this was indeed the case. The crimson flame sword in his grasp was a top-tier Dao instrument, yet in his hands, it was merely sharp and durable. Then, how shall I utilize the Wujiyu? My cultivation level is insufficient to use it. And your method is unfeasible? Ling Yu asked with a hint of resignation. Host, you may not be able to manipulate it, but someone beside you can. The system reminded. Indeed, Xiyao. She is currently at the late tribulation stage, and her original cultivation level was already quite high. It should pose no problem for her to wield the Wujiyu. Ling Yu thought of Xiyao upon hearing the system's prompt. Regaining his composure, he turned to Xiyao and said, Sister Xiyao, I need your assistance. Xiyao, noticing Ling Yu's earnest expression, smiled slightly and replied, Young master, what does Xiyao need to do? Ling Yu promptly disclosed his plan to unify the three domains to everyone, simultaneously handing the Wujiyu to Xiyao. When the others heard Ling Yu speak of unifying the three domains, they were taken aback. Even Xiyao displayed a hint of surprise, gazing at the youthful figure before her, marveling at his wisdom and stratagem. Then, with a leap, Xiyao soared into the sky, clutching the Wujiyu, and instantly ascended to the heavens above the three domains. With both hands raised, she began to chant an ancient incantation. The Wujiyu radiated a brilliant light, illuminating the entire sky. As she recited the incantation, the power of the Wujiyu gradually intensified, its size expanding until it resembled a small island. Its brilliance grew ever more radiant, akin to a sun rising in the horizon. The spiritual energy in this realm became increasingly dense, teeming with boundless vitality. The inhabitants of the three domains knelt in reverence, awestruck by the manifestation of this miracle. Xiyao once more channeled her internal energy, continuously pouring it into the Wujiyu. Possessing the cultivation level of a true immortal, she was merely constrained by Ling Yu's realm, as the Wujiyu absorbed Xiyao's immortal power. The 81 Tao principles within it began to operate rapidly, amplifying its strength. Simultaneously, Shiyao, due to her control over the Wujiyu's power, was enveloped in an aura of potent true energy, exuding an aura of immense sanctity. Wujiyu, transform! Shiyao exclaimed, and in an instant, the Wujiyu transformed into a Taiji diagram of yin and yang. This diagram brimmed with infinite mysteries, with the dual poles of yin and yang circulating within, seemingly governing the life and death of all things. The islands of the three domains gradually converged under the guidance of this Taiji diagram, with the Wujiyu at its core acting as a colossal magnet, drawing the essence of the three domains to a singular point. In an instant, the space surrounding the islands was filled with boundless energy, as if on the verge of breaking through limits and precipitating a monumental change. Boom, boom, boom. The space could not withstand such overwhelming power. Erupting in a series of heart-stirring roars, this force resonated like the wrath of the heavens, shaking the very souls of every being in the three domains. The elemental energy around the islands became extraordinarily vibrant, as if rejoicing in anticipation of the impending transformation. Driven by this power, the islands accelerated their convergence, ultimately forming a colossal super-island. After absorbing all the essence from the three domains, this island brimmed with vitality. Resembling a terrestrial paradise. Chapter 44. Lingshao Island. The emergence of this immense island appeared as a precious gift from the heavens, teeming with life and resembling a resplendent pearl embedded in the vast ocean. Upon the island, verdant mountains and clear waters flourished, with a plethora of exotic flowers and grasses vying for attention. Birds soared through the skies, while spirit beasts reveled on the ground, creating a scene of prosperity. The spiritual energy on the island was exceptionally rich, subtly approaching the density of a great domain, and the laws of heaven and earth were continuously refining, now capable of supporting warriors in their ascension beyond the martial emperor realm. The inhabitants of the three domains bore witness to this earth-shattering transformation. With the birth of the island and the gradual manifestation of the Wujiyu's power, they felt their own realms consistently breaking through. With previously insurmountable bottlenecks now within reach, this realization filled them with ecstatic joy, prompting them to immerse themselves in deeper cultivation. Some ordinary villagers even ascended to become formidable warriors in a remarkably short span of time. However, at this critical juncture, Shiyao sensed a twinge of unease. She understood that while the power of the Wujiyu was formidable, it also harbored significant risks. Now that the essence of the three domains had converged here, without proper control, it could potentially incite disaster. Therefore, Shiyao once again invoked the Taiji diagram, embedding the Wujiyu deep within the heart of the island, continuously channeling her true immortal power into it to stabilize the island, imbuing it with greater strength, ensuring it could withstand attacks from a half-step martial saint. The formation of this colossal island caused a tremendous stir beyond the three domains, particularly among the Sea Demon clan. They developed a profound interest in this enigmatic island. Among the many sea demons, a powerful sovereign named Aobing, a 1,000-year-old black flood dragon, transformed into human form since the island's emergence and immediately decided to personally inspect it. Aobing, adorned in resplendent royal attire, led a throng of sea demon attendants, storming towards the island. Upon arriving, Aobing was astonished to discover the vitality and spiritual energy of this island were astonishingly dense. Rivaling that of a great domain, a greedy gleam flickered in his eyes as he instantly harbored ambitions of claiming it for himself. Seeking death, Ling Yu's expression turned murderous upon seeing a horde of sea demons approaching. He promptly issued a command to Dongfang Bubi, Master Dongfang, go and eliminate this group of sea demons. Leave the leader's corpse intact. I wish to display it outside the island to intimidate those who come. Understood. I shall obey. As soon as the words left his mouth, the space rippled, and Dongfang Bubi vanished from sight, reappearing in front of the sea demon horde in an instant. Clad in enchanting attire, she radiated an overwhelming aura of a formidable martial saint, casting her presence over 100 miles of ocean, instilling fear in every creature within. What a terrifying aura! A great horror. This is a formidable terror. The power of the cave heaven laws, the martial saint sovereign, damn. We're finished. The expressions of the sea demons turned from savage to utterly horrified, their minds trembling in fear. The invincible aura of the cave heaven of martial saint sent chills down their spines. They had never anticipated encountering such a powerful human. They once believed that their strength was sufficient to dominate the seas, yet the appearance of Dongfang Bubi made them acutely aware of their insignificance. Trembling in fear, they gazed at Dongfang Bubi, their hearts filled with dread. Bing, standing amidst the sea demon throng, felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. He clearly realized that today would likely not end well. If he did not produce some genuine treasures, he would face grave danger. Thus, he immediately began to plead for mercy. "Senior, please forgive us. We were unaware of your presence here and inadvertently offended you. I am willing to offer treasures as recompense." However, Dongfang Bubi's tone remained calm yet resolute. "Since you have come, do not expect to leave." No sooner had the words escaped her lips than countless red threads materialized in her hand, each imbued with formidable power, surging towards the sea demon horde. Unity of the six harmonies, damn it. Ao Bing, seeing Dongfang Bubi launch her attack, hurriedly transformed into a black flood dragon and fled into the distance. He was not foolish. That enchanting woman was at least a half-saint, and 10 of him would not stand a chance against her. Shifting into his black dragon form, Ao Bing instantly gained tremendous power and speed. Fully aware of Dongfang Bubi's prowess, he spared no effort in fleeing the battlefield. Yet, the red threads in Dongfang Bubi's hands pursued him like lightning. The threads wove through the air, forming an intricate net. Attempting to ensnare Ao Bing, as he fled, Ao Bing cast defensive spells in a desperate attempt to withstand the assault of the red threads. However, the speed and might of the threads exceeded his imagination, rendering his defenses feeble in the face of their onslaught. Roar! In an instant, the crimson thread ensnared the black dragon, tightening its grip and constricting Ao Bing's body. He felt the bonds becoming increasingly suffocating. And despite his desperate struggles, his breaths grew more frantic. Panic set in as he feebly pleaded, "Spare me! Spare me! I am the sovereign of the sea demon clan." However, before he could finish his words, Dongfang Bubi approached him with a frigid gaze. Step by step, a hint of disdain graced her lips as a silver needle materialized in her hand. Gently twirling the needle, her fingers glided over it, causing it to emit a faint silver glow, akin to a lightning bolt piercing towards Ao Bing, imbued with a chilling aura and formidable power. No? The needle penetrated Ao Bing's massive head, a trickle of blood escaping from between his brows. Extinguishing his very soul, he is dead. The dragon sovereign is slain. The remaining sea demons, witnessing Ao Bing's demise, were thrown into disarray, scattering in all directions. Humph! Dongfang Bubi observed the fleeing sea demons with a flicker of contempt in her eyes. With a flick of the crimson thread in her hand, she swiftly eliminated each escaping sea demon one by one. Think you can escape? You are still too naive. Subsequently, she carried away the corpse of the black dragon. Several hours passed, and at last, the entire island stabilized under Xiao's continuous refinements. The limitless jade, under Xiao's manipulation, transformed into a magnificent palace. This palace, situated at the heart of the island, radiated grandeur and opulence. Lingyu led his companions to the island, where the palace stood tall at its center, exuding an extraordinary spectacle. They marveled at the palace's majestic aura, simultaneously feeling the immense strength of Xiao. Sister Xiao, you have worked hard. Lingyu expressed his gratitude towards her. Xiao smiled and shook her head before speaking. Young master, please bestow a name upon this newly formed island. After a moment of contemplation, Lingyu proclaimed, "Let it be named Lingxiao Island." Excellent. The others nodded in agreement, endorsing Lingyu's decision. They felt that the name Lingxiao Island was imbued with mystery, symbolizing the island's lofty perch among the clouds, embodying boundless hope and dreams. Chapter 45. Establishing the Summer Nation. 15 days swiftly passed, and Lingxiao Island returned to tranquility, with all residents diligently rebuilding their homes. Most of the warriors on the island were summoned by Lingyu to construct cities. After half a month's intensive labor, Lingxiao Island blossomed with new vitality. The once dilapidated cities were revitalized, and the newly erected 9 main cities stood tall, showcasing the prosperity of Lingxiao Island. During this time, thousands of Wei Wuzhu not only excelled in battle, but also became the backbone of construction. Together with two elders from the Ling family, they organized the indigenous people to partake in the rebuilding efforts. Undeterred by hardships, they toiled day and night on the front lines, contributing their strength to the island's reconstruction. The most magnificent of all was Lingxiao City, located at the center of Lingxiao Island. This city was built around the palace fashioned from the limitless jade, rich in spiritual energy and complete in its laws. Lingxiao City, Wuzhigong, Changsheng Hall. Changsheng Hall, situated within the Wuzhigong of Lingxiao City, served as Lingyu's sleeping quarters. The ambience was elegant, enveloped in an ethereal aura, imparting a sense of tranquility and peace. At this moment, Lingyu sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in meditation. His body was shrouded in a mysterious celestial energy, giving him an air of enigma. System, check personal panel. Lingyu instructed the system residing in his mental realm. The system responded, checking host panel, please wait. Host, Lingyu age, 152,500 race, human cultivation, late martial sovereign, late Yuan Ing realm techniques, top-tier celestial technique, Changxing Jing, first volume minor success, sufficient for host to break through to the great ascension stage, imperial grade martial technique, Tianlong Ju, fifth layer, top-tier celestial body refining technique, Longxiang Ba Body Ju, 9 demon elephant powers, upper grade celestial technique, Shaoyang Xianjue, not yet cultivated, upper grade celestial art, Wanjian Ju, 49 swords, upper grade celestial technique, Jinhuan Xianjue, soul seed realm, sacred grade martial technique, Huan Ju, not yet cultivated, imperial grade martial technique, Finchen Ju, not yet cultivated, king grade martial technique, Changchun Ju, not yet cultivated, mysterious grade martial technique, Qingyuan Ju, not yet cultivated, weapons, medium grade celestial weapon, Wanyao Fan, low grade celestial weapon, Shihun Ling, top tier Taoist weapon, Qishao sword, upper grade Taoist weapon, Luan Hui mirror, medium grade Taoist weapon, Wujiyu, upper grade imperial weapon, Tiankishan sword, top tier king weapon, Fenglai Qin, low grade heavenly tool, Lingzuo Tai, modern women's stockings 3. Subordinates, Shiyao, late tribulation stage, sealed, Wuxin ghost, late tribulation stage, sealed, Dongfang Bubi, early martial saint, Xiongba, 9th layer martial emperor, capable of contending with half-saints, Lingzong 5, divine separation stage, late, Tianren 5 killers, half-step martial emperor realm, blood knife old ancestor, 5th layer martial emperor, with 10 blood guards, early martial king, Xianjin 7, initial fusion stage, 1000 Wei Wuzhu, 1 early martial king, 5 mid martial sovereigns, 100 martial generals, 900 martial masters at great perfection, 5 South Palace family assassins, half-step martial king realm, maidservants, foxwoman Humier, late martial sovereign, 26 years old, Zihui, early martial sovereign, 28 years old, Yining, early martial sovereign, 25 years old, Ishue, mid martial sovereign, 28 years old, Hanmei, mid martial sovereign, 29 years old. Summoning points. Evil Chi summoning points 20 million. Righteous Chi points 1 million, Dominance points 5 million, temporarily unusable. Lingyu gazed at his personal panel, filled with delight. He realized that his power had grown formidable enough to rival that of the top-tier realms. Why are the dominance points still unusable? Lingyu queried the system, puzzled by the notification. Host, these dominance points require the establishment of a dynasty to be utilized, the system explained. Lingyu nodded, contemplating for a moment, then resolved, it is time to establish the dynasty. Opening his eyes, a divine light shone within them, as if he could perceive all worldly illusions. He inhaled deeply and called out to the guards outside the hall. Come forth! His voice resonated with strength and authority, leaving no room for disregard. Instantly, a Ling family guard entered respectfully, bowing before him and inquiring, Young master, what are your orders? Summon the 2 elders of the Ling family. The commander of the Wei Wuzhu, and other experts, I have important matters to discuss, Lingyu said with a serious expression and a resolute tone. The guard, recognizing the gravity of the situation, listened intently to the young master's commands and replied, Yes, young master. I will inform the esteemed ones immediately. Very well, go. Ling Yu said softly, his gaze filled with determination, exuding an undeniable authority. "I in Lingxiao City, Wujigong." Ling Yu donned a dragon robe, crowned with a majestic diadem, his features partially obscured by cascading pearl drapes, enhancing his regal presence and shrouding him in mystery. As he stepped out of the palace, a retinue of guards and maidens followed closely behind. He strode purposefully along the straight path, crafted from sturdy blue stones. His gaze unwavering, his demeanor solemn, adorned in a brilliant yellow dragon robe, he made his way towards the nine-tiered platform square. As Ling Yu approached the nine-tiered platform, the civil and military officials, along with the guards, bowed their heads in reverence, their awe palpable. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Thousands of Wei Wuzhu knelt on one knee, while tens of thousands of Lingxiao's new army roared towards the heavens, expressing their utmost respect and congratulations to their lord. Ling Yu's expression turned serious as he exchanged glances with his subordinates, then slowly ascended the nine-tiered platform. Ling Mu received the founding edict that Ling Yu extended towards him. On the nine-tiered platform, fragrant smoke wafted through the air, and a bronze cauldron, symbolizing royal authority, stood resolutely atop the platform. All present in Lingxiao City were adorned in splendid attire, some of whom had recently joined Lingxiao Island from surrounding islands and coastal regions, while others were indigenous people from the three domains. Yet, their faces radiated joy and anticipation. Since Ling Yu took command of Lingxiao Island, he had reduced taxes, provided them with techniques, and even armed the entire island. They gathered to witness this historic moment, bearing witness to the establishment of a new nation on the newly born Lingxiao Island. Standing on the 8th tier of the platform, Ling Mu gradually unfolded the edict handed to him by Ling Yu and began to proclaim the royal decree. Ling Yu, the young master of the Ling family of the Dazhou dynasty, possesses extraordinary talent and exceptional intellect. At the age of 15, he broke through to the Lingkong martial sovereign realm, appointed as the inspector of the three domains by the emperor of the Dazhou dynasty. However, the original three principalities of the three domains colluded with the four great families of Yangzhou, plotting insidiously to challenge the authority of the Dazhou dynasty. They secretly conspired, manipulating forces, plunging the three domains into chaos. Inspector Ling Yu of the three domains, leading his loyal subordinates, diligently safeguarded the safety of the common folk, quelled the rebellion, consolidated the forces of the three islands, and unified the three domains, by employing divine powers. He transformed the three domains into Lingxiao Island, enhancing the richness of spiritual energy and perfecting the laws. This enabled all warriors on the island to cultivate within such an environment, significantly boosting their strength. Now, in accordance with the will of heaven and earth and the heartfelt wishes of all the citizens of Lingxiao Island, from this day forth, I ascend the throne as king, establishing a nation named Xia. During the coronation ceremony, Ling Yu donned the dragon robe and crowned himself with the imperial diadem, exuding an imposing demeanor. He stood atop the high altar, surveying the ministers and common folk kneeling at his feet, proclaiming the establishment of Xia. The national title was a product of Ling Yu's profound contemplation prior to his ascension to the throne. He had originally traversed from the land of Huaxia and held an enduring affection for its culture. His ambition was to revive the splendor of Huaxia, ensuring that all realms in the future would be under its dominion. Chapter 46. The 9 Tripod Cauldrons of the Nation, the Great Xia Dynasty Ding. Congratulations to the host for establishing his own dynasty and receiving the rewards. The Qi Yun 9 Tripods, a Qi Yun royal seal, and the Emperor of Chaos Scripture, Ding. Congratulations to the host for establishing his own dynasty. The function of the overbearing aura has been unlocked. At the moment of Ling Yu's coronation, the system's voice resonated in his mind, conveying its congratulations on the successful establishment of his dynasty. Along with a series of generous rewards, the Qi Yun 9 tripods, crafted by the ancient human King Diyu, symbolize the fortune and prosperity of the nation. Each tripod possesses mysterious powers capable of bestowing good fortune and auspiciousness upon the realm. The 9 tripods take on various forms, categorized by their elemental attributes: the royal tripod, earth tripod, human tripod, divine tripod, beast tripod, wind tripod, fire tripod, water tripod, and mountain tripod, collectively referred to as the 9 tripods of Shenzhou. Corresponding to the 9 provinces, Each tripod represents a natural force and a fundamental element of the nation. The Qi Yun royal seal, as its name suggests, symbolizes supreme sovereignty and serves to consolidate the dynasty's foundation. What thrilled Ling Yu the most was the acquisition of the Emperor of Chaos scripture. This scripture encompasses boundless wisdom, containing all knowledge of the myriad realms. It details the methods for harnessing the fortune of the dynasty, enabling Ling Yu to cultivate the most noble aura of an emperor. Its practice level even surpasses that of the longevity scripture. Host, do you wish to manifest the Qi Yun royal seal and the Qi Yun 9 tripods? The system's voice echoed once more. Manifest, Ling Yu replied without a moment's hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. The sky reverberated with the sound of 9 tripods, their thunderous resonance striking awe into the hearts of all, evoking memories of the legendary divine beasts from ancient tales. The bronze tripods trembled in the void, each radiating an overwhelming pressure that instilled reverence. 9 beams of bronze light erupted above the Wujigong, as if deities were descending. What is that? The 9 divine tripods? The Wei Wu soldiers were profoundly shaken by this unexpected spectacle. The 9 divine tripods, rumored to be ancient artifacts symbolizing divine authority over the 9 provinces, included Ji, Yin, Qing, Su, Yang, Jing, Yu, Yi, and Yong. Each divine tripod possessed mysterious powers. At that moment, the 9 divine tripods broke through the heavens, reverberating above the Wujigong. The observing warriors gazed in awe at their true forms, feeling deeply moved. The 9 divine tripods arranged themselves in a mystical formation above the Wujigong, radiating dazzling light. They appeared to be absorbing the celestial energies of the Wujigong, augmenting their own strength. As the power of the tripods grew, the air surrounding the Wujigong became increasingly dense, as if even the heavens and earth were changing in response. Boom! After absorbing countless spiritual energies from within the Wujigong, the tripods emitted a series of thunderous roars, sending forth surges of robust spiritual energy that radiated outward like a tempest, enveloping the entire Ling Shao Island. Under the nurturing of this spiritual energy, the beings on Ling Shao Island felt an unprecedented surge of power. Trees shot up from the ground, growing wildly as if striving to touch the heavens. Rivers flowed with greater ferocity, brimming with boundless strength. The sun, moon, and stars flickered in the sky, casting a gentle glow. In an instant, the size of Ling Shao Island doubled. The soil became more fertile, the concentration of spiritual energy nearly doubled, and the forces of the laws continued to improve. All these transformations rendered Ling Shao Island even more beautiful and bountiful, resembling a paradise on earth, nurtured by the power of the 9 divine tripods. Warriors across the Great Xia experienced an unprecedented acceleration in their cultivation. Many warriors effortlessly broke through years-long barriers in a short span, significantly enhancing their strength. Whether seasoned martial generals or fledgling young warriors, all benefited immensely from this transformation. Moreover, the lives of ordinary citizens improved as well. Under the influence of the strength of the tripods, they experienced longevity and robust health, grateful for the blessings of the divine tripods. The loyalty of the populace towards the newly established dynasty deepened. This pivotal moment, a Qi Yun royal seal, forged from primordial celestial jade, materialized in Ling Yu's hand. This royal seal radiated brilliant light, symbolizing supreme power and boundless fortune. Upon the royal seal, 9 divine dragons coiled, vividly alive, as if poised to soar forth at any moment. These dragons embodied the utmost yang energy of the universe, symbolizing unparalleled authority and inexhaustible luck. On the reverse side of the Qi Yun royal seal were inscribed 8 grand characters, exuding an imposing aura that looked down upon all beings, commanded by heaven. May longevity and prosperity prevail. Ling Yu pressed the Qi Yun royal seal firmly onto the edict held by Ling Mu. From this day forth, I establish the nation as Xia. I shall be the king of Xia. Known as Ling Shao, in an instant, fortune surged, coalescing before Ling Yu into a radiant 4-clawed golden dragon, bearing its fangs and claws, exuding an unparalleled might. The great Xia dynasty was founded. Under this boundless fortune, the Emperor of Chaos scripture within Ling Yu began to cultivate autonomously, the regal aura flowing within him like a majestic waterfall, continuously surging and amplifying his power. the Emperor of Chaos scripture consists of 7 levels. And with the enhancement of this fortune, the first level of the scripture within Ling Yu was cultivated frantically, reaching completion in an instant. As the Emperor of Chaos scripture continued to ascend, Ling Yu's meridians gradually expanded, accommodating more of the regal aura. His bones, muscles, and internal organs underwent varying degrees of enhancement, resulting in a qualitative leap in his physical prowess. The dragon-elephant dominance technique also reached the power of 15 demon elephants, rendering his physique comparable to that of a martial emperor. Not only that, his mental acuity experienced unprecedented enhancement, breaking through to the mid-stage of the soul seed, equivalent to the soul power of a martial emperor, which fortified his will and broadened his mindset. Regrettably, his realm did not advance. He remained at the late stage of the nascent soul and the late stage of the Ling Kong martial sovereign. However, realm does not equate to strength, and Ling Yu's current power was likely not inferior to that of a mid to late stage martial emperor. Excellent. Let us witness together the birth of a formidable dynasty. Ling Yu was enveloped in a dense regal aura, akin to an emperor surveying his domain. His gaze sparkled with boundless confidence and determination. Bolstered by fortune, his voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the gathering and instilling a sense of awe. Your Majesty. Eternal. Your Majesty. Eternal. Your Majesty. Eternal. Your Majesty. Eternal. Thousands of Wei Wu soldiers shouted in unison, followed by the countless citizens of Ling Shao City kneeling and acclaiming. In a realm forged by martial practitioners, scenes of jubilant acclamation were rare. As the lifespan of a martial sage nears a millennium, however, for Ling Yu, the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, with the assistance of the system, he was evidently not content with merely the realm of a martial sage. Thus, the devoted ministers shouted for eternity, a heartfelt wish for the everlasting prosperity of the Great Xia dynasty and Ling Yu. In the year 7896 of the Great Chu calendar, a burgeoning dynasty. The Great Xia emerged on a vast island in the eastern seas of the Great Chu, marking the dawn of a new era. This year was designated as the first year of Ling Shao, and the entire Xian Yuan continent would undergo transformation due to this newly established dynasty. Even the myriad realms would brace for new conquests. In this new era, how the Great Xia dynasty will evolve and conquer the myriad realms remains to be seen. Chapter 47. Slaying the half-sage to open the path for future generations. Impudent child, daring to slay the sea domain's demon emperor and display its corpse upon the shore. Do you not know the supreme power of my domain? A voice, discordant and resonant, suddenly pierced through the air, akin to a morning bell and evening drum, penetrating barriers and reaching the ears of all present. In the distance, the void trembled as 2 figures flew at great speed, crossing the towering walls of Ling Shao City in an instant and hovering above the square, gazing down upon the crowd. Ling Yu lifted his gaze and beheld one figure clad in a black robe, an elder whose complexion was as pale as snow, with serpent-like eyes deep and mysterious, seemingly concealing endless secrets. The other figure donned a green tunic, exposing a large belly, with a comically large head and ears, and a mouth so immense that its tongue continuously flickered, appearing ludicrous yet evoking fear. System, display the profiles of these 2 figures. Ding. The profiles are as follows. Black Serpent Elder Race. Sea Demon Clan. True Form Black Man Sea Serpent Cultivation. Half-Step Demon Sage Realm Age. 4867 Technique. 10,000 Serpent Sea Technique. Sacred level as one of the 10 ancestors of the Sea Domain clan. He has come to avenge the death of the Black Jiao Emperor, killed by the host's subordinates. Green Frog Race. 100 Poisons Giant Frog Cultivation. Half-Step Martial Sage Realm Age. 4823 Technique. 100 Poisons Frog Scripture. Sacred level as one of the 10 ancestors of the Sea Domain clan. He has come to avenge the death of the Black Jiao Emperor, killed by the host's subordinates. Upon reviewing the profiles of the 2 demons, Ling Yu's face darkened with murderous intent. 2 Mere sea demons, not yet at the sage level, dare to cause trouble in my Great Xia, truly seeking death, since there are those who fearlessly disrupt his grand ceremony of nation-building and ascension. He shall show no mercy. This time, he intends to spill the blood of these 2 semi-saints to establish his eternal empire. A cold glint flickered in the eyes of the elder black snake as he scoffed. The scion of the Ling family, how dare you betray your oath and invade the lands of the three domains, while cruelly slaying one of our royal kin? I shall eradicate you all. Beside him, the green frog emitted a chilling, grotesque laugh. Black snake, do not waste your breath. I have emerged from seclusion to indulge myself. I shall savor every human in these three domains. It has been centuries since I have tasted such delicacies. The green frog's tongue flicked like a whip, revealing an insatiable hunger in its eyes, sending shivers down the spine. A glimmer of cold light passed through Ling Yu's eyes as he coldly declared, "You two monsters are truly courting death." His murderous intent surged forth like a tangible force. The green frog cackled, its eyes wide and fixated on Ling Yu, baring its sharp teeth. Hee hee hee, this little emperor is brimming with vitality. I shall devour you whole. Before the words left its mouth, the green frog transformed into a colossal green frog demon, its body towering thousands of feet, lunging at Ling Yu. Bold creature, how dare a mere frog demon act so brazenly? Witness as this master obliterates you. In an instant, Dongfang Bubi appeared beside Ling Yu, raising her delicate hand to strike the incoming giant frog with a single palm. Bang! The massive frog was sent flying. A torrent of green fluid sprang forth, causing the surrounding air to grow heavy with a palpable terror. What? The elder black snake was taken aback, witnessing the green frog being struck down and grievously wounded. He stared at Dongfang Bubi, his eyes flickering with fear and confusion. He had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful woman possessed such formidable power. He could not recall the great Chu dynasty harboring such an invincible powerhouse. Licking his lips to steady his nerves, he inquired, "Who might you be? Such strength cannot possibly belong to the great Chu dynasty. Who I am is of little consequence. Today, your offense against my sovereign will seal your fate." Dongfang Bubi spoke coldly. Damn it. How did we provoke such a formidable opponent? That worthless black flood truly deserves his fate. The elder black snake cursed internally. At that moment, the green frog slowly returned. Though in a dire state, green blood oozing from its massive maw, a clear imprint of a palm on its belly. It turned to Dongfang Bubi, its eyes narrowing in terror. Approaching the elder black snake, it whispered urgently, "Black snake, that alluring woman in red has likely transcended to another level. We cannot confront her head-on. We must wait for an opportune moment. I observe that she seems to heed the summons of that scion of the Ling family. You distract her while I seize that Ling heir, and then we shall threaten her to resolve our predicament." The elder black snake contemplated the green frog's suggestion, his eyes racing with thought. While the plan seemed feasible, it posed an immense risk to his own safety. A single misstep could lead to his utter demise. Yet, at this juncture, he had no choice. After a moment's deliberation, he replied solemnly, "Very well, you must act swiftly. I cannot guarantee how long I can keep her occupied." "Rest assured," the green frog nodded. With that, it transformed once more into a gigantic green frog. The elder black snake likewise reverted to its true form, a massive serpent over 1,000 meters long, its scales glossy and dark as obsidian, eyes resembling gaping black voids. The colossal black serpent slowly lifted its head, cunning light glimmering in its eyes as it gazed at Dongfang Bubi. Roar! The black serpent opened its cavernous maw and lunged at Dongfang Bubi, exhaling a torrent of corrosive black mist that tainted the air around it. Humph! Dongfang Bubi merely snorted softly, her form as agile as a swallow, gracefully leaping above the serpent's fierce onslaught. Every movement she made was infused with grace and ingenuity, effortlessly evading the serpent's brutal attacks. "Red threads, descend," Dongfang Bubi softly commanded, her right hand gently flicking, unleashing countless threads as thin as hair that floated from her fingertips, resembling ethereal ribbons dancing in the air, tracing beautiful arcs. The threads swirled and suddenly contracted with lightning speed, ensnaring the black serpent. The serpent writhed in agony, yet the threads coiled tightly around it, rendering it unable to escape. Roar, roar, roar! The serpent's anguished howls echoed. Simultaneously, the green giant frog, witnessing the black serpent's plight, charged once more at Ling Yu. Dongfang Bubi smiled slightly, choosing not to intervene against the giant frog, but instead intensified her efforts, sending the threads deeper into the serpent's body. The formidable armor of the serpent proved fragile against the thread's assault. As the threads penetrated the serpent's being, it thrashed in torment. Its strength waning, it struggled desperately to break free from the thread's grasp, but to no avail. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. The giant frog swiftly positioned itself above Lingyu, its gaping maw poised to consume everything. Lingyu responded with a disdainful smile, a reaction that sent a jolt of unease through the green frog, sensing an intangible pressure. Just as the giant frog was about to engulf Lingyu, a woman clad in white suddenly appeared at his side, her beauty ethereal and breathtaking. She extended a hand, delicate as jade, reaching toward the green giant frog. That jade hand swiftly morphed into a vast vortex of energy, seemingly gathering the essence of the world. As she waved her hand, the colossal energy vortex surged toward the giant frog. The 1,000-foot giant frog gazed in horror at this sudden turn of events, attempting to flee, but it was already too late. The energy vortex swiftly enveloped the green giant frog, the vibrant green light flashing in the air like countless stars shimmering. The vortex expanded relentlessly, the overwhelming energy fluctuations altering the very fabric of reality. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding air erupted with explosive sounds, reminiscent of a dazzling fireworks display. Ultimately, the energy vortex detonated in the sky, scattering myriad green lights across the land. The green giant frog vanished without a trace within the energy vortex, leaving not even a hint of its existence. Meanwhile, the white-clad woman, Xiao, remained composed, as if everything lay firmly within her grasp. Chapter 48, System Update. Green Frog. The elder black snake, witnessing the white-clad woman obliterate the green frog with a mere gesture, felt an unprecedented fear wash over him. He realized he was facing an insurmountable adversary. Should he remain ensnared in the threads? His demise was almost certain. Black mist corruption. The elder black snake exhaled thick clouds of black mist in an attempt to erode the threads binding him. Yet, the threads danced amidst the black mist, seemingly unaffected, leaping and swirling like fiery lines, keeping the mist at bay. Empty cicada. Dongfang Booby flicked her orchid fingers, launching a silver needle that shot straight toward the black snake. Hiss! The silver needle whistled through the air, akin to an arrow released from its bow. The black snake sensed the impending danger and swiftly twisted its body in an attempt to evade, but the needle was too swift, closing in on it in an instant. Whoosh! The needle found its mark, penetrating the black snake's brain and burrowing deeper. The black snake howled in agony, emitting a chilling scream. The needle traversed through the black snake's mind, manipulating its actions. The black snake writhed in torment, yet could not escape the needle's control. Ultimately, the needle pierced through its tail, impaling the black snake entirely. The massive serpent convulsed in the air before collapsing feebly to the ground. Dongfang Booby then waved her hands, transporting the black snake's lifeless body into a spatial portal. Boom, boom, boom. On the eastern coast of Lingshao Island, the immense corpse of the black serpent plummeted from the skyline, crashing heavily onto a broad expanse of land, raising clouds of dust. This cadaver exuded an ominous aura akin to that of a half-stepped demon saint. Beings of the martial emperor realm are known as immortal warriors, their bodies capable of enduring for millennia without decay. Having ascended to the level of a half-stepped demon saint, this serpent's remains could endure for thousands of years without rotting. At this moment, the imposing carcass lay upon the eastern coast, effectively deterring any invading sea demons and allowing the coastal inhabitants to bask in the oppressive aura of a half-stepped demon saint. Through continuous exposure to this powerful presence, they sought to enhance their own strength and cultivation. After accomplishing all this, Dongfang Booby returned to Lingyu's side, reporting respectfully. The hundreds of thousands of residents within Lingshao City witnessed the two formidable sea demons being effortlessly subdued by the exquisite women beside Lingyu, erupting in joyous celebration, filled with pride for their mighty nation. Countless citizens bowed in reverence toward the Wuji Palace, chanting loudly, "Congratulations on the establishment of the Great Xia! Congratulations on the establishment of the Great Xia! Great Xia shall endure! Great Xia shall endure! The King of Xia is eternal! The king of Xia is eternal. Beneath the nine-tiered platform of Wuji Palace, Wei Wuzhu and numerous subordinates and guests knelt, joining in the jubilant cheers. At this moment, the youthful Ling Yu, merely 15 years of age, donned an opulent dragon robe, his eyes sparkling with vitality as he gazed down upon the multitude below, exuding an air of regal authority. With each gesture, he wielded the power of dominion over the heavens and the earth. Within the Chongqing Hall of the Wuzhigong Palace, after accomplishing a series of intricate and monumental tasks such as establishing a nation, Ling Yu finally returned to his royal chamber. At this juncture, he was engrossed in quiet cultivation, striving to fortify his own strength. Seated upon his bed, Ling Yu emanated a rich aura of fortune. As the formidable Chaos Emperor Sutra coursed through his body like a torrential river, amplifying his prowess. Through repeated deep cultivation and application of this fortuitous power, he gradually unraveled its profound mysteries. He discovered he could instantaneously enhance his speed, strength, and recovery abilities through this power, even employing it to heal wounds. Most astonishingly, he had begun to command the might of the Golden Dragon, an embodiment of fortune. Through relentless effort, he successfully merged the strength of this fortuitous Golden Dragon into his own essence of luck. Originally possessing the strength of a mid-stage martial emperor, the fusion with his fortune propelled Ling Yu's capabilities to unprecedented heights, achieving the pinnacle of martial emperor perfection. This indicated that within the realm of the Daxia dynasty, Ling Yu could, through his own power, attain the ultimate realm of martial emperor, Ding. As the host established his own dynasty of fortune, the system was ready for an upgrade. May I inquire if the host wishes to proceed with the upgrade? Just as Ling Yu was immersed in his cultivation, the voice of the system resonated within his mind. System upgrade? Ling Yu inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Indeed. The system replied affirmatively. What changes might accompany this upgrade? Ling Yu asked. In response, the system elaborated. Post-upgrade, numerous new features will become accessible, such as the system marketplace, where the host can utilize summoning points to exchange for various products. I see. Excellent. Please proceed with the upgrade immediately. Realizing the benefits of the system enhancement, Ling Yu promptly made his decision. Acknowledged. The system requires a brief period to undergo data upgrades, during which all functionalities will temporarily be unavailable. As the system underwent its upgrade, Ling Yu closed his eyes once more and resumed his cultivation of the Chaos Emperor Sutra. Simultaneously, within the vast expanse of the Daxia dynasty, both martial artists and common folk stirred into action. Some martial artists seized the opportunity presented by the surging spiritual energy to break through their realms, while others continued to erect structures. The Wei martial soldiers and the 5 disciples of the spirit sect busied themselves constructing cities, while the elders Ling Mu and Ling Liang scoured the land for talented individuals to establish a bureaucratic framework for the Daxia dynasty. Naturally, Ling Yu's 5 maidservants were also industriously engaged, tirelessly working to develop the Wuzhigong Palace. Theodate, they had constructed dozens of palaces, including the Chongqing Hall where Ling Yu resided, the Chongning Hall for the 5 maidservants, the Qingyun Pavilion where Shi Yao stayed, and the Zikan Hall for court assemblies, among a total of 49 palatial structures, in the heart of the Great Chu dynasty, within the imperial city of Chudu. A woman adorned in resplendent attire, with delicate features and an air of nobility, occupied the main seat in the Ling family's Grand Hall. She was none other than Ling Yu's mother, Nangong Ro. Seated beneath her, 8 esteemed elders flanked either side, representing the pillars of the Ling family. In the center of the hall, a guard who had accompanied Ling Yu back to the family provided a detailed report on Ling Yu's circumstances. Upon learning that Ling Yu commanded a retinue of supreme warriors and had established a grand dynasty, the onlookers were left utterly astounded. They exchanged incredulous glances, speculating on how this young master had achieved such feats. Even Nangong Ro found it difficult to comprehend. Had it not been for Ling Yu being her own flesh and blood, displaying an astonishing talent by breaking through to the void martial sovereign realm at merely 15 years old, and gifting her a sacred-level technique before his departure, she might have doubted whether her son had been possessed by some powerful entity. Though taken aback by Ling Yu's accomplishments as a mother, Nangong Ro harbored an unwavering belief in her son. She was resolute that regardless of how magnificent Ling Yu's achievements became, he would forever remain the cherished child in her heart. With that, Nangong Ro turned her gaze to the assembly, a flicker of pride glimmering in her eyes, though she quickly composed herself and said with poise, "The achievements of my son are indeed astonishing. Yet this is not the time for astonishment. All matters pertaining to Yuer must remain confidential. Should I discover anyone divulging information about him that brings trouble, I shall not hesitate to take action." The gathering nodded in unison, vowing to uphold the secrecy surrounding Ling Yu and ensure his safety. They understood that in this tempestuous era, discretion was of paramount importance. The exposure of Ling Yu's affairs could potentially unleash a torrent of complications, even jeopardizing the family's very existence. Deep within the royal palace of the Great Chu dynasty, in a secluded garden, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe stood by the lake, hands clasped behind him, admiring the beauty of the surroundings. This man was none other than Emperor Chu Yun of the Great Chu dynasty. Beside him, a shadowy eunuch reported on the unification of the three domains. As Emperor Chu Yun listened, his brow occasionally furrowed, at times breaking into a smile, ultimately expressing satisfaction. This young lad possesses remarkable abilities, having slain 7 martial kings. Truly, he is worthy of being a scion of the Ling family. However, he did not attribute the downfall of the 7 kings solely to Ling Yu. Presuming that the Ling family had acted from the shadows, he remained unaware of Ling Yu's subordinates having dispatched 2 half-step martial saints and 1 martial emperor. After a moment, his expression shifted to one of gravity, as he privately mused, "Alas, we must strive diligently. Time is of the essence." Chapter 49. The system marketplace opens as time flowed on and the years swiftly passed. The Daxia dynasty achieved remarkable advancements. Over the span of this year, the number of its main cities surged from 15 to an impressive 49, showcasing the dynasty's vigorous development. The Wei martial soldiers and the 5 disciples of the Spirit sect, tireless in their efforts, contributed significantly to the flourishing of the Daxia. Through their endeavors, 7 new prefectural cities emerged: Haijun, Xiujuan, Jijuan, Jingjuan, Yijuan, Liangjun, and Yanjun. Each prefectural city governed 6 main cities, while the royal city similarly presided over 6 main cities. Today, the Daxia dynasty comprises 1 royal capital, 7 prefectural cities, and 49 main cities, expanding its territory to rival that of Yangzhou, and continues to extend outward, incorporating nearby islands into its dominion. During this year, the ranks of officials in the Daxia dynasty were rapidly replenished. Ling Yu issued a series of edicts, selecting capable individuals to serve as officials at various levels. The selection process adhered strictly to the principles of fairness, justice, and transparency, ensuring that officials possessed exemplary political acumen and professional competence. Furthermore, Ling Yu's mother dispatched several stewards from the Ling family to assist him. After a year of rigorous selection, every main city now boasted a city lord at the void martial sovereign level, while each prefectural city was governed by a half-step martial king. Nonetheless, despite the Daxia dynasty's earnest efforts to bolster its personnel, many positions still remained unfilled. Throughout this year, the sense of belonging among the citizens of the Daxia dynasty reached an all-time high. This was largely attributed to the abundant spiritual energy within the Daxia, which significantly enhanced the growth of crops and medicinal herbs, resulting in bountiful harvests. Such transformations led to a marked improvement in the quality of life for the populace, whose gratitude towards the Daxia surged forth like a gushing spring. The rich spiritual environment not only elevated the citizens' lives, but also fostered a reservoir of talent for the Daxia dynasty. Numerous exceptionally gifted young talents emerged within the Daxia, becoming crucial pillars for its future development. The influx of such talents not only bolstered the overall strength of the Daxia dynasty, but also deepened the citizens' sense of belonging to their nation. Simultaneously, the overall strength of the Daxia dynasty experienced rapid growth. In the previously fragmented 3 domains, martial generals were a rare breed. However, now, although martial generals had yet to permeate every corner, the numbers of both martial generals and martial sovereigns within the royal capital of Lingxiao City were steadily increasing. Occasionally, one could even glimpse warriors of the undying martial king realm, a sight previously unimaginable in the 3 domains. Within the Chongqing Hall of the Wuzhigong Palace, steeped in an aura of mystery, Ling Yu sat solemnly at the central cultivation platform. Within him, Celestial spiritual energy and fortuitous power surged at an astonishing rate, a boon from the abundant spiritual essence within the hall and the top-tier techniques he practiced, such as the Chongqing Sutra and the Chaos Emperor Sutra. During his cultivation, the supreme techniques of the Chongqing Sutra and the Chaos Emperor Sutra melded seamlessly, propelling his cultivation to unprecedented heights. As the celestial spiritual energy and fortuitous power surged wildly, Ling Yu's cultivation finally reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, while his martial path ascended to the peak of martial sovereign. In just 1 year, I have once again broken through a realm. Ling Yu opened his eyes, determination gleaming within them. Ding. System upgrade successful. Please check. Host. A mechanical voice resonated within Ling Yu's mind. Excellent. The system has successfully upgraded. Ling Yu's spirit soared, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He then addressed the system within his mental realm. System, please reveal the functionalities post-upgrade. Congratulations, host. Following the successful system upgrade, the quantities of the previously existing points for malevolent, righteous, and domineering summons remain unchanged. However, a new fortune point has been added, along with the activation of the fortune mall featured. Oh? Fortune summon points. What purpose do they serve? Fortune points are generated by the dynasty established by the host. Fortune summon points can be exchanged for the other 3 types of summon points, with 1 fortune summon point equating to 10 malevolent, righteous, or domineering summon points. Moreover, the fortune mall encompasses all manner of items, techniques, characters, and more. Naturally, all items here require fortune points for exchange. IC. System, how many summon points do I currently possess? Ding. The host has 40 million malevolent summon points, 10 million righteous summon points, 10 million domineering summon points, and 0 fortune points. Wow, that's an astounding amount, indeed. The host and their subordinates gain 1 million malevolent summon points for each martial emperor they vanquish, 100,000 for each martial king, 10,000 for each martial venerable, 1,000 for each martial general, and 100 for each martial master, and so forth. Righteous summon points are tied to the subjects within the host's dynasty, which now boasts nearly 10 million citizens. Understood. Ling Yu realizes that malevolent summon points can be acquired through the slaughter of enemies, while righteous summon points are linked to the populace of his dynasty. This implies that he must accumulate sufficient prestige and influence within his realm and increase the number of subjects to activate more righteous summon points. He has already devised a plan in his mind. System, open the fortune mall. Ling Yu is filled with curiosity about this fortune mall. The system responds, the fortune mall has been opened for the host. Please take a look. Elixirs, breaking general pill, 10 fortune points, breaking venerable pill, 100 fortune points, ascending king pill, 1,000 fortune points, ascending emperor pill, 10,000 fortune points, cave heaven pill, 100,000 fortune points, emperor pill, 1 million fortune points, nirvana pill, 99,999,999 fortune points, body shaping pill, 100 fortune points, returning essence pill, 10 fortune points, divine soul pill, 1,000 fortune points, root bone pill, 1,000 fortune points, bloodline pill, 1,000 fortune points techniques, holy level fire spirit technique, 10,000 fortune points, holy level wind spirit technique, 10,000 fortune points, holy level ice spirit technique, 10,000 fortune points, holy level water spirit technique, 10,000 fortune points, holy level black sky technique, 10,000 fortune points, holy level heavenly fire technique, 10,000 fortune points, emperor level celestial dragon technique, 100,000 fortune points, holy level cold shadow technique, 10,000 fortune points, celestial dome immortal art, 666,666,666 fortune points, 9 transformations of chaos demon art, 999. 999,999,999,999,999 fortune points, reincarnation soul-absorbing true art, 8,888,888,888,888 fortune points, indestructible chaos sutra, 100 trillion fortune points, longevity sutra, 10 billion fortune points formation, spirit gathering formation, weapons, etc. All are available. Ling Yu gazes at the dazzling array of items in the Fortune Mall, momentarily taken aback. It truly encompasses everything. There is nothing beyond its offerings. However, the prices are indeed steep. Ling Yu casts a glance at the Longevity Sutra. Instantly astonished, goodness, the price could likely exchange for half of the Eastern continent. To be able to acquire this technique would indicate that my luck is truly extraordinary. System: use 30 million malevolent summon points to exchange for 3 million fortune points. Ling Yu contemplates and realizes he needs to exchange for some items. Firstly, the techniques practiced by his 4 maids are rather basic, of course, whom Maya requires no techniques, as refining her bloodline will suffice. For the most suitable technique resides within her bloodline. His own celestial dragon technique also requires an exchange. Ding! Exchange successful. The host has 10 million malevolent summon points, 10 million righteous summon points, and 10 million domineering summon points remaining. Host, do you wish to use fortune points? Yes. Exchange for celestial dragon technique, fire spirit technique, water spirit technique, wind spirit technique, ice spirit technique, cold shadow technique, heavenly fire technique, black sky technique, 100 bloodline pills, 100 root bone pills, 5 ascending emperor pills, 10 ascending king pills, 1 holy level spirit gathering formation, and 1 holy level 5 elements great formation. Ding! Exchange in progress. Please wait a moment. Chapter 50. Summoning martial generals and talented individuals. Ding! Exchange successful. All items have been placed in the host's unique space. Host, remaining fortune points, 34,961. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ling Yu immediately inspects the items in his space. He discovers that the space is divided into several areas, with various items neatly arranged. Excellent. Over 30,000 fortune points remain. I shall see if any necessary items arise for exchange in the future. How can these domineering summon points be used? Answering the host. Domineering points can summon historical figures and generals from ancient Huaxia. 10,000 domineering summon points can summon third-rate generals, 100,000 can summon second-rate generals, and 1 million can summon first-rate generals. However, due to the host's current strength, the summoning of domineering points is limited to first-rate generals. I understand. Ling Yu nods, inwardly acknowledging that his power still lacks strength. He then addresses the system. Use 5 first-rate general summons and 5 first-rate talented individual summons. Summoning in progress. Please wait. Ding! Successfully summoned first-rate generals Peng Yu, Zhou Yafu, Zhang Liao, Shueli, and Zhou Yu. To think it would be these 5 first-rate generals. Ling Yu is quite satisfied upon seeing the 5 names appear on the system panel. System: check the profiles of the 5 individuals. Responding to the host, the profiles of the 5 individuals are as follows. Peng Yu, courtesy name Zhong, race, human, technique, heavenly blade technique, physique, black fiend body, cultivation, martial emperor level 3. Accompanied by 10,000 soldiers of the Han family army, a notable military leader from the late Qin and early Han dynasties. He is renowned alongside Liu Bang and Xiang Yu as one of the 3 heroes of Chu Han. Peng Yu excels in strategic planning and commanding large armies to besiege cities, achieving remarkable military feats for the establishment of the Han dynasty. Zhou Yafu, race, human, technique, profound heaven technique, physique, profound heaven dominant body, cultivation, martial emperor level 9, accompanied by 10,000 soldiers of the Han family army. Hailing from the Western Han dynasty, he spent his life stationed at Shiliu, strict in military discipline, and made significant contributions to protect the capital, Chang'an, from the ravages of the Xiongnu cavalry. His command played a crucial role in quelling the Seven Kingdoms rebellion and thwarting the feudal lords' attempts to divide and conquer, thus maintaining a unified and stable political landscape, solidifying the rule of the Western Han dynasty. His military contributions are threefold. First, he altered the tactics that relied primarily on chariots and cavalry. Second, he employed diversionary tactics, laying the groundwork for Emperor Wu of Han to eliminate the invading Xiongnu. Third, he achieved victory with a smaller force against a larger one during the Seven Kingdoms Rebellion. Zhang Liao, courtesy name Wen Yuan, race, human, technique, celestial dome technique, physique, celestial dome body, cultivation, martial emperor level 7. Accompanied by 10,000 soldiers of the Shiliang Army. In his youth, Zhang Liao served as an official in Yinmin County. In the 5th year of the Zhongping era, he was summoned by the inspector of Bingzhou, Ding Yuan. After entering the capital, he served under He Jin, Dong Zhuo, and El Bu, eventually becoming a cavalry commander. He once led 800 men to charge through 100,000 troops of eastern Wu, forcing Sun Quan to flee by climbing a high mound. After breaking through enemy lines, he returned to rescue his surrounded comrades, facing countless fierce warriors of eastern Wu, ultimately routing them. Shueli, courtesy name Rengue. Race, human, technique, divine Bao technique, physique, innate golden body, cultivation, martial emperor level 5, accompanied by 10,000 soldiers of the Shui family army. Shui Rengue enlisted during the reign of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, defeating the Korean army at Ungshi City. In the third year of the Xianqing era, he again triumphed over the Korean forces at Guiduan City. The following year, he battled against the Korean general Wen Xiaomin in Hongshan and Shicheng. In December, he defeated the Khitan at Heishan, capturing the Khitan king, Abugu. Zhou Yu, courtesy name Gongjin. Race, human, technique, water and fire transformation technique, physique, water and fire body, cultivation, martial emperor level 3, accompanied by 10,000 soldiers of the Eastern Wu Navy. He is tall and handsome, skilled in music, and known for his strategic acumen, earning him the title of Zhou Lang. When Cao Cao launched an offensive against Jiangdong, Zhou Yu advocated for resistance and served as the Grand Commander of the Navy, uniting with Liu Bei to achieve a decisive victory over Cao Cao at the Battle of Red Cliffs, laying the foundation for the tripartite division of the realm. After the battle, Zhou Yu participated in a series of campaigns, such as attacking Nanjun and Jiangling, contributing greatly to the expansion of the Wu Kingdom's territory. Excellent. These 5 generals perfectly complement the military strength of my great Xia dynasty. Ding. The summoning of the 5 talented individuals is successful. They are Bao Zheng, Wei Zhongxian, Yang Shiqi, Mao Chong, and Zhang Juzheng. Ha ha ha. To have summoned 5 civil officials is indeed an unexpected delight. With these 5 individuals, my great Xia dynasty's internal and external affairs will be greatly enhanced. Ling Yu exclaimed with excitement. Seeing these 5 individuals summoned filled Ling Yu with an overwhelming joy, surpassing even the moments of summoning those generals. For him, what he most urgently needed at this moment was a cadre of talented administrators. The system displays the profiles of the 5 individuals. Returning to the host, the panels of 5 illustrious figures are as follows. Bao Zheng, styled Shiren race, human technique, Zhengqi Ju physique, body of righteous qi cultivation, 5th level of martial king, a renowned upright official during the Northern Song dynasty. Noted for his fairness and incorruptibility, he was celebrated for his steadfastness and impartiality. He held positions such as censor and transport commissioner, actively reforming the bureaucratic system and curbing corruption. Known for his astute case handling and strict law enforcement, he stood unafraid of the powerful, eschewing favoritism. His integrity earned him the titles of Bao Qingtian and Bao Gong, and he became a household name as a paragon of clean governance. Wei Zhongxian, styled Wan Wu race, human technique, Tianxing Ju physique, body of the stars cultivation, perfected martial king realm. He entered the palace as a eunuch at a young age. Cunning and sociable, he gradually gained the trust of Zhu Yijuan. During Zhu Yijuan's reign, Wei Zhongxian was responsible for the defense of the capital, attaining substantial power. After Zhu Yijuan's death, Zhu Yujiao ascended the throne, appointing Wei Zhongxian as the head eunuch of the Grand Council, becoming the de facto ruler of the nation's politics. Yang Shiqi race, human technique, Samu Ju physique, innate wood physique cultivation, 3rd level of martial king. He rose to the position of Vice Minister of Rights, while concurrently serving as Grand Scholar of Huagai Hall and Minister of War. Spanning 5 dynasties and serving as a cabinet advisor for over 40 years, including 21 years as Prime Minister. Alongside Yang Rong and Yang Pu, he was collectively referred to as the 3 Yangs. Mao Chong race, human physique, shadow body technique, Anye Ju cultivation, 7th level of martial king, accompanied by 800 elite soldiers of the Jinyue. He was born in Dingyuan County, Fengyang, during the Ming dynasty. As the son of Mao Qi, he ascended to the position of military commander through accumulated military achievements. Mao Chong followed Zhu Yuanzhang in campaigns across the Central Plains, quelling the rebellion of Duan Shixiang and the coastal pirates of Zhujiang, leading to his promotion as a military governor. He also served as the commander of the Jinyue, responsible for managing the imperial prison. Zhang Juzheng, styled Shu de race, human physique, Innate Water Spirit Body Technique. Shuiyuan Ju Cultivation. Third level of Martial King Zhang Jujing was exceptionally bright in his youth, entering school at the age of 5. Comprehending the 6 classics at 7 and passing the provincial examination at 12, he later became the prime minister of the cabinet, implementing a series of reforms that yielded certain results. He scrutinized land concealed by landlords, introduced the single whip law, and reformed the tax system, which improved the financial condition of the Ming government. He also trained troops under renowned generals like Qi Jiguang and Li Qingliang to strengthen northern defenses, overseeing the management of the Yellow River and Huai River with considerable success. Supplement, Realm Classification. Levels 1 to 3 are considered early stage, 4 to 6 are mid-stage, 7 to 9 are late stage. And level 10 is the perfect realm. These civil and military officials hail from the illustrious historical lineage of our great nation, leaving profound imprints in our history. In this book, each character will have a perfect ending. Lastly, this book is purely fictional entertainment. If any historical figures are offended, I kindly ask readers to inform me, and I will correct them accordingly. Thank you for your support. Chapter 51. Yearly Sign-in. Ling Yu realized that during the system's update over the past year, he had yet to claim his monthly and yearly sign-ins. Not wishing to miss out on these generous rewards, he eagerly inquired of the system, am I not due to claim 12 months of sign-ins and 1 yearly sign-in? The system responded, indeed. Host, will you sign in? Of course, I must sign in, Ling Yu exclaimed. I can hardly wait to see what splendid items I shall receive this time. Ding, the host began his 12 monthly sign-ins. First month sign-in, 1 bar of face soap. Second month sign-in, 1 tube of black toothpaste. Third month sign-in, 1 drop of true dragon's blood. Fourth month sign-in, 1 silver moon flowing fairy skirt. Fifth month sign-in, 1 drop of true phoenix's blood. Sixth month sign-in, a hint of Xuanwu's blood. Seventh month sign-in, the first 3 layers of the myriad spirits immortal technique. 8th month sign-in, 1 piece of Tao Wu's blood. 9th month sign-in, 1,000 years of cultivation. 10th month sign-in, 5 sets of royal grade women's lingerie. 11th month sign-in, the first 5 layers of the Yin-Yang dual cultivation immortal technique. 12th month sign-in, a collection of photographs of a certain teacher. What are these items? Soap? Toothpaste? The most absurd is that there are even photographs of teacher Tsang. System, are you sure you haven't made a mistake? Ling Yu felt utterly speechless. Thankfully, amidst these nonsensical items, there were still quite a few good ones. He helplessly said to the system, all right, system, extract all the items. Ding, extraction successful. All items have been placed in the host's space, the system replied. Ling Yu gazed at the 2 techniques, the Myriad Spirits Immortal Technique and the Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Immortal Technique. While he was unfamiliar with the Myriad Spirits Immortal Technique, upon seeing the name of the Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Immortal Technique, he immediately recognized it as yet another dual cultivation technique. He couldn't help but wonder aloud. Why does the system keep giving me all these items? First there was the Harmony Technique, and now the Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Immortal Technique. Am I really that lecherous at just 16 years old? Heh! The system seemed to understand his words and emitted a mocking laugh. Ling Yu shook his head, somewhat resigned. This system? Well, never mind. I won't hold it against you. I'll first study my Myriad Spirits Immortal Technique. He then commanded in the mental realm, system, investigate the origins of the Myriad Spirits Immortal Technique. Humph. Responding to the host, the Myriad Spirits Immortal Technique is a cultivation method created by the Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor. This technique enabled the Demon Emperor to evolve from a mere minor demon in the demon realm to the eternal Demon Emperor. The Myriad Spirits Immortal Technique is a method that enhances one's innate qualities. In his youth, the Myriad Spirits Demon Emperor was an ordinary mixed-blood demon. It was through relentless cultivation of the Myriad Spirits Immortal Technique that he elevated his bloodline power to the pinnacle of the world. So powerful? I've struck gold again, Ling Yu exclaimed in astonishment. All of his current abilities had reached a level of perfection, yet his physique remained a formidable barrier to overcome. Although royal-grade physiques might be coveted by others, for him, it represented an insurmountable obstacle. His original plan was to merge and devour the sacred body after breaking through to the transformation god stage to further enhance his strength. However, with the acquisition of the Myriad Spirits True Technique, he no longer needed to merge with the sacred body. Show me the cultivation methods for the Myriad Spirits Immortal Technique. Ling Yu immediately inquired of the system regarding the process of cultivating the Myriad Spirit's true technique. The Myriad Spirit's immortal technique enhances one's bloodline power through the absorption of beast blood. Practitioners can distill unique abilities from the bloodline power of beasts for their own use. The Myriad Spirit's immortal technique is divided into 5 levels, and the host can only cultivate up to the 3rd level. First level, extract the blood essence of 9 types of beast blood for refinement. The higher the rank of these beasts, the greater the benefit to the host. Achieving perfection in this level can form the 9 fiend sacred body. Second level, extract the blood essence of 100 types of beasts for refinement. Each beast possessing a cultivation level no lower than the human immortal realm. Achieving perfection can form the 100 beasts immortal body. Third level, extract the blood essence of 1,000 types of beasts for refinement. Each beast possessing a cultivation level no lower than the golden immortal realm. Achieving perfection can form the 1,000 phantom divine body. This is too difficult. Indeed, the more extraordinary the technique, the harder it is to cultivate. Ling Yu displayed a troubled expression as he contemplated the cultivation method of the Myriad Spirit's immortal technique. The first level alone requires 9 types of top-tier bloodlines, while each subsequent level demands blood essence from immortal realm beasts. The host can use the True Dragon, True Phoenix, Taowu, and Xuanwu blood acquired from sign-ins for preliminary cultivation. The system kindly reminded him, "That's right. I can begin my cultivation with those 4 types of blood essence I've signed in for. Furthermore, I can continue to obtain the necessary blood essence through future sign-ins. Also, the Fortune Mall allows me to exchange fortune points." Ling Yu thought to himself, knowing that as a system holder, the Myriad Spirit's immortal technique may be arduous for an average cultivator. Yet for him, it would be manageable with ease. With this realization, a confident smile gradually illuminated Ling Yu's face. He felt assured, knowing that with the system's support, his path to cultivating the Myriad Spirit's immortal technique would undoubtedly be smooth sailing. This confidence radiated like sunlight, making his smile even more radiant. The system, accustomed to Ling Yu's sudden emotional shifts, remained silent as always. "Host, are you now ready to proceed with the yearly sign-in?" the system calmly inquired. "Sign in," Ling Yu declared loudly. Ding. The host's yearly sign-in awarded the divine power of the Heavenly Marshal's 36 transformations. The system's notification echoed in Ling Yu's ears. Heavenly Marshal? The commander of the Celestial Court's 100,000 water forces? This figure must possess formidable strength. He couldn't believe that a weakling could hold the position of commander of the Celestial River's water forces. At the very least, such a position requires the strength of a golden immortal. Moreover, the 36 transformations he would cultivate were extraordinary, encompassing not merely transformation techniques but also 36 divine abilities. These abilities were well known to him from his past life. They are as follows: manipulating creation, the ability to twist the fabric of reality, to conjure existence from nothingness, and to transform death into life, reversing yin and yang, the power to turn night into day and day into night, moving stars and changing constellations, the art of altering the arrangement of celestial bodies, shifting the stars in their courses, returning the sun and retrieving the day, a formidable force capable of driving the sun away, summoning wind and rain, a technique to invoke the elements, bringing forth storms and downpours, shaking mountains and quaking earth, the ability to unleash seismic forces, causing the very ground to tremble, riding clouds and soaring through mist, a flight technique where one can ascend into the mist, reaching great heights and at advanced levels move swiftly across vast distances, dividing rivers and creating land, a water manipulation method that can part rivers and seas, revealing dry land beneath, golden light of the earth, a slower, linear flight method that operates above Earth evasion techniques, stirring rivers and disturbing seas, the ability to create tumultuous waves in rivers and seas, capable of agitating the waters even at their depths, great evasion of the 5 elements, the power to traverse through the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, utilizing elemental evasion, mysterious gates of the 6 harmonies, a means of divining fortune and misfortune, foreseeing the future and glimpsing into past lives, among other insights. Ling Yu felt himself becoming the child of destiny. Such fortune is truly invincible. Chapter 52. cultivating the 10,000 spirits immortal technique and the 36 transformations of the celestial prowess. The system utilized 1,000 years of cultivation, 500 years for the 10,000 spirits immortal technique, and 500 years for the 36 transformations of the celestial prowess. Received. Will the host utilize true dragon blood, true phoenix blood, black tortoise blood, and Tau blood? Use. In the 500 years of cultivation for the 10,000 spirits immortal technique. Ding. True dragon blood is merging. With a resounding dragon roar, true dragon blood surged into Ling Yu's body, instantly triggering a cataclysmic transformation. Ling Yu felt as though his body was being torn apart by an overwhelming force, yet simultaneously healing. The intertwining sensations of agony and ecstasy compelled him to grit his teeth and endure. For he knew this was the true dragon blood reshaping him. During the process of merging with the true dragon blood, Ling Yu underwent a profound metamorphosis. His physique fluctuated between becoming immense and then diminutive, with scales appearing intermittently on his skin, and his muscles and bones undergoing a significant transformation. All of this was due to the true dragon blood catalyzing a life-level evolution within him, optimizing and elevating his bloodline. Deep within the Wujigong, a powerful and regal aura of the true dragon suddenly surged forth, akin to crashing waves, stirring the hearts of all who felt it. This aura was so palpable and intense that before Ling Yu's palace, a phantom of a true dragon gradually materialized, seemingly piercing through the barriers of time and space, descending from the myths of antiquity. This unexpected sight caused everyone within Wujigong to halt their cultivation. Gazing in astonishment at the spectacle, their eyes brimmed with reverence and excitement, for this was the essence of the true dragon, a legendary existence, a mysterious being they had only encountered in ancient texts. It is the master. Truly, it is the essence of the true dragon. The heart of Dongfang Bubi was tumultuous with emotions, and the others were equally overwhelmed. Though it was merely a phantom, the impact it brought was tangible, leaving them in a state of unprecedented at that moment. A clear voice rang out, "Ding! True phoenix blood is merging." With a melodious cry of the phoenix, true phoenix blood flowed into Ling Yu's body, instigating another transformation. A torrent of intense heat coursed through him, as if igniting a blazing inferno. This sensation brought Ling Yu immense pain, every inch of his skin feeling as though it were being scorched by flames, which relentlessly consumed his very soul. The agony contorted his features into a grimace. Under the influence of this searing power, Ling Yu's body underwent another radical change. His meridians became more unimpeded, accommodating a greater influx of phoenix blood energy. The integration of this phoenix blood endowed him with an immortal strength. He felt an overwhelming surge of life force within him, coupled with exceptional regenerative capabilities. Meanwhile, outside, the onlookers were horrified to see the silhouette of a fiery phoenix materialize within Ling Yu's palace. My goodness, heaven's mercy, a true phoenix. Everyone stood agape, utterly astonished. That moment, Xiang slowly appeared, drawn by Ling Yu's extraordinary phenomenon. She too was taken aback, for the true dragon and true phoenix were legendary entities within the realm of the immortal sword. All of you, please step back. Do not disturb the king's cultivation, Xiang gently instructed the crowd. With her hands clasped together, she summoned her celestial power to weave a formation, obscuring the extraordinary occurrences within the Chongqing Hall. Yes, divine lady, the crowd echoed in unison, fully aware of Xiang's strength and status, acknowledging that even their king treated her with the utmost respect. Ding! Black tortoise blood is merging. With a resonant call of the black tortoise, the entire space trembled. Simultaneously, a powerful essence of black tortoise surged into Ling Yu's body. This essence was akin to molten lava, instantly igniting a tempest within him. He felt an excruciating pain, as if countless needles were piercing every inch of his skin. This torment compelled him to grit his teeth, sweat soaking his back. Yet during this process, Ling Yu's physical strength surged dramatically, and his defensive capabilities soared. He sensed his body transforming into an impenetrable armor, impervious to both martial attacks and formidable spells, even feeling as though he could withstand royal-grade weaponry. Ding! Tau blood is merging. With a thunderous roar that resonated like thunder, the Tau blood began to integrate within Ling Yu. Unleashing an overwhelming force, as one of the ancient four fiends, Tao Wu's blood was infused with boundless malevolence. This sinister energy washed over Ling Yu, continuously eroding his soul. Faced with this ominous force, even Ling Yu, who had already refined 3 divine beast bloodlines, felt a shiver of trepidation. However, Ling Yu understood that only by conquering this malevolence could he fully integrate the Tao Wu blood and enhance his strength. He resolutely clenched his teeth, striving to resist the encroachment of this dark energy upon his soul. Through his perseverance, Ling Yu's spirit gradually acclimated to the malevolence within the Tao Wu blood. He discovered that while this force was formidable, it could not vanquish him. Instead, in his struggle against this ominous energy, he began to comprehend a brand new power, the blood of malevolence. This force brimmed with destruction and devouring capabilities, as if it could consume all in its path. Ling Yu secretly rejoiced, knowing this was a gift bestowed upon him by the Tao Wu blood. Ding! 500 years of cultivating the 10,000 spirits immortal technique is complete. Ling Yu felt the 4 bloodline powers within him surge wildly, as though they sought to overwhelm him. After countless hours of cultivation and enlightenment, he finally experienced a monumental breakthrough upon completing the 10,000 spirits immortal technique. In his perception, the 4 bloodline energies represented distinct attributes: the black tortoise's strength of steadfast defense, the Tao Wu's ferocious blood of devouring, the true phoenix's life-giving immortality, and the true dragon's agility like the wind. These 4 powers melded within Ling Yu, forming a unique force that made him feel omnipotent. Moreover, during this time, his dragon elephant dominance technique also reached the 15 demon elephant strength. In the moment of breakthrough, Ling Yu felt the qi and blood within him surge, his meridians expanding, and his martial cultivation soaring, directly ascending to the early stage of martial king. Ding! 500 years of cultivating the 36 transformations of the celestial prowess is commencing. As the system's notification sounded, Ling Yu began his training in the 36 transformations of the celestial prowess. Ling Yu sat cross-legged, gradually absorbing the methods of the 36 transformations. His first focus was on mastering the 5 thunders, a formidable offensive technique. During his practice, he felt the qi and blood within him swirling violently, as if numerous bolts of lightning were rampaging inside him. This power filled him with both astonishment and joy, knowing that once mastered, he would be invincible. Next, he trained in riding clouds and soaring through mist, a technique that allowed one to glide through the skies using mist and clouds. After a period of practice, he successfully grasped the secrets of this technique. He felt his current flying speed rivaling that of a half-saint. Subsequently, Ling Yu practiced the technique of pushing mountains and filling seas, a power that allowed him to manipulate the forces of nature. During his training, he felt capable of controlling the surrounding mountains and rivers, even commanding the waters of lakes and seas. This power instilled in him an immense sense of strength, as if he could achieve anything. In the following sessions, Ling Yu also trained in techniques such as the great and small wishes, the mysterious gates of the 6 harmonies, manipulating creation, reversing yin and yang, moving stars and changing constellations, returning the sun and retrieving the day, and summoning wind and rain. With each session, he felt his power significantly enhanced. Ding! 500 years of cultivating the 36 transformations of the celestial prowess is complete. Boom! As Ling Yu's 500 years of cultivation were exhausted, he successfully mastered the 36 transformations of the celestial prowess. With the conclusion of his training, his strength experienced an unprecedented elevation, and his realm ascended to the initial stage of divided spirit. In the realm of celestial beings, he reached the initial stage of divided spirit. While in martial arts, he attained the initial stage of martial king. Ha 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 ha. With my current abilities, I am invincible beneath the half-saint. Even against those above, I can contend. At this moment, Ling Yu felt an unprecedented surge of power, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. This cultivation session not only employed the myriad spirit immortal technique to rectify his physical deficiencies, but also unveiled the mysteries of the 36 transformations of Tiangang. He mastered the essence of these transformations, enabling him to adeptly navigate various adversities and challenges. Chapter 53. The Masters of Justice and Evil converge in the eastern state of the Xianyuan continent. Within the formidable domain of the Dark Knight dynasty, there exists a dreadfully notorious forbidden ground known as the Hall of Heavenly Ghosts. This is the realm of the unfeeling ghost-s cultivation. At this juncture, deep within the Hall of Heavenly Ghosts, an ethereal light flickered upon the body of the unfeeling ghost, whose gaze was hollow and malevolent. As his aura intensified, all his bodily injuries miraculously healed, and the seals within him gradually weakened. His cultivation continued to ascend, reaching the perfected tribulation stage, then half-step to the Great Ascension realm, and finally the initial stage of Great Ascension. However, just as he attained this initial stage, the rules of the entire Xian Yuan continent bore down upon him with overwhelming force, for the Xian Yuan continent forbade the emergence of any being surpassing the quasi-emperor level. Damn it. Xian Yuan's heavenly path. The unfeeling ghost cursed angrily, consequently retracting his cultivation back to the half-step Great Ascension stage. His power was insufficient to contend with the entirety of the Xian Yuan heavenly path. But he sensed a grand array enveloping the outer reaches of the Xian Yuan continent, which controlled the very essence of the Xian Yuan heavenly path. In 10 years, at most, 10 years, the unfeeling ghost declared solemnly while seated. He was aware that this array would dissipate in 10 years, at which point significant upheavals would likely befall the Xian Yuan continent. The rules will return, and the emperor shall re-emerge. At this moment, outside Lingyu's Hall of Eternal Life, Xiao Tu had reached the initial stage of Great Ascension, but, like the unfeeling ghost, suppressed her strength to the pinnacle of half-step Great Ascension. She glanced at the Hall of Eternal Life, a radiant smile gracing her features before returning to her palace to consolidate her power. System, utilize the points for summoning of evil and righteous entities, Lingyu commanded. How may the host proceed? 10 medium evil summoning points and 10 medium righteous summoning points. Lingyu expended all his summoning points in one breath, executing the summons entirely within the medium world. Please hold on during the summoning process, the system replied. Ding. The host has successfully summoned the evil entities, Yang Xiao, the white-browed Eagle King, the blue-winged Bat King, the golden-haired Lion King, and the purple Cypress Dragon King. To his astonishment, all were formidable figures from the world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Most were members of the Ming cult. I have unwittingly disturbed the nest of the Ming cult, Lingyu chuckled wryly. The system's voice continued. 5 evil summoning attempts have failed. The evil summoning has concluded. How could there be failures in summoning? Lingyu expressed his dissatisfaction upon hearing of the 5 failures. Due to an upgrade of this system, the host's opportunities have also improved. However, such enhancements are not without cost. Future summons may yield critical hits or failures. The system patiently elucidated. Very well. If that is the case, so be it. Today, I am in high spirits. Losing 5 is inconsequential. Perhaps I may encounter critical hits in the future, he mused, not dwelling excessively on the matter. He then requested, System, display the personal profile panel. Responding to the host, the profiles of the 5 summoned are as follows. Yang Xiao Race, Human Technique, Qian Kurin Great Shift, Sacred Level Cultivation, Martial King Level 7 Origin, Medium World of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Possessing an elegant visage and demeanor, he is renowned alongside Fan Yao as the 2 immortals of the Wandering. He is both cold and passionate, embodying both justice and evil, with a demeanor of icy aloofness. A polymath, he is astute and learned, adept in strategy and insight, often clad in a flowing white robe akin to a scholar. He serves as the left protector of the Ming cult. White-browed Eagle King. Yin Tianzheng Race, Human Technique, Eagle Claw Technique, Imperial Level Cultivation, Martial King Level 3 Origin, Medium World of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. He is one of the protectors of the Ming cult, the eldest of the 4 great law kings. His character is grand and unyielding, disciplined and principled, embodying generosity and integrity, albeit with a somewhat extreme temperament. Blue-winged Bat King, Wei Yixiao Race, Human Technique, Ice Silk Palm, Imperial Level Cultivation, Martial King Level 2 Origin, Medium World of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. He is one of the 4 great protectors of the Ming cult, renowned for his lightness of foot. His cultivation of the extremely cold ice silk palm went awry, necessitating the blood of others to resolve the peril of his poison meridians, later cured by Zhang Wuji's 9 Yang divine art. Golden-haired Lion King, Xie race. Human technique. 7 kill fist, Imperial level cultivation. Martial King level 5 origin. Medium world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. He is a towering figure. Fierce as fire. One of the 4 great law kings of the Ming cult. His family was brutally exterminated by his master, Chang Kuan, leading him to indiscriminately slay innocents in pursuit of revenge. Purple Cypress Dragon King, Dai Chi race. Human technique. Purple Cypress technique, Imperial level cultivation. Martial King level 3 origin. Medium world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. She is the holy maiden of the Persian Ming cult, the foremost among the 4 great protectors of the Central Plains Ming cult. Often adorned in a flowing purple gown, she is renowned for her exceptional swimming skills, earning the moniker of the Purple Cypress Dragon King. With her martial prowess being enigmatic and unpredictable, celebrated as the most beautiful woman in the martial world of the Central Plains. Excellent. All at the Martial King level, perfectly filling the void of mid-tier strength within the dynasty. Ling Yu beamed with delight as he surveyed the profiles. However, the system's voice resounded once more. Ding! The host has successfully summoned the righteous figures Zhang Sanfeng and Du Yi, with 8 summoning attempts failing. What? 8 summoning failures? Ling Yu's anger flared upon hearing this news. Yet the system provided no time for him to react and continued. Congratulations to the host. The righteous master Zhang Sanfeng has received a critical hit, elevating his cultivation by 1 great realm and bestowing him with the special physique of the Yin-Yang holy body. Ling Yu exhaled in relief, thinking, thank heavens for this critical hit. Otherwise, I might have been truly vexed. System, display the personal profiles. Ding. The profiles of the 2 are as follows. Zhang Sanfeng race, human physique, Yin-Yang holy body technique, Taiji technique, semi-divine level, can be enhanced, cultivation, martial emperor perfection, able to battle half-saints origin, medium world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. He is the founder of the Wudong sect, revered as the greatest master of his time, renowned for his unmatched martial prowess. Aside from his 7 disciples, his students are celebrated across the land for their extraordinary talents and remarkable comprehension, establishing the Wudong sect to rival the Shaolin sect. He embodies a dignified presence, exuding an aura of serenity and grace, and is recognized as an unparalleled martial genius of his era. Known by other names including Zhang Zichong, Yuan Shi, Zhang Junbao, and Zhang Zhenren. Dui race. Human technique, Diamond Conquering Demon Divine technique, Sacred level cultivation, Martial King level 7 origin, Medium world of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. He was one of the 3 foremost monks of Shaolin Temple, alongside his disciples Du Jie and Du Nan. With Du Yi being the leader. Du Yi is known for his yellow face and squinty eyes, while Du Jie has a white face, and Du Nan is characterized by a black face. Their formation is called the Diamond Conquering Demon Circle. Indeed, a true critical hit. Zhang Zhenren is truly an esteemed predecessor. This Du Yi is quite impressive as well. Ling Yu felt elated as he reviewed their profiles. He then instructed the system, have them arrive at the Wujia Imperial Palace in Lingxiao City in batches. Understood, host. The system responded. Chapter 54. Bestowing titles upon the ministers in the blink of an eye. 7 days passed in the 2nd year of the Great Xia dynasty under Lingxiao. The sound of 3 thunderous bells resounded through the air, reverberating with an awe-inspiring resonance. As the bells tolled, the Zicheng Gate gradually unveiled its mysterious veil, revealing its true visage. The scene beyond the gate resembled a splendid painting, showcasing the prosperity and strength of the Great Xia dynasty. Atop the golden palatial roofs, exquisite dragon and phoenix patterns were carved, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Inside the palace, opulent lights illuminated the entire space, with magnificent drapes hanging everywhere, creating an ethereal ambience as if one had stepped into a realm of immortals. Numerous civil and military officials streamed in, entering the resplendent hall. The martial generals and heroes summoned by Ling Yu were among them, alongside masters of both justice and evil. Their arrival infused the hall with a palpable aura. These martial generals, towering and imposing, possessed piercing gazes and exuded an air of valor and grandeur, embodying the might and gallantry of the Great Xia dynasty. The distinguished civil officials donned elegant attire, exhibiting dignified comportment and remarkable poise, all reflective of the wisdom and grace of the great Xia dynasty. As for the masters of justice and evil, each radiated a unique charisma, some exuding tranquility and composure, while others emanated wild abandon, instilling a sense of caution in those present. Ling Yu sat regally upon the dragon throne, clad in a dragon robe and adorned with a nine-crest crown. An aura of destiny enveloped him. Accompanied by an overwhelming presence of supreme kingship, Wei Zhongxian stood beside him, calling out with a commanding voice, "The court is now in session." All the officials knelt in unison, respectfully proclaiming, "We pay our respects to your majesty." "May your majesty reign eternally, gentlemen, rise," Ling Yu commanded with authority. "Thank you, your majesty." The ministers expressed their gratitude as they stood, taking their places on either side. Ling Yu, seated upon the dragon throne, maintained a solemn demeanor, holding the imperial edict that embodied his royal will. He cast a deep glance at Wei Zhongxian, then forcefully threw the imperial edict into the air. The edict floated gracefully, as if cradled by an invisible force, slowly gliding towards Wei Zhongxian. With unwavering resolve, Wei Zhongxian steadied himself and caught the edict. Ling Yu, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "Wei Gonggong, please read it." "Yes, your majesty." Wei Zhongxian respectfully bowed to Ling Yu. He then unfurled the edict and began to read. The Daxia dynasty is in its infancy. Its foundation still fragile. It urgently requires the stabilization of the people's livelihoods, the fortification of the treasury, and the strengthening of national defense. I am acutely aware of the heavy responsibilities resting upon me, and I dare not show even the slightest negligence. Thus, I hereby bestow titles upon my ministers to assist me in governing Daxia. Now, the Daxia dynasty is established with 5 courts and 8 departments, which are as follows: the Court of Worship, the Military and Political Affairs Court, the Supervisory Court, the Administrative Court, and the Royal Affairs Court. The Court of Worship. All masters of both righteous and wicked paths shall serve in this court, with ranks including ordinary worshippers, third-rank worshippers, second-rank worshippers, first-rank worshippers, elders, and the presidents of the court. The Military and Political Affairs Court. This court commands all military forces of the dynasty, overseeing the Ministry of Military Affairs and the Ministry of Works. The Supervisory Court. This court monitors the realm and is divided into 2 agencies, the Jinui and the Dark Web. The Administrative Court. This court manages all daily governmental affairs of the dynasty, with 2 chancellors overseeing the departments of rights, justice, households, and personnel. The Royal Affairs Court. This court manages the daily life of the Daxia royal family. The 8 departments are the Personnel Department, the Household Department, the Rights Department, the Military Department, the Justice Department, the Works Department, the Artifacts Department, and the Elixir Department. Here follows the list of titles conferred. Zhang Jujing is appointed as the second-rank Right Chancellor, responsible for all affairs of the Administrative Court from this day forth. Yang Shiqi is appointed as the second-rank Left Chancellor, assisting Zhang Jujing in managing the Administrative Court, temporarily overseeing the Household and Personnel Departments. Bao Zhang is appointed as the third-rank Minister of Justice, overseeing all criminal matters within Daxia. Ling Mu is appointed as the third-rank Minister of Rights, responsible for foreign affairs. Ling Liang is appointed as the third-rank Minister of Works, overseeing engineering and construction within Daxia. Ling Qizi is appointed as the third-rank Deputy Minister of Artifacts, temporarily overseeing the department, responsible for forging various weapons for Daxia. Ling Danzi is appointed as the third-rank Deputy Minister of Elixirs, temporarily overseeing the department, responsible for concocting various elixirs for Daxia. Zhou Yafu is appointed as the third-rank Deputy Minister of Military Affairs, temporarily overseeing military matters within Daxia. Peng Yu is appointed as the General of Pingshu, holding the third rank, commanding 10,000 Han troops stationed in Ji and surrounding areas. Shueli is appointed as the Divine Bao General, holding the third rank, commanding 10,000 troops of the Shui family stationed in Su and Jing. Zhang Liao is appointed as the Godly Might General, holding the third rank, commanding 10,000 troops of Shiliang stationed in Yanliang. Zhou Yu is appointed as the General of Zhenhai, holding the third rank, commanding 10,000 naval troops of the Eastern Wu stationed in Haijun, to combat the myriad sea demons. Wei Yun is appointed as the commander of the Imperial Forest Army, holding the third rank, transforming the Wei Wuzhu into the Imperial Forest Army, to safeguard the royal capital. Wei Zhongxian is appointed as the chief eunuch of the Xichong, holding the 4th rank, tasked with establishing the Xichong immediately, responsible for monitoring officials, with special powers for investigation and apprehension. Mao Xiang is appointed as the commander of the Jinyue, holding the 4th rank, overseeing the Jinyue and monitoring the realm. The 5 maidens, Yi Shui, 4th rank, Hu Meier, 3rd rank, Yi Ning, 3rd rank, Zi Hui, 3rd rank, and Han Mei, 4th rank, are appointed as female officials within the palace, managing all daily affairs therein. Shi Yao is appointed as the president of the court of worship. Overseeing the court, Dongfang Bubi is appointed as a 1st-rank worshipper. Zhang Sanfeng is appointed as a 2nd-rank worshipper. Ling Yunzi, Ling Huzi, Ling Jinji, Du Yi, Yang Xiao, Jin Mao Shi Wang Xiesun, Zi Shalong Wang Dai Chi Si, Bai Meiying Wang In Tianjing, and Qing Yifu Wang Wei Yixiao are all appointed as 3rd-rank worshippers. An hour later, the conferral ceremony concluded, establishing the fundamental framework of authority for the Daxia dynasty. At that moment, the Grand Court of Daxia was filled with civil officials, military generals, and members of the worshipping court, all taking their places, ready to strive for the future of Daxia. Our king is wise. Long live the king, cried the officials as they knelt in admiration and gratitude. Ling Yu sat high upon the dragon throne, surveying the entire court, a solemn and dignified aura emanating from him. In a deep voice, he declared, "Today's conferral ceremony has been a resounding success, and I feel deeply gratified. From this moment forth, you, my loyal ministers, must unite in your efforts to ensure the prosperity and flourishing of Daxia. I firmly believe that with everyone's concerted efforts, the Daxia dynasty shall surely usher in a new era of brilliance. At that time, I shall lead you all to the eastern continent to unify the Xian Yuan." Upon hearing the words of this youthful emperor, aside from the officials summoned by Ling Yu, the remaining courtiers were taken aback, yet within their hearts, they were filled with confidence in this 16-year-old sovereign. Zhang Juzhing, Yang Shiqi. "Here, your majesty," they replied, stepping forward to bow respectfully. The Daxia dynasty is newly established, and many cities still lack officials. You two are to immediately notify the populace within Daxia to implement the imperial examination system, to select capable individuals and remedy the shortage of officials. Additionally, please compile the population statistics and encourage procreation. Yes, we shall obey. They bowed once more in deference to Ling Yu. Zhou Yafu, I command you to widely recruit quality soldiers within Daxia from this day forth to form the Lingxiao army. These soldiers must be utterly loyal to Daxia, possessing impeccable character. We shall not settle for less. Yes, your majesty, I shall comply, Zhou Yafu replied, stepping forth with a composed demeanor. Ling Yu nodded, reassured by Zhou Yafu's capabilities. He then spoke again, Zhang Sanfeng, I command you to establish the Daxia Martial Academy. From now on, each main city shall set up a martial academy, and each county shall create its own, with a central academy in the royal capital. Staffing and resources may be requisitioned from the court. I intend to spread martial arts throughout the land, ensuring that all my subjects cultivate their skills, to witness the future of the Daxia dynasty together. Yes, your majesty. The old Taoist shall fulfill your command. Zhang Sanfeng replied respectfully, moving with the grace of Tai Chi. Very well. My loyal ministers, you may now return to your duties, Ling Yu said warmly before rising to depart. Dismissed, Wei Zhongxian called out loudly. Chapter 55. The Enchanting Mayor. It has been over half a month since Ling Yu conferred titles upon his ministers. During this time, the Daxia dynasty has formally entered a phase of stability. Each main city and county has established martial academies, and the strategy of universal martial training is gradually being implemented. According to statistics, the population of Daxia has reached over 10 million, with more than 1 million individuals embarking on the path of martial arts. This means that 1 in every 10 individuals is a martial artist, a rarity amongst other dynasties. In the Chongqing Hall of Wuzhigong, Ling Yu sat upon a cultivation platform, facing a woman clad in delicate white gauze. This woman possessed an alluring beauty, her eyes exuding seduction, seemingly capable of captivating one's very soul. The sheer fabric clung lightly to her, accentuating her perfect curves, stirring desire within the beholder. However, at this moment, the woman appeared to be in considerable distress, her expression twisted in pain. Her cheeks flushed, and her lips trembling involuntarily, struggling to endure immense suffering. Amidst her torment, Hu Meier was drenched in sweat, her gossamer clothing thoroughly soaked, revealing the outline of her pink undergarments through the fabric. Seeing Hu Meier in such agony, Ling Yu quickly urged, "Meier, hold on." As soon as he spoke, he swiftly placed his hands upon her back, a rich essence of longevity flowing from his palms into her body, akin to a gentle stream, continuously alleviating her pain. Simultaneously, this essence performed wondrous feats, refining her bloodline and enhancing its purity, aiding her in breaking through her limitations, as the celestial essence coursed through her. Hu Meier's bloodline gradually became purer, her complexion returning to normal, and her expression of pain began to ease. Feeling Ling Yu's care, warmth blossomed within her heart, and her clenched jaw slowly relaxed, with a resounding surge. Hu Meier's bloodline erupted under the nurturing of the celestial essence, breaking through its limits. At that moment, 5 tails sprouted rapidly from her lower back, encircling her like a radiant halo. 5-tailed spirit fox. Half-step into the realm of Demon King. The emergence of these 5 tails signified not only the breakthrough of Hu Meier's bloodline, but also an unprecedented enhancement of her demonic power. Her once graceful figure now appeared even more alluring and enchanting, imbued with an air of mystery. Realizing the tumultuous transformation within her, Hu Meier excitedly rose from the cultivation platform. She joyfully discovered that her bloodline had ascended to the pinnacle of the 5-tailed spirit fox, all thanks to the esteemed young master before her. She recalled her past self, once fighting for survival in the arena. It was this very youth who had rescued her, liberating her from that painful existence. When Ling Yu first took her in, Hu Meier was filled with fear and unease, constantly worrying that she might share the same fate as those fox maidens, becoming a mere vessel. However, Ling Yu treated her with nothing but boundless love and warmth. Under his guidance, Hu Meier befriended 4 beautiful and kind maidens, and together, they lived a carefree life by Ling Yu's side. He bestowed upon her precious elixirs and spiritual fruits to aid her cultivation and enhance her bloodline power. Throughout this process, Hu Meier gradually came to appreciate Ling Yu's sincerity and kindness. She realized that he was a person worthy of trust and reliance. Her fears and anxieties began to dissipate, replaced by gratitude and affection, along with an ever-growing admiration. With Ling Yu's assistance, Hu Meier's cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds, and no longer was she the powerless being at the mercy of others, but rather a maid of the Ling family, imbued with formidable conviction. Hu Meier gazed at Ling Yu, whose complexion appeared slightly pale from aiding her breakthrough. Her eyes glistened with tears, her heart brimming with gratitude. Despite Ling Yu's formidable prowess, he dared not relax his vigilance, keenly attuned to the changes within Hu Meier, which rendered him somewhat fatigued. "Young master." In a moment of excitement, Hu Meier leaped into Ling Yu's embrace. Wholly oblivious to her own state of undress, during her recent breakthrough to the 5-tailed spirit fox, her garments had been rent asunder by the overwhelming force, scattering in all directions. Ling Yu felt the warmth of Hu Meier's bare skin pressing against his chest. Momentarily lost in thought, even he found it challenging to resist the allure of the enchanting beauty in his arms. He hastily helped Hu Meier to her feet, striving to control his burgeoning desires. "Meier, please calm yourself for a moment. I shall fetch you a garment." At that moment, Hu Meier looked down at her body, her face flushing. She became acutely aware of her nudity, feeling a twinge of shyness. Nevertheless, she quickly composed herself as if making a momentous decision. With a bite of her lip, Hu Meier lifted her head, courageously meeting Ling Yu's handsome visage. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she closed the distance between them. Unabashedly pressing her lips to his a rush of warm energy flowed from the corner of her mouth into Ling Yu's. "Meier, you." Ling Yu's eyes widened in astonishment at Hu Meier's audacity. In that instant, he distinctly felt a wave of warmth, akin to a crimson breath, slowly permeating his body. This warmth spread rapidly throughout him, causing his heart to race. "Young master, please accept Meier. I seek no title, only the hope of forever being by your side." Hu Meier gazed into Ling Yu's eyes, filled with anticipation. Her voice carried a hint of pleading, imbued with a longing for his affirmation. "Ling Yu, captivated by Hu Meyer's vulnerable expression, felt a surge of affection welling up within him. He was deeply moved by her fervent emotions, his heart swelling with intense sentiment. That moment, the tender warmth of the beauty in his arms seeped through his garments, and he feared that further rejection might wound Hu Meyer's heart. Thus, Ling Yu embraced Hu Meyer tightly, fervently returning her kiss, his hands instinctively gliding to her waist. Hu Meyer let out a soft hum. "Young master, be gentle," she murmured shyly, promptly closing her eyes tightly. Ling Yu, sensing Hu Meyer's bashfulness, felt his heart soften like cotton. He cautiously laid her upon the bed, gently caressing her cheek as he whispered, "Meyer, I shall be careful." Hu Meyer's voice grew increasingly timid. Before long, the two of them, like a tempestuous tide, embarked together upon the pinnacle of passion. As the night deepened, moonlight streamed through the windows of the Chongqing Palace, enveloping them in the gentle embrace of the lunar glow as they reveled in the sweetness of their love. Chapter 56. The Opening of the Secret Realm. Boom, boom, boom. Off the coast of the Jiangzhou Mo County in the eastern territory of the Great Chu Dynasty, a serene sea suddenly erupted into chaos as a colossal whirlpool emerged. The vortex resembled a greedy beast, devouring everything in its vicinity, as fierce winds howled and waves surged. The nearby fishing village was thrown into disarray, with terrified villagers scattering in all directions. At this critical juncture, a massive secret realm manifested within the whirlpool, emanating a profound aura of celestial laws. This monumental occurrence drew the attention of various factions throughout the region. Numerous powers within the Great Chu Dynasty, along with countless demon clans from the seas, dispatched their strongest warriors to investigate. Within the Great Chu Palace, the aged national master abruptly opened his eyes, his expression brimming with excitement. The secret realm of the battle sage has finally emerged. He immediately turned to his disciple beside him, urgently instructing, "Quickly inform His Majesty that the secret realm of the battle sage has appeared, harboring opportunities for breakthroughs to the martial saint realm. Request that he dispatch warriors below the martial king level into the secret realm to seize this chance, aiding the flourishing of our Great Chu martial arts." "Yes, master." The disciple promptly rose, hurrying towards the emperor's palace, his face alight with anticipation. After all, the emergence of the battle sage's secret realm represented a rare opportunity for the entire Great Chu nation. Soon, the disciple arrived at Emperor Chu Yun's palace. Cautiously entering the emperor's inner chamber, at that moment, Chu Yun was engrossed in state affairs, and upon hearing the news, his face lit up with joy. He set aside his duties, addressing his disciple, immediately issue an edict, allowing all warriors below the martial king level nationwide to venture into the battle sage secret realm in search of breakthrough opportunities. Simultaneously, closely monitor the entrance to the secret realm to prevent hostile forces from infiltrating. "Yes, Your Majesty," the disciple acknowledged and departed to convey Chu Yun's command. After the disciple left, Chu Yun turned to the elderly eunuch Chen Xian beside him, saying, "Chen Gonggong, please notify the sixth prince, Chu Xiao, and have him personally visit the battle sage secret realm. Ensure that he spares no effort in bringing back the techniques cultivated by the battle sage." Upon hearing the emperor's orders, Chen Xian immediately bowed in compliance, stating, "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall notify the sixth prince, Chu Xiao, at once." "Wait," Chu Yun called after Chen Xian. "Your Majesty, is there anything else you wish to convey? You should accompany him as well. Ensure his safety," Chu Yun said solemnly. Chen Xian understood the emperor's intentions and bowed once more, assuring, "Your Majesty need not worry. I will ensure the safety of the sixth prince, Chu Xiao. I will attend to this matter right away." Chu Yun nodded. "Go. I trust you will handle this well." Afterward, Chen Xian left the palace and arrived at the residence of the sixth prince, Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao was currently immersed in cultivation, possessing the body of a fierce king and extraordinary talent. He ranked among the highest of Chu Yun's princes, having attained the cusp of the martial king realm. Moreover, he was one of the 5 great prodigies of the Great Chu, renowned throughout the land. Chen Xian conveyed the emperor's command, and upon hearing this, Chu Xiao immediately focused his mind, ceasing his training. He recognized the significance of this mission and swiftly prepared to journey to the battle sage secret realm. Meanwhile, throughout the Great Chu, countless martial artists heard the news and were filled with excitement. They busily packed their belongings, setting off towards the Battle Sage secret realm in the southern region of the Great Chu dynasty. At the Xiannu sect on Saintus Peak, a young woman around 20 years of age was diligently practicing with her long sword, fully absorbed in her training. Dressed in a flowing white swordsman's robe, she exuded an ethereal grace. With delicate features and an elegant demeanor, she radiated a royal aura. As she practiced, her gaze was resolute, her swordplay fluid and versatile, sometimes as graceful as flowing water, at other times as swift as lightning. Just as she continued her practice, she suddenly sensed a powerful presence descending, prompting her to halt her movements. A gentle voice reached her ears. "Linger, how goes your training?" Seeing her beautiful master, Xiao Yuner, approaching, Chu Linger quickly gathered her thoughts and respectfully replied, "Master, I have made considerable progress in both swordsmanship and cultivation. Especially under your guidance, my comprehension of the Xiannu sword technique has deepened significantly. I will continue to strive diligently and not disappoint your teachings." Xiao Yuner smiled, nodding in satisfaction and pride. "Excellent, your progress exceeds my expectations. However, do not become complacent. Remember, the path of cultivation is long and requires relentless effort. With the opening of the Battle Sage secret realm, what are your plans?" A glimmer of determination flashed in Chu Linger's eyes. "Unafraid, Master. I wish to hone myself within the Battle Sage secret realm. I feel that my cultivation has reached a new height. It is time to step outside my comfort zone and face the trials of the outside world." Xiao Yuner observed the resolve in Chu Linger's gaze, knowing she had made her decision. She smiled gently and nodded. "Linger, I sense your determination. Given your current cultivation, it is indeed suitable for you to venture out. However, the Battle Sage secret realm is fraught with peril, as I experienced firsthand 20 years ago." "What, Master, you have also entered the Battle Sage secret realm?" Chu Linger inquired with curiosity. Xiao Yuner smiled and nodded, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. "Yes, Linger. The Battle Sage secret realm opens once every 20 years, only concluding once the legacy of the Battle Sage is obtained by a martial artist. Within this realm, the maximum cultivation level allowed is that of the Martial Venerable. Those exceeding this threshold must lower their cultivation to below the Martial King level, or they will be annihilated by the celestial laws within them. My cultivation was relatively shallow at the time, but my experiences within the secret realm facilitated my growth tremendously, and I even gained certain opportunities. One might say I am half a disciple of the Battle Sage." Upon mentioning this, Xiao Yuner displayed a hint of pride upon her countenance. Chu Linger gazed at Xiao Yuner in astonishment, incredulously exclaiming, "Master, you have actually received the legacy of the esteemed Battle Sage." Xiao Yuner smiled gently, shaking her head as she replied, "Oh, it is not as simple as that. I have merely obtained a fragment of the Battle Sage's inheritance, which is hardly noteworthy. Your father and the current head of the Ling family have both received the Battle Sage's legacy." Chu Linger, taken aback, inquired, "Master, you just mentioned that my father and the head of the Ling family obtained the Battle Sage's inheritance. What is the story behind this? My father has never mentioned it." A smile graced Xiao Yuner's face as she elaborated, "Your father and the head of the Ling family are remarkable individuals. In their youth, they were recognized by the Great Chu dynasty as the paragons of their generation, revered by the masses as the peerless duo. It is only natural that they would be granted a portion of the Battle Sage's legacy." Listening to Xiao Yuner recount the heroic tales of her father and Ling Tian, the head of the Ling family, Chu Linger mused to herself, "I never imagined my father and Ling Tian were so formidable. Yet, I, Chu Linger, am not to be underestimated. I wonder if Ling Yu possesses the same excellence as his father. If he cannot surpass me, I shall not easily agree to marry him." Xiao Yuner scrutinized Chu Linger, her tone turning serious as she admonished Linger, "You must be fully alert when you enter the Battle Sage's secret realm. You cannot afford to be complacent." Chu Linger solemnly replied, "Master, I understand your teachings. During this exploration of the Battle Sage's secret realm, I shall remain vigilant and tread carefully in the face of all unknown dangers." Xiao Yuner regarded Chu Linger, a reassuring smile illuminating her face as she said, "Excellent. I have faith in you that I shall arrange for Elder Qi to accompany you." Subsequently, she produced a finely crafted token and handed it to Chu Linger, stating, "Linger, Take this token. It will prove useful should you encounter peril within the Battle Sage's secret realm. Though somewhat perplexed, Chu Linger accepted the token, recognizing it as a manifestation of her master's care and protection, firmly believing that her master had her reasons for this gesture. Satisfied with Chu Linger's acceptance of the token, Xiao Yuner smiled contentedly before adding with a more serious tone, "During your visit to the Battle Sage's secret realm, you may encounter Ling Yu, the young master of the Ling family. Your marriage is a matter of great significance. You must not act recklessly." Chu Linger pouted, responding reluctantly, "Understood, Master." Chapter 57. The Battle Sage's secret realm within the Chongqing Palace of the Great Xia Dynasty. The morning sun streamed through the windows, casting its warm glow upon a pair of lovers. "Achoo!" Ling Yu suddenly sneezed, awakening from his slumber, murmuring to himself, "Who is thinking of this young master?" As his words faded, the enchanting Humayr, with her porcelain skin exposed, slowly opened her eyes and softly called, "Young master!" Ling Yu gazed at Humayr, his eyes brimming with tenderness. He gently pressed his lips to her pristine forehead and softly inquired, "Did I disturb your slumber, Mayor?" Looking upon Ling Yu's handsome visage, coupled with his charming smile, Humayr felt a flutter in her heart, her cheeks flushing crimson. She hastily shook her head and shrank back slightly. Observing Humayr's bashful demeanor, Ling Yu's smile grew even brighter as he reminisced about the audacity she had displayed a week prior, daring to drug him. Indeed, it had been 7 days, a testament to their cultivation prowess. During this time, Ling Yu and Humayr not only indulged in their passionate romance, but also seized every opportunity to train. Ling Yu directly imparted the dual cultivation technique, the yin-yang dual cultivation immortal method, which he had acquired, to Humayr. Together, they harnessed their respective yang and yin energies to practice the yin-yang dual cultivation immortal method. In their initial attempt at the practice, Ling Yu felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. This celestial technique was indeed extraordinary, granting them exquisite joy during their training while rapidly enhancing their internal celestial energy. Under Ling Yu's guidance, Humayr adeptly wielded her yin energy, merging it with Ling Yu's yang energy, thus accelerating their cultivation progress. Through their joint practice of the yin-yang dual cultivation immortal method, Ling Yu experienced a remarkable enhancement in his strength. His cultivation realm ascended to the peak of the initial stage of divine transformation, and astonishingly, his primordial spirit could now transcend the confines of his physical form, soaring freely across the world. This breakthrough significantly expedited his cultivation speed and granted him the opportunity to explore uncharted territories. Simultaneously, Ling Yu's primordial spirit power was greatly amplified, enabling him to unleash greater might in battle. His martial arts prowess reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of Martial King. However, it was Humayr who experienced the most significant enhancement, primarily due to Ling Yu's long-term practice of the Chongqing Sutra, the 10,000 Spirits True Sutra, the Dragon Elephant Dominance Technique, and the Chaos Emperor Scripture, which endowed his yang energy with exceptional strength, brimming with the essence of longevity, the power of the Dragon Elephant, and the might of the Four Spirits bloodline. They practiced the yin-yang dual cultivation immortal method together. These forces comprehensively elevated Humayr's constitution, allowing her to break free from the shackles of her bloodline and ascend to the realm of the six-tailed celestial fox. Her aptitude was now sufficient to breach the true immortal tier, with her cultivation reaching the mid-stage of Martial King, surpassing Ling Yu. Of course, her strength could not compare to Ling Yu's, but given her current talent, she could undoubtedly contend with the perfected Martial King. Ling Yu rose, invigorated. He utilized the longevity celestial power within him to don the dragon robe hanging on the rack. Instantly, he felt an unparalleled aura enveloping him, as if the entire room trembled in response. He approached the bed, playfully swatting Humayr's backside, teasingly saying, "All right, you little minx. It's time to rise. If you don't, the sun will shine on your rear." Humayr felt her body soften at his antics, her eyes widening as she caught sight of Ling Yu's mischievous smile. Instantly comprehending his intentions, her cheeks flushing anew, she wriggled, feigning anger. "Humph, young master. You tease me once more?" Ling Yu laughed heartily and retrieved a royal-grade garment from his spatial ring. Placing it beside the bed, gently, he said, "All right, Mayor, rest a bit longer. Put on this attire. I must attend court, and remember to eat some spiritual fruits. With that, he stepped out, closing the palace door behind him. Watching Ling Yu's departing figure, who Mayor was filled with emotion. She silently resolved, I must train even harder to elevate my strength and remain by young master's side forever. After Ling Yu's departure, Hu Mayor rose and donned the clothing he had prepared for her, soft and comfortable attire that felt delightful against her skin. She savored some spiritual fruits, rich in spiritual energy, greatly benefiting her cultivation. Having consumed the spiritual fruits, Hu Mayor felt revitalized. She commenced her training, her demonic power flowing like a stream, gradually enhancing her strength. As Ling Yu exited the palace, a beam of sunlight illuminated his handsome face. Accentuating his striking features, he smiled faintly, reveling in the warmth of the sun. His spirits lifted. Casting a glance back at the grand entrance of the Chongqing Palace, he couldn't help but muse. Spring nights are fleeting. The sun rises high. From henceforth, the monarch shall not rise early for court. Yet, he was not Li Longji, and Hu Mayor was not Yang Guifei. His ambition was to unify all realms and become the supreme being. In an instant, Ling Yu exuded an aura of royal authority, reminiscent of a sovereign commanding the world. Shortly thereafter, Wei Zhongxian approached with swift steps, respectfully addressing Ling Yu, Your Majesty, Minister Ling Mu has matters to report. Very well, I shall proceed to court, Ling Yu replied. Thereafter, Ling Yu and Wei Zhongxian made their way to the court. Upon reaching the court, Ling Yu took his seat upon the dragon throne, while Wei Zhongxian stood beside him. Upon witnessing Ling Yu seated upon the throne, the ministers hastily bowed in reverence, exclaiming, We pay our respects to Your Majesty. May Your Majesty endure eternally. Ling Yu waved his hand, signaling the ministers to rise. No need for such formalities, my loyal subjects. After expressing their gratitude, the ministers took their places on either side. Ling Yu turned his gaze toward Ling Mu, speaking in a calm tone, Minister Mu, what matters do you wish to address? Ling Yu placed great importance on both Ling Mu and Ling Liang, the elders of the Ling family, which is why he had appointed them as ministers. Their performance had also garnered his satisfaction. Previously, Ling Yu had exchanged his fortune points for 2 sacred-level techniques to bestow upon them. With Ling Yu's assistance, both had reached the 6th layer of Martial King, and their fondness for him had soared to 99. Ling Mu respectfully responded, Your Majesty, a battle sage's secret realm has emerged in the waters 1,000 nautical miles off the southern coast of our great Xia dynasty, and it has already been opened. The battle sage's secret realm? Ling Yu queried, confusion evident in his tone, as he was not well acquainted with this realm. The battle sage's secret realm was established by the most formidable figure, the battle sage. From the northeastern regions of Dongzhou 50 years ago, Ling Mu shared all the information he possessed regarding the battle sage's secret realm. So that is the case. Seeking a successor, how intriguing, my loyal subjects. What insights do you have regarding this? Ling Yu expressed his curiosity about the battle sage's secret realm, then turned to the ministers for their opinions. Your Majesty, I believe that the proximity of the battle sage's secret realm to our great Xia dynasty presents an unparalleled opportunity. We ought to seize this opportunity and dispatch a formidable army to embark on an exploration. A general stepped forward and proposed. However, a civil official expressed a differing viewpoint, suggesting, Your Majesty, our great Xia dynasty is not lacking in resources. What we truly lack is the comprehensive integration of these resources and the accumulation of time. At present, we should focus on steady internal development and minimize unnecessary external expenditures. Another general opposed this notion, asserting, This is incorrect. Although our great Xia dynasty is relatively young, our overall strength is by no means weak. Now is the perfect moment to venture into the battle saint's secret realm. A splendid opportunity to demonstrate our might. A vigorous debate ensued in the court, as ministers fervently shared their perspectives. Chapter 58. Departure to the battle saint's secret realm. Your Majesty, I humbly request that a contingent of skilled individuals be dispatched to uncover the mysteries of the battle saint's secret realm. Zhang Jujing stepped out of the ranks, respectfully suggesting to Ling Yu. Firstly, we would gain a profound understanding of the internal conditions of the secret realm and potentially acquire certain fortuitous opportunities. Secondly, through this experience, we could glean insights into the true strength of other factions, laying the groundwork for the future development of our great Xia dynasty. Thirdly, we would elevate the prestige of our nation and showcase our valiant spirit. This endeavor would yield 3 significant benefits. What does your majesty think? Ling Yu nodded slightly, finding himself in agreement with Zhang Jujing's views. Nevertheless, he turned to the assembled ministers and inquired, "Esteemed officials, what are your thoughts on Chancellor Zhang's proposal?" A civil official was the first to respond. "I believe the Chancellor's words are indeed reasonable." Another civil official echoed, "I too concur with the Chancellor's insights." A military officer also expressed his agreement. "I likewise support the Chancellor's suggestion." The assembly voiced their opinions, overwhelmingly endorsing Zhang Jujing's proposal. "Excellent. We shall proceed according to Chancellor Zhang's advice," Ling Yu declared. Brimming with confidence in his decision, he then resolutely added, "For this expedition to the Battle Saint's secret realm, I shall personally undertake the journey." Upon hearing Ling Yu's resolution, the ministers swiftly urged, "What? Your Majesty, that is unwise. Your Majesty, you cannot take such risks. Indeed, Your Majesty, you cannot venture into the Battle Saint's secret realm. Absolutely not. Your Majesty, how can you undertake such a perilous journey, faced with the opposition?" Ling Yu asserted firmly, "Enough. My decision is made. There is no need for further discussion. Besides, I will bring along a contingent of protectors to ensure my safety, so you need not worry." Hearing this, while the ministers remained concerned, they recognized Ling Yu's determination and bowed, wishing him safety. In a calm tone, Ling Yu proclaimed, "Gentlemen, expedite the construction of our military forces. The focus should be on the naval forces. For upon my return, we shall initiate significant actions." In his heart, he knew it was time for the great Xia dynasty to expand its territory, with the seas inhabited by the Sea Demon clan being his foremost objective upon his return. As commanded, the ministers responded in unison, subsequently dispersing to engage in preparations for the military build-up. 5 days later, at the southern coast of the Great Xia, a magnificent silver ship docked at the shore. Gleaming brilliantly, adorned with exquisite patterns, exuding an air of opulence, the ship proudly displayed a flag inscribed with the characters for Great Xia. This vessel was a royal-grade warship, obtained by Ling Yu through the exchange of fortune points. Its speed was sufficient to rival that of a martial emperor. The ship was equipped with 3 main artillery platforms, each capable of firing projectiles with an attack power equivalent to that of a late-stage martial emperor. Furthermore, the warship was fortified with a robust defensive array, capable of withstanding fierce assaults from a martial emperor. For this expedition into the Battle Saint's secret realm, Ling Yu had meticulously prepared, bringing along 5 maidens, including Humayr, as well as 5 death servants gifted by the Nangong family. These 5 death servants had significantly enhanced their strength, advancing to the semi-martial king realm, becoming his invaluable aides. Additionally, he had requested Wei Yun, the commander of the Imperial Forest Army, to assemble a powerful escort team led by a vice-general at the pinnacle of the martial lord realm, accompanied by dozens of valiant warriors from the Imperial Forest Army. Of course, Ling Yu also summoned 2 protectors to accompany him, as certain matters required the intervention of experts at the martial king level. Thus, he called upon Ling Jianzi and Ling Yunzi to join him. Their cultivation had soared, reaching the perfection of the transformation realm. Within the cabin, Ling Yu reclined upon Humayr's snow-white thigh, basking in her gentle care. She personally peeled grapes for him, delicately offering them to his lips. Increasingly, Ling Yu found solace in Humayr's company. Her tender and considerate nature, coupled with her enchanting charm, provided him with immense comfort. Nearby, Yi Ning was engrossed in arranging her tea set, her passion for the art of tea growing day by day. Whenever she had a moment of leisure, she would brew a pot of fragrant tea, sharing this delightful experience with everyone. Yi Ning's tea-making skills had reached a commendable level, and sampling her brews became one of the great pleasures in their lives. On the other side, Yi Shui leaned against the window, deep in thought, meticulously planning the route for their journey into the Battle Saint's secret realm. She understood the challenges that lay ahead and carefully crafted a detailed itinerary for Ling Yu. Her hope was for him to successfully complete his tasks during this expedition and reap abundant rewards. Zi Hui and Han Mei were engaged in a game of Go. their faces radiant with joy as the pieces danced upon the board like a harmonious melody. A few years prior, Ling Yu had imparted some of the enjoyable games from his past life to them. That moment, Yining excitedly shattered the tranquility. I did it. The clear heart-soothing spirit tea has finally been perfected. With eager anticipation, she called out, "Young master, come quickly and give it a try." Saying this, she handed the tea to Ling Yu. He accepted the cup and took a gentle sip. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through his body, invigorating his spirit. Ling Yu exclaimed in admiration, "Truly exquisite tea, of course." This tea was meticulously crafted using 6th-grade spiritual herbs, clear heart grass, and nurturing spirit flowers. The effects of this clear heart-soothing spirit tea extend beyond merely calming the mind. It also helps martial artists maintain a tranquil state of mind and composure, Yining said proudly, her eyes gleaming with pride. She then warmly invited, "Sisters, come and taste this clear heart-soothing spirit tea as well." Upon hearing Yining's invitation, everyone set aside their tasks and gathered around her, eager to partake in the joy of tea tasting. After savoring Yining's clear heart-soothing spirit tea, the crowd couldn't help but praise. The reputation of this tea is indeed well-deserved. Its flavor is fragrant and leaves a lingering aftertaste. The tea's aroma spread through their mouths, seemingly whisking away all worries and opening their hearts. The 4 maidens sang its praises, with Zi Hui unabashedly exclaiming, "Yining, you truly are the pride of our group." Everyone held genuine admiration for her craft. Hearing these praises, Yining secretly rejoiced, smiling as she responded, "Thank you all for your kind words. I shall strive even harder to develop new teas so that everyone can enjoy more delightful brews." The group exchanged smiles, while Ling Yu felt a headache coming on. Internally, he lamented, "You're delighted, but at what cost to me? In just 3 days, you've consumed an amount of spiritual herbs equivalent to what I provided to those 2 elders of the Ling family last time. This could have been enough to cultivate 3 or 4 martial king experts." Nevertheless, Ling Yu remained committed to supporting Yining, as these 4 maidens had grown up alongside him and were like family. He fully understood Yining's passion for tea and recognized her dedication, thus he was willing to provide her with the necessary spiritual herbs. Watching everyone savor her tea, Yining felt a surge of joy. Observing the changes in her companions, she turned her gaze to Humayr and suddenly sensed that she appeared different from before, even more enchanting and alluring. Yining was always acutely aware of others' transformations, prompting her to curiously ask, "Mayr sister, have you been practicing some special technique? I feel you are even more beautiful and captivating than before." Upon hearing Yining's inquiry, Humayr's face flushed crimson. Unable to meet her gaze, she stole a glance at Ling Yu, then shyly lowered her head. The others, Yishui and Han Mei, sensed Humayr's change and immediately understood. Being older than the rest, they possessed a modicum of understanding regarding matters of the heart. Especially Yishui, who had been taught by Ling Yu's mother since childhood, was aware of her own fate and responsibilities. These 4 maidens were not merely Ling Yu's attendants. They were destined to become his concubines. She had not anticipated that Humayr would be the first to take that step. Chapter 59. Arrival at the outer island of the Battle Saints' secret realm. Yishui, light on her feet, approached Yining with a feigned pout, extending her slender finger to gently tap Yining's forehead. "You little rascal, why are you asking so many questions? Mayr's sister has always been beautiful." Her tone was a blend of reproach and affection. Yining was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected tap, rubbing her forehead while pouting slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. "I was merely curious." Her words trailed off, clearly regretting her impulsiveness. Humayr cast a grateful glance at Yishui, silently thanking her for the timely intervention. She understood that Yishui's actions were aimed at preventing the situation from becoming awkward. At that moment, Zi Hui and Han Mei watched Yining whispering to herself and couldn't help but chuckle. They both knew that Yining held a mixture of respect and fear for this elder sister. After all, among the 5 sisters, Yishui was always renowned for her composure and wisdom, evoking a natural respect from others. Ling Yu, witnessing these 5 women, cheerfully exclaimed, "All right, come here. I have gifts for you." Upon hearing this, the 5 of them displayed expressions of surprise and eagerly approached Ling Yu. They curiously speculated what their young master might bestow upon them as gifts. Ling Yu gazed at them, smiling as he said, "These gifts have been specially prepared for you. I am certain you will adore them." As he spoke, he retrieved 5 storage bags from within his robes and handed them to each of them. The 5 opened their bags one by one, discovering that Yi Shui, Yi Ning, Zi Hui, and Han Mei each found a sacred-level martial arts manual and a set of royal-grade undergarments inside. The sacred-level manual naturally filled them with immense joy, while the royal-grade undergarments made their faces flush with embarrassment. As for the storage bag given to Hu Mei heir, it contained a top-tier royal instrument, the Phoenix Lute, along with a pair of modern stockings. Hu Mei heir examined the stockings with intrigue, as she had never encountered such an item before. Seeing everyone's happiness, Ling Yu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Within 3 days later, the warship led by Ling Yu finally arrived at the island closest to the Battle Saint's secret realm, known as Chaoyang Island. This island, with its unique geographical features, was under the dominion of a power called the Chaoyang Marquisate. As one of the subordinate forces of the Great Chu dynasty, the Chaoyang Marquisate was not particularly powerful, and the island had previously been a desolate place. However, with the opening of the Battle Saint's secret realm, this land experienced a remarkable transformation. Nowadays, the island was teeming with numerous skilled individuals. Once rare martial generals were now commonplace, and it was not unusual to encounter higher-tier Ling Kong martial lords, or even the chance to meet unparalleled masters like the immortal Martial King. With a resounding boom, Ling Yu's warship anchored firmly along the coastline of Chaoyang Island. As the ship docked, the cabin doors slowly opened, and Ling Yu and his companions stepped down with resolute strides. Ling Yu gazed at the island before him, deep in thought as he remarked, "This is Chaoyang Island, quite reminiscent of the former 3 domains." He then called out to his companions, "Let us proceed into the city." As he spoke, he stored the silver warship into his spatial realm. They had already learned along their journey that a city named Tianhai City had been established along the Chaoyang coast. Currently, this city was undoubtedly the most prosperous location along the surrounding coastline, attracting a multitude of martial artists from various regions. Thus, Ling Yu and his party set off toward Tianhai City. During their journey, they felt the presence of practitioners from all over Dechu, and even encountered some foreign energies. However, most of the practitioners they sensed were not particularly strong and did not draw Ling Yu's attention. Those who beheld the dozens of Imperial Forest Army soldiers trailing behind Ling Yu wisely chose to avoid them, fully aware that Ling Yu and his companions were not individuals they could easily provoke. After some time on the road, Ling Yu and his group finally arrived at the gates of Tianhai City. It was evident that Tianhai City had not been prosperous in the past, with its gates not particularly grand. Yet now, it was bustling with activity, with martial artists emerging in droves. Stepping into Tianhai City, the lively marketplace dazzled the eyes of Ling Yu's 5 maidens. "Young master, shall we take a stroll around this city?" The 5 maidens looked at Ling Yu, their eyes sparkling with anticipation and yearning. Ling Yu, observing the eager expressions on their faces, smiled gently and nodded, "Very well, let us seize this opportunity to explore Tianhai City." He then turned to Ling Jianzi, Ling Yunzi, and Wei Liang, the deputy commander of the Imperial Forest Army, and instructed. Ling Jianzi accompanied the 5 ladies as they explored Tianhai City, while Ling Yunzi and Commander Wei, "You two take your subordinates to find suitable accommodations." "Yes, young master." Ling Jianzi, Ling Yunzi, and Wei Liang promptly acknowledged his command. They then began to prepare, each going their separate ways, getting ready to depart while searching for appropriate lodgings. At the onset of their journey into the Battle Saint's secret realm, Ling Yu had issued a special directive to his subordinates. He instructed them to address him simply as young master during their outings, without the need for the honorific Your Majesty. This command served both to conceal his true identity and to avoid unnecessary disturbances and complications. Thus, the 6 of them began their exploration of Tianhai City, where the streets were lined with shops and bustling stalls. What a lively scene! Yining couldn't help but exclaim as she stood on the street, her gaze taking in the joyous laughter and vibrant atmosphere surrounding her. She turned to look at Zi Hui beside her, who was similarly enchanted, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation. The surrounding buildings were all charming white structures. "How beautiful!" Zi Hui marveled, pointing towards a cluster of nearby buildings, her face beaming with delight. Yining followed her gesture and indeed saw rows of radiant white buildings gleaming under the sunlight, resembling a dreamlike existence. She nodded with a smile. Indeed, they are extraordinarily beautiful. The two exchanged smiles and began to walk towards a bustling area filled with vendors. They weaved through the crowded streets, observing the merchants' stalls overflowing with various cultivation resources, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and joy. Yishui and Han Mei also made their way to different vendors. Yishui held tightly onto a list. Having always been a capable assistant to Lingyu, this list was prepared for supplies they would need for their impending journey into the Battle Saint's secret realm. Meanwhile, Han Mei perused the various cultivation resources on display and curiously inquired of Yishui. "Xiao Shui, did you compile this list? It is so thorough and meticulous." Yishui smiled in response. "Yes, this list was made according to the items we require for our group." Han Mei gave Yishui a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You truly are a remarkable steward for the young master." Yishui merely smiled back, then immersed herself once more in the task of gathering supplies for their journey into the Battle Saint's secret realm. Lingyu watched the four busy women, warmth filling his gaze. He had complete faith in their abilities. They had all reached the martial lord realm, and within Tianhai City, there were few who could pose a threat to their safety. Nevertheless, the cautious Lingyu decided to send Ling Yi and the other attendants to protect them, ensuring that all would be perfectly secure. Chapter 60. The twin resonance of Dragon and Phoenix. Lingyu turned his attention to Hu Mei beside him and spoke gently. "Mei, why not take a look around? See if there are any suitable items to purchase." Hu Mei shook her head softly, her gaze as gentle as water, smiling as she replied, "I am content just to accompany you." "Young master." Lingyu, seeing her response, couldn't help but gently shake his head, a hint of indulgence and helplessness in his demeanor. Ever since Hu Mei had formed that bond with him, she had become quite attached. Thus, he kindly took her hand, deciding, "Come, I will accompany my Mei as we explore Tianhai City." Upon hearing Ling Yu's soft words and feeling the warmth of his hand, a faint blush adorned Hu Mei's cheeks. Reminiscent of peach blossoms quietly blooming in the spring sun, she shyly lowered her gaze and murmured, "Young master, you are so kind to me." And so, Lingyu led Hu Mei through the streets of Tianhai City, savoring the splendid sights of the bustling city. As they strolled, Lingyu and Hu Mei shared laughter and conversation, relishing each other's company as if they were a pair of celestial lovers. As they passed a shop selling various artifacts, Hu Mei suggested they take a look inside, to which Lingyu readily agreed. Thus, they entered the artifact shop, where an array of magical tools, treasures, and refining materials were displayed. With great enthusiasm, Hu Mei began to select items, while Lingyu remained by her side, offering her advice and support. At that moment, among the dazzling array of goods, Hu Mei's gaze was captivated by a pair of exquisite gold and silver bracelets. The intricately designed bracelets, intertwined with gold and silver, emanated a subtle glow that stirred her heart. She couldn't help but pause, her eyes fixed on the shimmering treasures, gradually becoming entranced. Carefully, she picked up the bracelets, admiring the unique design, mysterious patterns, and the ethereal sheen that enchanted her. One silver ring featured a proud phoenix in flight, while the other gold ring showcased a majestic dragon standing tall. These twin bracelets of dragon and phoenix seemed to tell tales of endless legends. Joy danced in Hu Mei's eyes as she excitedly turned to Lingyu, exclaiming, "Young master, look how exquisite these bracelets are. Let us each have one, shall we?" Lingyu smiled and nodded, admiration evident in his gaze. "You truly have an excellent eye, my dear." The shopkeeper, noticing the fervent glimmer in Hu Mei's eyes, praised, "These dragon and phoenix resonance bracelets, as legend has it, originate from a mysterious underground palace, harboring extraordinary powers that inspire. It is indeed a fateful encounter for you to have laid eyes upon them today." Instantly grasping her desire, he introduced with even greater enthusiasm, "These dragon and phoenix twin rings are exquisite treasures, a paragon of craftsmanship and symbolism, truly unparalleled choices. I am confident they will bring you endless blessings." "Then, please, good sir, name your price." Observing Hu Mei's admiration for the silver bangles, Lingyu boldly inquired about the cost. 10,000 gold coins. The proprietor stated without a blink, "Deal." Ling Yu promptly retrieved a storage ring and presented it to the owner. The proprietor, taken aback, inwardly lamented, "Heavens! This buyer is truly extravagant. Had I known, I would have quoted a higher price. Allow me to adorn you," Hu Meyer said, gently placing the dragon ring upon Ling Yu's wrist. At the moment the ring made contact with his skin, it burst forth with dazzling golden light, and a phantom golden dragon emerged, swirling around Ling Yu. Boom! Immediately, a formidable aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding air to ripple violently, as if even the heavens and earth bowed before him. The astonishing presence surged toward the proprietor, overwhelming him with an unyielding force. Stunned, he fixed his gaze on Ling Yu, inwardly astonished. Who is this young man? To possess such strength? Ling Yu's eyes sparkled with intensity, yet he concealed his might, containing his aura within, and calmly said, "These dragon and phoenix twin rings are indeed remarkable. Come, Meyer, let me adorn you as well." Hu Meyer, blushing, replied shyly, "All right, young master." She lowered her head, extending her hands, awaiting his gesture. Ling Yu took the phoenix ring from her hand and gently placed it on her wrist. Subsequently, he channeled his immortal energy, activating the mysterious power within the ring. As the phoenix ring adorned Hu Meyer's wrist, a phoenix phantom emerged, gracefully dancing around her. This ethereal bird, akin to a living creature, soared majestically, adding an air of mystique to Hu Meyer. Surrounded by the phoenix apparition, she resembled a celestial being, her beauty captivating and enchanting. The already alluring Hu Meyer appeared even more enchanting in the presence of the phoenix. Gratitude shone in her eyes as she gazed at Ling Yu. Her smile reminiscent of blooming spring flowers, intoxicating to behold. The proprietor, wide-eyed, was left speechless, witnessing this extraordinary scene. However, he soon regained his composure, realizing the terrifying prowess of the young man before him. It was prudent to maintain a respectful distance. Once he collected himself, the proprietor quickly complimented, "Esteemed guests, you truly are a pair divine in nature, deserving of admiration. We have the finest tea here. Might you indulge in it as a token of my respect?" With a forced smile, he carefully brewed tea for Ling Yu and Hu Meyer, anxious to avoid any missteps that might offend this powerful and enigmatic young master. Ling Yu and Hu Meyer exchanged knowing smiles, acknowledging the proprietor's respect and admiration towards them. They savored the tea he had meticulously prepared. Though it did not compare to the exquisite brew made by Yi Ning, it possessed a unique charm at that moment. After finishing their tea, Ling Yu and Hu Meyer stood to bid farewell to the proprietor. As they prepared to leave, Ling Yu produced a storage bag from his garments and handed it to the proprietor. The proprietor received the bag with both hands, excitement bubbling within him. Once Ling Yu and Hu Meyer departed, he hastily opened the bag to unveil its contents. However, upon seeing what lay inside, he was left utterly astonished. Within the bag rested a black gold elixir and 3 spiritual herbs, an ascension pill and 3 fifth-grade medicinal herbs, truly priceless treasures. The proprietor marveled, realizing that with these items, he would undoubtedly break through to the realm of the undying martial king. He understood that Ling Yu was expressing gratitude for his hospitality, as well as conveying respect. This generous gift warmed his heart and filled him with reverence for the young couple. He carefully stored the bag away, silently vowing to treasure this gift and always remember the kindness of these 2 remarkable youths. As time passed, the proprietor's life blossomed with newfound vibrancy due to his enhanced abilities. He was granted the rare opportunity to witness the legendary rise of a supreme emperor. In his later years, he often recounted the story of how that extraordinary being once graced his humble establishment to the younger generations around him. After stepping out of the shop, Ling Yu inquired within his mental realm, "System, what is the origin of the dragon and phoenix twin rings, and why do they possess celestial power?" Responding to the host, the system replied, "The dragon and phoenix twin rings are a low-grade celestial artifact, crafted by a master from an ancient celestial realm. They stabilize the cultivator's mind and enhance cultivation speed. Additionally, they possess formidable defensive and offensive capabilities, making them an exceptional weapon. Regrettably, they are currently severely damaged. Significantly diminishing their power, they can only assist the user in enhancing a portion of their cultivation speed." Ling Yu furrowed his brow upon hearing the system's response. Although the dragon and phoenix twin rings were significantly impaired, they remained a precious celestial artifact, offering substantial aid to both him and Humayr in their cultivation, and held further significance for them. Eager to restore them, he asked, "System, how can this celestial artifact be repaired?" To repair the dragon and phoenix twin rings, the host must find the corresponding celestial materials and rare refining techniques. Furthermore, your current cultivation level is insufficient to mend celestial artifacts, the system replied. Ling Yu nodded resignedly. Chapter 61. The young master of the Xinyuan sect, Fanjian. After acquiring the dragon and phoenix twin rings, Ling Yu and Humayr continued their leisurely stroll through the city, brimming with excitement about what delightful items to purchase next. Just as they pondered their next acquisition, an unwelcome voice interrupted their reverie. "What a stunning beauty! This young master claims her." Ling Yu and Humayr turned in unison, their gazes sharp as they regarded the speaker. Approaching them was a flamboyantly dressed young man, exuding confidence, with a smirk playing on his lips and an unmistakable air of possessiveness in his eyes. This young man was no slouch himself, having reached the mid-level martial sovereign stage. Surrounding him were several martial sovereign-level bodyguards, along with a mysterious elder in black garb, who emanated the aura of an undying martial king. The young man confidently fixed his gaze on Ling Yu and Humayr, a haughty smile gracing his features. "Beautiful lady, come with me. I've set my sights on you." His words dripped with arrogance and confidence, as if he believed no one could possibly refuse his demand. "You seek death." Humayr's fury ignited, a murderous intent enveloping her. She was not one to be trifled with, aside from Ling Yu. None dared to toy with her so brazenly. Ling Yu regarded the group with the same indifference one might show to a lifeless corpse. Humayr's eyes glinted like blades, fixated on the young man, her aura intensifying as the martial sovereign energy surged toward the impudent youth. Several of the martial sovereign bodyguards in front of the young man could not withstand the overwhelming pressure and spat blood. Collapsing to the ground, the young man's eyes flickered as he desperately circulated his energy, attempting to withstand Humayr's oppressive might. However, against the strength of a martial king, his efforts seemed feeble in that critical moment. The black-clad elder stepped forward, his gaze icy and expression devoid of emotion. He quietly channeled his own martial king aura, positioning himself before the young man, successfully shielding him from Humayr's pressure. "You seek death, you insolent wretch. How dare you strike at me? Oh, you know who this young master is?" With the elder's assistance, the young man steadied himself, glaring at Humayr with anger and indignation. He could not accept being subdued so swiftly. Deep within, a shadow loomed over him. He schemed maliciously. "I must ensure the eighth elder captures her and brings her back as my plaything. I will ravage her, teaching her the consequences of crossing me. I care not who you are. Today, I shall kill you." Humayr felt the young man's lascivious gaze upon her, and her murderous intent surged. "Humph!" the black-clad elder scoffed, stepping forward to confront Humayr. "Miss, it would be wise to temper your arrogance. We hail from the Xinyuan sect." He gestured toward the young man beside him. "This young master is the son of the Xinyuan sect's leader. I advise you to surrender wisely to avoid bringing endless trouble upon your family." The elder threatened vehemently. The Xinyuan sect, one of the 6 major sects of the Great Chu dynasty, was a powerhouse. Ranking 3rd, founded thousands of years ago by the legendary figure Shen Yuanzi, it had endured the test of time, its legacy thriving to this day. The sect boasted a plethora of formidable experts and exceptional talents, commanding respect throughout the Great Chu. Upon hearing that they hailed from the Shenxian sect, Humayr gazed at Ling Yu, aware of the formidable prowess of this sect. Ling Yu stepped forward gently, tenderly patting Humayr's shoulder. His eyes radiated warmth akin to the gentle sun of spring, providing solace and reassurance, as he smiled to convey that all was under his control. Subsequently, his gaze shifted toward the elderly man in black and the youth, his expression as serene as still water, as he spoke in a tone of utmost indifference. "The Shenxian sect, splendid. I shall remember this." The black-clad elder looked at Ling Yu, a sudden shock coursing through him as he discerned the unwavering determination and composure in Ling Yu's eyes. This seemingly youthful lad was no ordinary individual. A sense of alarm gripped him. This young man is anything but simple. He must originate from a prestigious lineage. The youth regarded Ling Yu with a lascivious grin and declared, "Master Uncle, eliminate this brat and spare the maiden." Upon hearing the youth's words, Ling Yu's expression transformed instantly. He extended his right hand, unleashing a surge of immortal energy that surged toward the youth with ferocity. "Damn it!" The black-clad elder, witnessing this scene, paled in alarm as he hastily activated his powers to shield the youth. Bang! With a resounding crash, the black-clad elder was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, the elder was propelled away. The youth was struck with astonishment, for he was acutely aware that this master uncle was a peak martial king of extraordinary caliber. Now, to be so easily dispatched by Ling Yu's single blow, he immediately grasped the unfathomable strength possessed by Ling Yu. The youth's eyes widened in terror and unease as he beheld Ling Yu slowly advancing towards him. His heart pounding like a drum, each beat inflicting immense agony. "You? Who on earth are you?" "I am Fanjian, the young master of the Shenxian sect." "You cannot," Fanjian stammered, trembling. Ling Yu chuckled coldly, interrupting Fanjian. "The young master of the Shenxian sect? Mere trash." Just as Ling Yu was about to obliterate Fanjian with a single strike, the black-clad elder suddenly rose, once again positioning himself before Fanjian. His eyes tightly shut, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, as if he had transformed into a sword unsheathed. He unleashed the Shenxian sect's royal-level martial technique, the Shenxian Sword Classic, the Xinling Sword. This strike encapsulated the elder's lifelong cultivation, propelled by boundless conviction toward Ling Yu. Overreaching, Ling Yu smiled nonchalantly, extending his right hand to effortlessly dismiss the sword energy into nothingness. The black-clad elder and the youth gazed in shock, speechless. They could scarcely believe that Ling Yu had so easily neutralized their most formidable attack. In that moment, they finally comprehended that Ling Yu's strength far exceeded their imagination. "Enough! You shall die!" Ling Yu summoned the immortal energy once more, targeting the two, intent on their complete annihilation. Seeing this, the black-clad elder and Fanjian immediately joined forces to resist. However, Ling Yu's might was overwhelmingly potent, rendering their efforts futile. Ling Yu's immortal energy surged like a furious tsunami, crashing against them time and again. Just as they were on the brink of being engulfed by Ling Yu's immortal energy, a mysterious glow suddenly emanated from the jade pendant beside Fanjian. This brilliance, akin to a sword slicing through darkness, instantaneously nullified Ling Yu's assault. The black-clad elder and Fanjian seized this opportunity to stabilize themselves. Escaping peril, the radiance from the jade pendant gradually coalesced into a figure, slowly transforming into an elderly humanoid. His visage bore the marks of time, yet his demeanor was remarkably vigorous, exuding an aura of profound immortality. His appearance seemed to freeze time itself, prompting a drastic change in the black-clad elder's expression, awe evident in his countenance. Fanjian, overwhelmed with excitement, momentarily disregarded his pain and called out loudly, "Grandfather, save me." Chapter 62. The spirit incarnation of the martial king. This aged figure was none other than Fanjian's grandfather, Fantong, in the form of his spirit incarnation. When a martial artist reaches the immortal martial king realm, they can cultivate a spirit incarnation. Within this jade pendant, a fragment of Fantong's spirit had been preserved. Fantong, a venerable elder of the Shenxian sect, had long attained the peak of the martial king realm, spending time in the sect's forbidden grounds to seek breakthroughs. His affection for his grandson Fanjian was profound, yet Fanjian's arrogant demeanor stemmed largely from Fantong's indulgence. Before Fanjian was to enter the Battle Saint's secret realm, Fantong had deliberately emerged early, crafting a spirit incarnation. This spirit incarnation was concealed within an exquisite jade pendant, entrusted to Fanjian, capable of safeguarding him in critical moments. Thus, when faced with Ling Yu's overwhelming assault, the spirit incarnation materialized to intercept the lethal blow aimed at Fanjian. Observing his grandson's safety, Fantong felt a sense of hidden satisfaction. He then turned his gaze toward Ling Yu, a hint of surprise gracing his features. "This young lad is quite remarkable." Ling Yu chuckled lightly, casting a sidelong glance at Fantong's martial king spirit incarnation, his tone laced with mockery. Oh? A martial king's spirit incarnation. How troublesome that I detest individuals like you who strike the young and then summon the old. Fan Tong, incensed by Ling Yu's disrespect, glared at him with fury, admonishing, "Humph, youngster, have your elders not taught you to respect your seniors? It seems I must take it upon myself to discipline you." Ling Yu, perceiving Fan Tong's ageist arrogance, immediately adopted a stern countenance, internally mused. A mere martial king incarnation dares to be so brazen before me. It is tantamount to courting death. What do you amount to presume to teach me a lesson? Today, I shall first obliterate your incarnation, and in the future, I shall annihilate your entire sect. A murderous intent flickered in Ling Yu's eyes. A mere one of the 6 major sects of the Great Chu dynasty, while others may fear them, Ling Yu did not. He had already resolved that after the conclusion of the Battle Saint's secret realm, he would dispatch his subordinates from the Ling Xiaodao sect to eradicate the Shenxian sect. Fan Tong was driven to the brink of rage, his face flushed crimson with ire, veins bulging on his neck as he scolded, "Arrogant brat, your audacity knows no bounds. If I do not teach you a lesson today, you will never comprehend your own insignificance." With that, a chilling sword energy erupted from his being, akin to a beast unleashed. Rushing toward Ling Yu with ferocity, the sword light, as swift as lightning, was razor-sharp and aimed directly at Ling Yu's vital points. In the face of this sudden onslaught, Ling Yu remained unperturbed, merely activating the Longxing Sutra with a gentle motion. Just as Fan Tong's sword energy was about to reach him, Ling Yu's celestial power swiftly coalesced, forming an indomitable shield that firmly repelled the sword energy. Fan Tong's formidable aura appeared feeble before Ling Yu, effortlessly held at bay, incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. Throughout this exchange, Ling Yu maintained a composed demeanor, as though everything lay within his grasp. What? This brat can so easily withstand my attack. It is truly perplexing. Fan Tong stared at Ling Yu in astonishment, his heart gripped by shock. He was acutely aware of the immense power that had just surged forth. Even his spirit incarnation possessed strength akin to an early-stage martial king. Yet, this youth had effortlessly withstood such might, indicating his own strength was sufficient to contend with early-stage martial kings. To possess such power at such a tender age, he must stem from a formidable force. It was even possible that he surpassed the capabilities of their Shenxian sect. For the first time, he felt that he had been overly indulgent with his grandson, allowing him to provoke such a prodigy. Deep in thought, he resolved to admonish his grandson upon returning, lest they attract some overwhelming existence that could spell trouble for both himself and the sect. Fan Tong's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Ling Yu, coldly inquiring, "You young man, just what is your background?" Ling Yu's gaze was as icy as the winter frost as he proudly replied, "Where I hail from is of no consequence. What matters is that today you are destined to die." With that, Ling Yu summoned the myriad spirit techniques within him, and instantly, for spiritual phantoms appeared behind him. He had yet to utilize this myriad spirit technique against an adversary and deemed this the perfect opportunity to test its might against the martial king incarnation. With a force reminiscent of a bloodthirsty beast, a manifestation of blood evil surged forth, lunging toward Fan Tong's martial king incarnation. "Damn it!" Fan Tong exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the unimaginable terror of the young man's ultimate technique. Fear creeping into his heart. However, as a martial king, he would not concede easily. He immediately summoned all his true energy, unleashing a formidable defensive technique. The Shenxian Shield. The Shenxian Shield was a protective spell cultivated by his spirit incarnation, forged from the power of the spirit, impervious to harm. Yet, in the face of Ling Yu's unleashed blood evil force, the Shenxian Shield appeared utterly inadequate. The blood energy seemed like an insatiable black hole, ravenously devouring the shield's power. Not good. How could this young man possess such formidable strength? Fan Tong was taken aback, unable to fathom that the young Ling Yu possessed such terrifying offensive power. He could not help but curse his grandson's foolishness for provoking such a monstrous talent. Despite the resilient protection of the divine Xian Shield, the overwhelming force of the Tiao Wu left Fan Tong feeling utterly powerless. Anxiously, he searched for a means to counter the Tiao Wu's might, yet found himself at a lost eye in this critical moment. he noticed Fan Jian and the elder in black robes beside him. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his gaze turned towards the elder, glimmering with a spark of hope. The elder, feeling Fan Tong's piercing stare, instinctively trembled, dread settling in his heart. Li Pan, it is time for you to serve the sect. Fan Tong declared coldly, swiftly seizing the elder. Please, spare me, ancestor. Li Pan pleaded loudly, acutely aware that his chances of survival were grim. He looked at Fan Tong in terror, hoping that this elder would show mercy and let him go. But before he could finish his appeal, Fan Tong hurled him into the gaping maw of the Tiao Wu. No. Please, no. Li Pan screamed in despair. The bloodthirsty Tiao Wu showed no hesitation, swallowing him whole as if he were a mere insignificant insect. Indeed, the moment the Tiao Wu consumed him, Fan Tong found a brief respite. He quickly grabbed Fan Jian and seized the opportunity to flee into the distance, trying to escape. It won't be that easy. You think I will let you slip away with the essence of your souls? Ling Yu scoffed, his heart filled with cold laughter as he initiated an interception. He swiftly employed the 10,000 swords technique, commanding 2 royal-grade flying swords that shot towards Fan Tong and his grandson like lightning, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The soul incarnation of this martial emperor would greatly enhance his own soul-subduing true technique. Curse it! How can this brat be so powerful? Fan Tong exclaimed in horror as the 2 royal-grade swords hurtled towards them. If struck, they would have no chance of escape. Thus, he activated the Divine Soul Shield once more, attempting to block the impending attack while looking for a chance to flee. Yet, with a resounding rip, Fan Tong had underestimated Ling Yu's strength. Both he and Fan Jian were pierced by the flying swords. Blood sprang forth. Bang! Fan Jian's body plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, while Fan Tong's soul incarnation began to fade. Just as he was on the brink of disappearance, the Tiao Wu opened its massive jaws once more and devoured him. Retreating back into Ling Yu.at that moment, as the Tiao Wu returned within him, Ling Yu felt a significant enhancement to both his soul and physical form. He understood that this was due to the absorption of Fan Tong's soul incarnation and his entire vital essence. Indeed, the soul incarnation of a late martial emperor and the vital essence of a late martial king are truly invaluable. Ling Yu reveled inwardly, marveling at the gains from this battle. Chapter 63. The divine Xian wind stirs on the vast eastern border of the Dazhu Empire. Within the forbidden grounds of the divine Xian sect in Fengzhou, an uncontrollable rage surged amidst the tranquil mountains. Who dares to destroy my soul incarnation? You deserve 1,000 deaths. When I emerge from seclusion, I shall flay your skin and pull your tendons to quell my rage. A furious white figure rose deep within the forbidden grounds, the elder's eyes ablaze with wrath. His fury was akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, shaking the very foundations of the serene sect. Within the grand hall of the divine Xian sect, a middle-aged man clad in black was wholly engrossed in his cultivation, his gaze focused and his vital energy flowing, indicating a momentous breakthrough. Yet, at this crucial juncture, he suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. It was as if an invisible force was disturbing his mind, causing unbearable agitation, akin to countless ants crawling within him. He had no choice but to cease his cultivation, opening his eyes to seek the source of his unease. At that moment, an elder at the half-step martial king level rushed into the grand hall of the divine Xian sect. His face pale and body trembling, clearly shaken by immense fear. Seeing the elder's expression, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow and inquired, "Elder Wang, what has transpired to leave you in such a state of panic?" Gasping for breath, Elder Wang struggled to calm himself. He looked at the middle-aged man, his tone urgent. "Sect leader, grave news. The soul lamp of the young master has extinguished." "What did you say? Generous soul lamp has gone out? How can this be?" Upon hearing this news, the middle-aged man's complexion turned ashen, as though struck by lightning. "Why, Jenner, he cried out in anguish. The sudden onslaught of this calamity plunged the middle-aged man into profound sorrow. His vision blurring as despair and panic engulfed him, he understood that the extinguished soul lamp signified Jenner might have perished, delivering an unprecedented blow to his spirit. Struggling to rise, he spoke with unwavering resolve. "Elder Wang, We must uncover the truth of this matter. Jin'er cannot leave me in such an ambiguous manner. I will scour the entirety of Dazhu to find the perpetrator and avenge Jin'er, Elder Wang. Fully aware of the sect leader's grief and quest for truth, promptly assured him, "Sect leader, rest assured, we will spare no effort to uncover the truth and avenge the young master." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurried away, and the Divine Xian sect launched a grand investigation. Gazing at Elder Wang's retreating figure, the sect leader's expression shifted, inwardly blaming. "Shangguan Feng, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could Jin'er have taken such risks to venture into the Battle Saint's secret realm?" He then turned to the shadow beside him and commanded, "Shadow, go and inform Shangguan Feng of Jin'er's demise. Let her understand the consequences of her actions, and see if she can remain indifferent, if she is willing to seek revenge for her son's departure." The shadow, a trusted aide of the sect leader, had always been silently guarding him, performing his duties diligently. Upon hearing the sect leader's order, he swiftly took action, his figure vanishing like a specter as he sped towards the Dazhu Empire. Amidst the Divine Xian sect's fervent investigation, the tranquility of Fengzhou was shattered, while deep within the Dazhu Empire, a storm seemed to brood in Tianhai City. Within the first-class loft of Haiyuan Building, Ling Yu sat quietly, listening as 5 beautiful maidens excitedly recounted the various precious items they had gathered in Tianhai City. They animatedly described the rarity of the treasures and the trading situations within the city, sometimes bursting into laughter while sharing amusing anecdotes, and at other times exclaiming in astonishment at the treasure's value. However, when they heard about Mayor's annihilation of Ling Yu's martial emperor soul incarnation, silence fell upon them, their faces displaying concern and shock. On one hand, they were worried for Ling Yu's safety, fearing he might be harmed in the battle. On the other hand, they could not help but admire his power in defeating a martial emperor's soul incarnation. "Young master, you truly are remarkable," Yining exclaimed joyfully. Rushing to Ling Yu's side, her eyes filled with adoration. Ling Yu smiled at Yining, gently shaking his head. "It was merely a martial emperor's soul incarnation. It is nothing to be concerned about. Your young master is invincible." As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with confidence and pride. Clang, clang, clang.